Saya lahir di Palembang dan besar di Manado. Tidak seramai seperti Jakarta, tetapi saya cinta kota Manado. Serasa di rumah itu yang membuatnya istimewa.
Ang probinsya ko ay Naik, Cavite. Maliit lang na baryo na bandang dagat. Sobrang ganda. Natutunan ko ang halaga ng buhay. Atin to.
Untuk saya berasa tenang apabila saya berdoa dan tetap fokus pada kepercayaan saya.
Hindi naging madali ang buhay ko. Sobrang daming paghihirap at sagabal. Kaya gusto kong nasa taas, sa ibabaw, at natutunan ko na laging tumungo pataas.
Itu adalah bagian dari budaya bangsa kita. Tidak pernah berhenti untuk bekerja keras tanpa melewati batas. Tetap selalu berpijak dan melangkah.
Kahit maging sino ako.
Tak kira bila.
Akan selalu kuingat.
At tatandaan ko ang pinanggalingan ko.
Budaya bangsa kita.
Our values.
Kepercayaan kita.
Our hope.
Gagawin ko ang lahat para ipagtanggol.
Apapun untuk membuat negaraku bangga.
Galing sa pinanggalingan ko ang lakas ko.
Motivasiku.
Dan selamat datang.
It is time for us to talk about the MSC, the origin, and what it has become. Let's roll back to the very beginning. The Mobile Legends Bang Bang Southeast Asia Cup, or MSC, was established in 2017, regarded as one of the first official MLBB major tournaments hosted by Moontone. The first MSC was held in Jakarta, Indonesia, featuring a total of 8 teams. IDNS of Thailand took home the first ever MSC trophy. The MSC 2018 was refreshed with a brand new format and the participation of 2 more countries, Myanmar and Vietnam. Now featuring 10 teams, the crown was once again snatched away from the home country, Indonesia. Aether Main ended up sweeping the countrymen Digital Devils Pro 3-0. In the following year, MSC 2019 has shifted its host country to the Philippines. There are a total of 12 teams from 9 countries in Southeast Asia. And it was Onyx Esports that defeated fellow Indonesian representatives Lure Esports to claim the championship. Nonetheless, MSC continued on in the following year. Though it was fully online, the tournament achieved a record-high concurrent viewer count for MSC. MSC 2021 saw another all-Filipino grand final between Blacklist International and Execration. And it was Execration that ascended to be the new king of the sea, with MSC 2022 returning to a live tournament setting in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. There are a lot of wonderful stories waiting to be written. For instance, can Smart Omega, who inherited the MSC 2021 champion roster, defend their title this year? While Onyx Esports and IDNS could increase their MSC trophy tally to 2. Will the home country curse continue in MSC 2022? Can the Philippines representatives claim the MSC title for the 3rd time? Or will there be a new victor? The next king of the sea? Let the new legends unfold. See you at MSC 2022 for the supremacy!
Slay the enemies, bury the monsters. monsters rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Races run, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary.
Saya lahir di Palembang dan besar di Manado. Tidak seramai seperti Jakarta, tetapi saya cinta kota Manado. Serasa di rumah itu yang membuatnya istimewa.
Ang probinsya ko ay Naik, Cavite. Maliit lang na baryo na bandang dagat. Sobrang ganda. Natutunan ko ang halaga ng buhay. Atin to.
Untuk saya berasa tenang apabila saya berdoa dan tetap fokus pada kepercayaan saya.
Hindi naging madali ang buhay ko. Sobrang daming paghihirap at sagabal. Kaya gusto kong nasa taas, sa ibabaw, at natutunan ko na laging tumungo pataas.
Itu adalah bagian dari budaya bangsa kita. Tidak pernah berhenti untuk bekerja keras tanpa melewati batas. Tetap selalu berpijak dan melangkah.
Kahit maging sino ako,
Tak kira bila.
Akan selalu kuingat.
At tatandaan ko ang pinanggalingan ko.
Budaya bangsa kita.
our values,
Kepercayaan kita.
our hope.
Gagawin ko ang lahat para ipagtanggol.
Apapun untuk membuat negaraku bangga.
Galing sa pinanggalingan ko ang lakas ko.
Motivasiku.
Dan selamat datang.
It is time for us to talk about the MSC, the origin, and what it has become. Let's roll back to the very beginning. The Mobile Legends Bang Bang Southeast Asia Cup, or MSC, was established in 2017, regarded as one of the first official MLBB major tournaments hosted by Moontong. The first MSC was held in Jakarta, Indonesia, featuring a total of 8 teams. IDNS of Thailand took home the first ever MSC trophy. The MSC 2018 was refreshed with a brand new format and the participation of 2 more countries, Myanmar and Vietnam. Now featuring 10 teams, the crown was once again snatched away from the home country, Indonesia. Aether Main ended up sweeping the countrymen Digital Devils Pro 3-0. In the following year, MSC 2019 has shifted its host country to the Philippines. There are a total of 12 teams from 9 countries in Southeast Asia. And it was Onyx Esports that defeated fellow Indonesian representatives Lure Esports to claim the championship. Nonetheless, MSC continued on in the following year. Though it was fully online, the tournament achieved a record high concurrent viewer count for MSC. MSC 2021 saw another all-Filipino grand final between Blacklist International and Execration. And it was Execration that ascended to be the new king of the sea. With MSC 2022 returning to a live tournament setting in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, there are a lot of wonderful stories waiting to be written. For instance, can Smart Omega, who inherited the MSC 2021 champion roster, defend their title this year? While Onyx Esports and IDNS could increase their MSC trophy tally to 2. Will the home country curse continue in MSC 2022? Can the Philippines representatives claim the MSC title for the 3rd time? Or will there be a new victor, the next king of the sea? Let the new legends unfold. See you at MSC 2022 for the supremacy!
Rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Race is strong, hit it hard, giving the best shot. Going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down.
Saya lahir di Palembang dan besar di Manado. Tidak seramai seperti Jakarta, tetapi saya cinta kota Manado. Serasa di rumah itu yang membuatnya istimewa.
Ang probinsya ko ay Naik, Cavite. Maliit lang na baryo na bandang dagat. Sobrang ganda. Natutunan ko ang halaga ng buhay. Atin to.
Untuk saya berasa tenang apabila saya berdoa dan tetap fokus pada kepercayaan saya.
Hindi naging madali ang buhay ko. Sobrang daming paghihirap at sagabal. Kaya gusto kong nasa taas, sa ibabaw, at natutunan ko na laging tumungo pataas.
Itu adalah bagian dari budaya bangsa kita. Tidak pernah berhenti untuk bekerja keras tanpa melewati batas. Tetap selalu berpijak dan melangkah.
Kahit maging sino ako,
Tak kira bila.
Akan selalu kuingat.
At tatandaan ko ang pinanggalingan ko.
Budaya bangsa kita.
our values,
Kepercayaan kita.
our hope.
Gagawin ko ang lahat para ipagtanggol.
Apapun untuk membuat negaraku bangga.
Galing sa pinanggalingan ko ang lakas ko.
Motivasiku.
Dan selamat datang.
It is time for us to talk about the MSC, the origin, and what it has become. Let's roll back to the very beginning. The Mobile Legends Bang Bang Southeast Asia Cup, or MSC, was established in 2017, regarded as one of the first official MLBB major tournaments hosted by Moontone. The first MSC was held in Jakarta, Indonesia, featuring a total of 8 teams. IDNS of Thailand took home the first ever MSC trophy. The MSC 2018 was refreshed with a brand new format and the participation of 2 more countries, Myanmar and Vietnam. Now featuring 10 teams, the crown was once again snatched away from the home country, Indonesia. Eighth Main ended up sweeping the countrymen Digital Devils Pro 3-0. In the following year, MSC 2019 has shifted its host country to the Philippines. There are a total of 12 teams from 9 countries in Southeast Asia. And it was Onyx Esports that defeated fellow Indonesian representatives Lure Esports to claim the championship. Nonetheless, MSC continued on in the following year. Though it was fully online, the tournament achieved a record-high concurrent viewer count for MSC. MSC 2021 saw another all-Filipino grand final between Blacklist International and Execration. And it was Execration that ascended to be the new king of the sea, with MSC 2022 returning to a live tournament setting in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. There are a lot of wonderful stories waiting to be written. For instance, can Smart Omega, who inherited the MSC 2021 champion roster, defend their title this year? While Onyx Esports and IDNS could increase their MSC trophy tally to 2. Will the home country curse continue in MSC 2022? Can the Philippines representatives claim the MSC title for the 3rd time? Or will there be a new victor, the next king of the sea? Let the new legends unfold. See you at MSC 2022 for the supremacy!
rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Race is strong, hit it hard, giving the best shot. Going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it puts the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood. Fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle, win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. Slay the enemies, bury the monsters, rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Races run, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it puts the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood. Fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle, win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it fills the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no Slay the enemies, bury the monsters, rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Races run, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it puts the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are Life is a battle win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright in the eyes, our spirit never dies. We are supremacy, make no Slay the enemies, bury the monsters, rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Raise it strong, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright in the eyes, our spirit never dies. We are supremacy, make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood. Fight on to the last beat of heart.
The Mobile Legends Bang Bang Southeast Asia Cup, or MSC 2022, is officially underway in Kuala Lumpur. We began the tournament with the Malaysian champion Hodak taking on the high-flying Falcon Esports from Myanmar.
They find no kill just yet. Momo could be in trouble here. Now it's going to be a 1-for-3 trade. Was the Lord worth it? He's actually going to force him to go back, but Naomi, you can't do much. And this could be it. Todak taking game number 2.
Up next, RSG Philippines asserts dominance over the Cambodian representative See You Soon.
Aqua trying to do his best. Comes down. Ember taken out, and it's going to be a wipe out here. And RSG Philippines taking member after member of See You Soon down before they work on the base, taking game number 1.
The Falcons of Myanmar pulled out all their stops to upset Onyx Esports and became the first team to advance to the playoffs.
King overturn, able to find Drian. They find the target, and the Lord is secured by Silent, and now Onyx Esports is falling apart.
The Sky King drew against the home ground Swordfishes, but it wasn't enough to keep them in the competition.
Boy finds a money hunt, but the 3-man fatally gets them, and now Dozak trying to press on that loot.
180, a team wipe on Onyx Esports in a single move. And RSG Philippines won the RSG Derby against their Singaporean counterparts.
505 taking out burst damage on the Prey as well. It's gonna be the end as RSG Philippines chunk down the core and finish off this game 2-0.
This means Onyx Esports and See You Soon have been eliminated. Now, are you ready for day 2 of MSC 2022? Let us begin! Happy Sunday, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the group stage, day 2 of the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Southeast Asia Cup 2022, which is of course powered by Moonton. Also, a big thank you to our official content partner, TikTok Live, partner in esports, Secret Lab, esports charts, and media partners, EGG Network, and me, Watch. Welcome once again, everyone. My name is Sadafa, and here on the desk with me today is going to be none other than Gideon, as well as Niso.
What's up, man? Good to be here with you guys again. Gideon, we had some casting yesterday. Now I get to be with Sadafa and ready to go here. We're opening it up with the Philippines versus Thailand.
Yeah, I find it kind of ironic. Me and Nisu were having a little chat yesterday specifically. It's just like, you know what, Gideon, I think I'm loving Malaysia a little bit more than I should. And I'm like, you know what, I can do something for you. And here we are, 2 Malaysians with a Filipino on the desk for this rotation. Hopefully you guys are going to be just as excited for the games that we have here today.
Yep, 2 is always better than 1. And of course, day 2 is promised to be even better than the first day. We can see here on the schedule that our first match of the day is going to be none other than IDNS from Thailand going up against Smart Omega from the Philippines. It is going to be an entire day of the group stages for Group C and D, which will involve all of these other teams as well. Orange Esports from Malaysia, Impunity KH from Cambodia, RQ Hoshi from Indonesia, and of course, we just cannot forget any of these teams. All of them are contenders to make it to the playoffs. Nice. So what do you have to say after we just witnessed an entire day of exciting matches yesterday?
Man, yesterday was quite the surprise, I would say, right? I mean, a lot of people didn't expect Onyx Esports to exit day number 1. I mean, we had a lot of, I would say, upsets or surprises. The biggest one for me personally, and I think a lot of us can agree, of Falcon Esports, right? Their performance in all the games. I believe they went 3-1, and it was just a sight to see, honestly.
Well, I think, obviously people have been underestimating these otherly regions, thinking, oh, they're very new, they're very young, there's no way they can beat them, but they are catching up really, really fast, and this is what I'm excited to see here today, especially for the hope of Thailand, IDNS. We've seen them a couple of times over multiple years in their own international tournaments, and they haven't exactly gotten a championship just yet, but they continuously grow, and when we see them again, a good start, fighting a benchmark, Omega. Whew, this is not going to be easy.
Definitely not going to be an easy game, but we've already seen the thirst, the hunger of these perhaps smaller MLBB regions. They want to prove themselves on the world stage. Just to provide a little bit of a recap after what happened yesterday, we have already seen 2 teams go home, being eliminated on day 1, Onyx Esports and See You Soon. Perhaps a result that none of us may have expected, but it just goes to show that anything can happen here. Now that we are on the first game of Group C. We're seeing these two teams go up once again one another. Of course, Naiso, you're from the Philippines. I think you know Smart Omega very well. What do you have to say about this team overall?
Well, I explained this yesterday, right? There's a term in the Philippines they like to use. It's lason, which means, in English, poison, right? So you might be wondering, why do people refer to them as the poison? Because honestly, Smart Omega is one of those teams, for some reason, they don't perform the way that people are probably expecting throughout the regular season, but there's always a time. And usually they say it's Omega time or something of that sort. They turn on a switch, and then all of a sudden, they're just winning game after game. They're making huge plays everywhere against any opponent. And also, you have to take a note, they were one of the few teams during the MPL Philippines that actually gave a loss and kind of exposed that weakness, which we talked about a little bit yesterday, Gideon, against RSG Philippines.
I mean, he still continues to avoid the question of what exactly it is, and hopefully you guys can crack that code before the end. But I think here, especially with their coach, Makamet, he is looking to be smart about every single move made. And talking about unexpectancy, right? We have to look at IDNS. Not a lot of information is about the team. They don't exactly have a very strong local scene, and we're hoping that maybe after this tournament, this is going to invigorate the rest of the region in Thailand itself to step up and join the rest of Southeast Asia in our Mobile Legends adventure.
Yeah, I definitely don't think we can count them out just yet. After all, we already mentioned Falcon Esports from yesterday. We definitely cannot underestimate any of these regions, and they're going to be looking to take down even these MLBB titans, the veterans in the competitive scene. But before we move on into the game, I think we have a big question here on our heads. What kind of play style will Coach Nizina be bringing for IDNS? It is not very often we get to see a female coach on the MSC stage.
That's the thing about Thailand, right? Every single time we see them hit the stage, they're looking to be the first to do some crazy stuff. They have the first female player. They have the first female coach as well. Nothing can be said about them because they are just knocking it out of the ballpark right now. And yes, there are some high standards in their competition, but if we're expecting Omega to go play crazy, right, I would expect the results of this match at best for IDNS for a good start at MSC is a 1-1. If it's a 2-0, I think that's going to shake the world.
Absolutely, and people are always hungry for that. I get the feeling that after witnessing what happened on day one, viewers are going to be hungry to see what these lesser-known teams have to bring to the table. But we're going to be getting to see that very, very soon because the drafting phase for the first game of the day has now officially begun. Smart Omega going to be drafting on the blue side, IDNS having second pick.
I feel like after yesterday, we can't count anybody out, right? I mean, that initial thought process for Falcon Esports is something to say a lot. And now with IDNS, yes, there's not that much, that we've seen from them, so to speak, but we know that they can play out of their minds when it comes time to it, especially Angelina. I've seen the performance, especially with Xavier. Now, Xavier was kind of a hot topic as well as Julian. So far, I don't see any of those bans coming out. Omega is going to go ahead and take out Franco, the Natalia, Akai, which we saw a lot of yesterday in the jungle, right? IDNS responds with the 1-1 ban, the Eve, the Valentina.
I think there's a lot of priority picks here. With this new meta coming about, and I was having a conversation with a lot of the other Malaysian broadcasters, we were all talking about there are just way too many priority picks. Some situational, but some who give free wins. And 1-1, one of them. Second of all, Julian, where does he really stand? Is he 1-1 level, a Kai level of pick and ban? He's good, but it's about the pairing.
Yeah, it's very important to think about how the teams want to play around this Julian. So far, we haven't seen more teams play around his enhanced chain as compared to the enhanced scythe. So they're focusing more on using him as an engage tool for his massive crowd control rather than bursting people down too quickly. On the opposite side, though, we can see IDNS instantly picking up two more very meta picks so far at the MSC, the Beatrix, as well as the Xavier.
Yeah, those are solid choices here. Going back to Smart Omega real quick, one thing I'm wondering, because we saw the successfulness of Julian in the jungle mostly, I believe even Demon Kite brought him out. So this is something that we're not used to seeing from the teams
in general because, right, he's just available now. So what I am curious if Ryzen actually also decides to take Julian in the jungle here, but there's a Fanny that comes out. So a Fanny and a Masha.
Some really good strong picks coming out from Omega's side, and especially if you have a player who's highly mechanical and can actually pick up that Fanny, it's something that they have to keep in mind. IDNS are going to be locking in the Thamas for themselves. They need some sustain, but the question is, how do they stop Fanny from getting across the map and getting on top of Beatrix? I'm expecting Omega looking for Kufra bans here.
Kufra ban would definitely be a good shout out, but I feel like we've also seen in the past where Kufra, despite being a very obvious counter to these high mobility heroes, does still require a little bit of execution. In the hands of a player that has really high mechanical ability, Fanny can actually still outplay Kufra quite easily. So if anything, IDNS needs a hero that has more confident, more simple and comfortable lockdown. Unfortunately, options like the Franco and Akai have already been taken off the table.
Yeah, that doesn't leave them a lot of options, right? But, I mean, they've got solid choices. These are kind of like, if you want to say, the meta that we're used to seeing with the heroes, right? And again, this is kind of blowing my mind here for Smart Omega because this is not typical for them, and this is, again, why they are considered that last and that kind of poison, because you don't really know what's going along the head, the mind, the mastermind of Coach Puckbet. And also the players, I mean, they've obviously been practicing different things. So yes, as we mentioned, how does that Julian pair with this? You know, how do you get those combos off that we saw yesterday? So right now, this is not the typical Smart Omega we're seeing. They're still going to have 2 more picks to round this out. But right now, those last bans from IDNS going to be that Brody. So they're taking out the gold laners.
Interesting. There's still Popo and Koopa up for grabs for Omega, but let's not forget that second pick in the second phase will get that first initial lock-in. So I think there's a couple of ideas that we can go with here. We could expect Beatrix to be moved over into the mid lane if there is a terrible gold lane matchup. That's what I'm suspecting from IDNS, but Omega here. I think at this stage of the game, they're looking over at IDNS and saying, hey, you've got a Xavier, that's fine. Beatrix, that's fine. Nothing really stops our composition as of right now. Let's get rid of this Atlas. Maybe we can force you into a Kufra.
So they're definitely targeting very heavily on all of these roam options. Not just getting rid of the tanky picks, but even banning out the Natalia beforehand because they want to be able to retain control over the map. We don't have a lot of information on IDNS, but what we do know is that this team is known for playing quite aggressively in the early game. They want to be able to close out games more quickly as compared to their opponents, which is actually quite counterintuitive to what Smart Omega is known for. They have the ability to really come back from tight situations. So this is going to be quite interesting to watch, and IDNS right now really need a solid source of CC.
Well, there's some nice CC right there. They get the Ruby, right? So also, I want to point out the fact that everything that I watched on IDNS with Angelina playing this Xavier, most likely the Xavier is going to Angelina, it was a fantastic performance, a game, and just literally half the time Angelina was carrying on the Xavier. Now, yesterday, I believe the win rate for Xavier is 0%. I think it was picked 3 times and not able to get a win yet. So this might be the time, this might be the team, the player to actually get Xavier on the board here, because right now they've got a lot of CC now, they've got a lot of damage potential, they have the sustain with that Thamus pick too, but Smart Omega going to answer here with a Grok and a carry.
Okay, a good way to peel, a good way to actually isolate enemies, to go for big catches. I'm looking at Smart Omega's composition so far. They've got strong engage, good pick-off potential here, and most importantly, they've got a very clear curve. They have an early game that's relatively strong, and if it goes well, mid-game is going to be a free pass. But let's say it gets into the later stages of the game. What do they have? They still have the carry.
You know, absolutely. I do like the curve on Smart Omega right now. It does feel like a very traditional lineup. And I do have to wonder about their early game power meter from both these teams. We already highlighted earlier, IDNS likes to play a bit more for that early game, but here, they actually have slightly more scaling heroes than you might expect.
For me, if we're going to talk about early game power meter, especially since they lock in this Hilda, right? That's an option they can use here, but I want to say Smart Omega has that early game potential, especially level 4, right? You got the wild charge. That's a huge stun. It's very long. And then you have Fanny, right? Anytime a Fanny is on the opposite side, if they're able to get those cables off the damage and everything else, have a good time in the jungle, it's kind of hard to match some of that damage potential. But let's say we've seen it before too. They whiff the cables, they're not able to connect, then that kind of falls off.
I mean, if we're talking about the early game, right, and especially if we are talking about the cable starting to fall off, then you have to just double down on the early to mid game, hoping that Fanny will be able to be that driving force. But when you're looking at the supports right now, this is Hilda up against Masha, right? Instantly, I'm thinking they're going for the invades. They're looking to slow down this jungle.
Well, I guess we'll find out if that is truly going to be the case, because we now enter the Land of Dawn for the first time on day 2 of MSC 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, Smart Omega are going to be playing on the blue side, and on the opposite end, we got IDNS. Will they be able to show us another upset here on the MSC stage?
Interesting. This is a Ruby jungle, right?
Oh.
I don't know about you guys, but I don't see this often.
Yeah, I don't see this often too. I would have expected Ruby probably to kind of take her time here, probably play a support position, but instantly invades start walking through, and Lois has to survive.
Oh, but he is actually able to take the orange buff. Not sure if it's going to be worth it though. First blood gonna go over to Ryzen on the side of Smart Omega.
There you go. That's already starting that early game power spike I was talking about. I mean, in terms of that, you don't want to obviously give that to the Fanny, and now, you know, this could set them up for dominating the early game.
Okay. So let's talk about the early game one more time, except this time, let's keep in mind that Cheku is going to be playing this Grok in the support position, not the Masha this time, right? So now we're expecting a more defensive playstyle. So I think IDNS made a really smart decision by taking this orange buff, because they can start playing even more defensively and trying to protect Angelina here. Is it going to be enough? No, they find the kill.
Yeah, that's going to be another one going the side of Smart Omega, and in the meantime, we can already see that Ryzen giving them a bit of their own medicine, now going for Loise's orange buff instead. Not gonna let the earlier game steal get to them.
I'll tell you guys this, right? When Chaknu, the Chak Mamba, is playing Grok, he is not, maybe like, let's say 1 out of 10 times, he plays very defensively, but the guy will make plays out like that you're not even expecting. He'll use, you know, every tool in the kit that he has, plus the flicker to make plays, either save teammates. They've seen it time after time, so right now, paired with what they have, it could be bad.
Ooh, that's a wild charge. Gonna be able to find out Zanri. He's trying to get away. Looks like he will be able to escape thanks to Lois. Zanzanzak now coming in to provide some backup, but Lois dropping real low. Ryzen still on top of the turtle. Renzio dropping low, but it's the Ruby that's gonna be taken out right away. Chaknu managing to escape from their clutches, as well as Ryzen secures the turtle.
I personally think that's a little bit of a misplay coming in from Lois. He could have easily walked towards the gate side to protect himself, and since Angelina was trying his best and he was blocked off, all he had to do was drop his abilities, pray that Lois was able to communicate properly, and move towards that gate to keep Omega in check. But unfortunately, the kill still goes over to Omega, and now this entire early game, as we transition into mid, is looking in Omega's favor.
This is, again, the question mark that I have here, right? The Ruby in the jungle. It's something, like I said, we haven't seen much of, and I don't know how well it's going to work. I mean, yes, you have throughout the entire game, you have the CC potential, but you also lose the flicker, right? Like, this is what you pick Ruby for usually. Flicker, I'm offended combos. It's just pretty much the same thing as having like the flicker on the Grok, right? So you lose that. I feel like that's losing a lot of what this hero has.
I do agree with you there, but personally, I have a little bit of bias here because I actually do quite enjoy playing Ruby in the jungle myself. It is a hero that's surprisingly deceptive to be utilized in that form here, but you can definitely see that when going up against a hero like the Fanny. Ryzen right now has way more mobility, way more control of the map in comparison.
See this play here down on bot side. Zanri is getting on top of Kelvin real quick, but E2 Max ready to get as knockup comes on through. Instantly, Zanri is taken out. The cartwheel held to the last second to ensure his death.
That was so clean. I mean, E2 Max just literally walked over there, threw that knockup down, and it was a clean kill just like that for Smart Omega. So they're already 3K gold lead here. IDNS has to be thinking of a way to just slow this down, like you guys mentioned, right? Because yes, Sudafa, they have a ton of mobility on that Fanny, but the rest of the team, too, is also just rotating very well right now.
Yeah, in comparison, IDNS definitely having a little bit of difficulty maintaining control over their side of the map. E2 Max definitely made a big difference in that fight. And also, I do think this is probably the first time we have seen Julian in the mid lane in MSC so far.
No, that's true. Julian in the mid lane, especially when you're up against Xavier. Xavier doesn't naturally have a lot of pushing power until he gets his first 2 items, but now the engagement begins.
Yep, that's a wild charge onto Lois to ensure the retribution, and Ryzen follows it up in hands chain to keep Zanri knocked up. A free kill again, going over to Omega, now 6-0.
You see what I mean? Chaknu will just make those plays time after time. And so IDNS needs a way to counter that from happening and not putting yourself in that position to get wild charge, because that stun is too long and now they're going to make a play at the bottom.
IZ in a lot of trouble. The flicker forward into Wesker. You cannot count out the Beatrix. E2 Max has to back it off.
Yeah, he kind of felt that. He's like, never mind. He's like, call it off. We'll come back later.
Yeah, you don't really see too many players actually go for a play like that, especially expanding such an important battle spell that can be used defensively for a Beatrix who doesn't have that much mobility. So flickering in front of his face, that again, what an ego challenge.
It is interesting, especially considering when we look at other players as well. Wesker is becoming more and more popular on the Beatrix, and flickering forward to get that big burst damage isn't actually unusual nowadays. But Lois could be out of position, gets caught with the wall charge into the wall, sets up for Kelra. Zanri now coming from the backline. They will be able to find Chaknu, but they find another. IZ gonna go down. Zanri in a bit of trouble, but no CC. He will be able to run away.
Yo, Chaknu, this man's game sense is so good. He's keeping an eye on that Beatrix. As soon as Wesker is whipped out, he immediately takes the shots for Kelra, allowing him to just blow through the rest of the team.
Hey man, that's the Chak Mamba for you, right? Like I said, he is a very aggressive just player in general. So that's why when he picks these heroes, you know, the Kufras, the Groks, like this is when he gets to shine the most. And now, big damn.
That's rough, but a nice I'm offended. 2-man Dawning Light, not enough damage though. Angelina now out of mana. IZ getting some good snipes, but E2 Max, he knows what's coming. Juking him out, going to be able to escape in the top lane as well. There was an attempt onto Sun, but he was able to escape from the Grok and the carry.
Good movement coming in from E2 Max for now, but topside, I think, you know, Thamus isn't having much of a fun time now that they've rotated after breaking tier 1 and even threatening Turtle.
Ryzen gets hooked, but still able to secure the Turtle with Retribution. IZ now out of position. Mega kill going over to Ryzen. Lois now getting caught out by E2 Max with the 2-man enhanced chain. Dawning Light not going to matter at all, as Lois is now the target carry, even managing to pick off the tower in the mid lane. Killing spree going over to E2 Max.
This is tough. We're talking about 1,000 gold per minute here, boys. I mean, it's 7 minutes in, 7K gold lead for Smart Omega here, and just look at everybody. I mean, they're all, they gotta have, what, 2-3 items all by now, and it's just a play after play. This is literally the best we've seen Julian played in the mid lane. He's just finding the CC, the knockouts where he needs to, and then it's all good.
Yeah, well, currently they're at 1.5 items. Once they hit the 28K mark, I think they'll have about 2 items at that stage, but it's tough because right now the only member who's doing decently well is going to be the Stamos on bot side, and Omega switching things up one more time. Instead of trying to push up on that top side, they want to play for this next Lord objective and are willing to give up that tier 1 on top side because they don't want to deal with Sun. They want to keep on pressing their advantage in this 4v4.
Yeah, I am really loving the rotations from Smart Omega now, and we can see Ryzen instantly going in. He has his eyes on the Xavier and will be able to claim his prize. Now Kelra going in, the massive damage secures the enemy gold laner. Ryzen even taking the tower aggro for a short while charge, unfortunately, going to miss on Zanri, but that is 2 kills for nothing.
We have to take a look at the items here because there is no way. I mean, just look at the damage being pumped out here. I mean, even Kelra, right? You saw just, it was like 1-2, and the health bar was deleted here on the side of IDNS. So we're talking about 10K gold lead at this point, right? The next big objective is going to be that first Lord. And honestly, IDNS is going to have a hard time even if they want to try to contest that.
Yeah, I mean, a 10K gold lead in most situations is checkmate. And this early in the game, 9 minutes as the Lord is spawning. Omega are in prime position for the checkmate. 2 as tier 2 now getting threatened.
Chaknu trying to go for the wild charge, but gets stopped by the I'm Offended. E2 Max onto Sun in the side. The Dawning Light literally doing no damage at this point as Chaknu finds the wild charge onto the hill. That's Zanri gonna go down to Kelra. Unstoppable streak. Renzio taking most of the heat as Sun wants to find something, but IDNS are just too far behind.
So that's the thing. Like, there's actually some damage potential here. Now we can actually take a look at the items, Gideon.
Yep, 3 items already on Kelra, and he's been going for the full crit build this time. Windtalker into Scarlet Phantom, into Berserker's Fury. He has more than enough damage, and as long as his team outscales him with just buying raw armor, honestly, at this stage of the game, I don't think Angelina will be able to catch up in time for a Luminous Lord push.
Something else I kind of want to highlight too is the fact that E2 Max is actually playing a completely different Julian build from all we've seen so far. He went the Calamity Reaper, Concentrated Energy, and then the Brute Force Breastplate. This is more of a brawler type Julian build.
I think this is what makes him so valuable, right? You know, the flexibility, not only in the lanes, but also the way that you can build Julian as a hero himself. This is what makes it so strong because, I mean, we've seen it now time after time, right? So far in these last 2 days where you can throw him in the jungle, build him the way you want to as an assassin or as a bruiser now, right, in the mid lane. And also with taking Mystery Shop where you can get those items a little bit faster, paired with the type of pace you set here for this game and the gold lead, man, you're going to do so much for your team here.
I mean, let's not forget that if Chaknu is looking for the engager, somebody's got to peel, and E2 Max, he can do both.
Oh, that's a lot of damage from the enhanced scythe. Lois and Izzy being poked out quite heavily, but Nibiru's Passion should be able to clear up the Lord. Omega, though, not sure if they're happy with that. Do they want to look for more?
Right now, they're going to continue the siege on the base here of IDNS. Can they actually still defend this one? They should be able to clear it. They have, I mean, they have great clearing potential. Like, they can buy time, but how much time do you need to buy here?
Well, I think we're looking that IDNS is ideally wanting to get Angelina to about 3 items. I think he just recently purchased his 2nd. He needs to get his 3rd. He's fixed his mana issue. He will be able to spam ability. He has more than enough cooldowns. And a high ground defense of 5 minutes is going to... It's going to be a little difficult with a 14k gold lead that Omega has. They're eventually going to be able to muscle their way in. And knowing how Chaknu plays, if he can get 3 knocked up with that wild charge, I think that'll be game over.
I feel like at this point of the game, though, you don't even need the 3-man knockup anymore. Omega being 14k gold ahead of IDNS just means that as long as they're not directly feeding themselves to the enemy, they should have a pretty clear path to victory. Honestly, I think if they wanted to brute force their way into the base, they don't even need to wait for the Lord.
No, I beg to defer. This is Omega. They aren't playing like RSGPH. They're not boring. They want to be interesting, and I know Chaknu, for a fact, is going to be looking for a cool play.
He wants the, what we like to call the TikTok highlights.
Oh,
that's
yeah.
what he wants.
That's fair.
So, yeah, I could see, I've seen it happen before, right? He is, if there's any moment, even if it's just one person, but it's better if it's 3, right? He will find that moment, and this is exactly what IDNS needs to do, right? Pair up a little bit, because you can't actually go anywhere alone because of you're so far behind here. But as the game goes on, you might be able to catch up on some of the itemization where you can start to see some form of maybe split pushing going on. But right now, they're pretty much stuck together here or in their base.
The Luminous Lord has now officially spawned once again, and Smart Omega will indeed be going for it. We can see that Chaknu and Renzio are being left to defend the lanes, make sure they are pushed out so that IDNS remains in their base. Lord gonna go over to Omega. An interesting purchase as well, Bloodlust Axe on Kelra.
Yeah, Kelra just needs to live. I think he's one of the more important members here because at this stage of the game, we're seeing that Ryzen, yes, he's almost about max items. He has more than enough damage, but even if he dies, he still has to fall back onto Kelra. And I don't think Ryzen by himself, even with a purple buff, can 1v5. Kelra can definitely do that.
You know, I just think this march-in is obvious. This will actually crack open the base of IDNS, right? So this is the time for them to show what they're made of here in terms of having the defense. They have great clear, but can they actually stop this game from ending?
I guess we'll see. Chaknu coming in, looking for the play with the Conceal Lord, already breaking down mid inhib, top inhib, falling to E2 Max as well. Smart Omega want to break this right open, but the Lord is cleared out. Renzio doing a lot of damage to Angelina in the back line. E2 Max gonna miss the chain, not quite enough to finish off Izzy as Chaknu finds the 2-man wall charge, monster kill. Going over to Kelra, they find 1, they find 2. IDNS is breaking apart, and the crystal is going to fall in favor of Smart Omega.
Well, there it is. That was the moment he was waiting for, and it was actually just inevitable. It was about time. The lead was massive for Smart Omega, and they just ended the game before it even got the chance for IDNS.
Yeah, I mean, that's checkmate. When you have a 10K goal lead that early on into the game, it's really difficult to actually bounce back from it unless you just continuously play for high ground defense or somehow contest or steal the Lord. And in most cases, that just isn't going to happen. If we're looking for items, and especially if we're looking for the one who can actually try to go for the steal, and that's going to be Angelina, that's just not enough damage compared to a Retribution.
If the Xavier was just put too far behind too early into the game, Ryzen on that Fanny, being able to make use of his high damage in the early game to just completely take over and prevent the scaling cores on IDNS from ever being able to pick up steam. A very one-sided victory here. Definitely not ideal for the side of IDNS.
Smart Omega, man, this is I don't know. It's weird because I'm not used to seeing them play some of these heroes, right? But it worked out so well for them, and I'm expecting to see more, but this still solidifies the idea of Julian either needs to be a priority ban for some teams or a pick, because like you mentioned, for some teams, let's say 10K gold difference, right? You might be able to buy a little bit of time, but if you notice the way that EduMax was playing it, or even, just Renzio having all those health bars, you could literally force your way into any situation of the enemy team as long as you get the CC off, the knockups, you get the attention of them, and then the damage was already there to follow up. So I feel like Julian needs to be handled or prioritized.
Well, I think in this case, this hasn't been the best showing of Julian. Only towards the mid to later stages of the game did we really see him stand out in terms of how much damage he was pumping through. However, we need to talk about that earlier stage of that game. How was Julian supposed to actually deal specifically with Xavier in lane? But with the help of Chaknu, especially on Grok, the early wave clear gives him an advantage to rotate faster. I don't know about you, but I'm guessing Omega is doing a really good job here.
Yep, and speaking of guessing, that was just a really great game to kickstart MSC overall, but you guys can make a guess on what the winner of this series is going to be. Make sure you guys make your guesses via the in-game esports hub before each match. Make sure you do so before the match ends, because correct guesses will reward you with MSC coins that can be used to redeem exquisite skins, as well as the exclusive MSC emote, as well as graffitis, so you guys don't want to miss it.
Well, I'll tell you what, my guesses are already off after day one, so, I guess I'm not going to be getting any of those emotes or graffitis or anything like that, but, we still have plenty of days, plenty of matches ahead of us, and don't forget to get your guesses in, because, I'll tell you what, I feel like a lot of people kind of felt that way about after yesterday.
Yeah, no, I totally agree as well. I mean, it's a little bit of a letdown, but I definitely think that most people, and especially those who are watching our EGG, are going to be enjoying their time here. Tell us a little bit more about EGG stuff, huh?
Yep, of course, we got to shout out our official media partner, EGG Network. As you mentioned, it is Southeast Asia's 24/7 esports channel under the Astro Malaysia Group. You guys can catch MSC 2022 at EGG Network channel, which is 800, right from the comfort of your own home. And of course, do check them out on their social media platforms as well. They got Facebook, they got Instagram, they got TikTok, they got YouTube, they got Twitter. Literally anywhere you want to find them, you're going to be able to find them. Make sure to show them some support for bringing you all this MSC action at home. But without further ado, let us have a look at the item builds.
All right, immediately we have to start talking about this interesting build coming in from E2 Max, right? When you're coming in towards that mid lane up against a Xavier, you need some form of damage to help you wave clear and match up against it. Knowing that Xavier is going for really expensive items like Clock of Destinies, his wave clearing doesn't start really kicking in until he has the Enchanted Talisman. So when we look at the compositions afterwards, then we see the bigger picture. This Grok pick, initially you're thinking maybe he's going into the EXP lane. He sees the Thamos, maybe this isn't the best matchup in the world. More so, we want to make sure that Ryzen specifically is able to have a good time, since the Hilda's pick from Zanri is looking to invade, looking to be as annoying as possible. So clear that mid lane, help your jungler, and then eventually match the enemy jungler.
Man, I'm still wondering. I mean, now that we're seeing the stats here too, right? They're like, what was the saving grace here for IDNS? Was there a chance here at all did it start in the jungle for them? I mean, was that a very weak point for them?
No, this was an extremely weak point for them. And I think, wait, first of all, let me pull that statement back a little bit. I think IDNS had a really good initial idea. However, Omega took it one step further, right? They switched it up right at the very last second. Chaknu on this Grok, making it almost impossible for Ruby to actually play the game. That power of nature is such a useful tool.
It really is, but we've got to award the MVP for this game, and it is gonna go over to E2 Max from the side of Omega. That Julian mid gameplay, the first time we have seen the hero play it in the mid lane, the first time we've seen him with this sort of build. A 5-0 and 7 KDA and a 759 GPM as a mid laner is absolutely incredible. This man is really showing us how this new hero should be played.
This is probably one of the best performances for Julian mid, right? If I remember right, and we saw that here from E2 Max, and I mean, look at the plays being set up here in the highlights. That's what we're talking about, that aggressive kind of playstyle from Chaknu. Even if he goes down, he finds those setups, and it's usually followed by E2 Max.
Yeah, and I mean, E2 Max, he's making sure his presence is felt, right? The mid lane gets cleared up super quick, and immediately he's looking for either to jump the backline, or more importantly, just to start peeling for the rest of his team. And I think that's what Julian really brings to the table for Smart Omega, that extra bit of flexibility when somebody is looking for those engages, especially if it's Renzio or Chaknu. Somebody needs to pull back to peel, and E2 Max is that guy. You can ask him to engage, you can ask him to assassinate, you can also ask him to peel.
I think we can see overall from these highlights, the flexibility from Smart Omega really played a big role in their domination in this game. They have so many different paths into the team fight, so many different heroes that can engage, and their positioning always does seem to be pretty much on point. On the opposite side though, you can definitely tell that at some point IDNS were sort of scrambling a little bit to decide how they wanted to continue playing the game. There would be times where they would try to engage aggressively, but find that, oh, we're in a bit too far, we have to back off. And they ended up being kind of chaotic because the people that should be peeling aren't really peeling, and it kind of renders the backline a bit more vulnerable. If you guys don't want to be vulnerable yourselves, maybe you guys should consider looking into the Transformer bonus event that is happening in-game right now. Make sure you guys log into the game between June 11th and June 13th, because you can complete tasks to claim Transformers passes, which can then be used to draw amazing prizes, which include brand new skins, recall effects, battle emotes, and more. So make sure you guys don't miss out on any of this.
So what you're saying is IDNS might need to transform their playstyle or draft a little bit for game number 2.
I wouldn't say that. I think they had really good ideas. I think it's attempting different plans of attacks, right? I think they tunnel vision very, very hard on how to actually deal with Fanny when obviously, well, I wouldn't even say obviously. That's a terrible way of stating it. Omega having a really good adaptive plan in the draft right at the very last second here, and having that flexibility made it hard for IDNS to actually continue on with this particular plan to punish the Fanny. I think they should have actually adapted and started looking to punish people like Renzio, for example, up on the top side. Sun was doing a good job keeping him in check, but diving him maybe a little bit hard, but I think that was their only out.
Again, I think a lot of it comes down to the discussion we had in the draft. Early power spike. I said it, the potential was there, and worst case scenario for the case of IDNS was to give that first blood, that first kill to the Fanny, right? You don't want to give that kill to Ryzen early on, because not only that does he have kind of like free reign at that point, but then again, paired with the way that the Chak Mamba plays, it just pairs so well together. I mean, this is why a team like Smart Omega, they know how to come back from deficits very, very well, but if you give them a lead early on, they have played against some of the best teams that work really well with the leads, that they have adapted those kind of decision-making, those play styles. I mean, that's innate for them. So this is something that IDNS wants to be careful for game 2. If that means being a little bit safer early on to get to that point where you can start to hit your power spikes depending on the draft, right? That could be a good starting step for IDNS.
Well, hopefully it will be the step that they decide to take because, as you mentioned, I do think a little bit of transformation is going to need to happen here in order for them to adapt to what Smart Omega is playing. After all, as you mentioned, there is no need to come back from a deficit if the deficit doesn't exist in the first place. So I'm very interested to find out whether or not IDNS will be able to make the changes necessary. As you already pointed out in that early game, they were definitely a little bit too aggressive invading the jungle. Ruby is strong, yes, but not when you are 1v2 at level 1. Let's find out how game 2 will go in the drafting phase.
I don't know how I missed this earlier, but I didn't even know Jack New transformed his hair there. He's got this, you know? It looks great, man. And okay, going to the drafting phase, IDNS, this time swapping sides here. They're going to take out the 1-1. Smart Omega responding with that Valentina ban.
Yeah, I think Omega getting rid of Valentina is definitely understandable. IDNS straight off the gate, you're getting rid of 1-1. You want to get the free win heroes out of the way and start focusing on how to actually prioritize here. Now, a lot of discussion has been said, is blue side or red side better in this particular meta? And I definitely think it depends on the hero pool of how many of these meta picks can you actually play efficiently. Because some are very situational. Take for an example, Grok. Some players are a hit, some players are a miss.
I can definitely agree with you there, and I do like the fact that now when you ask the question which side is better, you can actually answer it depends, because there have been metas in the past where it was very obvious that one side was better than the other, which just goes to show I think the balance in this game has gone a long way, and we're already seeing that with the sheer number of unique hero picks that we saw in day number 1, 40 heroes by itself.
I think that's great. I think that diversity, right, coming into these hero picks, I mean, the metas obviously are established in their own regions, but that's what we talked about yesterday as kind of the established meta for this tournament, MSC 2022, right? And that's kind of like we actually haven't even entirely figured that out yet, because with that many unique hero picks, like who do you prioritize? Who do you ban out, right? And usually on the side of the red side in the draft, from what we've seen, it's always kind of standard to ban the Valentina, so then you're pretty much minus one ban for you, so it leaves a lot open here. The draft is now, the first phase is done, right? They take out Akai again. The Julian is actually out of the picture this time. They don't want to give that up because they've seen what it can do, so now what does IDNS prioritize here?
Well, as a first pick, this might be a little difficult. There's a lot of different directions that you can go, but you don't want to give a direction where it's an obvious tell what type of situation or what type of composition you want to build. So I think IDNS going with the Xavier, very, very safe. He fits in many different compositions, doesn't really give too much, but it does establish some presence in the mid lane.
I think we have to note as well, Fanny has actually been led through the draft again, and Smart Omega actually have the opportunity to pick it up if they really want to. Franco Akai banned again, so there really isn't too much they have to worry about. If they do pick that up, it will force IDNS in a situation where they might have to prioritize the Atlas early on, and this was already discussed earlier in day number 1. Early picking the Atlas is not good.
Yeah, if we see Fanny pop up here, then I feel like they're also could consider, IDNS could also consider Kufra, right? But it's going to be, for now, the Beatrix comes out. What is going to the last pick going to be? There you go. It's actually going to be Lilia.
Okay, that's a pretty decent matchup, especially since they can play for the earlier stages. But I think Smart Omega want to see what more does IDNS give us a bigger tell about your composition. So we're going to take our own way. We're going to make sure that you have a decently bad matchup in the mid lane. Lilia naturally able to push as well as really harass Xavier in the mid lane while still having a super safe gold laner in Beatrix. Very meta, very, very good at what she does in pretty much any single role. So now it's up to IDNS to kind of show more identity in the composition to threaten Omega.
You can imagine that they themselves must be feeling a bit threatened right now, though. Kelra on this Beatrix is always something that you have to be careful of. The sniper on the side of Omega going to be able to pick people off pretty consistently. So instantly, 2 assassins. As we just mentioned it before as well, Kelra in MPL Philippines Season 9 has a 71% win rate on Beatrix.
I'll have you know that's about the same percentage win rate I have on my Gord in ranked games. It's,
nice.
It's pretty darn good. Yeah, I know.
Gord?
And yes, and that's high mythic, okay? But anyway, let me tell you, the Beatrix is just it's such a stable pick, like you mentioned, Gideon, and it's played so much, especially in the Philippines, right? I mean, there's a lot of great Beatrix players, but I gotta say, Kelra, one of the best. It's similar to the fact that he can either be very aggressive in his choices, or he can actually farm up and just get to the point where then he's confident enough to make those plays. And so they actually complement this too with a Ling pick here for Ryzen, right? I actually like this because we get to see these assassin jungles come out again, and it makes things not so much stale, as you said yesterday, Gideon.
Yeah, they're not trying to be open AI. That's what I'm trying to say. They are not trying to be grandmaster chess players. They're trying to show you this is Mobile Legends. There's better ways to play it than having to play a very straightforward, standard style of open books. Now, if you look at IDNS, right, they're looking at the composition so far, saying, hey, they've got an assassin. That might be a little bit of a problem. Natalia is one of their big picks that Omega must be extremely aware of. Being able to get picked off like that, and especially the smokescreen being a natural counter to the Black Shoes. If you can't use the Black Shoes, or if you're silenced, you basically have no escape mechanic.
Yeah, for that reason, I think we're gonna have to pay a lot of attention to what Chaknu is going to be playing later on. We can see IDNS already banning out the Kufra in preparation that they might pick it up to counteract the Fanny. But also, a very interesting ban from Smart Omega, the Irritel, has not been seen on stage thus far.
That's kind of been a question too, like how is the new Irithel, right?
I think Irithel's in a very similar position to Mia, right? And I think, you know, a lot of the philosophy of Mia, you get 4 items, you basically win the game, one of the hardest scalers in the game. And I think Irithel is starting to get to that point, with the meta now being that there's so much gold on the map to obtain, especially from gold laners, getting that gold shield, and then rotating to topside to get the second tower of the game. I think it's a lot easier to actually achieve that.
Yeah.
Actually, I might have to disagree a little bit with you there on the Irritel. I actually think she fulfills a slightly different niche to Mia, yes? Both of them, when they get their items, are really strong. But in comparison to Mia, Irritel has a very easy time dominating the gold lane. She can go up against most gold laners now. I think even against Beatrix, she actually puts up a pretty good fight due to the changes to her new energy style of gameplay, which is why I think Omega, they are a little worried about that. But straight away, Angela Ling combo, here we go again.
I kind of expected this. I was like, well, what could Chaknu play pick here, right? The Cooper's out, the Atlas is out. He does play the Angela, and paired with the Angeline combo here, it could work out well for them.
What? So they're going to go Dyroth. So they're going to go Dyroth gold lane? No, Dyroth EXP, right? And then after that, throw the Esmeralda down in towards the gold lane, I suppose? I'm not entirely sure here, but somebody is going to get babysit by this Natalia one way or another, and Omega make a really good response by throwing in the Thamos. Doesn't matter what matchup you're going to throw at me, I will be able to sustain.
What would you rather give the gold lane to? An Esmeralda or a Dyroth?
Personally, I feel I want to give a little bit more kill pressure, so I think Dyroth, and then after that, make sure that Natalia is going to babysit that lane.
Interesting. I actually would prefer putting Esmeralda in the gold lane myself.
So I'm the tiebreaker.
Yeah, because Esmeralda wants to scale up, wants to get items. Dyroth does better against tankier heroes that are going to fight him one-to-one. Against a marksman, he does get juked out fairly easily. But I guess we will see. This is something that IDNS, we know they do. They do actually like going for the double fight. Their side lane, a more of a 1-3-1 composition to just go hard and fast in the early game. Will it be enough to overcome the obstacle that is Smart Omega? We will now find out as we return to the land of Dawn.
Interesting points you guys made here, and you know, I wonder what the chat thinks too out there, because what scales better, right? It looks like it's going to go ahead and be the Esmeralda up into the gold lane, and I was going to actually say Esmeralda as well, because let's say you're able to get those items a little bit faster, especially something like the Ice Queen wand, where you can kind of provide that slowdown for your team. That might work better for them here. And again, you're still also relying on Dyroth to, you know, get those levels, get the abilities, but then kind of be that, I guess, damage for mid-game here, and also the penetration that you have.
Man, you guys are really safe. I'm the savage here. That's the problem. I like the risk involved. I like being able to stand above the opponent. But unfortunately, when you're in pro play, there's just a lot going on here. And more importantly so is when you're looking at Zanri on this Natalia, I would have expected him to be matching where Chaknu was moving all across the map, but instead, make a play down bottom for that first blood.
That's an excellent first blood going over to the side of IDNS, and that's exactly why you drafted Natalia. Zanri being able to pick that up with the execute in a lane where usually you'd expect the Tamas to just be able to hold his own for a very long time. That's going to be a great start for Sun as well. As we mentioned, if Dirov is able to scale up, he can really come online in the mid game.
They're going in for this one, actually. Chaknu should be fine. Takes quite a bit of damage, though. But, yeah, going back to your points there, too, I just want to say, and they're going at the bottom lane again.
They're just not letting you talk right now. Ryzen wants Sun. He's looking for it, and the Dirov not going to be able to escape.
Good revenge kill here, but even in mid lane, we are seeing that the River E2max is in a lot of trouble. Manages to walk out just in time as Ryzen is rotating upwards, but this does mean that Zanri could get a potential pick.
E2max, unfortunately, staying just a little bit too long, and 2 kills gonna go the way of Natalia. They need this for the turtle.
I felt like I could hear his thoughts. Like, okay, maybe I shouldn't go back in this bush because there is a Natalia out there, right? So, and that's exactly what happened again. If we saw there's some, again, early action. Oh, gets the heart guard to stay alive. Turtle not going to be secured. As I was saying, right, Zanri is at a good starting point already, and this could be similar to what happened for Naomi yesterday, too, on the start.
Oh, but Ryzen going to be targeted Chaknu now, and Renzio taking massive damage. The Abysm Strike finds them both. Double kill for the Fanny. Tempest of Blades having to be forced out by Ryzen, as he now going to be chasing down Sun. He wants to look for it, getting dropped real low. Dawning Light not going to land. He now has his eyes set on Zanri. Will he be able to get him the smoke screen? Going to prevent him from moving forward. E2max is a bit too far up. He has the black shoes, but now he is completely out of position.
Oh, that's got to be frustrating because it was just one hit and he couldn't get it even with the black shoes, and then he was a little bit too overextended at that point.
Yeah, this seems to be a game of last hits. I mean, it all started with Renzio, and now even IDNS walk away with the exact same situation. No heart guard, but it still works out. Kelra?
I see taking massive damage. The Wesker working out, even trying to swap the Nibiru to finish the job, but luckily Pops the Sprint is able to get out of there.
What a big brain play that was. What a big brain. Who would have, I don't know. Personally for me, if you're in Kelra's position, who in the right mind thinks I'm going to hide in Tribe Rush and pull this off, even though knowing that Zanri is coming back out of base?
I mean, maybe he likes to live dangerously, right? This guy is, he likes to play that way, and sometimes it pays off. Actually, more times than not, it pays off. 71.43% it pays off.
Look, he's been gone for a while, and he wants to make that TikTok highlight. He's going to do it.
I think we've definitely been seeing Beatrix players be a lot more daredevil-ish recently, since they have seemed to reach a consensus that Wesker is one of the only guns left that really hasn't been nerfed that hard, so can really output a lot of damage to unsuspecting people. And yes, even though it should be dangerous to hide in that bush, the rewards sometimes do outweigh the risks.
So what I'm wondering, too, is we saw the damage coming out from Sun, right, with that Abysm Strike that he had. And again, he's been in the XP lane, so I guess he's not needed that. He doesn't have to be in the gold lane. They find another kill in the bottom lane. Ryzen now 2 versus 1, has the Heart Guard. Tempest Blade's going to come out. Can they find a kill here? He's looking hard. Oh, man, the mega kill going over to Lois. Chaknu goes down as well. They find 2. 3. Make it 3.
Goodness, that is a big play coming in from IDNS. I think, you know, IDNS are reading the playbook, right? Because even for me, I was stating earlier into the game, yeah, they're probably gonna make sure that Chaknu is sitting on the top side, babysitting Kelra to make sure they can dominate that lane. And I would expect Natalia to actually do the same and match it. But no, IDNS, they thought one step ahead. Let's play on the opposite side. Let's play with the most kill pressure and ensue and get that snowball started.
Yeah, and I think it's working out for them really well so far. That's got to be devastating there for Omega. Nearly getting 2 kills, but Lois coming in at the perfect time to just pick off Ryzen. And even Chaknu, unluckily, not able to finish off the job. But because they're focusing on the EXP lane, Kelra is getting a lot of free farm. So I think that's something they have to pay attention to.
Well, not only that, let's not forget that they haven't been able to convert these kills into bigger objectives. So far, it's 1-to-1 in Turtles, and no structures have been taken.
Yeah, that's huge, actually. Now that you think, now that you mention it, there's no... I mean, it's great to have kills. It's great to have the gold lead. But, I mean, if you're not getting space on the map, especially leading into those objectives, it's just going to catch up to you. So they need to start focusing on actually getting some turrets down here. Also, Kelra picking up that Blade of Despair with that Weapon Master, he's going to do a lot more damage. We already saw the early damage potential, even without that.
Yeah, absolutely, and we can see now that they're still trying to play really the Dawning Light just barely missing Omega. They're definitely adjusting to this aggression from IDNS. They recognize, okay, we have thrown a few too many kills over to their side. Now we have to play a little more defensively. But just as we say that, Kelra, will Hot Guard be enough? No, it will not.
That's some good layering of CC coming in from IDNS. They made sure that they were timing the smoke screen as soon as that silence wears off. The falling star move comes in to get that mini stun and then completely blowing him up afterwards. So even Kelra with the flicker just was not enough to survive such an onslaught. So now, with the snowball that Zanri is able to accumulate for himself, they're starting to threatening the stronger sides of the map.
Yeah, this is exactly what I was talking about, right? When we saw this with Naomi, and at this point, I think even Naomi was a similar KDA, and it just shows how strong this Natalia pick can be, especially with, you know, the high and dry. You find a lane, you find a kill. Oh, you gotta be careful there, son. But yeah, this is exactly what I was talking about, and it starts to snowball the rest of your team. And they finally get a turret here. That's the first one, right? 7 minutes into the game. So this is their time to actually find these advantages that they've already built for themselves.
Yep, they do get the turtle as well as Ryzen now jumping on Angelina. He sees Sun is real low. Hard guard already on the link, but the flicker right into the tower will keep these 3 players of IDNS safe for now. Ryzen, he's thinking about it, but better not.
Huh. Interesting move made by Omega. Macro play was that they were going for a lane swap. They understood, hey, Renzio, he's having a hard time. He's 0-3, he needs a win somehow, and Izzy doesn't have that much kill pressure. So they try to go for a lane swap, but in that process, IDNS were able to actually obtain and didn't set up the waves good enough from the side of Omega to protect that bottom tier 1. This ends up in result that IDNS picks up a tower for free and now will conceive this bottom side from Omega. They're going to start pressing their advantages, and with the Lord spawning in about 65 seconds, things are just falling into place.
Will it be enough? As we've mentioned before, Smart Omega are a team that can definitely come back from deficits like this, and 2K, 8 minutes in, really isn't that big of an issue, especially when you consider that Ryzen is going to be scaling up very hard alongside Kelra towards that late game. So definitely can't count out either side right now, but IDNS looking to be in much more comfortable form as compared to Game 1.
Yeah, definitely. You know, Smart Omega's been in situations like this many times. That's what they're known for, right? The comeback kings. And at this point, I think they really need to be able to just take it easy a little bit, right? Get to those timers for themselves, because now, I mean, they're not so far behind like the previous game where in terms of IDNS being 10K gold behind, right? So it's still a salvageable game for Smart Omega, but I gotta say, IDNS is just controlling the pace so well, and a lot of that also has to do with Lois, again, performing very, very well on this Vandy, finding those picks, getting the mobility, but the pressure from Zanri on this Natalia is paying dividends, and now with this Lord coming up here, I still think that if they decide to focus on the Lord and clash it out, it could still possibly go anyway, unless Zanri finds someone out in the open and makes it an automatic numbers advantage.
No, I absolutely agree with you, Naisu. I think Omega are definitely in a position where they can actually fight back. I mean, recent item power spike coming in from IDNS at the 28K mark, we still haven't seen those purchases, which means the gold distribution is kind of relatively even here and nobody's getting too far ahead.
Oh, but the Pistol Strike nearly taking out Ryzen, if not for the hard guard. Now Sun in trouble, Renzio holding a lot of damage. They will be able to pick off the Deer off as Lois not in position to be able to finish that off. But we can see in the bottom side as well, Kelra getting chased back to base after being hunted down by Izzy, who is now slightly out of position, but this is an Esmeralda, should have no problem walking away.
But that's a nice start, right? And Zanri picking up the Malefic Aurora is also a nice item pickup, because again, that's a huge factor, right? At what point do you have to stop worrying about Natalia in a game? I don't think there's any point in the game, because you always have to be conscious of, let's protect Kelra, but at the same time, we got to make sure that Ryzen can also make those plays on this mobile assassin that is Ling. So I feel like Renzio needs to buy a little bit more time for himself to get kind of caught up here, because he is going to be kind of that front line. And now Look at the mid.
Ryzen gonna be targeted instantly. Bursts down. Abyssal Strike on 2 people. Forces the black shoes out. They find 2. Kelra finds 1 in return, but he's dropping real low. Renzio is able to zone out Izzy though, so the Beatrix is safe for now. 2 for 2 trade.
Okay. Okay, I'm starting to get the idea here. It looks like Omega have kind of conceived this earlier stages of the game. They understand, yes, we are behind, but they're at no point of this game will they be able to outscale IDNS esports, right? They are waiting for IDNS to make a mistake. And I think IDNS, yes, they want to press the tempo, but they also see the amount of potential that Omega could bounce back in case of a macro mistake. If they end up getting, I don't know, a full Savage given over to Omega, I think Omega will take that lead and run away with it. Looking at the item list so far, I mean, everybody's in some really good spirits here. 3 items coming in from Dairoth. We're seeing that Fanny's in a very comfortable position. High burst, 3 items already built. But more importantly, Izzy needs to speed up. If he gets this Ice Queen's wand, it could really put a full stop to Omega's plans.
Meantime, though, Falling Star Moon on E2 Max forces out the Black Shoes. Zanri, the damage from Kelra! Angelina now being targeted in the backline, and E2 Max is the target of Lois. Instead, Ryzen finds his target. Lois, unfortunately, not able to do the same, so Omega bites back.
This is what I was saying, right? You just find those little moments where IDNS makes the mistake here. We saw the damage potential coming out from Kelra, and then it was followed up from Ryzen to get the picks off, and now with Lord being the focus here.
Yep, now they see IZ is in place. They want to zone him out. They want this Lord Renzio as well as Ryzen right on top of him will be able to zone him out. Sun now in the bush looking for it, but is scouted out by Renzio. IZ in position. I think Omega, they're probably not going to force this right now. They're still not in the best position, but they are keeping the Lord in check. Will they be able to take this away? Falling Star Moon once again onto Kelra and the backline. Dotting Light, not quite enough damage. Hard guard onto Ryzen. Will it be enough as Tempest Blaze will avoid Lois? Abyssal Strike missing completely. Sun gonna drop over to the side of Omega. The rest of IDNS forced to retreat, leaving Izzy alone in the lurch. Ryzen chasing him down. Puppet on the string finds his target, but the Falling Star Moon actually stuns too. Zanri finding Kelra in the backline. That is pretty good for them as Loris gets the unstoppable on the Ling as well. Zanri finally falls, but he's done his job.
Talk about chaos there, right? I mean, just one after another. And yeah, Smart Omega loses their jungler, so they can't actually, you know, go for the Lord. Lois is still up, but I don't know if they actually find another kill here.
Oh, they're gonna find E2 Max. He doesn't have the black shoes. Killing spree going over to IZ.
Huge pick coming in from IDNS. Really huge. Now the numbers advantage are in their favor, and they can actually find their end game mechanic in their Lord. And this is great. Now, Omega, unfortunately, what they wanted to do was take this Lord and threaten IDNS to make some presence. But the delay, IDNS just played it smart, looked for the delay, slowed them down, and now with IZ, with an Ice Queen's wand, this is going to be really difficult if he gets on top of Kelra.
Big pickup, as you said, the Ice Queen wand, man. I mean, that alone will be a obstacle in itself for Smart Omega. We're to check out this instant replay here. As you mentioned, you know, they were trying to just kind of bait IDNS from making a mistake here, but unfortunately, it kind of backfired a little bit on them, especially with Zanri. As you saw, he found Kelra. He did his job. At this point in the game, that's exactly what Zanri needs to do, and that's exactly what Smart Omega needs to be aware of. Where is Zanri coming from? Is Kelra okay? Because as soon as we commit the Heart Guard over to Ryzen, that's going to be tough.
I mean, the big problem is that Omega right now, their main carry is going to be Kelra for the time being.
In the meantime, though, Heart Guard already being used on Renzio, which means that Ryzen doesn't have it, but is still able to find Angelina. Sun gonna drop to the Tamis as well. Even a double kill onto the Natalia. He's still alive right now, dueling up there in the top lane. Now going to be able to get away from Lois. Chaklu, unfortunately, no longer in the Heart Guard. Might be in trouble, but Sprint gets him out of there. Izzy gonna have to get away. He has Sprint as well, so Puppet on a string, not going to land.
Man, I mean, that was crazy because we didn't get to see it on the camera, but that was a double kill there for Renzio, so that was a big play. Kelra's got to be careful here, though, too. He does have the damage, as you just saw, able to actually be quite threatening here, and now they're going to be focused on the mid lane.
Yeah, they need to crack this open as soon as possible. They need a bigger map to play with, and more importantly, with 78 seconds on the clock until this Luminous Lord is back up and running, Omega will have to play it slow and take their time, waiting for IDNS to make that mistake. Now, if we look at the damage charts here, Ryzen is in a good position where he's dealing a lot of damage. Kelra unable to keep up, mainly because Zanri has been keeping him in check, but on top of that, the rest of the IDNS members evenly distributed, taking 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th place in terms of highest damage in this game so far. Omega are extremely careful with how they move around the map now.
You can see in terms of the player gold as well. Despite not doing a lot of damage overall, Lois is actually the richest player on the field. Ryzen not too far behind. So in terms of net worth, both teams are quite even. Only a 1k lead for the side of IDNS, which means that right now, the game can still go either way. It's just that IDNS have a slight structure advantage.
Yeah, right now, exactly that, right? They can continue to push that bottom lane in, so Smart Omega always kind of has to babysit that. Make sure that you have someone to handle those waves pushing in, and now that this Lord is coming up in just about 14 seconds, it's going to be a tough one because you have to be super careful on your approach, the decision-making, and just not lose one to Zanri, because that will be your best option here. So Zanri's job, literally find Kelra. That's the best target you can find here, or force Et2Max even to use the Black Shoes so he doesn't have that reset available to him.
But who's going to be looking for him, right? Renzio has to deal with the front line. E2Max, he's at threat against Zanri as well. If he shows up, then maybe we can see the IDNS starts pulling back, but it's all about who can find that first pick. And even for Chaknu, that Heart Guard is just way too valuable to put himself at risk. So they have to clump up together, as you can see in the mid lane, as for making sure that they can cover each other's backs, because they cannot afford to walk away from this bubble.
I think what's important for Smart Omega right now is not just the positioning of their players, but a lot of pressure on Chaknu to decide who he's going to be using the Heart Guard on, because that is a very valuable ultimate. And right now, he has to choose between keeping it for Kelra, using it on Ryzen, or potentially saving Renzio in many of these fights, because Tamas is having a little bit of difficulty. 2 members of IDNS have Dominance Ice, even Zanri picking up the Sea Halberd on top of that to negate all of Omega's regen.
I feel like, you know, now that we see these items here, and Renzio has pretty darn good itemization, right? And we saw earlier, a couple minutes ago, that double kill that he got with the Heart Guard. So he's actually quite tanky now. And he can start kind of being that front line for Omega, whereas Chaknu can, yeah, make the decision who's the best target here. Because Renzio was struggling in the beginning of the game, and now he's fine. So he's actually going to go ahead and just try to see if he can force something from IDNS.
Yeah, Renzio is pretty self-sustaining as well. With the changes to Thalmos, he's able to sustain quite a bit with his new ult. Man, he gets a lot of HP out of that. And with Vengeance, that's going to buy him a double amount of time.
In the bottom lane, an attempt being made on the bottom inhibitor is putting Zanri out of position. That's going to be a free kill. Ryzen takes a lot of damage from the Dawning Light, but they find one of their primary problems, the Natalia taken off the board. I'm pretty sure they now have their eyes on the Luminous Lord.
I think they should press their advantages here. Like E2Max, he doesn't mind taking a little bit more. Now that Zanri is done, he can take damage and then still use the Black Shoes safely. So they're going to move up, take control of mid, and then start to look for the Lord. IDNS, either they delay for the next 20, maybe 25 seconds to allow Zanri to travel over, or they just duke it out 4v5.
We're gonna find out. Renzio and Chaknu already working on it. Angelina gonna be found out by E2Max as IC tries to zone them out, but it's not going to be enough. Ryzen now coming in, the enemy jungler. Nowhere near Lord. He gets the steal on the Lord. Shutdown on the Esmeralda, but does it matter? He got what he was looking for.
That was a great steal there. I mean, that buys time, but I was gonna say too, you know, Smart Omega has to be super careful because you don't want to be caught in that position there around that Lord pit, and now they have to defend here. So they should be fine to defend. It was a great try because also Kelra was forcing Angelina back. But if Angelina goes back on the Xavier, you still have that Dawning Light potential to steal, and they didn't even need that.
Yeah, they threw everything. Honestly, well done to IDNS. This is some great coordination. They threw their bodies, Izzy specifically, threw his body in, using the sprint to run in. Angelina goes in, times the Dawning Light with Izzy running in at the same time. And Lois goes flying with a Retribution to try and secure.
Ooh, speaking of flying, Lois setting up a lot of damage for the Dawning Light. Abyssal Strike going to miss completely. And Sun is now at the mercy of Omega. Gets picked off by Kelra. Kelra, who now has the hard guard on him. They've already managed to clear up the Lord. They're looking for more now, but a nice Mystic Field gonna stop the chase. Woo! Angelina doing loads of damage now.
That was, I mean, either way, right? Decisions were made there, and Smart Omega able to find a kill, but also the decision for Lois to just be like, you know what, I'm going to check out of here, I'm going to go push the top lane up, and then I'm going to go back to base, because they have to keep the pressure here on Smart Omega on all fronts, and that's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, and unfortunately, even though Kelra was at kill, was supposed to die there, he still is really quick on the button with his Winds of Nature, but Ryzen now going for Izzy.
Yep, they're going to be jumping on top of the Esmeralda, but he is so tanky. Loy's providing some backup, but it's not enough. And now Ryzen, all of his shield is gone, but the double shotgun from Kelra nearly taking out the Fanny. Now E2 Max in trouble as Andre finds the kill. He sacrifices his life, but again, a 1-for-1 trade is exactly what he's looking for.
Is that, I mean, is that worth it for Xanri to continue to do that, right? Like, to sacrifice himself in a way to just find a target here. This time around, it was E2 Max. Do you think that's worth it, Gideon?
Personally, I think it's really worth it. At this stage of the game, Natalia, yes, she's extremely valuable to take out someone like Kelra, right? But now, Omega have started to scale. The gold leads 62k to 63k. They basically all have max items at this stage of the game, right? So every death with the long death timer, a 4v5 is actually ideal for IDNS, who have itemized to make sure that they start peeling backwards. They're really, really tanky with Izzy as well. So they can pick and choose when to go in and out of fights, where Omega, if they go in, they have to go in hard.
They really do, and it is kind of curious that they decided to go on to IZ. Yes, he's the only one that they saw at that point, but there's no point using the hot guard against an Esmeralda because it just doesn't matter to him in the first place. Both players now going to respawn. The Luminous Lord going to be entering the field yet again. This is the final evolution, and both these teams gonna be looking for a very juicy objective right now. Omega, the ones on top of his Xanri in the backline, he finds Kelra, picked off. Xanri loses his life, but again, he's done his job. IZ buying a lot of time, hard guard on Ryzen. They want to look for the Lord, and IZ is just buying so much time. Abyss of Strike going to take out E2 Max, and now Ryzen isn't on the Lord. Lois is the one in control. Rencio pops the vengeance, but a nice catch in the back line. Shut down, double kill, triple kill going over the Sun. As the unstoppable streak's gonna be shut down. Maniac going over the IDNS Esports.
What a save! What a save coming in from Angelina, denying 2 from the Lord Pit to allow Lois to do God's work. Well done, IDNS.
Before that all happened, I was going to say Smart Omega does not want to fight in that pit because of Xavier and Aloys, and there you go. They do it. They take it 1-1. IDNS taking down Smart Omega.
The comeback kings from the Philippines have been denied their victory as IDNS proves that no team at MSC 2022 can be underestimated. We are starting off day 2, ladies and gentlemen, with a 1-to-1 matchup, and I am very excited to see how the day is going to continue.
Woo, what a game that was. Sun did a great job. Kelra, unfortunately, getting picked off there made it so bad for Smart Omega. And on top of being in a bad position inside of that Lord Pit, you hate to see it. A huge win for IDNS.
Yeah, you can see, you know, the back room there, the coaches and everything else. They deserve to be happy. That was a great performance from IDNS. And again, it was a collective effort, right? Because there was some struggle there, here and there. Smart Omega showed signs of, you know, that traditional comeback king kind of style. They're buying time, Omega timers like we call it in the Philippines. But man, Xanri wasn't having it. He found the target each time, and that time, that last fight, it was actually just finding Kelra, because if you get Kelra out of the picture, any Beatrix player in general, they lose so much damage potential, and he found that target so well. So big props to Xanri on that one.
Yeah, and honestly, we didn't even talk about how much of a win this is in terms of the bigger picture of Group C. The fact is, IDNS is in a position where they're basically in the group of death. They've got RRQ and as well as Smart Omega in the same group, and there's only 3 people in this group. One of these teams have to go home today.
Yup, and we're already seeing that IDNS, they're not ready to just step down and say, oh, we're gonna give the slots to you guys. No, they are here for a reason. They want to move to the playoffs just as much as everyone else, perhaps even more than everyone else, because it is quite rare for them to have this opportunity to stand on such an international stage. And we are already seeing an amazing performance from this team. After all, when you look at Smart Omega, this is most of the lineup of the defending MSC champions. They've already had a game taken away from them. What will the future hold in store?
I don't know, man. I mean, I know, I'm from the Philippines, and I just gotta say, this is typical for Smart Omega, right? Don't count them out yet, but we can't also count out IDNS because what a performance. And this is what we kind of saw yesterday as well with the teams, especially Falcon Esports, because man, anything can happen here. We're seeing it with the picks, we're seeing it with the compositions, the decision making, and I feel like there's so much more that's going to happen for today. This is only the first series, right? So a lot will kind of come into play as we get through the day here, but a 1-to-1, we said it yesterday, this is possibly best case scenario for a lot of the fans out there.
Yeah, huge. It's so huge, and it's a great possibility. Let's have a look at the item builds before we move any further. 20-19 was that kill score. That's how close this game was, ending with a gold score of 72,000 coming in from IDNS and 66,000 coming in from Omega. When you're looking at the team compositions, obviously one seems to be a little bit better than the other in its own aspect, and a lot of it comes down with Zanri on this Natalia, opening up that space and helping that early game making and threatening a lot of the big members coming in for Omega. Lilia is under threat from Zanri, and most importantly, Kelra is under threat from Zanri. But let's not forget about someone else. Sun has had so much damage in this game, reducing their defensive stats, allowing people like Zanri to do God's work. And if we look at the damage stats, by no surprise, I should be expecting to see, yes, we are seeing Xavier having the highest damage out of everybody else. Again, you mentioned this in day one, Naisu. At a certain point, 15 seconds, you are just seeing the dawning light coming from downtown.
Yeah, and you pointed out during that last fight, getting the lockdown there on two members of Smart Omega was just so key, because there was moments where Smart Omega was kind of tipping the favor in their favor, or the tide in their favor for that team fight. But then because of Angelina finding those right moments, it came back to theirs, and it allowed Lois to just go ahead and safely get that last Lord.
Yeah, it's clutching. It's just clutching. Let's have a look at the MVP this time round, going over to the man of the hour, Lois, coming in from IDNS, carrying that mid to later stage of the game, rushing in and forcing out and going for a double Wind Talker on top of everything else.
That is a very interesting build there coming out from Lois, but the fact that the Fanny is going to be getting the MVP here goes to show that this hero, if anyone was wondering if Fanny was still relevant in the meta, well, you have your proof right here. Both games, Fanny already been on the winning team. We can see in the highlights here, obviously, just based off of this draft, IDNS wants to go for a very aggressive early game. And that's fine for Omega, because they usually want to come back later on. But I think it came down a little bit to the draft here, and the itemization from IDNS, just denying all of the regen, denying all of the armor coming out of Omega.
Again, I just think they had a lot of great tools, right, to work with, and when the times that Sun did land that Abysm Strike, it just showed just how much damage was packed in there, even though he went to the XP lane, right? And also, I want to make a point here. This is, again, what I would say for Chaknu. It's a little against what we're used to seeing from him, where he was he's on a more passive hero, right? This is why I think he shines the most when he's able to get those tanks, but they handled it in the draft, right? They banned all his signature heroes out pretty much, and it forced him to fall back on that Angela, which does work well with a Ling, but again, it's against the kind of aggressive playstyle that Chaknu is kind of known for, that Chak Mamba style.
Yep, I mean, you can see in the player cam, Sun is extremely happy about that win, and I think it's well-deserved. It really is well-deserved. Eventually, you would be wondering about how those lane matchups were going to go, and I think that's one of the bigger concerns, right? We were like, okay, who exactly is going to have to deal with this Beatrix, and how is Natalia going to impact the map? But at the end of the day, they knew what this playbook seemed to be and played a little bit slightly different, just enough difference to edge out this win.
Yep, we already mentioned the need for transformation on the side of IDNS before the game, and it does look like they managed to pull that off. A really good game to them, but this is still a 1-1 tie, so the fates of both these teams are going to be reliant on the next few games. For game number 2 today, though, we are going over to the next group. Group D, it is going to be a matchup between Orange Esports from Malaysia and Impunity KH from Cambodia.
I feel like that's going to be just what I like to call a slobber knocker. I mean, it's just going to be a battle of just two aggressive teams playing at each other. And I mean, I've even casted games for Impunity in the past, and I'm looking forward to see what they bring here to the MSC stage. And I know you guys probably have a lot to say about Orange Esports, but it's going to be awesome.
Yeah, no, it really is. And I think, with a lot of these teams, especially from the smaller regions, looking for scrims, for any teams out there within Southeast Asia, you get little snippets of how good they actually are. Again, these could be rumors, these could just be gossip. It's a little difficult to tell, especially when you're casting on this desk and they're a little hesitant to give you that sort of valuable information, but I'm excited for this one.
Yep, but without further ado, that's gonna do it for game 1 today. Of course, we gotta thank our sponsors, official content partner, TikTok partners in esports, Secret Lab, esports charts, media partners, EGG Network, and Me Watch. We will see you guys after this break.
Saya lahir di Palembang dan besar di Manado. Tidak seramai seperti Jakarta, tetapi saya cinta kota Manado. Serasa di rumah itu yang membuatnya istimewa.
Ang probinsya ko ay Naik, Cavite. Maliit lang na baryo na bandang dagat. Sobrang ganda. Natutunan ko ang halaga ng buhay. Atin to.
Untuk saya berasa tenang apabila saya berdoa dan tetap fokus pada kepercayaan saya.
Hindi naging madali ang buhay ko. Sobrang daming paghihirap at sagabal. Kaya gusto kong nasa taas, sa ibabaw, at natutunan ko na laging tumungo pataas.
Itu adalah bagian dari budaya bangsa kita. Tidak pernah berhenti untuk bekerja keras tanpa melewati batas. Tetap selalu berpijak dan melangkah.
Kahit maging sino ako.
Tak kira bila.
Akan selalu kuingat.
At tatandaan ko ang pinanggalingan ko.
Budaya bangsa kita.
Our value.
Kepercayaan kita.
Our hope.
Gagawin ko ang lahat para ipagtanggol.
Apapun untuk membuat negaraku bangga.
Galing sa pinanggalingan ko ang lakas ko.
Motivasiku.
Dan selamat datang.
it is time for us to talk about the MSC, the origin, and what it has become. Let's roll back to the very beginning. The Mobile Legends Bang Bang Southeast Asia Cup, or MSC, was established in 2017, regarded as one of the first official MLBB major tournaments hosted by Moontone. The first MSC was held in Jakarta, Indonesia, featuring a total of 8 teams. IDNS of Thailand took home the first ever MSC trophy. The MSC 2018 was refreshed with a brand new format and the participation of 2 more countries, Myanmar and Vietnam. Now featuring 10 teams, the crown was once again snatched away from the home country, Indonesia. Aether Main ended up sweeping the countrymen Digital Devils Pro 3-0. In the following year, MSC 2019 has shifted its host country to the Philippines. There are a total of 12 teams from 9 countries in Southeast Asia. And it was Onyx Esports that defeated fellow Indonesian representatives Lure Esports to claim the championship. Nonetheless, MSC continued on in the following year. Though it was fully online, the tournament achieved a record high concurrent viewer count for MSC. MSC 2021 saw another all-Filipino grand final between Blacklist International and Execration. And it was Execration that ascended to be the new king of the sea, with MSC 2022 returning to a live tournament setting. For instance, can Smart Omega, who inherited the MSC 2021 champion roster, defend their title this year? While Onyx Esports and IDNS could increase their MSC trophy tally to 2. Will the home country curse continue in MSC 2022? Can the Philippines representatives claim the MSC title for the 3rd time? Or will there be a new victor, the next king of the sea? Let the new legends unfold. See you at MSC 2022 for the supremacy!
Slay the enemies, bury the monsters, rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Races run, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright, it puts their eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood. Fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle, win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We monsters rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Raise it strong, hit it hard, giving the best shot. Going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it puts their eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy.
The bloody battle for the final slots at the MSC 2022 playoff rages on as we welcome all of you back to day 2 of MSC right here in Kuala Lumpur. Of course, we again have to recognize our sponsors as always for bringing all of this and making all of it possible. MSC is of course powered by Moonton. Also, a big thank you to our official content partners, TikTok, partner in esports, Secret Lab, esports charts, and media partners, EGG Network, and Me Watch. My name is once again Staffa. Alongside with me is again Gideon, as well as Naisu on the caster desk.
Happy to be back here. After that short break, we got reinvigorated, but also just to again remind the viewers at home to make MSC events part of your daily routine for the next week. So right now, MSC events preview. There's tons of rewards. MSC emblem. Flare. There's MSC emotes. There's the special skin. Make sure you guys go ahead and join those events in the game. There's plenty of them. We talked about it before. We love giving free stuff away.
Yep, again, based on what I heard, the skin is the Jarhead Space Explorer, so let's keep in mind that, yes, for the rest of this week, on top of the guest coins and on top of this pass, there's just so much to be earned, but coming back to wait, this day, it's going to change everything, right? Because it's going to be 2 days. We've already had one, and the second day, another 2 teams are going to drop. So if we're looking at the schedule right now, things are pretty spicy, but we have to move on to another group. Group D, starting off with Orange Esports up against Impunity. Something that we've been pretty interested on, Sadafa, especially since Orange Esports, what a run they had in the regular MPL MY.
Yep, I think the two of us here on the casters desk, obviously we're Malaysian casters. There's gonna be a little bit of internal bias there, but yeah, I think Orange Esports is a name that many of us would not be expecting to see here on the MSC stage alongside all of these other big veterans. They really had a Cinderella run in MPL MY last season, and I'm excited to see what they bring to the table. Starting things off, we have to play a lineup for Orange Esports consisting of Valence, Min, Man, Gary, and Born. I think, Gideon, you're going to have a lot to say about this.
Yeah, absolutely. We immediately have to start talking about Min and Aman, who's had some professional experience before, but this is their first time, as well as Gary, Born, and Valence on the international stage. The twins have a connection like no other.
I was going to say, they look like twins.
They are twins. The only difference is the way they style their hair, and even then, it's still difficult to tell them apart.
They're twins, and they're literally playing Roam in mid. Talk about like actual twin synergy.
Right, right. It's crazy. Okay, that's not the only crazy thing. That's not the only thing that they can play. They can actually switch things up within their own. But we have to talk about your team here, Impunity KH.
Well, My team. Okay. Well, you know, I love Impunity, and it's going to be rostered here by Deja, Tai, Senpai, Opie, and Boom. And I love that we have Senpai in the tournament, also a Sensei, right? This is nice stuff. And I also got to say, I have casted before in previous tournaments for Impunity, and they look good. So I can't wait to see what they bring out here. Especially, I want to pay attention to Opie. As you saw his signature.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I knew you were going to point that out. His signature hero, Benedetta. Will he pull it out in this series? For you, hopefully.
I hope so, because ever since we've been watching Impunity KH, and ever since I've seen Opie play Benedetta on an international stage, it is shocking. Most people would be shooketh, as they say these days. It's insane what he's able to pull off. But against a team like Orange Esports, I don't know. I feel like this could go both ways, especially since the coach, North King here, he is no stranger to this scene. He understands what's going on, and more importantly, he understands his own team the best.
Yeah, absolutely. But it always does come down to a bit of a duel between the coaches as well. Yes, it is the 5 players on stage that are going head to head, but there's also a lot of psychological and mental warfare between the coaches. How well have they prepared their players to go up against teams that might be a little less known? How well can they prepare them to go up against people that have larger hero pools, stranger hero strategies? We will find out here, but I am excited to see this game because we know Orange Esports tends to be fairly aggressive in the early game, banking off of that twin synergy. But on the opposite side, from what I've seen, Impunity KH really rotates really fast around the map.
I gotta say, you know, Group D is, I think for all of us, the wild card group.
Yep.
Literally, you look at every team, they all have their strengths, they all have their weaknesses, they all have distinct but even similar type of play styles, and it could just work in anybody's favor here. That's why I am so excited. When we saw Group D initially after the draw, I was like, this is the group to keep an eye on because there could be some outliers here.
Absolutely, and I mean, you know, Orange Esports, their pre-game ritual, they say their prayers before their games and they're ready to bring it to Impunity KH here. Now, this is their first time being at an international tournament. Impunity, however, have been in international tournaments before, multiple times as a matter of fact. T as well as OP are very staple names for Impunity KH. So, that veterancy might be the edge that they need to edge out against Orange Esports.
That's always a big question on top of our heads when it comes down to these newer teams on these big stages. But the drafting phase is going to be the one giving us all the answers we need. Has Orange Esports grown enough to be able to compete with these international champions? We will find out. They will be on the first pick here, and Impunity KH on the opposite side on the red.
Standard bans, I would say. You know,
Yep.
it's nice to see, I guess, Julian going to be taken out of the picture here because we don't have to sit here and talk about him a bunch, right? Because that's what we did day one. That's what we started today because he is a big factor. So he's going to be banned out. Valentina, obviously the response here from Impunity. The Xavier is also going to be taken out. So these are some already big kind of priority heroes either picked or banned, and now they're out of the picture.
Rather interesting. I would have expected something else because we do see OE actually playing with Xavier themselves. Impunity KH also getting rid of the Akai. I'm expecting Wanwan to come out sometime soon, but from Impunity KH, I don't think Orange Esports is just going to pass it off anytime soon, especially since Valens is playing in the gold lane.
Yep, if we are to consider the heroes that Orange Esports will generally prioritize quite heavily, it is going to be the 1-1 for Valens, the Fanny for Gary, as well as heroes like the Franco for Min in the mid lane. They ban out the Hilda as well, so they are aware of Impunity's ability to rotate around the map very quickly. We know Orange Esports, they still want to scale up, so they want to make sure their early game is more comfortable.
Oh, wow, that's a lot open there. They ban out the Fanny, so Wanwan is available, and we haven't seen Wanwan in the tournament for quite some time here.
Beatrix as well.
Beatrix as well, but again, Wanwan is just a free win in so many regions.
Why do you feel that? I am curious because maybe it's different in your region, but I feel like 1-1 typically it can struggle, right? And so for you guys,
yes.
Why do you think 1-1 is almost an automatic like advantage or win?
Now, Wanwan has everything a marksman needs. She has mobility, she has a way to cleanse CC, and an instant way to just win a lot of her trades. It's quite unfair, in a matter of fact, and I think a lot of people can agree that Wanwan needs a bit of a change. And I think in this particular situation, right, yes, she does have matchups that she just generally struggles in, and if she doesn't get her items as well, yes, she will find her struggles, but her comeback potential is way too high, and I think Impunity KH are going to make sure, hey, if we're going to be oppressive, let's start from the get-go. Let's immediately get the Ling. Let's look to take out this Wanwan as soon as possible.
I really like this response coming out of Impunity here. Picking up the Ling at this point is usually something you wouldn't be able to lock in as the second pick. But since the 1-1 was prioritized, they get that. That really supports their style of playing super fast rotations around the map. And they're going to back it up with a Hylos as well. This is an interesting pick because so far we have only seen Hylos picked up one time, and that was when Todak played it in the jungle.
I'm wondering if this was... Would you consider this, like, in a way, a counter to the 1-1? I mean, you slow her down a little bit, right, with the Glorious Pathway. You also have some CC available to you. So is that enough to answer that? Because, yeah, she can actually, you know, get one free getaway card here. But is that enough? Like, do they continue to round this out towards the 1-1 for Orange Esports? Or what do they go with, Gideon?
I think with Impunity KH, they have to understand that naturally Orange Esports is going to look for something that can actually peel for Wanwan. So we're seeing Ruby, we're seeing Lilia very lean towards making sure that this Wanwan is going to be okay. So Impunity has to figure out, not only, yes, we can run her down, we can catch her off, no problem. We have an assassin that can do exactly that, but we need to have some form of first rotation control. So I think lane priority is extremely important for Impunity KH.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially now that we have already seen the Roamer and Mage picked up by Orange Esports. Is it pretty common for them to pick up the Min-Man combo heroes quite early on? To respond to this, Impunity, they're going to be grabbing up the Lolita, a hero that has a very easy point and click stun, and also the shield to be able to block out the projectiles from the side of Orange.
That is a solid choice, because I actually, off the top of my head, I wasn't even thinking of Lolita. You know, because they already showed the Hylos here, but now, I mean, those two paired together, this is going to be a pretty hard lane, like front line to penetrate through. Not to mention, you have so much CC to watch out for. So I feel like that in itself is an obstacle for Orange Esports to work around, especially, you know, think about it. Glorious Pathway is dropped. Numinum Blast can come from either direction as well. And, you know, you still, meanwhile, have to be hitting those weak points to be able to crossbow of Tang. So I feel like, yes, they have the Ruby there for the CC. You know, they've got Lilia too, who can actually bait some of that out if possible. But I still feel like Orange Esports needs to build something, a little more assurance here, especially that could start in them for the jungle.
All right, now if we're looking at the bans, right, Impunity KH, they're doing something really smart. They understand, well, okay, one of the picks, Esmeralda specifically, because they already have a Hylos, and Hylos naturally just beats Esmeralda in lane for a good amount of time until about, what, level 9, level 10, arguably, but Glue as well. Both of these heroes is something that specifically Born likes to play. So maybe they're trying to take away Born's heroes and tell Orange Esports, hey, how about you put that Ruby into the EXP lane and find out a different support to actually roam around the map. Orange Esports, on the other hand, taking away the biggest problems, artillery mages, something that Wanwan can't naturally deal with, especially with heroes with Ice Queen's wands specifically. Burst potential coming in from Kagura, making sure that the mid lane is nice and clean for this Lilia.
So far, we are seeing the way that both these teams are drafting is very classic to their own individual styles. Orange banning out mages is because they want to retain mid lane control to make it easier for Min and Man to roam around the map. On the opposite side, with Impunity banning out Born's heroes, they want to make sure that the Hylos is able to roam around and support the Ling in their really fast-paced rotations across the map. You also have to note, because of how much teamfight setup they have, Min and Man usually are quite focused on catching people aggressively, which means that sometimes they leave the backline vulnerable.
I like the Claude pick. You know, I feel like that's also a good direct counter to Lilia, because if you go in with the Blazing Duet, you automatically, most likely, will pop or force the Black Shoes. So once that's out of the picture, again, this is going to be depending on these last 5 seconds here for the last 2 picks, but this is a great counter draft coming in from Impunity. There it is. They go ahead and take the Natalia plus the Baksha.
Wow. Okay. really, really interesting stuff here. Initially, I was thinking that Orange Esports, now that they had the Ruby, what could they pick? Could they look for more options in the EXP lane, or are they going to look elsewhere? How are they going to change up the roam position specifically? Do they want a tank roamer, or do they want to throw that into the jungle? So what they opted to do was take the Natalia as well as that Baxia. Good ways of peel for this dive composition that's shaping up for Impunity KH.
This is very interesting, and honestly, Nysa, you predicted this earlier. You were thinking that they're gonna force Orange Esports to move the Ruby into the EXP lane and pick something else instead. At first, I actually thought that wouldn't be the case because Min really likes playing on the Ruby, but he also really likes playing on this Natalia, which so far has been tearing up the Land of Dawn. I'm interested to see how well this will work, as now Impunity lock in their final hero, the Sicilian.
That is the infinite scaling mage right there, right? So immediately you have to think, if you're Orange Esports, we need to play aggressively, especially now that we have this Natalia, like we've seen from previous games. Find those picks, get a little bit of an advantage here, because if they take it too far into the game, I feel like it's going to be really tough with the front line that Impunity has, the amount of CC, and then all that scaling from a Sicilian pick.
See, that's where things are going to get a little dicey, right? It's kind of a push and pull, which side is going to attack which role. Because if Natalia gets on top of the Sicilian, I don't think there's a lot that Sicilian can do except pray that he survives the initial burst to get maybe his ult and Winter Truncheon off just in time. Because again, he has optimal ranges, but this dive composition, let's see if it can penetrate right through into Wanwan.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is our second match of day 2 at MSC 2022. It is going to be Orange Esports on the blue side going up against Impunity KH on the red side. I think we definitely have to pay a lot of attention to these first few minutes because these are two very aggressive early game teams.
Oh, there we go. Min's on top of OP. He wants to make sure that he can't breathe.
Yep, Min already doing a lot of damage here. He wants to force the retry, will successfully do so, and that's going to slow down the Ling's rotations. But now Min is out of position. T going to be backing up OP. Will the Natalia get away? Most likely not. This is just going to be a slow burn, but also time wasted from Impunity.
He's still going to get... Oh, okay, finally. First blood goes over and OP is like, is he going to get out of there?
Is he going to get away or what? But, I mean, this is kind of the risk, right, of the way you have... Okay, there's another balance. You got to be careful here. One shot and he gets him. This is early action, right? Going in favor of Impunity. And like I was saying, you got to be careful with Natalia because if you're a little bit too aggressive in your positioning like that, you don't want to give those early kills up.
Yeah, but also Valen's dying there in the gold lane isn't exactly ideal. I think he kind of disrespected how much damage Lolita's passive actually does in the earlier stages of the game. And yeah, you are a marksman, so again, gotta keep that in mind.
I also gotta think that Valens wasn't quite prepared to deal with the Lolita because usually Wanwan wants to attack to be able to move away from the opponent, but you naturally have this feeling that when Lolita brings up the Guardian's Bulwark, you don't want to attack her because it doesn't mean anything. But if he's not attacking, he cannot escape. And I think that moment of hesitation caused him to stay a little bit too long, resulting in a free kill.
That's true, that's true. The micromechanics is going to be extremely important here. Born hitting level 4, Min and Mon ready to engage.
Yep, they're already on top of T, but the Guardian's Bulwark is blocking a lot of damage. I'm Offender gonna find him in the backline. OP is still on top of the turtle, but he sees that Min is nearby. He secures it. Now going to be zoned out as Mon is forced to use the Black Shoes to escape. Glorious pathway, but Impunity not going to use it. They got what they were coming for.
I mean, that's what I think works so well for Boom here, right? You bring the Hylos because you can either use that Glorious pathway to either stop a fight from happening, like it's literally a cutoff, right? You can just cut people off from that, or you can use it to initiate fights on top of what Lolita brings to the table.
Wait, what just happened there? What just happened there? Deja doesn't have Flicker or anything like that. He uses Battle Mirror Image, and Valens did not want to go for the engage, even though Min was in the river and could easily collapse on him. What exactly was the call there, and why the hesitation from Valens?
It's quite curious, but another curious thing I just spotted is that Deja's not playing with the usual average. He actually has Killing Spree on his Claude, but now he's the one in danger. Min gonna find it with the execute. Now they want to get some revenge on the Natalia. Will be able to pick it up. Mon out of position, forced to use the Black Shoes. Here comes Gary though to provide some backup. Numan on Blast gonna find the Lilia and the Baxia as well. They pick up Mon, and Born a little bit too late to the party.
double kill for OP. And like I said, this is a guy you have to keep your eyes on because he performs so well on these assassin junglers, especially Ling, right? We've seen it before, and we're seeing it now. So he's already got a 3-0 lead in the jungle. He's going to be scaling very well into the game. And, you know, at that point, like, Gary has to kind of match that. You are a boxer. You're a little bit slower here in terms of what you can provide damage-wise. You're kind of that sturdy front line for your team. And this is going to be a kind of a test for Gary, especially with his type of playstyle from what I've seen in your guys' regions.
Yep, but now they're going to be holding on, and unfortunately, they weren't able to get the ult off from Ruby to catch anybody, and now they're just going to back away, but this does give an opportunity for Impunity KH to start looking around the map, right? They have to contest bot side, and immediately they do see the initial invade in the jungle.
Yep, they're gonna be trying to go on top of OP. Min and Gary now want to take out this Ling, but the Numenon Blast gonna be coming in, finds the Baxia. OP jumping on top of Natalia in the backline, gets the mega kill, going over to the Ling. Glorious pathway now to try and cut off Gary, but Shield Unity will get him out.
That's tough. Again, this is what I'm talking about, right? Min has to be careful. Look at the damage potential. Black Shoe's going to be popped to keep him alive. So right now, look at all the gold they're getting as well. Oh, and off camera, another kill going over to actually Valens here.
Yep, Born going to be keeping T on lock under the tower, and that's a free kill on the Lolita as well. So even though Impunity found a great trade, they are now 2-man down. Orange, they want to ideally use this to get the turtle, but OP is still alive, so it is quite risky.
I think they're trying to bait him out here to make him walk up to do something and then maybe look to turn because they can't really contest it. Yep, there we go. We see it again. Gary, he is going to go for the next best target as Deja is taking punishment after punishment from their support as well as their gold laner.
That slow is so strong, you know, from that glorious pathway. And now he should be able to defend this somewhat. And no, it's not looking good, but it actually flickers out. He should be fine.
Yeah, you will be forced to use the flicker board. Looking for it. Does he have I'm offended? He doesn't, but it's enough as Min comes in to provide backup. Deja now is looking for the Ruby smoke screen. Not enough to keep him alive as T now providing backup. Senpai coming in as well with Bat's Feast. RNG Esports going to make a wise decision to immediately back away.
Man, Orange Esports are playing extremely nervous here. They are making some very sloppy micro-mechanic mistakes. Like, why there's so much hesitation to their moves that they are delaying themselves 0.5 seconds off from actually profiting off of a good play, but they just doubt it. Now Valens going in the middle of the fight.
Ooh, Valens, he could be in trouble, but he's actually able to get away. Mon uses the black shoes now. Tempest plays. Valens has no way out. He's going to go unstoppable streak, going over to OP as Deja finds the top tier 1 tower as well. There's a small skirmish up here, but no casualties.
Was that just a bad decision of positioning for Valens there? I mean, he was in a weird position to try to get something off there, and he just ended up sandwiching him.
Actually, that was a pretty smart play coming in from Valens. He throws it out preemptively, knowing that it's going to come back, but OP notices this and repositions so he doesn't get that last weakness point. But Born now taking the brunt of the damage.
Will he be able to survive this? This is a 1v2 situation. T, all he's doing is keeping him in place long enough for the kill to go over to the Claude, and now Deja going to be able to get some farm his way as well.
This is tough right now. Yeah, the hesitation is obviously showing here for Orange Esports, and I feel like maybe, again, this is just, they need to settle in, but in a best of 2, you don't have much time.
Yep, Gary now trying to go on top of T, but because of that, they know that Orange Esports' jungler is up here in the top lane. Impunity trying to make a move on the turtle, but it's Min who's going to be able to zone them out. Valens wants to preserve this objective for Gary, who is now coming in, but here comes OP. Tempest the plays already dropped down, but Valens secures the turtle. Crossbow of Dying finds the shutdown on the Ling as Min jumps into the backline, finds the Sicilian as well. Senpai did not know what hit him.
Oh no!
Forward, but misses the I'm offended right into the 2-man Numenon Blast, catching out Gary as well. The Baxia goes as a killing spree to Deja, but they find one more. That's going to be the Lanita dropping down. Boom just barely surviving with the tiniest sliver of HP.
Okay, that was crazy because there was just timing after timing, and then they turned it around because Valens was still in the back doing his thing. And now OP fighting for the buff. He should be fine, but look at the damage coming out. It's too much from Valens. Pop the crossbow of Tank 2, and once again, Senpai able to stay alive.
Now, somebody tell me why 1-1 isn't unfair. I mean, he used this ult twice within, I don't know, like 40 seconds or something. Maybe it's just me. Maybe he's just OP. But now they're going to go into their next engagement.
Yeah, Valens is in a really bad spot. Min not going to be able to save him. The two-man Numenon Blast secures mega kill, double kill going over to Deja. The last kill going to be secured by Senpai as well. Three-man picked out Min. He will get the shutdown on Claude, but that reveals his position. OP now hunting for the Natalia alongside Boom and Team Min. Actually does manage to sidestep it, just barely. He's now walking into Senpai, but he doesn't have his execute. He's gonna get taken out. Shutdown going to Senpai.
You still got to give it to him. You know, there was a little finesse there, and unfortunately, it just wasn't able to cap it off with an escape. But what a little play there. And at the same time, still, Impunity KH, even though it looks like they're kind of falling apart in some situations, they're still finding these moments where Orange Esports is either hesitating or they're just making some minor mistakes.
Yeah, I think Impunity KH are playing a good mechanical game so far, and unfortunately, Orange Esports, they're playing off of information, right? They need the information from Min before they make a decision, but unfortunately, once they don't have that information, the split decision making isn't as clean compared to Impunity so far.
Yeah, but the Luminous Lord is out. Nope, not Luminous. It is only the first Lord of the game. Valens is already on top of it as the rest of his team is zoning them out. Boom, gonna see that most of Orange Esports is here. You can see Min in the backline as well. OP jumping on Mon. Numenon Blast going to miss completely, even with the flicker. No. Boom now in the backline. The knockout from the Lord. Gary secures it. And now the Blazing Duet comes out in the backline. Link picks off Gary, but Deja gonna be taken out. But crossbow of tank. OP finds Mon as well. But here comes Valens once again. OP, not enough energy. But Valens is 1v3. He has to get out of this. Min in the back line still has execute. He goes on T. He does not. Oh, he does get OP. How does that happen? Min, he actually shoots. He's alive. What?
The finesse this time. He heard us and now he did it. What a move from Min.
Oh, the movement. The movement is so clean. It's so very clean. I didn't think he would catch OP, and you can definitely see it, like you can see his thought process. He's walking around, he's like, I don't see OP, I'm gonna go for the next best thing. And when he does, OP shows up and he's like, you know what, I think I could still go for this, right?
That was just overconfidence from OP. Once he saw he engaged on T, instead he thought, hey, I can get a free kill here. Min's just thinking, oh, well, there he is, and gets the kill. Even walking out, I thought he was gonna die to Senpai, and that still would have been worth it. That's just excellent gameplay from Min there.
Oh boy, unfortunate for Impunity KH, but they're not completely out. They do defend this Lord pretty well. However, the Lord empowered minions still putting some good effect, and they're also losing their purple buff too, which is so important for OP! Oh my goodness, he almost dies again!
Oh, that was dangerous right there. OP wasn't able to secure his purple buff. It was stolen away by Orange, being pulled off that wall. If more members of Orange were near board, that would have been an easy kill. Lucky for Impunity, there weren't more backup there, but you can see things are starting to shift.
Yeah, looking at the items so far, you can definitely see Deja. He gets his first two items and it's like, guys, I really need to get this anti-cuirass. How many times have I died already? 4 times? Okay, boys, we need to get this. Afterwards, I'm considering getting Winds of Nature at the very least.
Man, right now, it seems like, you know, Orange Esports was being hesitant early on, but now, I feel like they're finding their footing, right? And this is kind of expected for a team like Orange Esports, right? This is a big thing for them, and now they're finding those moments, but it's not over yet. They got to continue to play around Min to be able to pull those kind of finesse moves off, but also find the targets and force some things out from Impunity.
I do think we have to give big props to Min right here. He really is the spearhead of Orange Esports, and now going on top of OP, not gonna get the kill, but chases him away. He recognizes the Link, does not have purple. He's actually still going for it here. He wants to keep OP here as long as possible. Forces out the Tempest Ablaze. Here comes Ford, Valens, and they get the kill just for free like that.
Can I just say it again? Playing around those decisions that Min is making right there, forcing OP to stay. Lord's coming up in 4 seconds. They are going to be down their jungle for another 20. They have to play around this just carefully for Impunity.
Impunity didn't even see it coming, right? I mean, you can see that Orange was now moving over to the purple buff. They're going to take it away. Hopefully they don't die here. They shouldn't die here. They flicker out of there. Valens, he's fine. Don't worry about it. One more bad impact and maybe we can start talking about the fight. But Orange Esports cutting the map in half to eliminate the reinforcements.
Here comes the engage from Impunity. They find out Born. He's out of position. Gets an I am offended, but it's not going to be enough. Killing spree over the Impunity. The Lord dropping real low. Gary secures it as Min in the back line. Not going to find Deja. Double kill going over to Senpai. Lots of damage, but here comes the crossbow of Tang, and it's all being blocked by T. But Man gets massive damage in the back line. They've already lost their front line, though. Valens and Man, the only ones surviving. Unstoppable going over to Senpai. A 4-for-1 trade.
Oh, it's the perfect front to front that Impunity KH has been waiting all this time for.
It worked for them. I mean, okay, Orange Esports grabbed that Lord. Valens is the last survivor of that team fight right there. Impunity able to get a turret here to open up a little more space. They have to handle the Lord first and recalibrate here. But again, notice the damage coming out from Senpai. Look at that. That's one bad impact, right? So they need to also keep in mind that as the game continues on, Senpai will get stronger and stronger.
It's quite unfortunate as well because Min wasn't able to pick off Deja in that last fight. If he actually managed to find the Claude, it could have been very different. But a nice two-man I'm offended. Valens, he's really risky. Can't get off the crossbow. And that's a double kill going over to T. Gary. He can't do anything. He just has to walk away.
Unfortunate. One weakness point away before getting his ult off, and I mean, there's nothing much you can say about that. It's an unfortunate situation, but Impunity KH, they're going to be able to live for the next 2 minutes or so against Orange Esports, and I think this is where you really start to see what Cambodia is here for, right? I mean, Deja is now in a position where he can literally just one-shot Born and Aman at the same time. His Blazing Duet should have more than enough damage if he is fully stacked.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, you know, having both those ultimates, okay, Min could be in trouble here. Does get retreed. He's got the invisibility here, but he should be fine. Okay, so going back to my point, right? Yes, you mentioned Deja's Blazing Duet. It's there. Also, though, again, if Senpai can just follow up on those bad impacts, if they happen to find Min even when he's not technically showing on the map, that will be a big disadvantage for Orange Esports. But right now, I think the biggest thing they have to worry about is actually Valens, because so far, beside that one little, you know, mishap a little bit ago, he is the one just pumping out the damage. He's doing a great job at getting those weak points off, and then the crossbow of Tang.
He's doing more than he's doing quite a lot, and I think if we look at the current state of the game right now, it's 2 carries versus 1 in against Orange Esports, right? Valens has to do a lot of work, and Impunity OP almost dying there again, and Orange Esports are gunning for OP.
But here in the mid lane as well, the Numina Blast finds 3! Born and Mon in the back line, but Born still surviving. He's just CCing it out. Monster kill going over to Senpai. Min finding Deja in the back line. He finally gets the kill that he was looking for. Still has execute as well. So now he's gonna go on top of T. Manages to escape from the Sanguine Claws. Here comes Valens, taking massive damage from the bad impact, but it's enough. He gets the crossbow of Tang, denied by the Winter Trunkian, but it's not enough. He's just gonna keep right on top of Senpai, not allowing him to escape. Another kill. Shutdown going over to Min. OP comes in, finally finds Valens, not able to chase down Min.
Man, that's the time you wish, you know, OP could have gotten there a little bit sooner. Now, actually, oh, Min, you can't do that. And he gets taken down here by OP.
That was a little too bold here. And I mean, it's a 2-for-4 trade, which is already good, but now they're throwing bodies at OP just so that they can take this away. They end up losing Man, who wasn't able to get off his black shoes on top of it all. And now we are back to square one.
Orange Esports won such a handy skirmish against Impunity, but OP being the last one alive was all Impunity needed, and now they are the ones with a better control over the Lord Pit. Both Born and Gary need to maintain vision over this. Valens going to be respawning in time to provide some backup on the Lord, dropping real fast. OP, he does have Retribution. Born, he wants to look for the CC in time. Glorious Pathway gonna be dropped down. Tempest, the Blaze finds it. Mega kill, but Gary gets the Lord. He's gonna sacrifice his life. Double kill, but does it matter? They got the objective.
Okay, great job by Gary there, but at this point, I mean, Impunity is just going to push into the base of Orange Esports. They bought maybe even a little bit of time here, but man, Impunity is not giving this one up.
Yeah, they really aren't, and I think it's good that Gary takes the Lord here, especially since it's Luminous. Oh wait, no, they're going in!
He almost gets them, but the Numenon Blast just barely clips him. At the very least, though, that is buying time. There is a massive wave pushing up top, and that's going to allow Orange Esports to get their cores back up and running, not allowing Impunity to break into their base.
And I still feel like, is this what you want to be doing, though? If you're Orange Esports, do you want to be buying time? Because look at Senpai. This is almost 20 minutes in. The guy is insane already. You can see with just one bat impact, it's to the point where some of them are even getting chunked down to 1/4 health. So this is tough. This is a very tough situation for Orange Esports.
But Balance, he's looking for it. Forces out the Tempest of Blades. He's actually still trying to engage, but watch out. Here comes T and Senpai from the side lane. They catch out Born with the Sanguine Claws. Numenon Blast going to be denied by Orange Esports. Glorious Pathway comes out blazing through it, doing lots of damage, but Balance still alive for now. OP, he's split pushing the mid lane as his team is buying time against their opponents, and Man will be able to delay their pursuit.
Oh, OP.
In the mid!
No!
Oh my god, he finds the shutdown.
Why was OP there?
He was split pushing mid lane. You saw the fight happening in Impunity Cage. They lost their Numenon Blast after it gets denied from the taunt from Born. And then he's looking to play the map and force Orange Esports to break apart. But it's just punish after punish from both sides. You can see how hungry Orange Esports is to prove themselves that they deserve to be on this stage. Impunity KH, unfortunately, is getting caught up in the shenanigans too.
They want to steal this purple buff. They know OP is down. They're not going to give it away to the Ling. And unfortunately, Senpai isn't able to steal it away. That goes to Gary, which means that even when OP respawns, he's going to be disabled for a little while. Lord, coming up in 35 seconds. Orange Esports, they want to make use of this timing.
And right now, they're in control here. OP is up now, but actually, can they defend this one?
Yep, they're trying to engage. Numenon Blast should be able to find Born. That's a free kill going over to OP. Racing to it, doing a lot of damage. Born still alive for a while. Black Shoes from Man. Balance in the backline doing a lot of damage. They find Senpai. Min picks off another one. Deja gonna fall as well. As here comes Balance. Boom, not enough mana to continue. They take out 2 members of Impunity yet again. And now, even though the Lord is back, I think Orange, they want to push straight in.
I think they should be able to get this inhibitor for sure. OP is trying to delay that side, but if they can get like the rest of these inhibitor turrets, this should be, this might be a kill angle.
Oh, T is already popped his immortality. They pop Boom's immortality as well. Numenon Blast, will it be able to go off? It only finds Gary. Here comes OP. They actually do get 1-1. They get Min as well. Man, now going to be the next target. He doesn't have Black Shoes. Gary trying to save his life, but it's not enough. Double kill going over to OP. They take out 4 members of Orange Esports.
That is a disaster right there, and now Impunity could go ahead and decide maybe either clear the lanes, their turrets, their base are already exposed. Not sure if they want to actually give a go at the Lord here because Gary is still up and the guy has been stealing Lords and objectives.
Yeah, he has. I think this is really risky, but Impunity KH have to try something. They have a potential punish here, and they cannot play passive. They need to walk up, and more importantly, they need to cover the angles. The dive composition going for Born.
Yep, they want to find him. If they can pick Born off here, it secures a kill. And yes, even the I'm Offended not going to be enough. Gary, now the only survivor. He has Retribution, but no way he can dive in 1v5. They have no choice. They have to give this away, even with Valence and Min coming back in. And that means that Orange Esports have to prepare themselves for a base defense.
Honestly, part of me was like expecting Gary to be like, you know what? Might as well try.
Right? I feel like that's with the general trend of Orange Esports. I think it's very justified.
I mean, we're going to take a look here at that instant replay presented by TikTok, of course, and this was the push in. I mean, at this point, too, we actually thought the game could have ended, but OP comes back to life just in time, finding some key pickups here, and is actually able to just buy more time for the rest of Impunity, and even finds that kill there. So that was a nice defense, honestly, for Impunity.
Min now in a lot of trouble. He is 1v3, a free kill going over to Deja. But we can see that the Lord has been cleared up by Orange Esports, so they are not in danger anytime soon. And we can see as well, OP, he doesn't have his purple buff, so Valence feels confident enough to go up and see if he can pick off the Ling, while the rest of... Oh, they're actually diving it! They're actually trying to go! That Winter Trunkian keeps OP alive. Gary in the backline. Can he pick it off? No! He's able to escape, as now the rest of Orange trying to delay Deja and Boom for as long as possible so that their cores can pick off members in the back line. Deja, the blazing duet, man, jumping back in with the black shoes. He wants to find it, but Boom does a good job of keeping him alive.
Topside, though.
He will sacrifice his life over to Orange as the crossbow of Tang gonna find OP, gonna find T as well. Valence with the double kill.
Oh my goodness, they're just having split guerrilla warfare halfway across the map, and now this might be the kill angle that Orange Esports has been looking for all this time.
Deja trying to secure, but he doesn't have his ultimate to clear up the wave. It's all up to Senpai here, man. He wants to delay them for as long as possible. Here comes the minion wave. They're gonna pull him back. They find Senpai. They find Deja. They find the crystal. Orange Esports secures their first victory against Impunity KH.
What a performance. I mean, either way, like, there was action everywhere, especially in that last, 2 minutes. It was, as you said, guerrilla warfare all across the map.
I don't know. I think this has been one of the most exciting games so far in these past 2 days between Orange Esports and Impunity KH. Both sides did not want to give up. Mistakes have been made, but it was quite the brawl.
I am speechless right now. I literally don't know what to say. I'm just staring at the screen with my mouth agape. Like, I knew we were up for an entertaining match when we went into this series, but I don't think anything could have prepared any of us for that.
I mean, if the early game when, I called out, I was like, man, what is Min doing, right? He's putting himself in these bad situations, and then the guy just turned it around, and he started making big plays. And that set them up for success, honestly, for Orange Esports. And also, man, Gary just stealing some of those key objectives, especially the Lord, buying them a little bit of time, or even just getting turrets down with that type of decision. Like I said, I was half expecting him to just charge up and get in there 1 versus 5 and probably steal the Lord again.
I wouldn't be too surprised if he was thinking about it. He had just the thought just run across his mind, but self-control taught him better. And this time, Orange Esports will sit on top, but I think Impunity KH, at many stages of the game, we're actually very close into actually tipping the scales into their favor and looking to end it on for Orange Esports. And a lot of this just came down to just Lords, right? If Gary had not stolen the Lord there, I think Impunity KH would have ended the game right off the bat, because their composition, yes, it is designed to dive, but more importantly so, it is a front-to-front. Throw your front line at us, we don't mind, just don't touch our back line, we're good.
It was a front-to-front, but it definitely was also a back-and-forth in that game. Just constantly fighting over and over again, neither team willing to give up. At one point, you think Orange Esports, they just win a fight, they're gonna push straight in, and then Impunity KH comes back saying, we're not gonna let you do that, and it's just over and over again until they finally are able to break through the crystal. An incredible game. I'm excited for game 2, but before that, we have to look at the item builds for game number 1.
All right, I'm excited to see what they actually decided to go for this time round. Boom, obviously going for a full tank build. We're seeing pretty standard items all across the board here. Interestingly enough, Min decided to opt to go for a Demon Hunter sword. He didn't want to top up on more damage, and that BOD was on its way. But I do think that the sustainability was pretty important. Min was getting in and out of fights, but he still wanted damage. He could have gone for the Sky Guardian's helmet to actually have that sustainability, but he opted instead for the Demon Hunter sword. If you look over at Valence as well, very standard build so far, and I think, just with the compositions that we've seen, we know that Orange Esports playing for that priority, that lane, but Min giving that information to make the cleanest calls was so important in a 25-36 score in favor of Impunity KH.
Is this one of the highest kill games we've had? Or if not the highest?
So.
Because at one point I was like, holy moly, like there's an insane amount of kills here. And this is just, again, to reiterate the fact of Group D is insane. Like, this is a wild card, and we're seeing it here. 2 of these play styles just clashing, and it's a sight to see.
It really is, and I'm excited to see what comes next. But we can see here in the damage dealt overall, Valens was obviously superior to everyone else on the map. But Senpai, not that far behind. And if you look at overall damage dealt, Impunity KH actually had the slight advantage, which goes to show that Orange Esports were finding more key picks in key moments. Yes, they did end up losing a lot more fights. They took a lot more damage because they oftentimes got wiped after a small mistake. But the fact that they were able to turn their kills into objectives, it is what really made the difference. In the end, let's find out who is going to be the MVP of an incredibly chaotic match here, and it's gonna be none other than Valens from Orange Esports.
Oh boy, Valens. What did I tell you about that free win? Even though I was sweating about my statement there about Wanwan, it very much got them the win at the end, but with definitely with a huge struggle to get there.
Yeah, I mean, they had the right tools to handle that Wanwan pick from Valens, like you mentioned, and he played around it really well. There was a couple moments where, you know, it showed that struggle because the CC potential coming out from Impunity obviously stopping him in the tracks, but I gotta say, Valens, this was a great performance, especially after a little bit of a struggle in the early game. What a performance and deserving MVP.
Let's have a look at the highlights one more time, just in case you guys missed it and are tuning in, because again, the early stages of this game, you see that OE is just so very nervous, and a lot of their moves either hesitant or just a blatant mistake here, and that's when Impunity KH, they were looking to press their advantage, and they just kept winning in so many of these early game stages. But then you start to notice that the tides start to change. Valens starts to take full control over the gold lane and directs the team into what they need to do, pressing for these neutral objectives. But you still see making them mistakes like this, Born missing, misjudging the timing, and more importantly, distance, causing both him and Gary to die. But Valens still held strong, and that's why he's the MVP.
Yeah, but you have to admit as well that there were definitely times where he found himself out of position, and Orange Esports definitely bit off a bit more than they can chew. But Min really finessing on Impunity KH there with some of those escapes on the Natalia. Definitely lots of mistakes being thrown around by both these teams here in this game, but an excellent showing for both Impunity KH and of course Orange Esports as well as their first time on an international stage of this scale. I am impressed.
I'm wondering if, you know, Game 2, because you guys talked a little bit about the nervousness that can play a part here for some of the teams, not just, you know, not just Orange Esports, but there are other teams, other players, even individual players where this is their first international event. How is that going to play in terms of just their play style? And I feel like Game 2, maybe they've settled in now, especially after grabbing that victory, right? So how will that be for Orange Esports? Because I got to say, man, the teams coming from the host country is they are very, very, I feel like I'm very surprised personally, and I'm sure a lot of people out there too, but it's great to see because these teams, I mean, the things they're bringing to the table, the unique heroes, the unique kind of play style, it's nerves are going to go away at this point, and now we're going to see it pop off for game number 2.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but how many TikTok highlights did you see there?
Quite a few.
I think we definitely saw quite a few TikTok highlights there, so I think it's time for us to shout out a little bit to our TikTok Live Carnival, which is underway right now. You guys can earn Mobile Legends Bang Bang MSC points here, and of course even win some rare skins in-game. All you guys got to do is go in-game, participate in the event, and you guys can win massive rewards. You guys already know us here at MLBB. We're always providing you guys with tons of events, tons of rewards. So make sure you guys don't miss out on this one either.
You know, speaking of which, game number 2 is where I'm a little nervous for Orange Esports, right? Because again, yes, they were making a couple of blunders in the earlier stages of the game, still very nervous, but then once they got together, they started to out-mechanic and then look for these bigger plays against Impunity KH. However, it's undeniable that Impunity KH were literally right at the throats of Orange Esports throughout this entire game. I think with a little bit of adjustment to the draft, they can really start taking full advantage of Orange Esports and actually press their advantage against them if they make mistakes like that again.
I'm wondering if the start of that is just banning the Natalia, because from the teams that have played against the Natalia pick, like that's usually what the case is, where you're so worried about your gold laners, even your mages, your mids, and that it's such a hassle to worry about that the entire game. So I think it could start in the draft, just taking out the Natalia. And as you mentioned, Gideon, they were even in the lead in terms of kills.
Yep.
So that could be there because also Opie, he was making great plays, but then that purple buff started to get choked out from him. And you could see the struggle with having a Ling, buffless, right? You're literally half the time you're walking away. So this could start just simply starting in the draft to bring this to another 1-for-1 for the day.
Either way, I think teams definitely have to give a lot of respect to the Natalia pickup now. We didn't see it very much in day number 1, but all of a sudden, every team seems to be showing what this hero is capable of. And even though normally you would expect Natalia doesn't scale up very well towards the late game, all she really needs to do is find that one pickoff, and it makes so much of a difference. Teams just are not prepared. When they're preparing themselves for a big 5v5 team fight, they're not thinking about that exclamation mark on top of their heads. They don't notice it. They're trying to pay attention to their positioning against the bulk of the enemy team in front of them, and that is when Natalia does such a good job of just overall disrupting the team lineup.
Natalia, I wouldn't be surprised if it goes through in the draft here because I'm expecting it to be banned. And I mean, aside from that, right, Wanwan, typically usually banned too. As you mentioned, Gideon, you feel like it's I don't want to say an automatic win, but it's a good chance. It's a good start for a win here. I'm wondering if this time, Impunity goes for that pick, or what other priority meta picks so far that we've been seeing here, because Beatrix could still be available too.
I agree. I think Beatrix might be a go-to, especially since that Orange Esports is going to be finding themselves on the red side. Second pick in this case, Impunity KH instantly, they're looking to ban out top priority picks. And I've noticed this trend amongst a lot of the teams here in the group stages is that every single time in the banning phase, they always ban things that they think is the most important, which isn't necessarily the same as everybody else. So it feels like everybody is playing, or for most of the teams in group stages, are playing very individualistically rather than looking at the bigger picture and the tournament meta.
Because we have to remember once again that there's a lot on the line here, even if it is just group stages. We can see already that Natalia instantly banned out by Impunity KH. Every single game they play matters. Every victory, every loss will count towards whether or not they go home at the end of the day. So they have to play individualistic. They don't know a lot of these enemy teams' strategies just yet. So it's important to focus on what would disrupt their own strategy instead.
Yeah, and we see that, right? Like we've talked so much about the Natalia pick. They take that out. Even Julian for the second day in a row now, we've talked about the utility that Julian brings to the table, whatever lane you put him in. So they're taking these out, and I feel like at this point it's just, Impunity, go play what you're best at and just execute it, because honestly, last game the execution factor was there for a moment, but they just had a little bit of obstacles in their way. Again, especially being that Natalia. So right now, taking these 3 picks out, I think, are setting them up to have a good position for a priority pick here, depending on what the last ban for Orange Esports is. I'm not sure. Do they go and prioritize the gold lane picks from usually what we're seeing?
Yeah, so Wanwan gets banned out here, and as you called it, Naisu, that's something that Orange Esports, even though Valens can play it well, they don't mind getting rid of it because Impunity KH is going to be that first pick. So now that first pick is gone, I'm guessing, I don't know, if I was a team going up against Orange Esports, I would probably first pick the Beatrix, but since it's Impunity KH, I hope it's Benedetta.
That's an interesting shout out, but the Beatrix definitely important as well. Valens, he plays a mean 1-1, but his Beatrix is also not far behind. Another thing is the Xavier, which is something that Mon actually plays very, very well. Instead, Impunity still going to be going for their comfort pick on the Ling. OP was already very strong on this hero. It's just that he couldn't perform during the last few minutes because his purple buff was getting stolen away constantly.
Yeah, I think if you could actually just secure the buffs for OP here on this Ling, he'll be fine, because he was already doing a pretty great job despite, what was going on with the Natalia pick. So that starts something for them, and he's very confident on it. Again, this is what I think they need to do. Go back to confidence. Orange Esports is going to respond here, though, with a Hilda, and like you guys mentioned, Xavier's open. They lock it in.
this is going to be really annoying for OP because he's having to deal with this Hilda constantly invading. There is a very interesting counter, which is going to be in the Valir if they want to make sure they can keep harassing this Hilda and pushing them out. But apparently, hey, did you know that Impunity KH won 21 out of their 23 games in MPL KH in Season 2 alone?
That is
percentages?
an impressive record.
Let's see.
What
Quick
is
math.
that in percentage? You really are just gonna pull out your calculator right now and find a percentage.
He's got to know.
That's
the
a
numbers
that's
must
a
add up.
91% win rate, man.
91. I like how you have to go for the percentage. You don't like the fraction here, 21 over 23. It has to be a percentage.
I love percentages.
Personally, I love percentage too. Fractions are just like, man, this is an uncomfortable number.
Where's my Hershey bar? Like, that's how I used to count fractions, man. Like, okay, let me crack open this Hershey bar and take each individual piece and count it out. That's how I learned fractions, so that's why I like the calculator. You know, we're in the modern day. We might as well just pull out the calculator.
I'm now just imagining a young Naiso trying to share his Hershey bar with his friends. They're trying to split it up, and he's like, no, wait, I gotta pull out my calculator. What's the percentage on this piece here?
You get 21.8% of this Hershey bar, nothing more. Coming back to the draft, however, we're seeing the picks starting to come through, right? After the Xavier and Hilda, we see the Impunity reply with the Brody as well as the Kadita. We haven't seen Kadita in quite some time here as OE responds finally with Thamos.
Man, we have to, I mean, unique heroes, I gotta say, like, again, I love it, right? This is the first time we've seen Kadita pop up so far, right?
Yes.
Group stages, so this is gonna be the first time. And, you know, it works really well, especially with just the toolkit that she brings to the table, the burst potential. So you have to worry about that. Also, the Brody was there, right? So if they're using the Brody, I feel like Brody is one of the most, I like to say, finesse marksmen out there because you kind of get to get those marks off and then just kind of like fade away, torn apart memory, and it looks cool and you get a kill, right? So
yeah.
I'm wondering how that interaction between those two heroes alone will work out.
Yeah, so far we do see that Carry got picked up as well as Glue for both teams at this stage of the game. It's rather interesting, right? Because if we really think about it, we do see a gold laner who, against someone like Brody, what happened to the Beatrix, right? I would assume that Beatrix at this stage of the game has already been banned out, but it's tough. It's tough to say.
Actually, if I'm not wrong, I think that was a Carry and Glue ban, not a pick, because we are in the second phase of the bans right now. Getting rid of the Carry does indicate that Orange Esports does probably still want to lean more towards the Beatrix. The Popol and Koopa obviously still available. Since they have a Tamus in the EXP lane, and since we haven't quite seen Min's hero as well, I think we're expecting tankier heroes coming out of Orange, so they don't want to give the Carry over. Even Clint going to be banned out now.
Yeah, very understandable. I mean, they want to like minimize it as much as they can. However, if that's going to be the bans from Impunity KH's side, right? I mean, they're not on red side, are they?
Your team is
they are on red side, so that means they can actually pick up the Beatrix pretty quick, right?
Wait, was that a Johnson?
Look, don't look at me like that. Don't look at me like that. I'm getting both. Slapho's looking at me, and even Naisu's looking at me real weird now.
I'm just wondering too, because I mean, obviously we can't see it on the screen right now, but was that a Johnson Kadita pair?
I think it is.
Because I just want to say, fun fact, that might be inspiration for the Philippines. I don't know if it's happened anywhere else, but when Johnson Kadita popped up in the Philippines, people were like, wow. I was like, wow, big damn. Because you would be surprised at that combination. I'm not sure. We'll see if that is confirmed, but Johnson Kadita works really, really well together.
Look, I don't want to pinpoint on where exactly it started. We've seen it in many different MPLs. Oh, boy. That's what we want to see. Benedetta, let's go!
Except it's not an Impunity Benedetta. It is from Orange Esports. And I'm wondering who's going to be playing this. Are we going to see a Valence gold lane Benedetta? Will this be in the jungle? We will find out. But I think this Johnson Kadita combo is actually something that is a pocket pick for Impunity KH, because I did watch MPL Cambodia myself recently for research, obviously, and quite common, like literally every game in the grand finals, Johnson was banned against Impunity. So I think this is something they pull out commonly.
Well, who knows where it's from? Let's not compare, right? but basically, my point is Johnson Kadita is a very scary combination. That it's another form of it's like in a way Natalia, right? You always have to be paying attention to the map or something on the map, so your focus is taken away a little bit. So now you got to be worried. Where is Johnson? He's driving around. We can hear him. You might be able to see him a little bit on the map, but at the same time, you don't know where he's going to crash around. Plus, on top of that, you have those rough waves to really deal with.
Yeah, that's my
There it
favorite
is.
dance party, rough raves.
Rough
If we look on over back, yes, finally we have the Khalid going to be locked in.
Another unique hero.
Okay. I feel like I got a little scammed there. Hurts my feelings, but it's fine.
Interesting choice. The question now is whether or not the small hero we see on the screen is correct or the big hero we see behind them is correct. We'll find out once we actually enter the game. But the final pick comes out. It is the Cho from Orange Esports. Hold on a minute.
Okay.
Where is this going?
They switched it. I believe they switched, right? That was the Cho that popped up on the screen.
No, they're just trying to find the best party to go to this new DJ spot here, the Land of Dawn, the Rough Raves, man. That's the only place that I can think of at this stage. I mean, they've got the CC to go through, assuming that it is the Cho, right? They've got the CC to go through, but I'm more worried about just communication because a lot of problems start to show with Johnson and Candida when an entire team playing against it has to communicate saying, we know exactly where you are, be ready to dodge it, be ready to move ahead of time so you don't get caught out.
I think what's interesting here is that from what I can see of their draft, Orange Esports doesn't actually have a marksman. This could be a gold lane Cho here, and I think the reason they pick it is because Shunpo just denies the rapid touchdown. But we'll see whether or not it is enough. The Land of Dawn shall beckon once more. It is going to be Impunity KH, currently 1 game down on the blue side versus Orange Esports on the red side.
Yes, it wasn't a scam. It wasn't a scam. We got to see Benedetta at the end of the day. This is going to be good. This is going to be good because immediate invades are coming through.
Yeah, Min already doing a lot of damage. This is what Min likes to do. He likes playing on this Hilda, and Gary is actually on the jungle hammers. This is gonna be a very...
Gets it!
Oh! You missed! He gets it, but he ends up being first blood. I'm not too sure if it's worth it, but I think Orange Esports will definitely agree that that is the case. Now, Born even going in a little bit too aggressively, not quite able to pick up Senpai.
Okay, that was a 50-50 there. Born, he knew he had to execute. He wanted to go for the kill onto Senpai. He tried, right? But it's so worth it for Gary. He steals a buff coming in from OP, and by the time he respawns and OP recalls, it's about the exact same time leaving the base.
But you give 2 kills over to that Johnson like we were talking about, right? T is just, I mean...
What's he gonna do, build full magic?
Yes, I'll tell you what. you never know what can happen here. Low-key, I wish we would be seeing Optimum Pride skin here, but it's all right. It's okay. We'll take it. So he gets the 2 kills, right? And now, I mean, at this point, Orange Esports does have to be careful. Yes, they had that little bit of a nice play there in the beginning. They steal the buff. That's what they have to do once again for OP. They don't want it. Look, they're doing it right here, right? Min is doing a great job at trying to stall out OP even more.
Yeah, but he's getting knocked up. Breath of the Ocean on top of the Hilda, and now T is providing backup. He's surviving through all of it, though. Just going to be able to walk away. Not quite successful in stealing the buff, but very successful in just being a nuisance.
Yeah, you know, this is some good work here. The Min and Mon combination is working out well. Like, if I was in Mon's position, I probably would have thrown out the gate much earlier to save my friend. But Min, he knows the limits, and Mon understands how much he has. Gary is able to get the turtle in. Now, Boom, Impunity Boom is in trouble.
Yep, forced to pop the glorious pathway to actually be able to escape from that. He was trying to provide information, but OP definitely not in a position to be able to contest it. And now Orange Esports instantly use that to go for the bottom buff, but Valen's gonna get hit with the rapid touchdown. He got a nice way of the dragon, but it doesn't matter if you get hit by a truck.
I mean, it starts now, right? This is just the start of it because, yeah, you can't kick a truck like that. And also, you're talking about, they already have great CC in their kits alone, the Johnson, the Gadita, but you also have 2 Petrifies to worry about, right? So, I mean, it's going to be a tough time. Also, Gary, on this jungle Thamus, how does that work out, Gideon? I mean, have we seen this before? Have you guys seen this before? How is it?
Well, personally, with the recent changes to it, right? Previously, the molten size, when you throw it out, it goes a fixed distance, and if it collides with anything, it just absolutely stops in place. But Gary, now he can continuously throw it in and out as soon as possible. He doesn't have to pick it up to get the empowered auto attack and getting that true damage. So Gary is actually utilizing this Thamus to be an early game bully in the EXP, now shifted over to the jungle, and will be trying to out-sustain the damage that OP is able to provide.
Hopefully it's gonna be enough as now Min continuing his job of just being annoying to OP. Rapid touchdown, here it comes, but he's able to avoid it right now. Born coming in the bottom lane, looking for Deja. The nice flicker from the Beatrix gets him out. Gary, though, gonna steal yet another buff from OP, but Valence, the unfortunate victim of a car accident there, gonna get hit by T.
You see that? And he gets that, and then he's just off again. Just driving around. So this is going to be the constant for this match. And yeah, I also want to admire the driving skills here because it's always nice to see just how well of drivers these pro players are.
Yeah, but some people say that Asians can't drive. I think that's an absolute lie here. And Orange Esports, once again, just trying to steal away this buff. OP just struggling to get his buffs each and every time, and he ends up dying in the exchange.
Oh, but down here as well, Born going to be the target. I'm not too sure if he got hit with the rapid touchdown, but the kill is all that matters. Gary, though, getting a lot of assistance because OP and Senpai are roaming around. We can see that just like the Ling not getting a lot of assistance in his jungle, and that means Gary is getting a lot of farm.
How can he get any assistance? T is just, he's going for a stroll, man. And he's just going for the Sunset Boulevard Road. He is looking for anything right now. Oh, no, don't tell me he collides just before he, okay. All right.
Oh, but they do find the Hilda right into the rough waves. Min, he can't find the bush. He's surrounded by 4 members. He's gonna get taken out. Born and Valence now want to use that to take the mid-tier 1. Electro final blow, doing a lot of damage to Senpai. He doesn't have rough waves. Shut down on the Cho.
Nice pickup there. I mean, that was the best case scenario for them. So at the same time, you know, again, I want to talk about OP here because this is exactly the one of the win conditions for Orange Esports. Just shut down OP in the jungle, and that's exactly what they've done for the past 5, almost 6 minutes.
Honestly, I'm just waiting for Deja to get into the car. When is Deja going to get into the car and drive around the map?
Either way, the OP is just having a really bad time. 3 levels down. Did Mon get hit there?
Yep.
Yes, he did, and that's gonna be another kill going over to Senpai.
This is just hit and run. This is just, everyone's just becoming a statistic at this point.
I mean, like I said, when it happened the first time, I was like, this is just beginning because this will be the match, right? And that's what you're gonna see. This is why it pairs so well with that Kadita. Double Petrify, Valence in trouble.
Yeah, he gets away of the dragon, try and disengage, but here comes Boom. Didn't see that coming. T now trying to preserve the buff for OP, but guess what? Gary just gonna retreat it away the moment he gets anywhere nearby. Now being targeted by Min, but he's fine for now.
Okay. For some actual analysis here, he's going to be rotating around the map, right? He's looking for Mon specifically. Can he connect it? Yes, he does find the connection. He dies. But if we talk about the number of kills that Impunity KH has been getting, surprisingly so that Orange Esports honestly don't care. They have a slight gold lead, and more importantly, they have 3 turrets, 2 turtles to Impunity KH's nothing?
But they're trying to get one up here. OP almost taking out the turret. Gary getting another free turtle. I feel like Gary, his perspective right now is that he is playing in a game where there is no enemy jungle because OP is just having a really rough time.
Yeah, I mean, like Gideon put it, you know, they're obviously focusing. They don't really care so much, right, about these kills that Impunity is getting. If Orange Esports can buy some more time and continue to just get these big objectives, especially the turrets, that will be a big advantage for them. But right now, I mean, check out the damage dealt. You can already see it's pretty much that Senpai show. There it is again.
God, Gary gets in the middle of the fight now.
Yep, Gary's jumping on top of Senpai. He knows he doesn't have the rough waves. He gets away, but Dawning Light backs him up. They're finally able to take down the Johnson for the first time in this game. Born now zoning out both Deja and Boom, doing a pretty good job of it, clearing up the wave. So Orange Esports, they're not about to let themselves just become a road accident statistic here.
Oh boy, I mean, welcome to Malaysia, I guess, but OP now in the middle of this fight, and Min continuing the invades with the help of Thorn this time.
Tempest Blades wasn't enough. I'm not too sure if he actually got it. He's not going to be stunned. He was able to secure it and just about barely gets out. Dawning Light not going to find its target. For the first time in ages, OP actually has the bomb, but a nice flicker way of the dragon. Gonna find Deja. He flickers away, but that means Boom goes down the board. Here comes the rapid touchdown in the back line. Gets 2. They already pick off 1. Born gonna be the next target, and that is going to be 2 kills going the way of Impunity.
And this is the thing, right? You can transition from kind of these shenanigans that are going around with Kadita and the Johnson, right? Deja grabbing those 2 kills, he might be the one to start to go in the truck. Who knows what's going to happen here? But him getting those 2 kills, also the items that he gets from that, this could be good for them. Orange Esports is still leading that objective department, though.
I know. Well, nice. I can't wait for the Deja Vu just in case. I'm crossing my fingers here. I'm hoping for the best.
Was that a pun?
Yeah, Deja Vu.
I think I missed that for a moment, but yeah.
No, I haven't been in this place before. Higher on the streets.
All right, very nice. Either way, though, we are going to be seeing the car continuing to drive down the lane. Again, T is still looking for a charge down. Min, he's scouting out. Right now, the Lord is going to be a primary objective for most of these players. Balance, though, he's not expecting the rapid touchdown. He's going to get taken out. But Dawning Light, though, doing quite a lot of damage.
Now he crashed. Actually, he crashed at the top. He might be trying to make his way still to the Lord, but it might be too late here.
No, who gets it? It's Gary. He finds the Lord. Killing spree onto Min, but that doesn't matter. Hilda's just buying time, and now Gary is on top of Deja. Gets pushed back. The Mirror's passive, will it be enough? Not quite. The only survivor going to be Man out of that skirmish. And even though Orange win down here, they lose up there. Another tower going over to OP.
Okay, so they get the Lord, right? OP, best case scenario right there. Push in the lane to get some space, right? Now they have the 3 turrets. This will also allow him to finally get a purple buff. I feel like the guy has been working tooth and nail to just get a purple buff for this game.
That's his reward. It's just like, yeah, here's a cookie. Take the purple buff. Don't worry, I got you covered. And
it was a Hershey bar.
It was a Hershey bar. Orange Esports, on the other hand, every single time they go for this Lord, it feels like they're getting just punished over and over again. I think it was a smart choice. There we go. Min blocks it for the second time. They are finding momentum.
Yeah, but Balance doesn't have enough damage against the Ling. He's gonna get taken out here. Born a bit too late with the Electro final blow, and now OP, he is online, but he's surrounded. A kill going over the Min. T and Senpai already using up their cooldowns. Boom and Deja busy with the Lord in the bottom lane. Orange Esports use this to take the top tier 2.
Well, OP enjoyed the purple buff for about a minute, so that was his quota. Orange Esports back in the driver's seat here. Not with the Johnson, of course, but now, I mean, they're making these plays around the map, just getting turret after turret, and a lot of it, too. I know we haven't focused too much on Born on this Benedetta, but actually, you know, that earlier kind of pressure that he puts in a lane where he can just kind of clear it with the Electro Final Blow is showing here, because he honestly hasn't been into too many situations where he's either going one-on-one, which is usually what we see with Benedetta, right? So he's actually just kind of freely pushing lanes.
I mean, it's one thing to say that, yes, he is really pushing lanes, but in terms of the gold, right, again, it's still Orange Esports can't seem to get higher than this. Wait, hold on.
Glorious Pathway already dropped down. Tempest Blades, not enough damage. OP, again, doesn't have his purple buff, so Min and Gary gonna be able to walk away, but they run into Senpai, and he rapid touchdown, right point blank. Gary still alive. They can't follow up. Senpai finds it, but puts himself out of position for that kill. Another shutdown to Min. Balance now gonna be the target of Boom and Deja. They tried flickering forward to get the stun, but it wasn't enough. Orange, they want to chase this down. I think Balance does still have his ult, but he doesn't have the angle. Ooh. Deja getting hit real hard by the Dawning Light.
So I'm wondering, where's the damage here for Orange Esports, right? Like, who is it packed into here, aside from, you know, Man is going to be popping off those Dawning Lights, but you see, I feel like there is no maybe burst damage for them. It's kind of like a slower, steady burn. So I feel like at this point, we're on the other side, Impunity is a lot of burst potential, especially we haven't even seen much of Deja's, you know, burst coming from that Beatrix yet, because we've been so hyper-focused on pretty much, you know, Senpai and T here.
Yeah, they'd have to be careful of that, but a nice info from Balance. He still gets hit with the... Oh, that's rough. He manages to dodge the rapid touchdown, but gets hit by the breath of the ocean. Here comes Min. He wants to look for Senpai. Orange, they know that there's two members of Impunity down in the bottom lane going for the Lord. Gary right on top of it. He does have Retribution. Well secured. Dawning Light gonna be able to finish off the job on Boom, but now Born gonna be the target of Obi, who gets stuck in the Mystic Field. Keeps him alive for a short while longer. Deja somehow finds Gary. Looks like the Beatrix going to be scaling up here.
I mean, once again, you see the combination come out perfectly. It's totally fine, but I think we need to see the item list here. Now I'm getting a little curious after Nice pointed out, where is the damage really coming from for the side of Orange Esports? I know Valence is probably going for some sort of a damage build here. Same goes for Mon, but now Mon has to get attacked as OP pushes him back with the Dawning Light as well. Connecting, doesn't really matter, but T, once again, looking for some targets.
Like, that was the damage, right? That was the Dawning Light, like I mentioned. So that, I mean, yes, as the game goes on, that'll be on a pretty short cooldown.
Oh, that's rough for Valence. He really can't catch a break.
That was my second point, right? Valence here on this pick on this Cho, also taking, you know, an Assassin Emblem here, the high and dry. Not able to really get much here. He's died 8 times.
Yeah, but I get the feeling Orange Esports, even if that is not really the plan they were going for, they've now reached the point in the game where they're like, Valence, if you have to die to tank the cooldowns from this combo, that is a sacrifice we are willing to make.
I don't know about this because it's either Born or Valence who has to do it, right? They're the only people who can actually tank it no problem. And unfortunately for Gary, he can't afford. He needs to tank other sources of damage. He cannot deal with this type of burst.
Meanwhile, though, OP doesn't have purple buff again. Boom was forced to take it, but Min gets hit with the rapid touchdown. Probably the best target for Orange. Electro final blow into the backline, looking for Deja, finds it, and they're not going to be able to stop them. They do drop down. Senpai already taken out as well. Born, the only casualty from Orange Esports, as now the Way of the Dragon going to be able to find Boom.
No,
OP jumps into the back line,
OP.
not able to find anything. Still doesn't have the purple buff. Gonna drop the Orange Esports, and
Kill
now
angle.
they're keeping this final minion alive. It is still alive for now. T gonna be able to clear it up. So Orange, they should not be able to push into the base for now. They don't have a minion wave. T just gonna try and buy some time. He needs to clear up the minions before they can reach his base. And he does manage to do so. Orange Esports, they're not happy about this. They're saying, come here, you. We're gonna punish you for that at the very least. But T, he is satisfied. He's done his job. Valence trying to get another tower, but not going to be successful.
He's still alive!
Did they need to send 4 people? No. Did they want to send a message? Yes.
If it was Optimum Pride, I would say yes. But there you go. I mean, that was, hey, you got to give it up to T. Best case scenario, that's what he could do. Buy a little more time for the rest of the teammates to come up here. So I got to say, you know, Orange Esports playing this really well. Valence, like you guys mentioned, he is the best option for them to either get hit by that rapid touchdown or just kind of throw his body at him. And now this next Lord is coming up here. I'm not sure if Impunity can actually contest this.
Oh,
OP, he finally gets the purple buff, but a nice 2-man stun with the eye for an eye. Gonna set up for Min, forcing out the rough waves. OP, he's looking for Born. Will he get it? He does, but does he try the Min?
No!
He doesn't! Breath of the Ocean keeps him alive. He dashes away! They just still alive with but a nice G Gundo. Not going to be enough. Orange Esports do secure the Lord, though.
What? This is, oh man, I'm a little bit speechless because those were some crazy plays being made on both sides, and it's just continue. This is exactly what happened in game 1, right? Just chaotic decisions being made by both teams. Now Lord going to be the power play here for Orange Esports.
OP, he wants him on. He's looking for a Tempest of Blades. Will it be enough? But he gets caught out. Dawning Light, not enough! Senpai comes in. Breath of the Ocean on Gary, but Rough Waves is used defensively to escape as Min is now on top of Boom, but he's not going to be able to survive Deja. Impunity KH successfully defend against the Lord.
What is this game? What is this game? I mean, the right decisions are being made. It's starting to become really unlucky to a certain degree. So many of those kills from Impunity KH, well, mainly from Orange Esports in this particular game, people are walking away with a sliver of health just due to just unlucky timing, I guess. I mean, what else can I really say? They're walking away with 1 HP.
on here. Purple Bomb gonna be contested again. I honestly cannot help but laugh a little bit about OP's situation every time this is contested, but at the very least, he does find it this time. And T making the decision not to engage, even though he had a pretty good angle there.
I mean, at this point, even if OP gets the buff, right, like, he's still having a tough time here. And I don't know if they're going for, if they want to break the record for kills here than the first game, but they're on point for it. And I got to say, I think Impunity, this is the one of the moments that they actually have a minor gold lead here, even though it's very minuscule.
Oh no, T actually OP's position and they're chasing him down again.
That's just funny, man. Min just chasing this Ling down all the time. He at least survives this time. But you never want to be in a situation where one of us has to say, hey, at least he survived this time.
Right? I mean, so far the game is not going to be able to progress until the Lord spawns. And Impunity KH honestly don't really have much to do, right? They have to play defensively. There's no point really pushing out of their base. And they're just going to let T do his work, right? And he's going to take his time. OP, he's going to try and get the split push to get as much attention as possible to himself. But Orange Esports, I don't think they're going to bite just yet.
Yeah, at this point, the entire reason that this Cho and Benedetta were drafted, not just for the ability to be able to tank the rapid touchdown, but because they are heroes that can split push the lanes by themselves, so they're never at risk of being backdoored by the Ling. T just driving around now. You can see the members of Orange Esports. They are actually now saying, please hit us.
Hit me.
And he is just not... Oh, wait, he finds balance, though. Is he dead?
God,
he is dead. Yep, in the meantime, though, Purple Buff gonna be contested yet again. OP does not get it. Goes over to Gary. T coming in, looking for Born, but he manages to juke it out. Orange Esports, they're out of this.
I mean, OP has to handle the bottom wave, right? So they got Valens there in the bottom, and that is a pickup, but they're still not in the situation where they can confidently say, let's go ahead and grab this Lord. Because, yeah, look at the back lane!
Oh, they find Man in the backline. That's a huge catch shutdown on the Xavier. That's a lot of damage from Orange Esports already taken out, and now Massive Right breaks out. Gary finds Senpai. They're gonna find OP as well, but Deja doing a lot of damage to Min. Finds the Hilda. Boom dropping real low, but has immortality, so he will survive. The same can actually be said for Born, who gets out with a nicely timed eye for an eye.
Okay, now they can confidently do Lord here. I believe they can, and they also have a nice little gold lead here. So, I don't know if Gary actually has the potential, or Born.
Oh, Born, he's looking for it, but gets taken out instantly. You can only eye for an eye for so long. Here comes Valens. Gary, he's looking for it. Valens, he wants to stun OP, but they go on Gary instead. A really smart choice. He's able to get taken out. Valens looking for more, but it's not enough. The Lord goes over to Impunity, and that is a wipeout on Orange Esports.
Okay. So, I mean, this is where you can start to see those decisions paying off here. They're finally going to get the tier 1 turret in the mid lane. They've got that beefed up Lord as well.
Oh, finally, some progress, and now Impunity KH back in it. So, after 21 minutes, they finally get this Luminous Lord they've been eyeing for so long. And Orange Esports, again, in the similar position that Impunity KH was really, really close for turning that fight around. But unfortunately, Valens just wasn't close enough and didn't get the kick on towards Deja. He's got the damage to one-shot him, but it's just a little unlucky. Deja, with the winds of nature, making all the difference.
Yeah, I think it was just really good target prioritization by Impunity KH. They see Valens coming, but they go on Gary instead because they know they want to use his retribution to steal the Lord. T now going to see that they are clearing it up, but is he gonna hit any? For a moment, it looked like he was contemplating it. Oh, he's going for it! He finds Man in the backline! That's a charge down! They find the maze! That's the Petrify being taken out. The Immortality already popped down. They find Gary, they find Man as well. Min has to run away. OP not quite able to finish it off, but they're keeping the Lord alive. They're right in the base of Orange Esports. The crystal is exposed, and Impunity KH close out the game 1-1 against Orange Esports.
What is this game? What a game that was, and it all had to start with T driving like an absolute Chad, finding the man himself in the back line.
Dude, his driving skills are just off the chain here. Got to give it up to him, and also just the combination. As soon as I saw it in the draft, I was like, you know what? We're already in for that Johnson-Kadita show, and that's exactly what happened. And I gotta say, those last couple minutes there, I'm sure Opie was just like, the weight was lifted off his shoulders. He was grabbing buff after buff after buff with no contest. So a great game there. It is now 1-1 again.
Group D is just such a wild card, man. We've said it before, we'll say it again. No one would have expected these types of games coming out of this group. I would describe this as a hilariously exhausting game to cast, and I have never described a game like that before, so you can imagine that this is something you do not see every day. It's just so fun to watch, but really, I have no idea what we were witnessing like towards those last few minutes.
Oh, I mean, they finally cracked the code, right? I mean, they were trying to figure out what the patterns that Orange Esports wanted to do. They realized the attitude changes multiple times throughout this game. The first one initially being Valens just purposely being on the side lane and actually trying to tank as much attention as possible. And once they figured that out, they tried to change. They sent OP down as well. They thought maybe this could be the answer, but OP was way too far behind. Eventually, they figured it out. They wanted to look for that priority target, and that was Mon. Once he's out of the picture, they lose so much damage that late into the game, and Deja knew what he had to do next.
You know, one thing I do want to point out that we meme and we joke a little bit about the Johnson pick, but again, this is what you have to respect here for T is the decisions on. I mean, because most people, when they think Johnson, they're just like crash into the first person we see. But a lot of that even driving was like defensive driving to avoid those targets that wanted him to hit them. And then he made those decisions to come through on the back end. So again, this is my idea of, you know, this is kind of like Natalia. I don't know if you want to say Natalia 2.0, but in his own right, it's something you have to consciously worry about the entire game. And it's a tough thing. And we saw that here for Orange Esports.
I'm just really excited after watching a game like that, but we gotta conclude this series here with the item builds coming out from both these teams. This was an intense game, 35 kills to 18. They've definitely broken their record from game 1.
Gosh, they really have. And honestly, at this point, you're probably thinking, man, if I was in Orange Esports position, I would really hope for the previous Sky Guardians helmet. Like, oh man, sorry, Twilight Armor. Hoping that you can protect yourself, having a little bit of health after getting full one-shot from Impurity KH. Just the raw damage inbuilt into Senpai. He's having a good time. Half the time, he's not even really touching his screen, while T is moving all across the board. But more importantly, the Winter Truncheon being picked up by T is actually rather important here, because he can't afford to die, and most importantly, he can only take so much damage.
It just feels kind of weird to see a Winter Truncheon on a Johnson. You expect him to be the one hitting people and then them popping the Winter Truncheon, but I can understand why he would want to have that defensive option here. We can definitely see that it was a very even game throughout. And surprisingly enough, despite the fact that Valens and Born were basically being used as rapid touchdown bait, they still actually pulled the game for quite a long time. I'm just kind of surprised Impunity didn't figure out maybe we should aim Xavier instead a little bit sooner, you know?
I think they were rolling the dice, but also, do you notice that in terms of total heal, they have 3.1 million total heal?
That's why I was laughing. What? I was like, that's unreal.
Where's that from?
Right, it's probably Kadita's passive.
Literally healing for everyone, dude. I mean, I saw the number. I was like, is this real? I was checking decimal points, but yeah, that is 3 million heal. And game MVP has to be the man right here. T on that. Johnson, 20 assists.
Oh my goodness. I mean, what can you really say about this game? 7, 3, and 20. Damage taken over 100,000, almost making it to 120,000. It's ridiculous what this man is capable of on a Johnson. The target selection, the defensive driving, he's got it all.
Yep, we always do meme on this pick, but in the hands of someone who can really pull it off, we're definitely seeing why this Johnson was consistently banned out in the grand finals of MPL Cambodia. We can see here in the highlights that Orange Esports, they had control for most of the early game. They were stealing OP's buff over and over again. Sure, they were losing members to T, but it didn't really matter because the most important DPSs were still alive.
I like how we started at 15 minutes because everything before that was just the Johnson highlights. So, you know, here we are, 20 minutes moments in the game, right? These are some key moments too. They get the wipeout. That was just a huge play. That's also when he picked up the Winter Tranche. And then this was the smart decision. I said that discipline showing here where he goes in the back lane, cutting them off, any hopes that they had, and they finish the game off here.
Being able to identify these opportunities is what allowed Impunity KH to secure that victory in the end. But I do think that part of it did come down as well to the fact that Orange Esports drafted a little bit too hard to respect the Johnson. They specifically picked up the Benedetta and the Cho because they have abilities that avoid being hit too hard. But because of that, they missed out on their late game scaling. So once we reached those final few minutes, their lineup was a little bit too complex to execute as compared to Impunity KH. They just have to hit people, and then Deja just has to keep auto-attacking from the back line.
I actually didn't think about this until you were breaking down the game there, Gideon. I was like, how much time, right, were the hands off for the Kadita play, right? Because you're just riding along. You're literally just, okay, when the time's gonna come, he gives the call, T gives the call, and you're like, all right, let me just pop my rough waves, pop my petrify, or whatever else that's a kill. Let me jump back into the car.
I'm not gonna lie. He probably could have played the game with his feet and still be okay. You know, he's just pressing a couple of buttons, get back into the car, do it all over again. And I think the only times where he actually played the game, relatively played the game, was other than rotating from the mid lane, was whenever there was 2 rapid touchdowns in sequence. Right, you get go down, hit balance, and then immediately look to go and join over into the purple buff fight. I think that's the only time afterwards which he actually used the left side of his screen.
Does having Kadita inside Johnson count as carpooling?
Yes, that is 100% correct.
Because it's Walter inside the car.
You don't have to go further with that one. I think we got the idea.
But either way, we're going to be going on a short break here. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure you guys come back after a few minutes because we are going to have another matchup later. RRQ Hoshi versus IDNS. See you guys there.
MLBB teams of the Southeast Asia region will converge together for the much anticipated MSC 2022. To get you pumped and ready for the occasion, let's check out the tournament format. A total of 12 teams from the Supremacy region will compete in 2 stages, Group Stage and the playoffs. But first, let's figure out how the group draw works. To ensure the balance of the grouping, the champions of MPL Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, and Cambodia are slotted in Seed 1, and to be placed in Group A through D, while the remaining teams will be randomly drawn into the 4 groups. Do note that teams from the same country will not be in the same group. If that happens, the later team will be slotted into the next group. For the group stage, the 4 groups of 3 will play a best of 2 of single round robin. The bottom team will be eliminated by the end of the group stage, while the top 2 teams of each group will be advanced to the playoffs. In case of any tiebreaker, the qualification to playoffs will be awarded to the teams via the following criteria: the shorter match victory duration, total kills on both sides, number of turrets pushed, and so on. Whichever criteria separate the tie first. The MSC 2022 playoffs will be spread out across 5 days. Round 1 of the playoffs will be conducted in best of 3, while the following lower and upper bracket matches will all be done in best of 5. The winners of the upper and lower bracket finals will meet in the grand finals, battling it out in an epic best of 7 showdown to crown the new kings of the sea. Now that you're familiar with the tournament format, it is time to support your favorite team in MSC 2022.
Slay the enemies, bury the monsters, rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Raise it strong, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright, it puts the eyes. Our spirit never dies. drop of blood, fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright because the eyes, our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no slay the enemies, bury the monsters, rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Raise this run, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary.
MLBB fans of all ages, welcome back to MSC 2022 Day 2, where in a fight to claim those final few spots at the MSC playoffs, teams are truly on a collision course with one another. Welcome back to the English cast here, of course, brought to you, powered by Moonton. Big thank you to official content partner TikTok, partners in esports Secret Lab, esports charts, and of course our media partners EGG Network and Me Watch. Once again, it is none other than me, Staffa, along with none other than Gideon and of course Naisu.
Well, I'll tell you what, man, after 2 series now, again, we're still left in kind of awe. This is a situation that a lot of us weren't expecting. I mean, the performance from each individual team, and now we're going to focus on this matchup here, right? This is, once again, the second match for IDNS, but they're going against the Kings themselves, RQ Hoshi.
Yeah, no, this is not going to be easy. Once again, we're coming back to the group of death in Group C, and I don't know. I think this is going to be a make it or break it for IDNS, right? If IDNS is able to 1-1, if they could 2-0, that would be the most ideal. But again, even that can be extremely difficult, and anything can happen. Let's have a look at today's schedule just in case you guys aren't caught up with the action and what things are going to be looking like here today down below. And if you look carefully, you can see that we've already had some just insane games here coming in from Group D. OE against Impurity. If you haven't watched that, go rewind and check that out because it is a pleasure to watch.
Yep, but what is going to be coming up is going to be RRQ versus IDNS, as was highlighted earlier. So far, every game that we've witnessed today has been a 1-to-1 tie, and if IDNS are able to pull that off once again, they will actually be putting themselves in a really comfortable position in this group of death, because I think a lot of people are definitely counting them out considering the opponents they have to face. But we've already seen exactly what can result from that, so anything is on the table.
I gotta say, you know, if this happens to be another 1-for-1, it like the term for the entire day is spiciness, because if all these are 1-for-1s, then you have a lot relying on those last 3 matches, you know, in the later half of the day here. So a lot can happen. I do want to say IDNS on the screen right now, after grabbing a victory over a team like Smart Omega, I mean, this is a good momentum swing for them because they had that matchup, they had those 2 games, now they get to go in here pretty much warmed up. Like, let's just say they're pretty much warmed up at this point. RRQ, you know, obviously they've competed so many times on the international stage. They have their own even championships. I'm wondering how that'll turn out for them as the lineup pops up here on the screen for Team RRQ. Lemon is going to be playing. So Lemon, Vin, Clay, Albert, and R7.
They're bringing back some of the OG here, the one, the only R7. No, I'm kidding. It's Lemon, of course. I can imagine how many people are freaking out. What did he say? What? How? How could you? No. But yes, it's crazy to see that Lemon is coming back to play against IDNS this time around here. And RRQ, a very home staple name here. But IDNS is putting up quite a fight. Our representatives coming in from Thailand. This formation is going to be IZ, Zanri, Ramela this time, and Lois, and as well as Sun.
Yep, IDNS earlier having a little bit of trouble against Smart Omega in game number 1, but coming back in spectacular fashion in game 2. Now, Ramela is going to be joining their ranks, and I'm very curious to see exactly how this will shake up their strategy. Are we going to see IDNS continue doing the early aggression strats that won them that game against Omega, or are they going to transform once again to deal with RRQ?
What I'm expecting from RRQ is pretty much to do some of those targeting bans, which we talked about worked really well for IDNS earlier. And then this is what I want to see from IDNS. How dynamic can they be? They are switching a player in as well, so will that kind of play out here for game number 1?
I think it might make them feel a little bit more confident and comfortable, especially since they are going up against none other than RRQ. But admittedly, I got a little distracted by the drip RRQ is wearing here today. Have you? Whoa, those coats! Oh man, those jackets look kind of fun.
We did mention in a previous matchup, I believe this was on my cast yesterday, where being able to lose with skins makes a difference because at least you lose while looking pretty. So on that side, I think RRQ Hoshi not going to have too much of a problem there, but obviously not looking to lose. They are a big name, 4-time MPL champs, and now the only remaining representative from ID. There is a lot of pride on the line.
You know, one thing too you have to consider the fact is, you know, there is yes, the kind of decorated teams that are here. I don't mean just RRQ, but there's a lot of decorated teams here. That doesn't always necessarily translate to international tournaments, right? You might be dominating factors in your own, you know, your regions or anything like that, but when you come to the international stage, it does play a part here. We've seen it actually up to this point already. And I want to say that what I expect here from RRQ is just some of the best gameplay we're going to see from that region of Indonesia, right? But the thing that is kind of running in my mind here, like a team like IDNS, like a team like Falcon Esports, is that factor of that playstyle that they have, being able to go toe-to-toe with some of these dominating, well-known teams is an amazing thing to see here on this international stage. So I'm hoping that we have the best kind of form of IDNS for this game 1.
Yeah, absolutely here. This is going to be an important matchup. Let's see how it plays out as we jump right into the draft.
Yep, it is going to be IDNS having first pick, RRQ Hoshi going to be second pick. The first 2 bans have already come out from both sides. IDNS going for that Franco and Eve ban. RRQ getting rid of the usual Valentina on the red side as well as the Fanny.
The more I think about it, the more I we really got to change the esports pose. I mean, look at just the background behind them. It's just 4 arms. That's all we got. It's just 4 arms the entire way. But coming back into the draft, right, IDNS kicked things off really, really fast. They ban out the Franco, RQ respawn Valentina. We come back to IDNS getting rid of the Yves, followed by the Fanny, and now the 1-1. High priority picks just immediately getting taken off the board.
So I'm wondering if RQ bans out, what do they ban out here, right? Okay, I was going to say if they don't ban out the Natalia, do they pick it because it worked so well for, you know, Zanri and previously. So now IDNS has quite a few options, even the Julian. The Julian is still up for grabs. They could take it, they could flex it like we've seen either in the mid or the jungle. Not sure exactly what they want to go with here, but it is a big option. Also, Akai, who has been pretty much banned for the majority of the day so far, is also open.
Yep. Both of these are going to be the choices of Team IDNS, and based on that, we can kind of tell exactly what kind of style they might want to lean towards. Looks like Akai is going to be the pick, but the big question is, does RRQ Hoshi want the Julian?
I think it's worth taking at this point in time. I was wondering whether they wanted the Xavier, but it looks like they're going to get both of this time. So that means that the mid lane is going over to Xavier, and now Julian is the big question mark. Where exactly is he going? Are we going to see him in the jungle once again? And if so, are we going to see an astounding performance like we saw earlier today?
I think this alone is already a scary combination, right? You're talking about Xavier, Julian. Even I'm assuming Julian's going to the jungle, right? Because I don't know. I'm sure he can work in the gold lane. He could even roam. In my mind, he could even roam, right?
Yeah.
Like that is a possibility. But I would like to see him here in the jungle, working really well with what they have. Now IDNS locking in that Akai. I think so far from what we've seen, it's just it's a force to be reckoned with in the jungle. They take in a good scaling mage as well, going in the hands for Ramela here, also locking in this Thamus, who we've seen. I mean, Thamus, it worked. It kind of worked in the jungle, right? But I really like Thamus in the side lanes because it's where he really shines, especially in those 1 versus 2 situations, 1 versus 3, especially with the Vengeance, and just, I like it. So far, IDNS, these 3 picks, very solid.
Yeah, I do agree as well. And Sun, obviously, if he is going to be playing on that Thamus, he played against the Thamus earlier today. He definitely knows the strengths of the hero and recognizes that this is the time to pull it out, since they don't really know for sure who the EXP laner for RRQ is going to be yet. It could be the Julian, but I am also sharing your opinion that it's probably Julian jungle being played by Albert, and since they lock in the Esmeralda, that basically confirms it.
Okay, all right, that's fair, that's fair. The Esmeralda already locked in. The bans will begin too. RRQ is looking over an IDNS, and it looks like they're still missing technically. Oh, it's a little tough because Akai is extremely flexible, but they might as well get rid of the bad EXP matchups for Esmeralda. Get rid of the Diroth. I think that's a fair shout here. But if we come back over to IDNS, right, you do see the Thamus. So again, the flexibility of this Akai is a little frustrating.
Yeah, it's pretty weird to see them ban out the Diroth when it looks like the EXP lane for IDNS is already revealed. But yeah, the flexibility of the Akai, there's a possibility it's a jungle Akai. It could also be a roam Akai, and because of that, Thamus being in the jungle is still a question that RRQ has to consider. Because of that, it's simply safer for them to get rid of the Diroth entirely, because we already saw Sun play on it earlier. He even got a Maniac on the hero earlier today. Lots of respect from RRQ Hoshi.
Okay, I was gonna. This was gonna lead me to here. What do you take for the gold lane if you're IDNS, right? Brody would have been a great choice. So great ban there from RRQ because you want to work with that range you have coming from the Sicilian pick, right? It would have been perfect, but now they take that out. They might want to go ahead and take out. I mean, if they don't take out a Beatrix, right? They can actually take the Beatrix off the top of my head. They don't have many other marksman choices. Maybe a Clint, who we've seen work really well for some teams, but I just feel like that was a good last ban for RQ. What does IDNS take out here? There it is.
Yep, yes, that answers the question.
Grok, I don't know. I feel like Grok in this particular situation may not necessarily be it doesn't feel necessary against RRQ, right? Because I mean, if they're going for a roamer at any position, there's so many on the table as of right now that are going to be effective against the composition that IDNS are asking for, right? I mean, it's all about the disengage here. They want to be able to protect themselves from specifically this Akai. They could easily go for Diggy if they really wanted to. Julian can be flexed into that position too. And I think for RRQ, going for the gold laner, they can go for anything that they want. Lolita, even a really good shout, and as well as a lock-in for RRQ.
What is interesting though is that with IDNS banning out this Grok, this leads me to believe that they may actually be putting the Akai in a roam position, because Grok is a hero that can deal with that heavy spin due to his immunity to crowd control when he's charging up that power of nature. Because of that, IDNS, they could actually still be looking for a jungle hero here. We don't actually know what the rest of their team composition is going to look like.
Unless it's going to be another jungle Thamus, right? I mean,
True.
That's option, but I kind of expect them to show a Beatrix here, because in terms of Izzy, I mean, they already banned out some of his picks that he likes to go with, and okay, it's gonna be Irithil paired up with the Selena. So we talked about this a little bit earlier, right, in the last matchup here. You had words to say about it, Stafa, you know, this Irithil pick, and you feel pretty strongly about it. Do you think this is a solid choice?
I personally hate playing against Irithil because, yes, she is just so oppressive in the gold lane. Ever since the recent change to the hero, now that she uses energy instead of mana, they've actually upped her consistent damage quite a bit more. In the past, Irithil, she could only really output normal marksman damage when using her ultimate. Now, she just has it up all the time. And it really does a lot more damage than you would think. If you pair that up with the sprint, because her ability now is based on how much distance she moves, it actually makes her really annoying to catch.
And now with Lemon going to be locking in that Clint, this is going to be a very interesting matchup, because the laning phase is going to be more RRQ favored, Clint favored here. But later into the game, the scaling in, as well as just the raw damage coming out of that Irithil, may pose a problem, because she's going to be shooting and moving at the same time.
Shooting and moving, I like it, because you know, I saw a little bit, a preview of this new Irithil. I mean, not yet so much in the competitive scene, but I do want to say, like, she already had quite a bit of damage, the old version of her, right? So I can't wait to see this, because again, this is a telling sign of what heroes are going to be breaking out for this meta, and we're starting to see that once again with certain picks, right? So Irithil making the debut here for MSC 2022. Can't wait to see it.
Yep, I definitely cannot wait, and I'm sure all of you at home cannot wait as well for the game to be underway. So don't worry, you don't have to wait at all, because we are now back in the Land of Dawn for our third series of the day. It's going to be IDNS from Thailand on the blue side going up against Indonesia's RRQ Hoshi.
There it is. Jungle Julian, right? I think that's, honestly, so far from what we've seen, I think this is the best place right now for Julian, the way that teams are currently using him. And also, when you're talking about matching him up here, you know, he's matched up against an Akai, who we've seen dominate the past couple days.
I think that I do think that Julian in the jungle is going to be the safest way for a lot of teams, because they're very comfortable, and with the way Julian plays out, he kind of fits the role being a utilitarian, being able to deal enough damage, but if you need him to engage and lock somebody down just enough for you to win your trade, he can do that as well. I think that throwing him into different positions does allow for a little bit more flexibility. However, if you look on towards that top side, and especially with the way Vin is taking these trades, they got to be careful. This early game may not necessarily be in their favor.
Yeah, absolutely. So both teams actually do have to be a little bit cautious here. Obviously, Zanri can be a little more aggressive as compared to Vin, simply because of how their heroes will interact. But both sides do want to delay the game long enough for their cores to get up farm. So unlike the previous matchup where we saw IDNS really play hard and fast, they're now trying to just take it slow down the tempo, so that their Irithil and their Cecilion can get really fed.
I mean, Vin's doing an amazing job right now, just kind of zoning. That's exactly what he has to do. And even forcing that early flicker out from Zanri. So, I mean, forcing Zanri to kind of check himself in the playstyle that he's going with the Selena is going to be important, especially with this first turtle coming up, because there's a lot of tools available on both sides, and RRQ has the advantage here.
Lois using the heavy spin, wants to go in, but the turtle has already been secured by Albert, who pops the enhanced chain. Dotting Light doing a lot more damage than I would have expected here in the first 2 minutes, but RRQ Hoshi off to a good start.
They're off to an okay start. I think, again, nothing has really happened in this game. Nobody has made enough moves. They are developing very slight advantages, but nobody's dying just yet. Oh, speaking
well,
of which,
really, the caster curse here, I feel, is especially strong with Gideon for some reason. Ramela going to unfortunately be the first blood here, and now RQ looking for another one. A nice jump forward by Izzy to escape the Numenon blast, and now the sprint going to allow him to get away, but the dog! That's just unfortunate. Clay in perfect position to get it with that infinite extension.
I thought there was a moment there where, like, Izzy might have gotten away there, especially with the sprint, but it was a nice kind of cutoff here from the team of RRQ Hoshi. And I mean, that's what they have to be careful for, right? Because we don't technically know how much damage is packed into this new Irithyll just yet, or how it's going to play out for the game. But right now, focus on those targets you need to. Ramela, you don't want Ramela to just kind of freely scale here. Also focusing on that gold lane. So right now, RRQ slowly building that gold lead. As you can already see, 1.6k gold. It's only the 3.5-minute mark.
Yep. I think RRQ Hoshi at this point in time are going to keep playing through mid, right? They want to be able to catch as many people as possible. And since, I mean, Sun is in a position where he rotates over towards the mid side. He needs to start checking the brush and knows that Julian is there and now falls into the trap. Can he get out in time? Yes. He drops his ult to ensure that he survives.
Dotting Light again though from Clay, providing backup. Right now we can already see the power of the Xavier's global presence just providing backup to the rest of his team as compared to IDNS. A lot of them are forced to have to actually rotate to assist their cores because they take a while to actually scale up. Whereas on RQ, they're perfectly comfortable all staying in their own lanes. And right now, I think they're having the advantage in basically every lane as well.
You know, as this next turtle comes up here, I feel like it's hard for Lois to decide on which target to actually like heavy spin on, right? The Abyssal arrows are there. Turtle is going to be reset right now, but at this point, like, who do you jump on if you're Lois?
I think... I don't know. I think it's either Albert or ideally Clay. I mean, Clay and Lemon are obvious choices, but if you can get Albert as well, I think that would be the most ideal. But Lois now in some trouble.
Yes, heavy spin, but Mr. P stops him in place, but Ramela gets the turtle somehow. Albert missing the retribution. Now Lois in a bit of trouble. R7 wants to look for him, will get that kill. Albert being jumped on in the back line, but is able to survive with the dash away. So IDNS biting back a little bit.
All right, it's 0-3 for now, and Boots are starting to finish as they look for this initial dive on towards Ramela. She's going to make it out, and yes, no sprint as well. RRQ just looking for any sort of pick. Again, they're playing like oddly slow, knowing that IDNS could easily turn this over, and they don't necessarily have priority over all the lanes. So they're just really making sure that when they make a move, it's 100% guaranteed, rather than having to risk it against a team like IDNS.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing here from RRQ Hoshi is just that discipline factor, right? I mean, these guys have been playing together for a long time. They have many accolades under their belt here, and that's what we're seeing. Like, we're seeing them just making the decisions that really matter and not being too risky in it. And that's kind of, again, that's the play style that we've seen from IDNS, where they make some choices that are a little bit risky, but does sometimes pay off for them. And right now, I just feel like they're playing at the pace or the tune of RRQ Hoshi.
Yeah, as they move around the map, right, and especially with this mid lane control, RRQ eventually want to get into a bigger team fight. With 36 seconds on the clock, this turtle is going to come out, and even IDNS are preemptively making sure that they have the bushes covered for Izzy so he doesn't get caught out. But RRQ, I think they've got an idea here.
Oh, they do find Vin. He wasn't expecting 3 members in that bush, and the heavy spin finally going to find its target. Locking down Lolita. Albert going to miss the chain, but still gets the kill on Ramela. Now looking for Lois, but Izzy doing a fair bit of damage with that roar. Gonna force them back.
Now, if they can get mid-tier 1, that would be the most ideal situation for RRQ Hoshi. 3 more seconds till Turtle comes back up, and R7 making sure that he has vision over 2.
Yeah, that should just be a free turtle for the most part. I mean, I know Izzy and Xanri are still down there, but, you know, Loy's not there. Yep, there you go. They secure that turtle. So they have 2 for the game. They still have that 3K gold lead as well. And I mean, right now, once again, it's just IDNS needs to find a moment here, but conceal play.
Yeah, been wanting to look for Izzy here. He's been left by himself. Xanri gonna be backing things off. Luminum Blast will find. Actually gets disrupted there by the Abyssal Arrow, allowing the Irritel to walk away. But the tower will go to the side of RRQ. Here comes Lois though. Gets a nice 2-man heavy spin. And that's gonna secure the kill onto Lemon. Vin not quite squishy enough to be picked off, but that is a nice catch.
After finding these catches, RRQ Hoshi find themselves at 2.6k ahead. If we look at the item list so far, I mean, some haven't even made it into that first item, but just enough for RRQ to really start pumping up the tempo. And the question is, do they really want to, right? They've got those pushing waves. They've already found that first turret on bot side. They probably want to start pressing their advantage even more to crack that top side. They have plenty of time, and especially since they've got a majority of those turtles, they don't necessarily have to take First Lord. They can just wait for Luminous Lord instead.
Yeah, again, that's the discipline factor, right, coming out from RRQ Hoshi. And also, if you're wondering about, like, do they need to press for time? And yes, Ramela is on the Sicilian, but honestly, I think with what RRQ has drafted here, and if they just get a little bit of magic resist, they will be able to be okay for the majority of the game. I mean, look at already the damage coming out from Clay. So Clay alone is able to pretty much just keep them from initiating themselves. So I'm not sure. IDNS has to find some way to either allow Izzy to come online, and that's where we're going to see that Irithel damage. I mean, we already saw a preview of it, but that was kind of a, you know, a surprise bush play that they had. There you go, too. So I'm wondering at what point does Izzy kind of pop off here.
I guess we'll see, because Lois is using the heavy spin in the mid lane, not able to find any catches. Izzy now forced to run away from R7, who does not intend to let him go. Dawning Light just barely getting duped out by the Irritel here, allowing him to walk away. Sun now jumping onto Vin, popping Vengeance, but he is 1v4. That is not going to be enough to keep him alive against RRQ. They take the mid-tier 1. They rotate over to the Lord.
They take it. They're going to be able to take this with no problem. If they can bait IDNS into a fight they cannot win, that would be most ideal rather than having to coin flip it. But no, they stun Lois and they guarantee get this Lord.
Lois now going to be targeted, but R7 jumping onto Ramela in the backline as well. Heavy spin will pin him against the wall, but it is forced to be used defensively now because RRQ are just applying way too much pressure.
See, this is the thing, right? There's like this is a completely different game from the last series, right? Because this is much more just discipline-based, objective-based. I mean, there's not a ton of kills here. They have slowly built that 5, almost 6K gold lead, and right now it's just, you know, execution from RRQ Hoshi.
Some good execution, in a matter of fact. And, I mean, looking at Thamos right now, his item build is going to be a little defensive. I find it interesting that he opted to actually decide to go for the Demon Hunter Sword. But, hey, you know, to each their own. With this Lord pushing in, they need something to slow it down, and they can't afford to lose all of their outer turrets.
The Dawning Light already doing really notable damage here, and even Lois not really finding a chance to engage. Izzy, again, being the target of R7. This Esmeralda has his sights set on the Irritel, and it's gonna look for him in every single fight. Lord now pushing into mid inhibitor, but IDNS does clear that up alongside the top wave. RQ still has a minion wave, but I don't think they'll be able to get any structures off of this.
So slow, so methodical here. RRQ just barely interacting with IDNS, and now with a 7.5k lead without any reason to actually take a fight for the next 92 seconds. Let's see what they do.
I mean, this is just like you said, it's methodical, right? I mean, RRQ Hoshi, it hasn't been anything flashy, and they already have that 8k gold lead. They've got 6 turrets down. They had that 1 normal Lord. And it's still, if you think about it, at 11 minutes in, it still sets them up to pretty much just control this game right now. The next Lord will be up in about a minute or so, but even at that point, right, that's not enough time for actually IDNS to be scaled enough to go toe-to-toe with RQ.
Typically, when a team is down 7 or 8k net worth, especially within the first 10 minutes, the game can effectively be said to be over. It is, of course, 11 minutes in, so IDNS, I think they still have a possibility, but considering that they've lost all of their outer turrets and are now being forced to stay in their base, which means that their cores aren't going to be getting a lot of farm, this is just going to be a slow burn by RRQ unless something huge happens for IDNS.
IDNS, if they want to force the situation, it really just comes down to either a pick from Zanri or a big ult coming in from Lois. Everybody else has to just wait and honestly just submit until RRQ slip up somehow, but they've just dominated the map for so long that now with a 9.2k lead, this is coming up to a checkmate real soon.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was saying, right? Like, at what point, or who do you focus on here for the side of IDNS? Because you have to find a target, and literally your tools right now, because I'll tell you what, Abyssal Arrows aren't going to hit the targets right now. They're just playing around them. And R7, I mean, he is going just absolute king mode here in any lane that he chooses to, while the rest of the team just goes and focuses on objective after objective.
Yeah, they're confident. They know exactly what they're doing. Windtalker as well as concentrated energy coming in for Albert and Lemon respectively. This is painful. This is really, really painful for IDNS.
Yeah, it's not going to be a flashy defeat either. RRQ are just slowly choking them out. This is perhaps the most calculative ML you could potentially play, not allowing their opponents any opportunity to even try and take a simple advantage. Lord now pushing in mid lane. Play already using Dawning Light quite early on, and Loy is taking fair bit of damage as well. R7 with a 2-man Falling Star Moon in the backline is zoning now the entire team. Numan on Blast, gonna find one on Sun, and he is instantly taken out of the picture. They're now rotating up to the top lane. They want to take the top inhibitor while IDNS is busy defending the bottom one. 2 structures down. RQ, it looks like they're happy with just that.
I don't think they can go for any more picks with the high ground defense that IDNS has so far. They can clear waves, but fortunately, even then, might not necessarily be enough.
They're gonna get this turret. I mean, that's the lockdown already, right? So R7, I mean, this has been the entire game. He's just getting attention, putting pressure wherever lane he parks himself in. Now, base of IDNS completely exposed here. RRQ, disciplined decision. Go back, steal the buff, steal the space, and wait, maybe even wait for the next Lord off unless they get a pick.
I mean, if they really wanted to, they could just catch the waves because there's nothing else to do on that on the map so far. And as we are coming towards the 14th minutes, we're seeing that Esmeralda already has a full build. R7 has been farming extremely hard. Julian, 1 more item to go, 2 more for Lolita. And I think at this point, Lemon, as soon as he gets that BOD or Malefic Roar, I think he's going to be quite unstoppable. But in comparison here, if we look over to Izzy, he's got 3 items himself and now is trying to build some form of magic resist.
Problem is, I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. Yes, IZ does have enough damage to take down some of the squishier members of RRQ, but their positioning right now is not going to let that happen very easily. R7 by himself is capable of 1v5ing the entire team of IDNS at this point, which just means that unless a massive mistake is committed, we are just seeing the final throws of IDNS here in game number 1.
This is literally, you know, again, discipline. Let's just finish textbook fashion. Wait for the Lord. We don't need to make any risky plays. We have it pretty much the entire game. Lord's going to be up in 20 seconds. We can grab that, push into the base. That's RRQ's plan.
Gosh. Playing textbook is real boring here. I mean, after watching what happened in Group D, wait, speaking of boring, Eloy's already found his pick.
Yeah, he's R7, he's gonna get the 1v5 I mentioned earlier, but they're running away from him because the rest of RRQ is coming in. Ramela, Izzy has to run away. Lois and Sun are separated from the rest of their team, and now RRQ are just chasing them down. This is like a cat and mouse situation. Lois gonna be the first to fall. Double kill going over to Lemon. Massive damage. Izzy forced to run through the tower as Ramela is picked off as well. Dawning Light just to add insult to injury as R7 just going to catch him with the Falling Star Moon. 4 members down. Sun, the only one surviving, and now RRQ looking to end this game with this minion wave. Numan on Blast on top of the Tam as he does manage to dodge it, but he is in a 1v5 situation. No way he's getting out of that killing spree. Going to RRQ, a wipeout on IDNS Esports as RRQ Hoshi close out game number 1.
Textbook fashion. I want to bring a word up that Gideon once said, stale.
Yeah. Personally, I mean, they are making all the right moves. Do not get me wrong. I'm not saying that they're bad, but personally for me, I do like a little bit of excitement. I do like to see players really start pushing their boundaries, but that opens up a level of risk that I think at RRQ, they just want to secure points. I want to make sure they're walking out of this group with no losses, and I think that's just a good way of playing it, yes, but I do want to see more out of RRQ. We've seen them during M3 playing like absolute monsters, fighting and taking brawls, to this where they are more, I wouldn't even say timid, but very, very patient.
I think RRQ Hoshi are just in this situation where they know every single game in the group stage matters, and they've already seen teams that no one would have really expected come out on top of more experienced, more qualified teams. So they're just, I think they're just giving IDNS all the respect they deserve. They're not taking risks right now. They know that they can take them out as long as they play disciplined, they play calculatively, and that's exactly what happened.
I mean, if you don't have to take those risks or anything like that, then why would you, right? But I like that you pointed that out. It is, in a form, a respect towards IDNS because of what happened in their previous game. I mean, that was, for some people, a surprise, right? So they obviously have what it takes, again, to fight against these monstrous teams out here. But I don't know, changing it for game number 2, I feel like they had their backs against the wall so early on, and they never even got space to breathe in this map. I mean, what, at the 10-minute mark, it was above the 10K gold lead already.
Yeah, no, there's, again, nothing much you can really do. You cannot argue with the amount of math that's gone into this, and especially when it comes down to gold leads, it's really, really rough.
It really is. But before we move on into game number 2, we would of course like to give a little bit of a shout out to our official media partner, EGG Network, Southeast Asia's 24/7 esports channel under the Astro Malaysia Group. You can catch them at their channel 800 right from the comfort of your own home. So make sure to show them some support for bringing you all of this MSC action by checking them out on their social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, and Twitter as well.
You know, I mean, now that game number 1 is over, I feel like it happened so fast too, because there's not that much there to just break down, because again, textbook, when we talk about textbook teams or textbook strategies, especially in these other MPL regions, this is typically what you see. I mean, there's not a lot going on here.
Yeah.
And it's just going, in a way, for a lot of these teams and the players, if you saw from the coaching staff earlier after the game-winning moment, also the team, the players, it was kind of like going through the motions for them, right? Like, this is standard. This is what we practice. This is what we do in scrims. This is what we do almost every day. So I got to say, man, it was a standard thing for RQ. So hopefully IDNS has something in. But before that, we do want to go ahead and take a look at the items. You can do your best here to break this game down, Gideon.
Sure, a very low kill count here, but this is every single engagement, and playing by the textbook and not trying to go for any risky plays does give you a little bit of the benefit of the doubt here, because RQ, every time they made a clash with IDNS, they made it count. With 11 kills and two kills coming in from IDNS themselves, they dominated this matchup by just slowly controlling the map and utilizing the fact that Clint is able to blow up these towers super, super quick. So how do they make sure they have coverage? They keep an eye and track 2 things. Number 1, they have to track Zanri, and they also have to track Lois, because they are the only 2 people who can generally roam around the map freely. And when we're talking about this textbook, it's how do you kind of counter their movement. And if we're looking starting off with the team compositions, both compositions generally want to do the exact same thing. Ramela and Clay both want to scale. If we look at R7 and we're looking at Sun, they want to get us tanking in front of their opponents. If we're looking at Izzy, we're looking at Lemon, they want to scale too, so it's up to Albert and Vin to shut down the opponents at the same time. If we look at the damage counter here so far, it's not very high for the side of IDNS because they're consistently behind in these trades, but the damage taken is about even compared to the damage dealt. So where does this damage come from, right? Again, damage to towers are all in the favor of RRQ. The total heals are all in the favor of RRQ. So why is damage taken so similar here, even though IDNS wasn't able to deal enough? And that's because of the in-lane trades. Again, RRQ Hoshi is playing the lane really perfectly, really, really well, maximizing each and every engagement, whether it's small or on a wider scale.
I do think that a lot of the damage taken by RRQ as well is mainly because of R7 on that Esmeralda being
That's
able
fair.
to take those 1v5s. Yeah, it's just really difficult for IDNS once they were able to scale up that much. But just as we mentioned, the Esmeralda R7 from RRQ Hoshi will be awarded the MVP of Game 1, 2-0 and 4 KDA, which at first doesn't look like too much, but when you consider that there really weren't a lot of kills in this game, R7 did his job to perfection and really dismantled the backline of IDNS.
I mean, if you think about it, right, that last kind of chance play at the end was like, let's all try to get R7. Do you see how long he lasted against the brute force of IDNS there? So highlights here, I'm not sure if there's going to be that much because, again, this is not a flashy game here at all, and you can kind of just see the tactical approach that RRQ took here, and again, going through the motions. We're already in the base, 13 minutes in. This is when it's cracked open here, and this is what we saw, just IDNS trying to hold on as long as they could, but there just was not much they could do.
Yeah, I mean, just look at that. The way that they're playing, that RRQ cuts them off on their own side, killing off choke points, stopping any form of retreat, and then picking them off one by one, denying their abilities, and more importantly, once they had a 10k goal lead, they basically knew the only way we lose is if we make a mistake.
Yeah.
Because of that, they just elect not to make a mistake. And even though that's an easy thing to say, it's actually very difficult to execute on as well. Because even some of the most skilled teams we have seen here at MSC have a tendency to make mistakes when they're going a little bit too far, when they're being a little bit overconfident. So being able to pull off a style like this is actually very impressive. Admittedly, yes, it is a bit boring to watch, but you really cannot argue with the results.
I mean, not every game has to be like, you know, super flashy, right? I mean,
course.
it's not like you have to keep in mind that these teams, these players, they're not out there to make highlights. All of them aren't. I mean, some players do like to make those TikTok highlights and everything like that. But
of course,
you know, some teams, hey, they just want to get those points. If they can sweep it, the better yet, because then you get more points. You obviously are rooting or trying to get to the playoffs, right? Every team is here. But if you don't have to do anything fancy, then why not, right? So again, Game 1 is said and done with. It's over. And also, before we move on to talking about game number 2, Dafa, do we have something special for the viewers out there?
Yes, of course. You guys know we always have something special for all of you for choosing to be with us here at MSC, which is, of course, right now, the Transformers bonus event happening in-game. If you log in between June 11th and June 13th, you guys can complete tasks to claim Transformers passes, which can then be used to draw for amazing prizes. These include brand new skins, recall effects, and battle emotes. As I mentioned, it's only from June 11th to June 13th. So you guys don't want to miss out on any of this because you guys want to be able to get as much free stuff as you can.
Now here's the thing, right? As most people say, and as you are saying, yes, you don't want to make mistakes, you don't want to be able to get into that position. I would make an argument, and I've noticed this very much between the MPL PH as well as MPL ID, right? Is that your games are especially long. Like, really long. And this is where flashy and risk-taking becomes very essential to getting to this next level of gameplay, improving on mechanics and so on and so forth. Because if you keep on playing standard, you're basically going to come to a point where you brick wall and stalemate against each other. Nobody wants to make that first move, right? Waiting for the right conditions until someone breaks. Yes, your stamina increases, you're going to be more dexterous, so on and so forth, but somebody somewhere must make that play. So the question is who? And I think IDNS at this point of time, who is going to try to make this play? It starts from the draft, of course, but until we get to that point, they are going to have to gather some confidence here, and hopefully you guys who are watching here today can give that support.
I mean, that's very well said, because you're talking about, again, this is a team like IDNS who is going against... this is basically a David and Goliath story, right?
Exactly.
I mean, it can be looked at that way, and you never know what can be pulled out here, right? Yes, it's 1-0 in favor of RRQ right now, but hopefully, yeah, IDNS starts this in the draft, shows a little bit of their dynamics here and what they can bring out to the table and what they have to offer, because we've obviously seen it. I mean, it's not a question anymore, but going against a team like RRQ, who is seen as that Goliath factor, you know, you might have to just break your standard a little bit to actually penetrate through that kind of defense. That was what I was talking about before with RSG Philippines. You know, that's what Smart Omega did back then. So it's like, you might have to be the team to do that here for RRQ and just make that statement even more.
So we can confirm right here, what we're expecting from this drafting phase is simply Johnson, Kadita, make sure that they don't group up and like just couple collisions, you're good to go.
Well, hopefully not anymore, Johnson, Kadita.
You just want to add to the car accident statistics here at MSC 2022. But yes, we are now back into the drafting phase, and right now it is looking pretty dire for IDNS. Obviously, they were able to draw against Omega earlier in the day, so even if they end up losing here, there is still a chance, but you obviously don't want to be in that situation. For that reason, it does look like there has been a bit of a player swap. Angelina going to be reprising his position on IDNS.
Okay, all right. So that does mean, I wonder what this means for the team, especially for IDNS. Was it a decision just to make sure or ensure that they can actually try to get this next game, or does this increase their hero pool? Immediately, Akai given over to RRQ after the bans of Valentina, Franco, Julian, Natalia, Xavier, as well as Fanny have been taken out.
You know, I think if you want to start talking about the draft here for IDNS for their favor, it could be securing a comfortable gold lane maybe for yourself, because you already know that, you know, they're going to target some of those bans in the second half of the draft. I mean, that's what happened earlier. So it kind of forced, I feel like, you know, IZ to try something new, which was that Irithyll. Maybe that was practice and everything, but maybe go with a little bit of comfort here to secure that gold lane to at least start. And it looks like they're going to go ahead and lock in this Eve, so they're going to give that most likely to Angelina. And there you go. It is the gold lane priority here. They take the 1-1.
Yeah, I'm surprised that RRQ decided to opt to go for the Akai over the Wan, especially since, you know, Lemon is playing all over again. I mean, it's fine, no big deal, no big deal. Didn't hurt my feelings even the slightly bit.
I mean, you did mention, you know, you feel like 1-1 is a good start to a victory. Like, that's step one, right? So, but they, the RRQ Hoshi Kings over here, believe that Akai is better than the 1-1.
It's frustrating.
They're challenging your expectations right now.
Oh, it's not going to be a jungle.
They're straight up challenging IDNS as well. Yes, that's not an Akai jungle. Instantly, Albert's Ling has somehow been let through the draft, and they are the ones locking in the Irithyll this time, telling the opposing team, this is our turn now.
Can I just say, how many times have we had teams like try to one-up each other? Like, they let a hero through in the previous game, and then game 2, they're like, we'll show you how it's done.
They're looking at each other, and every single time they're like, oh, you think you can play it? Well, I can play it better, bruh. Don't worry about it. I can play Irithyll too. And I mean, this is coming out of Lemon, the man who basically can play anything. He's garnered a name for himself as a master of all things, every element. He is the Avatar.
Well,
I see.
That's a little scary to know that RRQ has the Avatar on their side.
That is quite scary, yes, but the question is, when the world needs him most, will he vanish?
Oh, that's a tough one. That's a toughie. Let's see whether this is going to be the beginning and how this story will end. IDNS, I mean, they're getting rid of all the common picks. They're making sure that the mid lane is a little bit clearer this time. Get rid of the Kagura, also get rid of the Angela to make sure that Albert doesn't have that kind of coverage and he can't just walk in and walk out of fights for free without taking some form of punishment.
I don't think it's going to matter to him too much. Albert is obviously known for this signature hero. He is very confident with it. They just want to make sure that they have control over the team fights, which is why they ban out the Barats, one of the more obvious counters to the Akai, being able to eat him up with the Detona as welcome. And of course, getting rid of the Yuzong as well, a hero that can actually somewhat match the mobility of Ling.
I'm surprised that they banned it out, considering that, if they're banning out the Yuzong, I'm guessing that means that R7 will get his hands on Akai in the EXP?
Or is it going to be an Esmeralda again? I mean, because can Akai actually be the roam? Like, is that flex enough? Or
it is flex enough. I mean, Akai was designed for the roam initially before they reworked him and made him, I don't know, this monstrosity. He became Kung Fu Panda too quick.
Literally.
He's the Dragon Warrior on top of everything else. I mean, please get the voice of Jack Black for Mobile Legends.
That would be pretty funny.
That'd be very funny.
But I do think this is most likely going to be an R7 Akai. It just somehow feels right. I don't know for sure if that's going to be the case. But yeah, with them locking in the Matilda and the Sicilian as well, yes, this is R7 on the Akai. RQ right now are going to have a lot of scaling into the the form of their 3 cores, and it's gonna be up to the Matilda and the Akai to delay the game long enough for them to get their farm.
This is tough because we were talking about scaling, right? And the big question mark is still on Irithyll. Like, we didn't actually get a good opportunity to see that just yet. So you have the Irithyll, big question mark here. Obviously, Lemon, it's in the hands of Lemon, right? So we're probably going to see that. But also, they solidify that with that Sicilian pick and the scaling potential there. So IDNS, their last pick is going to be this Esmeralda. I think it's about as safe as you can be for the side lane.
Yeah, I think the side lanes are really, really safe here. And if we're talking about scaling, I mean, we don't really need to see it, but we just know it for a fact that this Irithyll will hard carry games if she has enough items in her arsenal. I think this is still going to be a... I mean, considering that RRQ is playing a very safe, pacifist way of the game, IDNS, it's up to them to really press the agenda here.
I do agree with you there, and it does make me a little sad that we're not seeing the same kind of aggressive lineup that won them their game against Omega, but hopefully this is going to be the transformation they need to take down the Indonesian Giants. Ladies and gentlemen, the Land of Dawn welcomes us once more to bear witness to the battle between RRQ Hoshi playing on the blue side and IDNS playing on the red side.
So it starts in the jungle, right? That's why we typically look at those matchups too. Albert on the Ling, right? Like you mentioned, very comfortable here. And then Aloy's on this Karina. I feel like that's also just kind of matching up against that threat of Albert. So, you know, Zanri trying to do the best there, but there's not much you can do. And I just feel like this is a lot of safety from IDNS.
Yeah, Aloy's, he's going to be walking out for free. That's the beauty of Karina this time round. And again, that's when you see Hilda being annoying. It always forces the enemy jungler to use their retribution early, guarantees that they don't pick up the Lethal Wanderer, and then can just walk back into base. And when you have someone like Karina walking into your enemy jungle, you can still be that frustrating invade-style tank.
Yep, so that's already a pretty good start for IDNS, having the Hilda just delay Albert for as long as possible, allowing Lois to steal away his orange buff. And because of that, Lois is going to be able to have access to 3 buffs, giving him a slight level advantage here in the early game.
Yeah, and again, this is the best thing. This is probably just comfort for IDNS to just last out here. You got to give it up to Zanri because I feel like, you know, comparing it to that Selena last game, Zanri's actually able to play the way that he wants to play here, especially that kind of annoyance. You know, that's what he does so well in Natalia, and now he gets to do it on the Hilda.
Oh, that's a little sad. That's a little sad because I'm pretty sure Vin had his Guiding Winds on cooldown and Lemon was kind of forced to use his sprint on a very valuable spell at this stage of the game for now. But let's see. Now that IDNS knows for a fact that Lemon doesn't have it, are they going to continue to play around this side of the map, or are they going to divide their resources?
What we know for sure is that Zanri has been quite effective so far, but now being caught out, able to run away with the sprint. Turtle going to be contested. Real world manipulation catching out Clay, but it's not enough as now the heavy spin gonna cancel it out. But it's gonna be the Esmeralda Sun getting that first blood there. Clay being picked off on the side.
Big pickup there. I mean, that's a great play and an option here for IDNS because now they can convert that into a turtle. So this is a huge start for IDNS. Again, this is exactly what they need to do. Just be a little more comfortable here going against RRQ.
Yep, it's tempo. It's all about these tempo plays. That's all you want to see here. R7 rotating from that bottom side just to make sure that Lois doesn't steal another camp from his jungler.
Right now, we can see that RRQ Hoshi are definitely quite wary of IDNS esports, and that's exactly what they want to achieve with this composition. Having the Hilda and the Karina means that they will hit their power spike much earlier on, and hopefully buy enough time for Sun and IZ to be able to scale up. But we already see that RRQ Hoshi are able to farm up very quickly as well. As we see here though, heavy spin being used on Sun. Albert chasing him down. No mana left on the Esmeralda. And that means he's not going to escape from Clay.
So nice pick off there to even it out here in the score. Again, it's still pretty even in gold in terms of everything else. So right now, pretty steady, right? But it's not just completely going to be one-sided, even though we're 3.5 minutes in here. I feel like either way, they can continue. IDNS should continue to follow around Zanri. And now some action top lane, our bottom lane.
Yeah, they're not going to be... R7 isn't dying anytime soon. His high base stats makes it really difficult for Lois to commit to this kill. Lois... What? You just bought a Weak Talker.
Yeah. Interesting.
Is that normal?
Not really. Usually they start going full tank, or they just opt to go for just Huh.
That's
Huh.
strange.
That's a bit mind-boggling here. I'm not gonna lie.
I feel like I saw 3 Wind Talkers pop up in the
Right?
screen, though,
Yeah,
like in the
that's-
past, like, 30 seconds.
But hold on, so a fight already beginning. Circling Eagle being used by Vin to keep IDNS in place. I think Lois was able to take the... Nope, Albert was able to secure it after all of that. No casualties on either side, so that's a pretty even trade overall. But we're already seeing RRQ match up and even surpass IDNS in terms of farm, despite this early pressure.
They're gonna need to find some kind of. Oh my
Ooh,
goodness!
there's the
What?
potential.
There it is.
What a okay, all right, fair enough. That was a trade. That wasn't expecting that much damage coming out of him, but they find Lois and now he's pinned.
Heavy spin, gonna be able to lock down the Karina, and now no retry on IDNS means that Albert gets the turtle for free. Angelina now gonna be the next target. Albert chases him down. Double kill going to the Ling. Sun now the next target, 1v4. Zanri can only watch in terror, but Esmeralda actually able to escape thanks to that sprint. So only 2 kills going over to RQ.
So this is the start, right? This is the start where they build that lead. Once again, what we saw before, it's a 2K gold lead now. But the one thing that IDNS does always have here, Gideon favorite, the Wan, right? Then nothing has really happened yet. I mean, for Izzy here, he's been able to just go ahead and farm up, and he is protected quite a bit by Zanri too. So if he can continue to kind of follow up with that, that might be the best case scenario, even forcing a flicker out here from Vin.
This is some scary stuff because, again, he's already got that proc on towards Vin's side, but then it's a little too late. He's going to have to build it all up all over again, and that's the problem, right? It's all about making sure you can manage those weakness points.
Oh no! A flicker from R7, gonna be able to push Lois back into his team. Real manipulation, gonna keep him alive for now as they trade him for R7. But here comes Albert, he has his eyes on Izzy, gonna catch on to 1-1. And the massive damage from Lemon, double kill to the Irritel. Even Zanri not safe, Hilda having to make a quick retreat.
So that's the damage potential already, you know, from Irithel, 6 minutes in. And it looked like for a second that IDNS would actually come out a little bit on top of that team fight, and then just the response from RQ Oshi. I mean, this is showing just how much communication is going through them.
Yeah, it totally does, and I think it's a little sad for Izzy in particular because he was trying to find enough procs to allow him to get his ult off in time, but I don't know, there was a weird moment in the brush where he kind of just stopped moving for a second, and I guess that's why this in-game pause is going to be coming out. But yeah, when you have a marksman with sprint, rotating back in towards these fights is rather crazy, and especially for Irithel, she's just zooming through this fight.
Yeah, I think one thing we have to point out is why exactly is Irritel doing so much more damage in the hands of RRQ as compared to when IDNS were playing it. One thing to note is that Irritel is meant to be more of a lane dominator nowadays. Yes, she farms up real strong in the late game, but she's also strong in the first few minutes. For that reason, she's more of a momentum-based marksman. She needs to win lane to be effective. In this game, he was Lemon going up against a 1-1, which Irritel definitely wins that out. But in the previous game, IDNS were playing it against the Clint, which is able to burst down damage in lane much more effectively, and that is why Irritel now is going to be much more farmed as compared to when we saw IDNS playing the hero.
I just feel like, too, you know, Irithel being able to just kind of, it's almost like just point and click and just a bunch of damage, right? Whereas 1-1, you kind of need to get your positioning on top and then, you know, obviously get the weak points and then get the crossbow of Tang off. So this is what we're seeing. He's already 2-0 on this Irithel, and it's just going to, it looks like that way. It's just going to go ahead and continuously scale very well in the favor of RRQ Ocean.
That's why I always make the comparison of Irithel and as well as Mia whenever we see it here in MPL MY, right? It's all about just walking up, getting your items, and then just point and click. There's not much thinking to it other than if somebody has vengeance so you don't accidentally kill yourself. But other than that, yeah, it's just scale quick. And now that you have this lane dominator style of Irithel, just live and let your team do the rest.
What I'm wondering now is whether or not Irritel will actually be considered a solid lane counter to the 1-1, because usually 1-1, although she's weak in the early lane, can usually farm up quite comfortably because of her passive, allowing her to just out-mobility other marksmen. That's not the case for Irritel. Lemon definitely going to be able to chase down Izzy no matter where he goes, and that's where the lane dominance really starts to set in.
Yeah, they got to be careful of the next decisions that they make because the next big objective is going to be Lord, right? And you can see both teams trying to find an opportunity around the map to actually hopefully even get those tier 1 turrets in the mid lane, because those are going to be very crucial as the next Lord comes up in about a minute.
Oh, as they rotate around the mid lane so far, it's a small 4K lead for RRQ Hoshi so far. And I think the IDNS, they're starting to lose that momentum now. They're forced to play a little bit back, and RRQ Hoshi just has control of the tempo.
It's even Vin just perfectly comfortable with walking up right next to Zanari and saying hello. He knows that even as a Matilda, IDNS right now are far behind enough that they're not going to have enough damage to burst him down, and if they use up their cooldowns, that is go time for the rest of his team.
Albert currently with the highest damage, with Lemon just shortly behind him so early on in this game here. And I think IDNS need to make a decision on which side of the map they want to play for. They can't just keep playing responsively to RRQ. They need to start fighting for some space and time. RRQ Hoshi, on the other hand, very clearly want to play for this top side, knowing that Lord is there. So IDNS, either they have two choices. Either they rotate early on, which Esmeralda is doing, or they could have set up for bot wave and then made a move.
I think right now, both teams just want to come here for this Lord. It is, again, only the first one in the game. It's a regular Lord, but they don't want to give it up just freely, right? Because at this point, would you say that IDNS can actually still go in a team fight against RRQ Hoshi? Are they just outclassed right now?
It's going to be quite difficult for them, but I guess we will find out. Albert already taking down the Lord to half HP, but they're actually going to make the choice to completely separate because they see Sun is by himself. Quick decision by RRQ as now they take down the mid tower. They're coming back in full force. IZ taking a lot of damage from Lemon. Almost gets the crossbow, not quite enough. As now Albert comes in, going to be able to secure the Lord very easily. Picking up Lois along the way. Now wants to go on Zanri, but doesn't have enough energy to follow up on the Hilda. They've already done enough.
You see what I mean? The Irithyll being able to pop sprint, freely shoot, and move at the same time is just, it's such a strong component, or I mean, it's such a strong, unique thing about that hero. And we're seeing it here now for Lemon, right? We didn't get to actually see it work very well last game. So they're making that work, and I feel like a lot of this just, it's because of the rest of the team, right? Irithyll, most marksmen, you need the rest of your team. You have to count on them to get to this point.
I think, yeah, no, they definitely do. But just look at that damage, right? Consistent shots coming out from RRQ Hoshi with an 8.5k lead. 10 minutes of the game. It's just a repeat of game number 1. They are just playing so very clean right now. R7
in the backline with the flicker. Heavy spin pushing Zanri completely out of position. A mega kill going over to Irithyll as the Tempest Blades comes out in the backline, doing massive damage. Double kill going over to Lemon. The heavy crossbow taking victims. And now with the Lord pushing in top lane. Normally, first Lord of the game, you don't think it's much of a threat. But right now, RRQ Hoshi are threatening to end the game with this single objective, taking top and mid inhibitor. 3 members of IDNS currently alive. Gonna focus their efforts on defending against the Lord, but they also have 5 members of RRQ to deal with as well. The choice now going to be made. Will RRQ try to look for a fight here? Lord is already down. Here comes Lemon. Heavy crossbow. 2 shots is all it takes to take down the 1-1. Take down the Hilda. Double kill going over to Lemon. Triple kill going over to Irithyll.
Give it to him!
Able to find one more, but that goes over to Albert. So no maniac here. But the game is basically over. RRQ Hoshi secured a 2-0 victory against IDNS Esports.
Man, we saw it. That was, again, just the burst damage potential of an Irithyll pick. It was, what, maybe 12, 13k gold lead by the end, and it's crazy to think because IDNS had actually a good position for that game, and it just fell out through their fingers.
Yeah, I mean, some good plays overall being made coming in from RRQ, and that's the thing. They know how to kind of shift that tempo really, really fast from slow and passive to almost taunting their opponents to all of a sudden bursting on the spot. So well done. A very good show and display of aggression from RRQ.
Yep, once again, really calculated gameplay, really good disciplined decision-making, but definitely a little bit flashier than Game 1 on account of Lemon on that Irithyll. We finally get to see the damage potential of this hero after the recent update, and I do think that more and more teams will want to consider this now, especially now, if you pick up the Irithyll, you could potentially let the 1-1 through the draft just win lane, not allow them to get off their win condition.
you know, after seeing Irithel in this game, I don't think it's enough information just yet, right? Let's see it played again, hopefully later on today. But I will say, like, at this point, man, there is so many good priority picks. And that's one thing I really want to appreciate of what's developing here right now. Because, you know, we've seen Julian's, we've seen Natalia's, now we've seen Irithel pop up. We've seen a lot of options because it's not just going to be those standard priorities what we're used to seeing. So great showing here. RRQ is going to sweep this one, and what can we say? This is the first half of day number 2 already done.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely ridiculous, right? The meta has shifted quite some time. From my time of doing MSC since 2019, in a matter of fact, where there were only 2 really good picks, which is either Harith or Lunox, it has changed very much over the years, and I think it's in a decent spot. And to come back to your question, let's have a look at the item build first before we jump into that. Is it, well, maybe you at home can answer that question, 1-1 or Irithel, because we're looking at the Irithel build coming out from Lemon. It's full damage, and more importantly so, I'm pretty sure that is a Scarlet Phantom at the end there, just to be certain. Endless battle for that extra bit of burst damage, and more importantly so, you have that crit, but you also want to make sure that when you do connect onto people, it's pretty nuts, right? Lemon pops the sprint, runs up to the closest target before getting that initial slow. Jumping over to the damage numbers, oh boy, this game with such a low kill count, it's surprising to only see that Irithel is only dealing 36,000, very comparable to Albert on his signature pick.
Yeah, definitely can see that, but I think even though we can see that Albert ended up doing more damage than Lemon towards the end of the game, you can just see how much burst damage comes out of Irithel when the heavy crossbow is popped, and instantly you can tell this is a problem. This is the second game in a row that IDNS Esports weren't able to inflict even a single point of damage to any of RRQ's towers, and you know how one-sided the game is if not even a single structure is threatened throughout the entirety of the game.
Again, I think this is one of the weaknesses of 1-1, right? When the other side of the table on the teams, you have so much mobility, right? They had that with that Matilda. You know, Ling can be mobile in himself, has the Temps of Blades. And then you throw in Irithel, right? Also an Akai. So I feel like with 1-1, this is where she struggles a little bit, right? Because she's not able to get those weak points off. She's not able to get that crossbow of Tang off. And we can see game MVP here going to be Albert on that signature pick, that Ling of his, 4-0-8.
Yep, I mean, this is a signature pick for a reason. He usually never misses his ultimate. You always land it right in the center to get that knock up. And, man, the Tempest of Blades is just something that was honestly designed for him. I think at this stage of the game, with the only remaining Indonesian team being RRQ, they consistently perform in international tournaments, so this is no surprise.
Yep, we can see in the highlights as well from that game, from beginning until the end, RRQ Hoshi were constantly in control. Every time IDNS tried to take a fight, you can see how RRQ was splitting up the fight in their favor. They have multiple sources of engage. They not only have the Akai to pin people with a heavy spin, they have Albert jumping into the backline, and that is buying so much time for Lemon, which at this point of the game is already dealing massive amounts of damage. Sprint, in this case, is not just an aggressive or defensive tool, it is also a way for him to increase his damage potential.
See that? I feel like even with Lois, right, he really struggled here on that Karina pick. It was kind of like a safe option for him, and you can only immune that damage for so long, right? And when there's that much front-loaded damage coming out from the side of RQ, like, it just showed apparently here that it was just too difficult, and at that point the scaling was just intense, right?
Yeah, no, I think the biggest problem is the fact that every single engagement was either thwarted by just clean rotations and very obvious communication coming out from R7 about positioning and how the lane state is, so that he can protect his support as well as jungler with the Deadly Spin.
With that said though, that is going to be the conclusion of our third series of the day, with IDNS now losing 2-0 to RRQ. Their position in the group and their chance of moving on to the playoffs is definitely going to be under threat. But with the first half of the day concluded as well, that's going to be it for this lineup of casters today. We're going to be seeing another set of the English desk later on today as we move on into match number 4, which is going to be EVOS SG going up against Orange Esports. Are you guys excited for that one?
I mean, honestly, at this point, all these matchups are pretty exciting, right? I mean, there is game number 1 of this series was a little bit not exciting, if you will. So it was a little stale, as Gideon would say. But, I mean, at this point, we don't know what team's going to exactly drop off yet. So there's so much still on the line for today.
Yeah, I think so too. Unfortunately, I won't be casting the EVOS SG versus Orange Esports. I'm actually really excited to see, because this is going to be a very big determiner for Group D in and of itself, right? I mean, we've seen how they've kind of played around it, and maybe they can do more.
Yep, but we will be seeing you guys after a break. It's not gonna be us, it's gonna be someone else. But from Staffa, Gideon, and Nyso, we are signing off. See you guys next time.
Saya lahir di Palembang dan besar di Manado. Tidak seramai seperti Jakarta, tetapi saya cinta kota Manado. Serasa di rumah itu yang membuatnya istimewa.
Ang probinsya ko ay Naik, Cavite. Maliit lang na baryo na bandang dagat. Sobrang ganda. Natutunan ko ang halaga ng buhay. Atin to.
Untuk saya berasa tenang apabila saya berdoa dan tetap fokus pada kepercayaan saya.
Hindi naging madali ang buhay ko. Sobrang daming paghihirap at sagabal. Kaya gusto kong nasa taas, sa ibabaw, at natutunan ko na laging tumungo pataas.
Itu adalah bagian dari budaya bangsa kita. Tidak pernah berhenti untuk bekerja keras tanpa melewati batas. Tetap selalu berpijak dan melangkah.
Kahit maging sino ako.
Tak kira bila.
Akan selalu kuingat.
At tatandaan ko ang pinanggalingan ko.
Budaya bangsa kita.
Our value.
Kepercayaan kita.
Our hope.
Gagawin ko ang lahat para ipagtanggol.
Apapun untuk membuat negaraku bangga.
Galing sa pinanggalingan ko ang lakas ko.
Motivasiku.
Dan selamat datang.
It is time for us to talk about the MSC, the origin, and what it has become. Let's roll back to the very beginning. The Mobile Legends Bang Bang Southeast Asia Cup, or MSC, was established in 2017, regarded as one of the first official MLBB major tournaments hosted by Moontone. The first MSC was held in Jakarta, Indonesia, featuring a total of 8 teams. IDNS of Thailand took home the first ever MSC trophy. The MSC 2018 was refreshed with a brand new format and the participation of 2 more countries, Myanmar and Vietnam. Now featuring 10 teams, the crown was once again snatched away from the home country, Indonesia. A the Main ended up sweeping the countrymen Digital Devils Pro 3-0. In the following year, MSC 2019 has shifted its host country to the Philippines. There are a total of 12 teams from 9 countries in Southeast Asia. And it was Onyx Esports that defeated fellow Indonesian representatives Lure Esports to claim the championship. Nonetheless, MSC continued on in the following year. Though it was fully online, the tournament achieved a record-high concurrent viewer count for MSC. MSC 2021 saw another all-Filipino grand final between Blacklist International and Execration. And it was Execration that ascended to be the new king of the sea. With MSC 2022 returning to a live tournament setting in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, there are a lot of wonderful stories waiting to be written. For instance, can Smart Omega, who inherited the MSC 2021 champion roster, defend their title this year? While Onyx Esports and IDNS could increase their MSC trophy tally to 2. Will the home country curse continue in MSC 2022? Can the Philippines representatives claim the MSC title for the 3rd time? Or will there be a new victor? The next king of the sea? Let the new legends unfold. See you at MSC 2022 for the supremacy!
Slay the enemies, bury the monsters. Rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Raise it strong, hit it hard, giving the best shot. Slay the enemies, bury the monsters. Rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Raise it strong, hit it hard, giving the best shot. Going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry. Bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it puts the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood. Fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. the monsters rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Races run, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We
Welcome once again to the MSC 2022. My name is ICBaby12. Joined with me is going to be Eterna as well as Lafel, as we are going to be your new set of casters to be bringing you the rest of the games for today. And it has been exciting journeys here in day 2 in the group stages. And oh my, earlier games today we have seen upsets so far. But nevertheless, I'm looking forward to see more games to come. But before that, shout out to our amazing sponsors as well. MSC 22 is powered by Moonton, and also a big thank you to our official content partner, TikTok, partner in esports, Secret Lab, esports chart, and media partner EGG Network, as well as MeWatch. Eterna, Lafel, are you guys excited?
For me personally, I'm just happy. What, do I sound very loud? I'm so sorry. I just want to say it's a good thing that you introduced ourselves, because I thought you were just a grown-up staffer.
Why?
But either way, for everyone else that is watching, for you guys to get a lot of MSC goodies, make sure you guys are very active in the game itself, because there is a lot of ways for you guys to get a lot of goodies, including the Farsa new skin, MSC exclusive emote, graffiti, as well as, if you guys want, you guys can get the previous MSC skin, Jawhead Space Explorer. Just logging in the game and then complete all the tasks and then claim them for free.
I did.
You did?
I did. When I saw the MSC Pass event pop up, I was like, Instagram, and I took it for myself.
Yeah,
that Farsa skin is sick.
Yeah, you look like the kind to just like, yeah, here's money. I just want it.
Do you want one?
I would definitely want a Farsa skin.
No,
for sure.
I was offering.
Not really.
Yeah.
You would go through right me and you just
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
All right, it's okay. No, all in all, let's talk about the next game here. It's gonna be EVOS SG going up against Orange Esports. We did see Orange Esports go for a tie series against Impunity KH early on, and it was pretty neck and neck. So in terms of points as well, I'm looking forward to see how well they've done. But in case you've just tuned in for you guys watching at home, this is gonna be a schedule up on screen for you guys, and we're gonna tell you a little bit more on how the journey so far in day number 2.
Yeah, we can see here already 3 matches have actually passed us. Okay, we already have IDNS going head-to-head with Omega with a 1-1. Orange Esports as well as Impunity also went to a 1-1. But what I thought was really exciting and crazy to see was RRQ actually managed to get a 2-0 against IDNS.
I feel there's a reason why you feel like you're most excited for that one. I was actually excited watching the Orange against Impunity, because it was very neck and neck. I have personal reasons as well why I like that match.
Yeah, you know what? A personal reason. I think, give you guys a little bit recap. We had a little bit off-screen segment where Athena made an Insta story on RRQ and just having a little bit excitement. That RRQ got a 2-0. So yeah, it's a little bit inside joke. If you want to find out more, do check out our stories. But of course, now the upcoming match right now, EVOS SG up on screen. We have Adamir, JPL, Sayla, Gear, as well as Nick representing from Singapore.
Now, this is a thing that I also wanted to talk about, right? Because one of the reasons that I heard that EVOS Singapore really dominated the region was because Potato was in the mix of it all. Now, my question is, do you guys feel like Potato, without Potato, they're still a strong contender to win this MSC?
Honestly, yeah, I feel like they're still very strong, because even though Potato is not there, there's a lot of powerhouses here. Sayla is actually one of my favorite players to watch because as a mid laner, the way that he controls the map is amazing. And here, when I saw him play in the World Series, he was blowing my mind. I thought because at that point, he was kind of rookie, so I thought, okay, he might be playing a little bit scared, but nah, he really pushed it forward. And here we have the roster for Orange Esports, Valence, Min, Man, Gary, as well as Born. And we saw in their previous match, Malaysia has this style where we really like to trade our own lives just to get something else.
Yeah, objectives is going to be key, and the beauty about Orange Esports is ever since Valence kind of integrated Orange Esports, during MPOMY, they were in a 7 losing streak, and despite that, after Valence coming in, they were able to just consistently grow and get better, and it's really, really amazing to see how well they've gone so far, and I really like their shot callings as well, especially coming from Valence himself.
100%. I think Valence is definitely a player to watch here, other than as well the Super Twins. But before we get into that, we can take a little bit of a discussion here to discuss about the coach, Coach Youngin. What do you guys know about it?
Yeah, I really like Youngin's drafting style as well. I've known him personally for a couple of years, and over the years, he has been in a drafting scenario where his perspective is very focused on drafting it with intent, right? Everything he picks, everything he bans has a specific person. May it be targeted towards enemies' comfort heroes, or maybe towards their comfort style. So I'm really liking how he drafts, but Orange can be said the same as well. They try to be very, very flexible as much as they can.
Yeah, Orange, we can see here Coach Pops leading in their prayer. However, I would say that Orange Esports, they draft as a team. Coach Pops is more or less there to supervise what is the right thing to do. So especially Valence. Valence is actually a very clever guy. He will give the initial suggestion, and then Coach Pops will analyze it to be like, you know what? I feel like both those picks are good, but maybe this pick will be a little bit better.
Yep, and of course, 5 more seconds towards we head off to the drops as well. Here, a little bit more of an insights for you guys is that EVOS as well as Orange Esports has pretty much met each other 4 times on the main stage, with Orange Esports only winning 1 out of the 4. So this is going to be a little bit of a redemption points coming from Orange Esports, especially here in Malaysia, where defending for their country.
Definitely a revenge story as well between EVOS Singapore as well as Orange, because if I'm not mistaken, Singapore as well as Malaysia, they were under the same MPL, so they know each other a lot. They have a signal, they have a feeling of what maybe they want to be going into the drafts here, as now we're going to take a look at the drafting phase between Orange Esports from the side of Malaysia as well as EVOS Singapore.
Yep, Orange being on the first pick as well. We are going to be seeing Julian being first banned here, no strangers as well. Based on the statistics, Julian is pretty much near to 100% picked all banned thus far here at MSC 2022 for day number 2. What are your thoughts on the Julian so far, Lafel?
I feel like the Julian is good. However, I feel like we haven't seen his full potential as of yet. But right now, looking at for both these teams, 2 roles that I see the similarity are the gold laners as well as the mid laners, especially for the side of EVOS SG, because the last time I saw them, they perform so well if they get their comfort picks, like Sayla when he gets the either Xavier or Kagura. I was thinking of a Pioneer, like Kagura as well as Beatrix. I feel like these 3 heroes are something that EVOS SG they want to get earlier on. And Orange Esports, interestingly enough, they banned out the Digi. This kind of shows either they know that EVOS, they want to play a babysit style with the Digi, or they want to bring someone with huge AoE crowd control like Atlas into the game.
That's definitely a possibility. When I saw that Digi pick, I also instantly thought that as well. I think that perhaps this might be an indication of the type of gameplay maybe Orange Esports wants to bring to the table against a team as strong as EVOS Singapore. But now we can already see a Fanny ban coming into play for this side. And this is interesting, right? Because we already have, I could say, 2 jungler bans already in the first phase. Julian is a very huge flex pick. For the moment, we've seen him being played in the mid lane. We've seen him being played as a jungler. But in your opinion, do you think he's better in that jungle or mid position?
I think it's super flexible. Julian can be played XP, he can play tank as well. We haven't seen a roamer Julian so far. I feel like that's the beauty about flex picks, right? You can pick it one time and guarantee it almost every single time. But when we're talking about flexible picks, I really want to talk about Cho, because JPL is an absolute Cho monster. Likewise, coming from Orange Esports, we did see coming from Valence as well as Min playing it on the Cho as well, which is something that they are leaning on when it comes to flexible picks. But what I want to really talk about is that I'm really surprised with this Diggy pick coming from Orange Esports. Just because of how JPL has been known for his very aggressive tanky playstyle of a roaming hero player rather than the Enchanter style. I think we did see one game coming from him during the C games as well as a clutch pick. I feel like Orange Esports is just playing on the safety side to try and ban it off from the get-go.
This is also one of my pet peeves where JPL, he can play the Matildas and such, but I really like it when he uses those really tanky catch-style heroes. And right now, Orange Esports, they managed to get 1-1, which is one of Valent's best heroes, but let's be real, right? 1-1 is just super strong right now. And for the side of EVOS, right now, since Diggy has been banned, again, JPL, in my opinion, he should take someone that can actually catch this 1-1. But since the Franco did themselves ban, what other options that can catch a 1-1 even with the second skill up?
Yeah, this isn't looking too good, I would say, for the side of EVOS. Of course, they do have 5 more picks to be able to respond to this first pick for Valence in that 1-1. And touching on what you mentioned earlier, they could pick up someone like the Kufra or maybe the Cho, right? Because that would be in synergy with the type of playstyle JPL likes to go for. But that will have to wait because it does seem like they have been prioritizing the mid as well as that gold lane, as that Beatrix as well as a Xavier has been picked up. And once again, this is huge, right? This is also a comfort pick for the side of EVOS, as well as taking it away from, of course, none other than Man himself.
Yeah, there's going to be comfort pings coming from EVOS SG as well. Adamir loves his Beatrix a lot. Sayla has been very consistent on his Xavier pickup as well. And this brings to the question where EVOS SG, they do tend to lean on playing the game towards the later stage of the game. So I feel like having this Xavier and Beatrix is not exactly the best way to open up in terms of flexibility to try and open up enough hero pools. But considering that ever since Julian kind of fit into the current meta, it's just a no-brainer not to pick S-tier heroes right from the get-go rather than being flexible.
Actually, over here, I would say this is EVO's style of play because they have these 2 heroes. Honestly, the other 3 heroes almost doesn't matter because the way that they want to play is they want to snowball off of gold lane. And how do they want to do that? Adamir, he will try to control the bushes and try to kill with a Wesker. And because Sayla on the Xavier, he doesn't have to roam. He can stay at mid and then use his Dawning Light on the bottom lane, help clear the minion, making sure that he has the pressure. So this is their strategy. This is the way that they play. And they can only execute it if Sayla is on the Xavier and Adamir has a marksman that can really put a lot of pressure, just like Beatrix, especially in the early stages of the game.
As you predicted here, Lafel, with the Diggy being banned away, Orange Esports has actually been able to pick up this Atlas as well as the Lilia. So Orange Esports...
I'm smart or something. I mean, just to say, I call out the Beatrix and Xavier as well.
Oh, 100%.
I'm done.
That's why you're the analyst, my guy. That's why you're the analyst. But yeah, going back to the point is that I feel like Orange Esports, at the moment, they're going for a really huge team type of composition. So when they go head-to-head with EVOS, I don't think it's going to be in their power to be able to do so. And so, from the way that they have picked up this Natalia as well, we can see that they are trying to go for more of a pick-off type of strategy.
Yep, speaking of which as well, both teams doesn't have the XP lineage pretty much secured as well. I like the Tamus ban coming from EVOS SG as well. They might be leaning on towards Esmeralda, which have a very high pick ratio as well as ban throughout here, and MMC is pretty much 100% so far, which is very interesting. So I feel like it is a setup coming from EVOS SG.
Another thing about Gear, the way that he plays, he likes to play very aggressive. One of the heroes that really make him stood out is actually the Yuzong. He played Benedetta as well. Benedetta is also one of the heroes that he can really shine on. However, since it's not really a Benedetta meta, and looking at the heroes coming in from the side of Orange, it is okay. However, I am looking at here using the Yuzong. However, I don't know. I feel like Yuzong is probably the best pick. I just don't know whether Orange will ban it out or not.
Oh, this is interesting, okay? Because I thought that EVOS Legends would want to pick up perhaps the Uranus for themselves, understanding it is a power pick for the side of that EXP lane, but it turns out they have actually banned that away. This is a signal because also, we can also see that the Esmeralda has been left open, and I think you mentioned backstage of how many times that Esmeralda has been picked.
I just brought it up as well. It's almost 100% picked or banned, and I feel like in this situation, EVOS actually is in the situation where like, hey, I want to pick the Esmeralda, but I want to keep things open as well. So Orange Esports, do they want to risk banning of the Esmeralda or leave it open and then potentially draft a Dirov after EVOS picks their 4th pick?
Yeah, Dyrov will be good. Honestly, since Born did use a Ruby earlier, that would be fine as well. Banning out the Bellman is actually very interesting. And right now, looks like Masha is going to be picked. All right, so Masha is going to be really strong because right now for the side of EVOS, they have 2 potential options that can actually split push.
Yeah, the question now remains is that who's going to be playing on the jungle role? They pretty much banned out most of it as well, and I don't think EVOS would want to try and flex the Natalia in towards the jungle. It's most likely going to be on the roller role
Ling is still open.
in there. And on to the contrary as well, Ling is like completely ignored, and I think this was one of the very, very first few games that we've seen so far in MSC where it's not picked or banned at this stage of the game.
And that's interesting as well because Gear is a huge Ling player, so that could actually be the way that they want to go about it, and if they do, that actually does complement their pickoff type of style. But now it is going to be Orange Esports in the hot seat, but Ling has actually been taken away from them, and they have taken it for themselves.
Yeah, EVOS is in a very, very tough spot right now, and considering that they pretty much drafted the Masha as a safe pick, they can force the Dirov as a jungle, but it's going to be extremely risky, and it's not really an ideal matchup for against a Ling. So they're probably going to be leaning on towards a tank jungler to a certain degree, maybe even going back towards the basics, which is going to be the Boxia from previous patch, if they force to go for it, or they go for some other tanky jungler playstyle heroes.
Honestly, looking at EVOS lineup right now, it is still according to their own playstyle. They want to win off of the lanes. However, it's a lot, right? Because it really relies on their mechanics. Because Natalia, as an assassin, if you do well in the early stage of the game, you're gonna pop off. If you die like what, 2-3 times earlier, then it's not gonna do well. And yeah, Terrence, you called it. It is the Dyrov. Are you proud of yourself?
Yeah, I'm definitely very, very proud. But at the same time, that's the beauty about flexibility, right? EVOS SG and Orange Esports, it's one of my 2 favorite teams when it comes to drafting. They always draft for intent, and when push comes to shove, they require to play a specific hero to actually execute the objective. They would force themselves to do it. And in this case, EVOS SG, they've pretty much forced the Dirov. I like it, but it's going to be very, very difficult to pull off, especially against a Ling.
What do you guys think about both of these compositions? Like, who do you think has the upper hand, to be honest?
I feel like EVOS, they have a more explosive draft. However, with an explosive draft, there is a lot of room for error. So they have a very tight window to really achieve their win condition. And the way that they want to win is, again, through Adamir, and then from Adamir try to snowball off other lanes.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the game is on its way. This is going to be game 1 between EVOS SG going up against Orange Esports, and I'm looking forward to see who comes up on top based on this draft. But as of yet, we do see nothing much on the table yet, but I'm looking forward to see how well they are going to be executing involved. But we do see a little bit of engagement coming from JPL on the sides to try and harass the Ling.
Guys, I gotta ask, before we get into this, is seeing a Dyroth in that jungle position common in your regions?
Yeah.
Yeah. Pretty common.
It's kind of okay. It's kind of okay.
It's at that stage, I guess.
Because this is so different to the Indonesian, but as you can see here, already so much pressure here in that mid side.
Yep, at the same time as well on top side, Esmeralda not having a pretty decent matchup against the 1v1s against Nick. Mid lane as well, Orange Esports going to be losing out a lot of these trades here, so they are going to be losing out a lot in this laning phase as well. And oh, the cancel coming from Sayla is going to force Mon in a very, very difficult situation.
This is good, right? Because the composition coming in from EVO Singapore is in the idea that they should be able to be more dominant in that early game. They have better mobility, but the problem is here, JPL is just not going to let this slide.
Yep, Gary now on the country as well, trying to go for the steals. He is going to be in a little bit of trouble. EVO is going to be focusing his mark. He's going to be able to get out safely, but his health is a little bit too low, so he's going to be losing out in his jungle rotation so far from Orange Esports, and EVO's is going to be very, very happy about this.
Right now, actually looking at how EVOS SG is playing, they're actually controlling the jungle well, because looking at the pathing coming in from here, not only is he clearing his own jungle, but he's actually clearing Orange Esports jungle as well. And because of this, they can rotate a little bit faster.
Yep, in terms of rotations as well, we do see JPL actually getting caught off, and that's going to be Orange Esports getting first blood. Playing it safe coming from Orange Esports has paid off. EVOS SG getting a little bit too aggressive with their plays. Man, however, is going to have a pretty okay time against this Savior. But as of yet, Born trying to cut the lanes. He's going to be caught out by Nick as well as Gear. He's going to be able to sprint out to safety, so nothing much has lost. But EVOS SG is in prime position trying to contest the turtle as of yet.
Yeah, it turns out they are going to be rotating towards that area. Now Orange Esports, they need to make a call here. Are they going to try and take it away, trying to contest this, or are they just going to let this go? And it turns out the answer is they're going to let this go. But what can they get on the meantime, as EVOS, once again, with the turtle that they have already taken, will actually be able to get a pick off on the board as well.
Yeah, that's going to be a bang for buck coming from EVOS, and it looks like they're going to get a little bit more of the deer off. Also going to get the kill on towards the Ling, as EVOS SG just winning on all fronts and objectives.
This is how you play a fighter jungler as well as Natalia. This is how you should control the map, because your power spike is so early in the game. Level 2, you're going to be very strong. Level 4, even stronger. And right now, Adamir, as we talked about, he has to win his own lane, and he is. So right now, EVOS SG, they're winning a lot, even though it's just 2 kills, but look at how they control the game. Orange Esports, they have to figure out a way to slow down enough for them to get the farm in order to fight back.
Yep, it's going to be very, very difficult to do so. But as of yet, we do see Gear trying to make a little bit more attempt. But I feel like the biggest threat right now from EVOS SG is JPL. Look at his positioning. He's always keeping up so much pressure on Orange Esports. And it's so difficult to try and play this into a blind hero, which is so hard to spot out.
And that's the beauty of being a Natalia, right? That's the beauty of having a Natalia on your team. You always just have like this constant map pressure. Like even though you're actually not there, it is going to be very difficult for Orange Esports, let's say, to try and look for initiative plays on the board.
Yep, Nick now is going to get harassed. He is down to his last health bar. He is going to be A-OK. Gear is going to be saving the day from EVOS SG. A big Abyssal Strike hits on Gary. He's down to his low, but seems like EVOS SG is a little bit too far off. But the Dawning Light comes in, cancels him off. He's down to his kill potential, and JPL, he's looking for the kill, but is he going to risk it? Unfortunately, he is debating if he wants to. Gary is forced to go for the walk of shame to go home, and that is going to be so much space created by EVOS SG.
And so much time wasted as well to just prevent that from happening. And this is huge from the side of EVOS Singapore. They have a lot to play with in that early game, and luckily enough, the Xavier has not yet popped off. So that type of pressure is going to be like stalled for a little bit more until he gets his really good items. But until then, Orange Esports, they still have a huge question mark on how to be able to kind of, balance the situation that we see right now.
Yep, EVOS SG is going to be focusing on Turtle. Orange Esports in no position to contest it. They are going to be trading off a tier 1 down bottom. Meanwhile, EVOS, they're still deciding whether or not should they force the issue. JPL, face checking on the side, says that this is not the right play because Orange Esports is going to go for the goal time as well because they are going to pull Sayla in the vicinity. Spring comes in, they don't have the finisher. Gary's going to overcommit to this day. He's down a little bit too low, but the rest of EVOS is going to be on the side to snipe him off, and they take him out. And that's going to be 2 down from the side of Orange Esports as EVOS SG played that perfectly.
Atlas is such a hit or miss type of hero. Sure, if you can get all the Fatal Links onto the really core members, then that's great. But unfortunately, he missed that Fatal Links on, of course, Adamir, and therefore they were just really punished for that type of situation. And it's hard because Orange Esports, they need to look for these plays, but they need to make it perfect or not EVOS Singapore will capitalize on it.
Honestly, in this situation, I'm surprised by one thing. I'm surprised that EVOS SG, they don't have a bigger gold lead. Because I feel like in this type of play, they should be getting around 3,000 or about 3,500 kind of gold lead. But Orange Esports, they're still finding ways to get the goal. And I would say it's partly because of Born. He's actually controlling the EXP lane still pretty well, even though Gear has ganked him multiple times. So Orange Esports is still in an okay position. They can still recover from a 1.8 deficit.
What I wanted to touch on that is the fact that EVOS Singapore, sure, they've gotten pickoffs on the board, but have they been able to convert this onto objectives? No turrets have been taken from the side of Orange Esports, and that could definitely play a factor in what we're seeing on the board right now.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Orange Esports is definitely playing the split push potential as much as they can to try and capitalize on the situation. But so far, EVOS SG, they are in prime position. They understand that they are in the lead, but the only reason why they're losing out is because Born is non-contested, and now they are going to try and force the issue. They're trying their best to kill him off, but Born is going to be in a very difficult spot as Gear takes him out. However, Gear, he's expended all his spells, but he's just got a huge level gap, and he is going to completely shut down Gary as Orange Esports tried to force the fight and lost the trade-off.
Huge trade coming in, and it seems like they were looking for more, but fortunately enough, actually, it might not be fortunate because Man is going to be the next person that gets taken down from the side of Orange Esports, and that's 3 members down.
Yep, on the contrary as well, here comes Valens. He finally shows his mark. He got a coup, and he gets the double just right at the last tick of the crossbow tanks. He manages to redeem himself. So Orange Esports, they're still trading 50-50s, but eventually the true core is going to be Valens from the side of Orange Esports.
Okay, and we'll see what's happening now because both teams seem to be kind of like rotating and looking for the next objective, of course, but once again, JPL goes in.
Yeah, and at the same time as well, we are going to see the fights coming in. The Turtle is going to be up contested as well. The Dawning Light comes in, doesn't connect, but the Turtle will be secured by Gary. And this is a big win from Orange Esports in terms of objective trades.
Yeah, right now, honestly, Orange Esports, they have to play towards their win condition, and I feel like that is part of the reason why they haven't really done a lot of rotations, because they need enough damage items to really make any kind of engagement coming in from min fruitful. Because I feel like, okay, you can catch someone, but if we don't have the damage, it's not really going to matter too much. So I feel like that is part of the reason why they haven't really tried to fight back. They're just trying to claw for any advantage that they can. Once min gets a very good pickoff, then they're going to try something. If not, I'm going to look at Gary, because if Gary can at least shut down Sayla or Adamir, it's going to be fine. But Gear, I'm not so sure how they're going to handle Gear.
I agree, but Nick now is going to be caught in a very, very sticky situation. They've got a tier 1 up top, but Nick is getting free hits all the way through, gets pulled back with the Fatal Links. Eventually, the crossbow tanks is going to be there, and just enough damage to shut him down. It's EVOS SG not focused in that situation. Meanwhile, they're going to try and force a tier 1 up top. JPL is going to be in the vicinity. He goes for the 1v1 against Valens, and he takes him out. Gary's still alive, but the tower damage is going to be too much, but this is taking a little bit too long. They get the shutdown, bought enough time. Here comes EVOS SG from the sides, and Gear will shut them all down, and Gary needs to make a run for his life.
2-for-2 trade there, and I can honestly say that Orange Esports, they're playing it quite well. I mean, what initially was, 3,000 and it was 1,000 at some point, has actually shrunken down to only 300 in advance in that economy. So Orange Esports, they're catching up real quick, and as this game goes on, it will favor Orange Esports in the fact that I do believe that EVO Singapore will start to fall off.
It's actually interesting because looking at the gold, Adamir as well as Valens, the difference in terms of gold is actually just about 100 to 100, so it's really not that much. And again, Orange Esports as well as EVOS in terms of gold is roughly the same, but in terms of damage, Adamir and JPL is doing a lot, 28,000 as well as 27,000. The Valens is slowly catching up, and once Valens hits his 3-item power spike, it's going to be very problematic for EVOS SG to really contest him if JPL doesn't shut him down early.
Yep, we're heading towards the late game stages as well, as the first Lord is going to be coming in. EVOS SG, they're getting desperate to force a fight, but eventually, if they do not close out this game as quickly as they can, Orange Esports' power spike is going to hit them very, very hard until the later stage of the game. We do see a little of harassments coming in, but EVOS, they're afraid to lose the middle turret instead, and Orange Esports, they are going to force the issue. Mid goes for the Fatal Link, pulls them back, gets a 2-whack catch as well, as Orange Esports completely obliterates them. The Abyssum Strike coming in from EVOS SG is going to be able to retaliate as they lose 2 for 2, and the fight will continue as Nick slowly runs them all down. Man is going to be A-okay, but Born is going to be left alone on this Esmeralda. He's pretty tanky, but is he going to be able to tank up 3 heroes? He's buying a lot of time. He's going to be A-okay, but he's still surviving. What? The shield's coming from Born. He's making a lot of space. What? He's going to return and get the kill in Orange Esports. He turns the tide and comes up on top.
2-for-3 trade, and Orange Esports actually are able to come out on top of that one. That was a huge 100 IQ play from the side of Born, being able to buy so much time for the side of Orange Esports and actually win it out in terms of trades.
Oh, that was huge, but Born, he's a little bit too low. Can they get the retry fight? But here comes the Fatal Link to stop them. In fact, the Link secures the Lord, but Orange Esports, they need to make a run for it. Born still somehow survives. They will sacrifice Min in the process, but EVOS SG, they're a little bit too low because here comes Valens as he comes to clean out the rest of EVOS SG. Adamir and Sayla comes to save the day, but they are a little bit too low to try to force the fight.
Yeah, the Wind of Nature making sure that Gear does not take out Valens, because actually the burst damage could take out Valens, so it's good that he has the Wind of Nature. In fact, we're going to look at the replay over here, and this is part of the problem coming in from the side of EVOS SG, because they have a lot of engage. They don't have a lot of disengage. Their composition is all in, so once from the side of Orange, they can capitalize and making sure that they can catch a lot of people. They can dish out a lot of damage. However, they have to respect the damage coming in from the side of Adamir, because at a very, very narrow spot, he dished out a lot of damage.
Oh, this is huge coming in from Orange Esports, but now with this first lot, they finally get a little bit of redemption points against EVOS SG despite being oppressed for so long.
But look at the tides just instantly shift into the favor of Orange Esports, right? We mentioned this. EVO Singapore, they needed to close the game as soon as possible. Unfortunately, that wasn't able to be executed by them, and now Orange Esports, they have finally reached their power spikes. Valens, we mentioned time and time again, being such a reliable gold laner. He barely was punished in that early game, and now he's kind of lifting off and looking for that power spike to start to happen. Orange Esports now sitting with a 3,000k gold lead, really taking it away once again from the side of EVO Singapore.
Yeah, looking at the itemization over here, we can look at Valens. He even has the Brute Force breastplate just to make sure that when he does accidentally get caught out, he should be fine. However, I do want to see whether Sayla can potentially deal a lot of damage because he doesn't have a lot of magic resist now.
Yeah, I really like this decision making coming from Orange Esports, right? They realize that this is their current power spike and they're very disciplined about it because EVOS actually, they're not out the game yet because eventually the ultra later stage of the game, which is probably about 2 more items to come, this is where Sayla comes from line. And EVOS actually, you can see rotations being made from JPL to try and stall out the game so that Sayla hits his level 15, and that is where you see the true potential of what Xavier brings to the table.
100%, 100%. I completely agree with you. EVOS Singapore, they're definitely still in it to win it. They do still have that scaling from the side of Sayla, and there are a lot of heroes that can pick it up, but look at this happening as Gear, as actually was trying to initiate something, but he gets taken down.
Yep, Adamir now is going to try and make a run for it as well because the rest of Orange is coming in, but the render coming in from Adamir is going to trade Gary's life, but he will lose his in the process. Nick is going to be trying to buy a little bit more time. Sayla trying to win his 1v1 fights, but in the contrary, JPL is struggling to kill Valens. It's just so slow. The crossbow attacks coming in from Valens is going to be enough to shut him out, and EVOS SG overcommitted a little bit too much, and they are going to pay the price as of yet.
Yeah, 1-for-3 trade just like that, just that quick, and that is the beauty of having a Purify when you're going against someone like the Atlas. I think we've seen in this tournament that people tend to overestimate the ability that they can have and underestimate the beauty of the Fatal Links, and as well as underestimate that Purify spell to be able to get yourself out of those sticky situations.
Speaking of sticky situations, as we talked about, EVOS actually, they have a very bursty kind of composition. It's very dynamic, but again, there's a lot of room for error. Right now, Gear is showing weakness in the sense of using a Dyrov. He's super strong in the early stages of the game, but then it comes to a situation where he can't run away from Atlas.
Yep.
So either way, right now, Gear is not offering a lot for his team.
Yep, seems like they are going to try and force an issue as well. The Lord will be secure. Gear, he's going to be trapped out as well. He committed a little bit too much spells, and he's trying to tank his way through, but eventually he will get shut down and isolated from the team, and EVOS SG can do absolutely nothing to save him.
Wow. Wow, this is just beautiful plays coming in from Orange Esports. They understand their own type of, the way that they want to play it, the way that they have to play it, and the way they have to execute it. And that is the beautiful thing that we can see from the side of Orange Esports. The execution is definitely there. You can see the synergy coming in from Min with the Fatal Links, as well as that insane, beautiful follow-up coming in from Gary as well, with the Tempest of Blades to, of course, finish it off. And now EVOS Singapore, they're sitting at the back foot.
Yep, it seems like the Lord is going to be knocking onto his inhibitor. EVOS SG, they've got to do everything they can to point to the fight, but seems like Orange Esports, they are forcing it down bottom. A big Dawning Light comes in. He's not going to do too much as Orange Esports is a little bit too strong. The middle inhibitor is going to fall as Orange Esports, they will respect this and back out. They don't want to overcommit losing Gary in the process just because he's down.
Unfortunately, we can see that Orange Esports, I feel like if they really stacked up their minions a little bit more, they could have done it a little bit more cleanly, especially when you put into consideration for the side of EVOS. The fact that they have Xavier, even Gear himself could use their Abysm Strike, they can clear the minions pretty fast. So if they want to do that again, they have to stack the minions pretty well and then sync it up to make sure that once they do go inside EVOS SG base, they're not going to die that quickly.
Yep, definitely as well. Nick, he's going to try and face check it. He does have the capabilities, but Orange Esports looks like they are going to try and swarm the face. Back shoe being used from Mod is going to keep him alive, but looks like this is going to be a forced fight. But crossbow attacks from the Valens has been proc, takes down the Beatrix. Adamir is out of the equation. The EVOS SG needs to make a run for it. Meanwhile, from the back line, JPL is going to try and get a little bit of a freebies here and there, but Sayla is going to be caught out on the sides. Doesn't even prop the Dawning Light, and he also falls out as Orange Esports completely runs EVOS SG over.
That might have been a mistake from the side of EVOS Singapore. I mean, a 1-for-2 trade in favor of the side of Orange Esports, and they may be able to put a little bit more pressure there in that top side as, he looks like he was going to go in, but unfortunately was not able to get that. But that tower goes down, and that's just going to be one more inhibitor turret to the hands of EVOS.
Yep, here going to be forcing his desperation fight as well. He does have the immortality. Abyss is trying to clear the minions, but Orange Esports, they say they're going to focus on the heroes. Nick is going to throw his body all over them, but Orange Esports Balance is still standing strong as he wants to close up the game. Adamir is alive, but the minions has been cleared off, and Orange Esports is forced to retreat.
Yeah, looking at this, EVOS SG, they have opportunities, but they want to capture Min going overextend. But right now he's going in. I think they're going to end this now.
Yep, the Fatal Link comes in, is not going to be doing too much. Valens is just completely ignoring the fight, focusing on the crystal, and they will take game 1 against EVOS SG.
Game 1 for EVOS SG in that first game, and it's going to be interesting to see what kind of, changes that they make to the roster, to the dynamic of what they brought to the table, because we mentioned from the get-go that EVO Singapore had such clear winning conditions, and unfortunately, because they couldn't capitalize on it, what was their plan B in that type of situation?
Oh, that was very, very difficult. They needed stall time for Sailor, and unfortunately, it was just so very difficult, especially with JPL. You can see multiple instances coming from him, but it's just so difficult to do so. And Orange Esports, they played it so smart.
Yeah, and I feel like the analysis that we're going to do is, again, mostly on the draft, because as we pointed out, for the side of Orange Esports, the way that they drafted, their win condition is very clear-cut. It's very easy. Farm up, wait for Min to get a very good Fataling. Doesn't matter if he just hits 1 or hits 3 or hits 5. They will be able to dish out a lot of damage. And for the side of EVOS SG, they have layers of win condition. However, for them to execute it, there's a really small window. It's not even a window. It's like a post box. It's like a like this, that thing, that flap thing.
Okay.
That's their window of opportunity, right?
Yeah, it's just that small.
And then Orange Esports with that draft, it's kind of like one of those doors. You didn't even touch the door; it will open by itself.
I guess if you put it that way,
sliding doors.
That makes
Yeah,
sense.
sliding doors.
Yeah.
That
Automatic
sense.
sliding doors.
Yeah, I definitely agree. But at the same time as well, I feel like the win condition, to sum it all up, right? Orange Esports, their win condition, mid to late. EVOS SG, they have to win the early. And if that doesn't work, it's all onto the ultra late stage game where everyone is max slotted. So it's a very difficult situation for them to actually overcome. So hopefully it all comes down towards the drafts of game number 2 and how well they adapt. But I feel like they forced the dare off really smart. But like I said, very difficult to pull off.
I have to agree with you. I think the problem was I felt like EVO Singapore, with the lack of CC that they had as well in their composition, they had a little bit less to play with, right? They had the initial burst and so on and so forth, but especially when it comes down to the late game, it's not lane-centric anymore. It's more like team fight. And in a team fight, it's not EVO Singapore with a better draft, it was Orange Esports. And therefore, it was just a little bit lacking in that sense. And hopefully they can make a little bit more reparations to that. And, think about it as like a whole grand scheme.
Yeah, and for me personally, not necessarily it was like a good or bad draft. I really feel like what EVOS SG drafted for themselves, it was definitely doable, especially since we saw the early game, they did it well. It's just that the ease of use, right? Because if you give me a car, right? You give me a high-powered car, 1 million horsepower, right? Of course it's going to be good, but I'm not that good of a driver, right? I will crash onto anyone, and that's not good for the kids. Give me something with like 500 horsepower. I could do roughly the same thing, but a little bit safer, right?
That's why you got to learn it from Impunity Cage, man. They've got the Johnson-Kadita combo. It's something that they may actually bring it up.
Yeah, but the thing is, what I was really trying to say, because getting Athena's point is that they have a lot of ways to engage, but not really a lot of crowd control. Masha, sure, she's pretty beefy in the front, but who are you really gonna catch? Who are you really gonna stop? Who are you really gonna stun, right? So we're gonna look at the itemization as well as the heroes that has been picked, and this is a situation where they are forced to play the way that they played in the early stages of the game. Looking at the itemization from the side of Orange Esports, once Valence has 2 items, once he already has his Calamity sorry, that's a magic item. What am I talking about?
Corrosion Scythe.
Yes, I know, all right? I got a little bit too excited, all right, Terrence? Okay, Corrosion Scythe, and he added a Scarlet Phantom in the later stages of the game, so that was very interesting. This is the power of a 1-1. 1-1 should be banned. Don't you think so, Athena?
100%. I think the problem was with the composition that we were talking about earlier, because they didn't have that proper CC, Valence was just able to kite in and get those crossbow of tanks. And with those itemizations, the damage was just so evident.
Yeah, I feel like based on the drafts itself, EVO SG, they had a clear condition on how to deal with the 1-1. I feel like 1-1 wasn't the biggest threat in the early stage game, but the biggest threat for EVO SG was actually against the Esmeralda, because you can see that multiple times that they were struggling to deal with Born just because of how tanky and beefy it was. And look at this as well. Look at Born. He's got 126,000 damage taken throughout the entirety of the fight, and they don't exactly have the damage to chunk him out as compared to a Masha, which is easily kiteable. And you can see Valence face not once but twice as well in terms of damage dealt.
Not only did he take 126,000 damage, he can dish out the damage as well. 69,000. Nice. 69,000 damage he was able to put out onto EVOS SG. And the thing is, looking at EVOS SG lineup, the damage, it's there. It's there. JPL as a roamer, 41,000 damage. That's good. That's really good. It's just that it's not enough partly because it's so hard to take down Valence and like you said, Born as well.
Yep, Aterna. So what do you think about Born's 69,000 damage? Do you think he's the MVP?
It's huge. It's huge. It's even bigger than the damage dealt that the Xavier did. So now we're going to take a look at the MVP for that first game, and it is actually going to be Valence on that Wan.
Not surprised, right? Because the Wan actually deals a lot of damage with match KD of 9, 3, and 7. And the thing is, when you're using one of these OP heroes, you're going to put a big target on your back. And the fact that you only died 3 times throughout the entire stages of the game, that's actually very impressive. And I feel like once Wan had his Wind of Nature, it stopped being a problem of people ganking you. It's like, I call for you. I invite you to come fight me. I will fight back.
Yep. I'm looking forward to see how it all goes down. But here, in case you just missed out in game number 1 in this series, this is going to be the highlights of game number 1 on how they brought it out. You can see that Orange Esports, they were struggling in the earlier stages of the game, which EVOS SG was just so dominant just because of how annoying JPL is in all this fight. But the moment Valence come online, this is where things get a little bit difficult for EVOS SG to actually execute it out.
I gotta say that one of the biggest moments, in my opinion, was when Born bought so much time. Do you remember when he went in with like, what was it? 1v4?
It was around, it was around mid, and not only did he survive, he got a kill. That was crazy, but that's also part of the problem where you want to kill off the 1-1 as well as the Esmeralda, but even though your entire composition has a lot of damage, it was still not enough.
Yeah, I definitely agree, and you can see time and time again as well. Like initially, they had a way to deal with Valence, but the biggest threat here was actually Born's tankiness, and it was something that EVOS actually kind of took it into its account when they drafted the final phase of the Dirov. It was either you force the Dirov to deal with Esmeralda, which was a solution, but if they overcommit for that, Valence is going to get free reign all the way through. So I definitely agree, teamfight potential is something that EVOS SG was lacking. They were going for more of a split push kind of teamfight play style rather than that, but Orange Esports just gave them no opportunity. They always clumped up as fire and just didn't give EVOS SG any room to work with.
But the thing is, we do have to look at the heroes. Like, you guys want to split push. We have Esmeralda. We have the Ling. Even though Ling is in the jungle, he can go to either side of the lanes. And Valence, like I said, he kind of does want to fight. He doesn't like farming that much. He appreciates when someone tries to stop him, and then he wins. It's a big ego boost. Valence is a ego type of player.
You know, that's the reason why Orange Esports looks so strong. Ever since Valence came back, he's been going all out, and I'm looking forward to see more games so far, because Orange Esports, they are 1-1 earlier against Impunity, and now they're 1 game ahead against EVOS SG.
100%. And for those of you watching as well, we talk a lot about goodies, we talk about all of these events, but don't forget to check out this event as well.
Yep, the TikTok Live Carnival shoutout right now is underway. You can actually earn yourself MLBB MSC points, as well as winning some MLBB rare skins. Participate via the in-game event to win yourself massive rewards right here, right now. Be sure to open up the game and check it all out, because here we're feeling very, very generous. We're going to be giving you guys so much rewards, especially to you MLBB fans. If you're not a fan, start playing, man.
Exactly. We are feeling generous. It's all coming out of our pocket.
What?
Not really.
His pocket.
Just him.
Man.
Just him.
You're here to work, man.
Yeah.
Do you want to lose your salary before you actually get paid?
No, I just want to give the fans what they deserve.
100%.
Our fans deserve a lot,
sure.
right?
100%.
All right.
We
They
love
deserve
you.
all of the skins. Terrence.
And maybe I do a little bit as well.
Aren't you a little bit greedy? You just got a Marsa skin.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, she deserves a little bit just because I feel like she's a good sport, you know? She's doing so well here in Malaysia, you know? Sometimes I forgot which country she comes from because she's so friendly towards everyone. Like the other day, there was a cat that walked past her. The cat was super hungry. She gave all of her food to the cat.
I was
so
there.
nice.
I was there. That was just now.
Yeah, the cat
That
was
was just
orange.
Guys, don't expose me like this.
It's not exposing.
No,
We're just
don't.
complimenting
It's okay.
you. What are you talking about?
No.
You know what?
Just
Back to
keep
a little
it
bit
low.
topic here. We're going a little bit sidetracked now. Game 2, 30 seconds before the draft. Oh my God, Lafel. Anyways, back to the serious topic as well. I'm sorry. I'm going to shove that aside. EVOS SG, Orange Esports. Now, comeback potential. EVOS SG is got to do something if they want to secure some points and try to make their way in towards the playoffs.
Let's talk about the things that we like and we didn't like. I like JPL with a very high mechanical hero because his Natalia was good. It was really good, right? Now, here's the weird part, right? Adamir did so well as well, but Sayla with the Xavier, I feel like he had a pretty solid early game.
Okay.
But then moving to the middle stages, later stages of the game, it looked like he didn't really have a lot to work on. So I feel like if they do want to draft someone like a Natalia, they need to make sure whoever is the EXP laner is someone that can actually set up for Sayla. Because yes, he's very good at those skill shots, but you know, if you slow him down a little bit, if you stun someone, it's going to be a little bit easier for you to hit your Dawning Light, for you to deal a lot of damage.
Yep.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I definitely get it as well. I feel like it's all about initiations, right? Like, Natalia isn't exactly an initiation hero. It's more of like an execution or a finisher role rather than the usual comfort playstyles that we kind of see from EVOS SG, especially coming from JPL. So honestly, I'm a big fan of Cho. It's something that both teams kind of like, but ever since this upcoming patch with Julian into integration, it feels like everyone is kind of straying away from Cho, except from earlier today with Orange Esports.
100%. I think Cho has a really good type of CC, but it is single target, so it's not as dynamic as someone, let's say, as the Akai, as someone like the Atlas,
Agreed.
for example. So now we can already see that Akai has been banned away from the side of Orange Esports, as well as the Fanny being taken out of the fray as well. And this time around, both teams have opted to swap sides.
Yeah, and I feel like Akai is a very good ban over here. Interestingly enough, Orange Esport, they were the first pick before, and they themselves banned the Valentina.
Yeah.
So I kind of feel like for the side of EVOS, if they can target the mid lane as well, Man's hero is gonna be really, really good, because looking at how they play, I'm glad they banned the 1-1. That's a very good next step. That's a very good next step. But the thing is, Valence hero pool is also pretty weird. He can use the Kimi as well, just as long as they control the gold lane. So I feel like in this draft, we just have to look at the gold lane.
I think it's a good point to actually emphasize on how well Valence is as a player, right? Throughout his entire career here in MPL, especially coming from MPL MY, he's played multiple roles and got away for it. He started off as a roamer, he went towards a mage role, and then he came to a gold laner. He's played it all, so it's very, very difficult to ban his specific heroes. So I feel like respecting 1-1, okay, it's okay. I've got other heroes to work with, but at the same time, I agree that this S tier hero is gotta go. We gotta let off something else. Let him try something else.
He did use the Cho earlier.
Yeah, true.
It was okay, but I want him to use a hero that's like pew pew pew, you know?
Oh, we were talking about the Kimi, aren't you?
Any type of hero that has a gun, because I feel like a gun and a kick, I'm more afraid of a gun. You get what I'm saying? I mean, Cho can hit pretty hard. Don't get me wrong.
What about an Irritil, a run and gun strategy, man?
Take Irritil. I like it. I like Irritil. You think I don't like Irritil?
Yeah, I actually kind of like Irritil when Lemon was playing RRQ. It looked so good.
Come on, man.
I'm not assuming. I'm not judging you.
Don't assume my favoritism of heroes.
We love them all.
Not all. I kind of don't like Franco. He's
what?
annoying.
Franco was pretty good.
No, I don't like going up against him. Have you fought against a good Franco?
Ooh, it sucks.
Oh, it sucks.
When I was using Fanny while I'm traveling in the air, he hooked me.
You know,
that was not fair.
Speaking of the Franco, right? I'm really surprised that people kind of leaned off the Franco, especially when Orange Esports do play a lot on Franco as well during their MPL stages.
I mean, we'll see what happens here, as the Franco is still open and available to take, especially now that we see that the Julian will be the last ban coming in from Orange Esports. Now, on the side of EVOS, they do have the first pick. Do you think it might show up here in that first pick?
Yes.
Think 100%?
I'm not gonna put money on it to say
I mean,
that's 100%.
like I said yes because
team is picking.
I didn't catch what she said. It flew over my head. I was looking at my Secret Lab chair. I'm sorry. I got distracted.
You really like the chair, don't you?
It's a beautiful chair. It's a beautiful chair.
But
And a beautiful pick here coming in from EVOS as well, as now that the Beatrix has been picked up. It is a huge power pick for the side of Adamir, but it didn't do... Well, I guess it did well, but unfortunately, it wasn't given enough room, I would say, to, you know, shine the way that we usually see Adamir play on the Beatrix. Now, from the side of Orange Esports, how are they going to respond to this, understanding that Franco is still up in the air, as well as someone like the Xavier?
I feel like Beatrix, ever since the patch kind of hit, he kind of lost a little bit more damage compared to usual. And on top of how EVOS SG, they will play during SEA Games, right? They tend to lean on prioritizing the Beatrix for Adamir rather than anything else. So I'm a little bit worried it may not be enough to clutch the game, but hopefully it's going to be all good as of yet. But Orange Esports, this time, they are going to prioritize on that Esmeralda means in the early phase of the pick. EVOS SG can opt to go for the Dirov again, but instead of the jungle, they will put it on the side lanes.
Yeah, I think that for the side of EVOS, I think they should focus on their jungler early on, because right now, if they do want to take the Karina is still open. I feel like it's still a very, very good spot, because as of right now, Orange Esports, they're almost like doing their same draft. To be fair, like, yeah, okay, 1-1 is not there, but we talked about how the hero pool for the side of Valence is big. I'm looking at Popol and Koopa to actually deal with Adamir's Beatrix, but as you said, the Dirov has been picked for the side of EVOS, and hopefully this time it's on the EXP lane.
Okay, so they don't want to switch things up too much, it seems, from the side of EVOS. They do understand that Esmeralda was a huge problem. They chose the Diroth in that first game, but it didn't seem like it was the proper solution. So we'll see what happens. Are they going to be once again using it in the position that they did before, or are they just going to flat put it out in the EXP lane to be able to win it out in that 1v1 match against that Esmeralda?
Yeah, pretty sure it's going to be XP lane this time. And EVOS SG, they forced the issue, didn't exactly work out. But this time, they're a little bit smarter now, knowing that Esmeralda is in up for the pool. So I feel like based on these scenarios, there's still a lot of options to be picked up. And Franco completely ignored. Orange still leaning on the Atlas. Yeah. And it seems like Orange Esports, they're going for the, if it doesn't, if there's nothing wrong, just stick with it still.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Oh yeah, right. Thank you for that.
But it looks like for both these teams, they don't want to change too much, because again, for the side of EVOS, they got 2 out of the 5 heroes that they used previously. The same thing can be said about Orange. Like, yes, they have 3 heroes, the one where you can't take it now. So I feel like for the side of EVOS, they're really confident with their own draft. They just understood what really went wrong. And looking at how they perform in the early stage of the game, I kind of feel like it's just one of those games where you weren't like, you weren't really woken up. I guess it's kind of like, you know, getting used to the stage and everything like that. Because Adamir did win for a little bit in his gold lane. It's just that they weren't really sure what to do with the victory. Because again, we talked about it. They won a lot in the map, but their gold lead is not visible. It's only a few hundred. I feel like if they do it again this time, it's gonna be a 2,000 or 3,000 gold lead. So I feel like that's the biggest change if they're gonna have the same draft.
I think EVOS SG, the way you say it would be like EVOS SG, they were very, very good in executing their plays, but macroly they are actually losing out in terms of trades just because of how smart Orange is when it comes to taking trades, right? If they lose a fight, it's okay. We immediately find opportunities to salvage the situation. So I would say it's kind of a hit or miss for both sides, and it's just tells you how strong these players are at MSC stages, right? That's the high-level thinking that both sides tend to want to perform. If you lose, find something to do in order to win the next phase.
And on that note, I'm quite surprised of how far Xavier has fallen off. In this particular series, we haven't really seen Xavier been used to its utmost potential, nor in this game has it been picked nor banned. It's just been completely ignored. And the fact that Lilia is the first pick from the side of Orange Esports, understanding that, if I'm not mistaken, Lafel, didn't Lilia get nerfed?
Yeah, but the thing is, I feel like why they want to use Lilia in the first place, right? Because looking at how Orange plays, they just want to make sure that they don't lose mid, because winning the mid lane, not a lot of people discuss this, but winning the mid lane matchup is actually super clutch, because it can dictate how fast you can roam around the map. Because if you can slow down your enemy mid laner, the side lanes are eventually gonna lose, and if you keep on winning, you have a lot of opportunities, not only going to your enemy's jungle, but as well as roaming to the side lanes, either gold or EXP. And I feel like Orange Esports, this is the way that they want to play. And there's the Hellcat. Gary, honestly, give him any assassins, he will blow your mind.
That's really, really nice as well coming from Orange Esports. Picking the Hellcat means that a lot of these heroes coming from UVSG is not going to be able to do too much, even without the Diggy.
You can't see the Atlas.
Yeah, you can't see the Atlas. You know, Diggy not going to be able to save the Hellcat. The silence comes in, you are going to drop like fly. And eventually as well, EVOS SG, they have 3 very, very squishy heroes that can't exactly zone Hellcat too well. So the next jungle pickup is got to be a very beefy one if he wants to match his assassin composition.
Like Baratz?
Baratz is pretty good, I think.
I feel like Baratz
it's not the best,
okay.
but it's okay.
Even a Boxia is still usable in this situation.
Yeah.
I don't know, I love the Hellcat pick, but I think it's a little too early.
I feel like it's very situational, but I feel like Damo's jungle is not that bad as well. Coming EVOS SG, they are going to bring it up. So I feel like Damo's jungle is a pretty good solution. Damos did recently get buffed with an auto attack composition, but I'm a little bit worried in the sense where usually we do tend to lean on a tanky Damos, and now the trend has been what? First item Corrosion Scythe to abuse the new auto attack functions on the Damos. And this is actually good, especially if you're a jungler Damos, because you are going to hit your 4 a little bit earlier, and you are going to be able to abuse this auto attack damage burst coming from a Damos rather early. And the question here is that the only way to deal with this kind of compositions is that you completely sprint out a situation, which Orange Esports doesn't necessarily have the biggest mobility in the current trend compared to the previous games which we've seen from other teams.
But to be honest, EVOS Legends picking up this time was sure, it's great because it can't be quote-unquote chunked down by the Hellcurt or bursted down. But the problem is now they have sort of a melee-centric, hard engage type of composition, of course, other than the Kagura as well as the Beatrix. And isn't that exactly what an Atlas wants?
Yeah, but the thing is, I feel like you really hit the nail on the. I don't know where the analogy goes, but basically, I feel like that is what we're gonna look at. If Adamir as well as Sayla is able to really handle their own position well, making sure that they don't get bursted out by the Hellcurt, they don't get caught off by the Atlas, they could potentially do very well, because looking at Orange Esport, the way that they want to play when they have an Atlas, they want to group up. If they group up, they could get hit by the Yin Yang Overturn as well as the Nibiru's Passion.
Well, the drops has been set, and this is going to be game 2 between EVOS SG as well as Orange Esports, with Orange Esports currently taking 1 game ahead. EVOS SG looking to redeem themselves, and can they do it? JPL now going to be playing on the defensive support rather than the oppressive Natalia from game number 1. So a little bit different approach coming from EVOS SG, and hopefully this is going to be the better for them.
100%. We're going to see how this works out, because of course both people in that mid side, they do have a lot of wave clear, but if we see the way that the Atlas is rotating and really just putting a lot of emphasis to it, I feel like Orange Esports may have the dub in terms of rotations.
Oh, Balance here taking a little bit too much damage in the contrary as Adamir completely bullies him out. And you can see Min is going to be here to try and trade off a little bit of trade-offs as well. Adamir taking a little bit of damage. Balance wants to try and chip in, and they do force a flicker onto him, so it's not the end of the world for the gold lane for Balance here up top. But middle side as well, Mon is going to get chunked off, but Sayla taking a little bit too much, but seems like it's a little bit of trades across the map, but nothing super major to transition as of yet.
Yeah, and over here we do have to look at the river control, because looking at the lanes, they're going to play very, very aggressively, because in the EXP lane, usually we see them just trades really small, but I feel like Nick, if he does see the opportunity, he's going for the kill. And the same thing can be said in the gold lane. So I really want to look at Matilda from JPL. If he can influence the side lanes, then EVOS SG could potentially have a very good snowball on the Adamir. But if Orange Esports Min is able to match JPL, then it's just gonna be roughly the same game. It's just gonna stall. Orange, you ready? Let's go.
Yep, I definitely agree. Meanwhile, JPL is just completely keeping tabs on where Gary is throughout the entirety of the map. He's not looking to join any sort of plays from EVOS SG, and it's really weird, but they are trying to play this as defensively as they can. Meanwhile, top side, they're ignoring the objectives. Gary wants a piece on Adamir, and that's going to be first blood in the hands of Orange Esports, just like that. Great decision making coming from Orange Esports. Meanwhile, JPL looks like they want a little bit more. JPL is going to go for the circling ego to try and go to the first down, but it looks like he is going to be caught out in the open as he tries to stall for time. But can he do it? And yes, he will, because Sayla is here to save the day. The rest of EVOS is going to get the turtle, and Gear as well going to be joining the fight to get a little bit more kills, and that is going to be mid down for the equation as EVOS SG manages to salvage the situation.
Wow, it initially was going full face into the hands of Orange Esports, but they actually were able to kind of, level it out. And I think one thing that we forgot to mention is that the Kagura is one of the power picks from Sayla, and you can actually see that being conveyed into that game. And I mean, that Yin Yang Overturn landed so perfectly out of nowhere and was able to actually turn the tides, turn the situation now in favor to the hands of EVO Singapore.
Yeah, again, like I said, we have to look at the riverside, because we're looking at both the roamers, and in that sense, Min traveled faster than JPL, and that led to a kill. If that happens a lot more, then it's going to be a problem. But like you said, Sayla on this Kagura, as long as he can time, making sure that Man already uses his black shoes, then I'm pretty confident he can get a lot of burst damage going on, especially since Clint as well as the Lilia. If Lilia doesn't have the black shoes, there's not a lot of mobility going on.
Yeah, I feel like Orange Esports pulled one under EVOS SG, right? Knowing that we do tentatively try and force the first turtle fight or trying to prioritize on that. What they wasn't expecting was coming from EVOS SG was that the Hellcat Darkness Fall completely destroying Adamir. And that's going to put a dent on towards his farm and allowing Valens to kind of scale a little bit better into this game. And it's just so smart. But as of yet, it looks like they are going to try to drive that momentum down bottom as Nick is going to be focused as well. He's pretty much silenced and he's going to be able to outplay Orange Esports. And that's going to be the disengage coming in. But Orange Esports, they are just holding up strong. And EVOS SG not going to be able to get any sort of kills. But it is going to be enough to scare him off a little bit.
Yeah, and huge waste of rotation from the side of Orange Esports. Sure, they were trying to take pick off, but unfortunately it may be put into the hands of EVOS Singapore now.
Yep, the EVOS SG, they are going to be blinded in that situation. That's going to be a full gold plating being secured by Orange Esports. Very smart usage of the Darkness Ball as of yet.
Yeah, and right now we can look at how EVOS SG, the way that they're rotating actually is Sayla trying to help out Adamir any way that he can. But Gary over there got bursted down. Sayla, very good pickoff.
Oh, very nicely done as well. And Sayla, he played it so patient. And I feel like it's just one of those moments where Gary was just caught off guard, wasn't expecting that EVOS SG was going to retaliate. Meanwhile, the turtle is going to be up for grabs as EVOS SG is in prime position to get it from absolutely free. But looks like they are going to get a little bit more. Valens is going to get caught out. Gear is going to be in the vicinity. Valens flickers away. Min is going to pull him back into the turret, but Valens, he's a little bit too low to force the fight, and that's going to be his downfall. Gear is going to be able to escape it all as Min is a little bit too low. And looks like that will be Orange Esports losing all the trades.
Yeah, 1-for-0 trade here for the side of EVOS Singapore this time around is they are going to be winning in that trade. They do have 2 turtles to their name. And now this is going to be very important, right? Because now it's already 5 minutes. The turtle is going to be spawning. And the question is, if they want to go for these neutral objectives, will it not favor Orange Esports with the fact that they do have a better, you know, heavy team fight-based center?
Yeah, I feel like they can. However, for the side of Orange Esports, now they have to have this mental note that Sayla actually deals a lot of damage, because usually you'll see a Kagura after like the second item, then she's really gonna pop out. But right now, she's looking super strong just because Sayla can really aim the Semi Umbrella on the right target. So for the side of Orange Esports right now, I kind of feel like they want to go aggressive. However, with the heroes that EVOS actually have, like here on this Namus, it's going to be very difficult, because if they make a mistake, once they go all in, there's not a lot of opportunities for them to really get back any kind of objectives that they wanted to take originally.
I definitely agree. He was actually looking a little bit more comfortable, but Min, he's going to force the Fatal Links with the burst, but he underestimates the power of what Adamir brings to the table, completely blows him out. JPL completely kiting him out. Gary tried to force a fight. He's still holding on to the Stingers, but it's not the right time. But from the sides as well, Adamir is going to give a big slap onto his mana as he tries to escape, and he doesn't have the black shoe. Can he stall for a time? But Adamir flickering into the base, and he's going to get heavily punished for the backline zoning. But was it absolutely worth it? Yes, it is, because EVOS SG is somehow coming up on top. But if they get the kill on Gary, and yes, they do, despite the triple kill, EVOS SG getting half for half, 50-50 trades across the board, and somehow it is very risky coming from both sides.
That was a huge play for both teams even, but it was so aggressive from the side of Adamir. Luckily enough for them, they were able to, find some compensation in that. I would really love to see a replay of what happened.
Yeah.
But before we get into that, we can take a look at players' gold. Adamir, with that crazy play, he actually has most in gold. So perhaps he has itemized a little bit better, and therefore the damage is definitely there to show.
Yep, seems like before we go into the replay as well, this next turtle is going to objective the third one of the game. Orange Esports, they are not giving it for absolutely free. JPL going to force the fight. They're all clumped up. Gary forced to back off, but here comes the Dark Spawn. Nick is going to get caught out by Born, but he's going to be able to safely escape. Adamir is still left unchecked, and now without the Darkness Spawn in play, Born is going to be caught out all by himself as Orange Esports puts the full retreat as they try to force the middle turret. And look at this, EVOS SG completely going to force the fight as well. Min going to be taking a bit too much damage here, will eventually be chunked down, and that's going to be a one trade off from the get-go as Orange Esports will somehow come up on top.
1-for-1 trade there in that previous team fight, but I gotta say, Adamir and Sayla's positioning has just been so on point that whole time, not giving any small opportunities for Orange Esports to capitalize on. It was so difficult for Min to look for targets, and at the end, the only person that he could target was Gear.
Yeah, right now looking at the itemization, but I do want to say, in terms of EVOS SG, what they really cranked up based on the first game is that this time their team fighting is so good because the way that they kite around all the damage coming out from the side of Orange Esports, making sure that they can pull one person away and then capitalizing on, all right, you're separated, we're just going to kill you. They're doing that so well every side of Orange Esports. They have a very fast decision-making process where they're like, you know what, I don't think we can win this team fight, so they're just going to go away, trying to get other objectives. Like just now, they almost took the mid lane turret.
Agreed. This is as of yet right now, there is a big item power spike up on Sayla right now. He just got his lightning trunken. This is a big opportunity for him to actually shut down Orange Esports member, especially coming from Gary. So he needs to be very, very patient in his next engagement. And I'm looking forward to see who he catches off. But as of yet, EVOS SG, very smart decisions overall. Wait out the darkness ball, and when they're no longer blind, they re-engage.
Yeah, the fact that it's such a big power spike on the Kagura, getting that lightning truncheon, that we had to go for a pause for a little bit because even the players like, whew.
That was too much.
Now that we have lightning truncheon, oh my. Because the damage without the lightning truncheon is already so huge. Because right now, it's going to be very, very difficult because the damage coming up from the Clint is not strong enough just yet. Because we see Min actually getting gear separated from the rest of the side of EVOS SG, but the damage coming out from Valence is still not strong enough. So I feel like that's part of the go button. Once Valence feel like I'm strong, then we can engage. So now Gary is actually slowly moving into a more utility type of player where he's like, hey Min, you want to go? I have my ult. Do you want to go? Let's go. So he's not going to be playing independently. He's going to be playing towards what Min wants to do, and what Min wants to do is he wants to know whether Valence can actually dish out the damage or not.
100%. And when you were talking about the Kagura, I think because of that power spike that she actually has reached, I gotta say that the Atlas, there's like a huge amount of pressure onto this Atlas because now it's going to be a hit or miss. Why do I say this? Because if the Atlas can't chain those fatal links on Sayla, on Adamir, it's going to be very difficult because the members from the side of Orange Esports, they're going to waste all their resources on the wrong person, and that just gives the opportunity for EVO Singapore with Sayla just go in with that yin yang overturn and burst everyone down.
Yep, I definitely agree, but wow, as of yet, Orange Esports, they're leading on board to try and open up the map for the team, but this time it's going to be a little bit different compared to game number 1. Born can be killed easier compared to before. Meanwhile, Orange Esports, they do get a very cheeky trade down bottom, so that's going to be tier 2 down. EVOS actually making the call to trade on top side means they are separated from the team, and Orange Esports immediately takes a jump onto the fight, and EVOS SG, they completely lose 3 just because of that play. EVOS SG was just one tempo behind Orange Esports.
That was the play that we have been waiting for from the side of Orange Esports. Min was able to get all those really important members, save for Adamir, and look how all that momentum has just shifted into Orange Esports. Now they have the space, now they have the momentum as well to take this next Lord and maybe push it a little further to get more objectives on the board.
Oh, that was such a risky play from EVOS SG. They saw what Orange Esports was doing down bottom. They tried to trade up top, but they paid the price down mid just because of the Darkness Ball.
Hey, that's kind of like the reverse caster curse where what we say happens. Usually it goes the opposite way, but this time we're like, oh, they're going to catch out Sayla and everything, and then they're going to bust them down. That did happen. So right now for the side of Orange Esports, they know what they want to do. And EVOS SG, they're really looking for angles to really proceed forward. Look at Sayla, the first damage coming on to Valence. Valence is out of the match. Now Gary going in, trying to get anyone that he possibly can. Man is separated away, and Nick is trying to capitalize on that mistake. And Man is almost going on. He manages to go down. Boring coming in from the side, trying to make sure that Orange Esports can still win this team fight. But with 3 members, I feel like they feel like, you know what? We gotta back off.
Yep, that was a very risky approach. Meanwhile, Orange Esports, they're not over yet. Born is still alive. Considering that Dirov is out of the equation, this is where Born shines the most, and EVOS SG, they've got to respect this and do not try to force the issue. Adamir is there, but he's gonna try a frenzy play. He kills off Min, but is he gonna be okay? Because now he's gonna try and force a fight against Born. Gary's there, and Adamir is deciding, maybe I'm a little bit too feisty.
That was...
Excuse me, what?
What?
What was that?
I mean, Adamir has time and time again proven to be very aggressive. Now, but I want to know what's going on with the items here, Lafel.
No, the thing is, the way that the damage was popped off, I thought he had Blade of Heptasis, right? So his initial damage when he has the ambush passive will be so strong, but he only just have the Blade of Despair, the Demon Sword, as well as the Malefic Roar. And right now, Gary opening in his Dark Knight Fall, but not going to initiate.
Yep, and as of yet, with the Darkness Ball down, EVOS SG, they are a little bit more comfortable to force the fight. Born on the sides as well, trying to threaten some sort of separation. It seems like EVOS SG, they are going to be a little bit separated, but from the side, Sailor gets a big boy damage onto his Mon. He's going to be trapped out, but Sailor's play is going to cost him life. But a big fatal lane coming from Orange Esports is going to catch them all. EVOS SG, they can completely caught off guard, and they're all dead, and it's going to be a wipeout for Orange Esports. Wombo combo!
One play with that Fatal Links costed EVO Singapore the game. Is it going to be an Atlas supremacy MSC this time around as Orange Esports once again with the victory, a 2-2-0?
Guys, I gotta say, I got goosebumps. Like the hairs on my hands are standing, or my feet, they're standing as well. Look, my feet is designed a little bit weird, guys. Don't
okay?
judge.
Yeah, it was a pretty good game. You know, the high level of I would say thinking and the plays that are being set up for both teams are really on point. It's just Orange Esports is just a little bit better and one step ahead compared to EVOS SG, and they seem very prepared.
I have to paint this picture for you guys. We mentioned it in terms of history, right? For the 6 times in the 6 seasons that they've met, Orange has only been able to take 1 game off of EVO Singapore. And now with the statement that they've given to us, this is huge for them. This is a huge celebration here in the second day of the group stage.
Oh, that's going to be putting Orange Esports in a very comfortable position, because now with them having a 2-0 performance, they are pretty much, I would say, wouldn't you say almost nearly guaranteed to playoffs now?
Not almost. They are guaranteed to go to the playoff. Both Malaysian teams are in.
Wow.
It's a bit hard not to look
You're-
smart about that. Let's give a hand.
Come on.
I
Yeah,
can
we'll
hear the
celebrate.
plug. Yeah, let's go.
We'll celebrate.
Let's go, Malaysia.
Yo, it's proud to be a Malaysian caster right now, especially for you.
Yeah, I'm slightly biased, but it's okay because I'm funny.
Okay, we tried to be a little bit neutral, but we had the close-up shot on you right now. It was like the smug face. Both Malaysian teams are true, baby.
Hey, no.
okay,
I
it's
tried, okay? I tried to water
okay.
it down, but, you know, like, my face muscles are a little bit too strong. I work out every morning. It's like,
Eterna, you gotta make some sense to this. You gotta calm us down.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Why?
do you know that
It's
she's a
okay.
cat lover? Cat lovers usually just let things
We're chill.
through.
We're
She's
chill, we're
very
chill.
chill. Look at
We're
her.
chill.
Does she not look chill?
We're chill.
Camera,
Super
just look at her. Close up on the face. Super chill.
Super chill.
No,
That's
why
that's
you
not
guys
a
are
thing.
doing
That's
that?
not a thing. No. But let's talk about the game. Let's talk about
Okay,
the
so
game.
what
right?
happened in that game?
I feel like okay. So the thing is, we did talk about it. Right now, we're gonna look at the itemization. But the thing is, we can see that EVOS SG, they had a lot of opportunities to really make a lot of things happen, especially with the Adamir popping up on the damage. But as we said, right? As we said, for the side of Orange Esports, they have this process.
Yep.
Hey, Gary, you got it ult? Yes, I got it ult. Min, are you ready? I don't know. Let me ask Valence. Valence, are you ready? And once we see over here, Valence managing to complete his Malefic Roar, as well as the Endless Battle, just these 2 items earlier on, there's just a lot of damage, really focusing to take care of those tanky heroes. The Malefic Roar has a lot of armor penetration. If EVOS SG build a lot of armor, they're gonna regret it. They regret it, kind of. And then looking at the Endless Battle, if they build HP, then they're gonna get punished as well, just because of the Endless Battle through damage.
Yeah, I definitely agree, and I feel like it's just so smart coming from both teams. I feel like both teams, they played the best of their abilities, but Orange Esports is just, like I said as well, one step ahead. They understood what was the key conditions to win their game, and this is a new Orange that I'm loving, and I'm hoping to see more of them heading towards the playoffs.
100%, and now we're going to take a look at what actually happened in terms of stats, right? Because for the most part, it felt like EVO Singapore as well as Orange Esports, they were kind of like equal for the moment, but it was the fact that Orange Esports was able to find that really huge moment that really won the game. So this is going to be interesting to see, as now we're going to take a look at the MVP here by...
I feel like we
Okay,
should,
not yet.
I feel like we should choose.
Look, wait.
Okay,
I
let's
think
fight.
I think
Let's
it's
fight. Who
so
should we?
broken
Yes.
that they don't even know
Nah.
who the MVP is. Like, it's just too much.
I definitely agree. It's just very difficult to choose here, but I feel like the biggest wombo comp, like personally, the flashiest play is gotta be Min on his Atlas. That's
100%.
me.
Okay.
That won them that
No.
game.
We cannot agree. We cannot
Okay,
agree on
alright,
each other's
alright.
MVP,
I'll
right?
look for another one.
We have to make it look very difficult, okay? I'm looking at Gary, because Gary
He's
with the
Hellgird,
Dark
right?
Nightfall.
Man,
Yeah.
I was gonna use that.
Okay, fine. I change. Valence. Once Valence actually has 2 of his items, we can see it's the go button. It's like, you know what? Valence, if you have a sword shotgun thing called the Malefic Roar, we're going to do good. If you have the Trident of the Endless Battle, then I am confident. The entire team is confident. Without Valence, not going to happen. So my vote MVP for him.
Okay.
What's
My
yours?
vote is still Gary on the Hellcurt.
Okay,
because-
mine's probably mid on his Atlas.
Okay, you can.
He really likes
But
the
that's
special.
self-explanatory.
No, okay, fine. Let her talk. All right. Ladies, please.
I'm shy now. So much pressure, guys.
No, you're Tina.
You're Tina.
Oh yeah, sorry. Hi, I'm Eterna. But yeah, I think that Hellcurt actually played a huge moment for them
Yeah.
because there was so much utility in the fact that he was able to just turn the lights off on everyone, and therefore they were able to make so many plays through that. And what do you think? What do you think?
It's difficult, but before we take into the MVP, let's
Most
talk about
damage,
some stats coming from both sides, right? Especially the post stats coming from Orange Esports and EVOS SG. As you can see up on screen as well, we do see Gary having the highest goal per minute, damage dealt coming from Valence. So these are 2 players up in running for, like you guys said, the
Well,
MVP.
Min.
But look at me, Min is got an assist. So technically, we're not wrong yet.
Yeah.
Until they announce it. Not wrong yet. I'm a little bit worried for my prediction right now.
Yeah, but hey, you know what? At least the people we talked about it
Oh yeah. Are
is
here.
on screen.
Let's go. We're
So,
on point.
Yes, Athena, you're shocked. What are you shocked about?
Damage dealt is so equal between EVO Singapore and Orange Esports, but one thing that is not going to be equal is the fact that only one person can be crowned MVP in this particular game, and it is going to be Gary. Called it on Hellcurt from Orange Esports with a 727 KDA, and I just gotta say, I mean, this is
Two things.
huge.
One, this is rigged. One, this
No,
is
no,
rigged.
no, no, no.
Number 2, I called it first, okay?
There's
No.
a saying,
What?
ladies are always right.
Oh yeah,
There's a reason why, and
Oh,
you know
yeah.
she picked the right one. She deserves
because
it, and
we
yeah,
are right,
Yeah.
girls?
true.
Come on,
It's a
give,
fact.
give me
You-
some credit for this one.
Yeah, no,
No,
you're the
you
cleverest
won.
person on the table. On the table, on the chair. You know what? Looking at you, your IQ level is so high. But with that, let's actually look at the highlights to really see what happened in the game. And the thing that happened in the game is, I would say, EVOS SG again in this game played super well, especially as a team fight group. It's just that getting caught off one time, and this is the most dangerous thing about an Atlas, you could miss 99 times. But the one time you manage to hit, that is what matters. So for everyone watching at home, when you guys see an opportunity, go for it. You can fail 99 times, but the one time you succeed,
You're an absolute monster.
you're
I
a
guess.
star.
Yeah, you're definitely a star, and I feel like it's referencing towards a little bit more towards Franco, but I can see where you're coming from. as
I
well.
feel so inspired.
Yeah, definitely.
by
But
LaFell.
yeah, seeing this play as well, this was a play that EVOS actually kind of messed up because, like you said as well, we talked about how Sailor was a key important factor on setting up for this kind of plays.
Yeah.
He tried to make the play. Unfortunately, when he got caught out, you can see EVOS SG, they were confused. What do they do? And that slight moment of doubt, and which forced them to calm down, that was when Min popped off and completely caught them off guard. So that was a very, very huge play coming from Orange Esports. Like I said as well, you cannot doubt your teammates, and a little bit of miscommunication can cost you the entirety of the fight. And that was just how quickly Orange Esports was able to spot out the mistakes coming from EVOS SG.
I agree, but in terms of communication, there should also be a communication when you're going against an Atlas. Has he done his fatalings or not? Because before that communication pops out, don't make plays. I just feel like they made too many mistakes too often, and one of the major mistakes is, I'm gonna say it in 3 times. Purify, purify, purify.
I said that as well yesterday, but the thing is, about the game today, they should have taken practices that they've done in the real world and apply it in game.
How so?
2 words: social distancing.
All right, definitely agree.
That makes sense.
Oh, that perfectly makes sense. Real world manipulation. But at the same time as well, we are going to be taking a very, very short break here for the MSC 22. I hope you guys enjoyed that match, but we are going to be having more. And because next up is going to be Omega versus RRQ. See you guys right after this break.
rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Race is run, hit it hard, giving the best shot. Going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright across the eyes, our spirit never dies. We are supremacy, make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood. Fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright across the eyes, our spirit never dies. We are supremacy, make no monsters rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Races run, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it puts the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood. Fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle, win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it puts the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no Slay the enemies, bury the monsters, rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Races run, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust.
Hello, hello, hello! Welcome back to MSC 2022 Group Stages Day number 2. And we've seen exciting games so far throughout the entirety of the day. And Orange Esports was able to secure their playoff spots just now. And now, on towards the next matches coming up. Before that, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is ICBaby12. Join with me on my right, we have Attainer, as well on my left, Lafel. as we are going to be continuing to be your casters for today, this next matchup is going to be very, very explosive because it is going to be between RRQ as well as Omega. Two very, very strong teams up on stage very, very shortly. But before that, MSC 2022 is powered by Moonton. Also, a big thank you to our official content partner, TikTok, Partner in Esports, Secret Lab, Esports Chart, and media partners, EG Network, as well as MeWatch. Eterna, Rafael, what do you guys think so far?
I mean, I think this upcoming match is going to be fire. Why do I say this? Because this is the defending champions going against the kings of the galaxy. So if we thought that previous match was fire, this is going to be out of this world insane.
Yeah, and right now, honestly, looking at the schedule, we do have to look at the results as well because Omega has a 1-1 victory over here, so they only have 1 point, where RRQ, they have 3 points right now, and like according to my what would you call this script here? If RRQ wins 2-0 again, Atirna would color her head red. Well, that's out of nowhere.
Wait, what?
Why would the script say this? Wow!
What?
So yeah, everyone here, it's a very intense match. If Omega wins 2-0, then they will be proceeding towards the playoff. And if RQ wins 2-0, not only will they proceed to the playoff, but one of the casters will be coloring her hair red. I don't know why it's on here on the script, but is it the same for you guys?
Yeah, it's kind of the same as well.
Yeah.
I definitely agree.
That's cool.
For sure.
I think it's a typo.
No, it's not a typo.
Really?
It's a definite great predictions coming from Eterna. But now let's talk shop a little bit more. Omega versus RRQ. There's going to be some stats as well because RRQ has met against Omega on main stage during M2 playoffs with RRQ taking 2-0 against Omega. However, it's a little bit different because it is a complete different roster back then and now. So is this going to be a redemption point, or is it going to be both of them? Both of these teams going to be trying to save their strats for the playoffs, considering that they do have a pretty decent standings as of yet.
That's going to be the question here. I mean, it all comes back down to the lineup as well. And when we're talking about the lineup, I think both teams have a really very important gold lane. But before we get into that, we're going to take a look at the team player lineup very, very soon, as it is going to be Omega first on the board with Kelra, Chakamamba himself, E2Max, Ryzen, and Renzio. Now, this is what I wanted to talk about. Kelra in that gold lane with that Filipino Savage. He is known to be one of the most consistent, high mechanical players on that Beatrix. Even though the signature hero shows that he is 1-1, this also shows that he has a variant of hero pool.
Yeah, and honestly, I gotta say, I really like Omega's coach, but that over here, especially his suit, I don't know why, but it looks really good on him. Either way, looking at how Omega plays, I really feel like, yeah, E2Max is gonna be the player to watch. But looking on the side of RRQ, they play a very textbook style. So I do want to see if Omega can really crack that. With that being said, let's introduce the RRQ lineup. Skylar, Vin, Clay, Albert, as well as R7, where Skylar will be replacing Lemon in this lineup.
Yep, seems like Lemon will not be playing in this matchup, and I feel like it's more on testing grounds coming from RRQ as well. But I want to talk a little bit more on towards R7, right? R7 has one of the most EXP hero pools and also being regarded as one of the best XP laners in the world. Will he be able to assert dominance against Renzio from the get-go? Because if you think about it, RRQ and Omega, this is a great proving ground for themselves to actually prepare themselves and towards the playoffs, especially when it comes to the drafting and what takes between each of these teams. So this is going to be a battle between the coaches as well as the drafts coming in these two games between both Omega and RRQ.
100%, I think that the coaches are going to be a detrimental factor in, of course, the gameplay, the drafting phase, and so on and so forth. So on the screen here, we have Coach Pacbet from the side of Omega representing the Philippines. And of course, on the flip side here, we have Coach Feel from RRQ. Now, I want to talk a little bit about Coach Feel here. So as we all know, during M3, it wasn't Coach Feel being the head of it all. It actually was Coach Achil. But when Coach Achil was swapped out with Coach Feel, we saw a new side of RRQ. We saw a new color of RRQ. What once was super chaotic was able to just be so, just on paper, like what you said, textbook. They just became the new version of RRQ, so systematic, so objective, but still have that color in terms of their aggression.
Yep. Over here, I actually do want to ask a question to Eterna. Now that Lemon has been swapped out with Skylar, will we see a change in the way that they play, or it will be more or less the same of this really slow, methodical way of play?
That's actually a really interesting question. I have to think about that a little bit more because, in my opinion, whenever Lemon plays, he likes to go in for like very individual plays, to be honest. So the way that he played on that Irithel today was actually quite surprising, and as well as on that Clint, because he played for his team, and that's exactly what Skylar does for the team, right? He always goes not only for those flashy plays, but he always focuses on objectives as well.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And I'm looking forward to see how it all goes down because the draft is going to be starting very, very shortly. And as of yet, as you can see, I'm looking forward to see who is going to be on the first pick potential because as of yet, it all comes down to the first pick. So it's going to be a battle between the both coaches as well to understand what ticks and what does not. And as of yet, up on screen, we do see 4 bans so far. It is going to be the Fanny, the 1-1, the Julian, as well as the Valentina. 4 still top tier pick our bans as of yet here in MSC 2022.
I honestly was looking forward to see Julian in this game because Omega used him so well in the mid lane. So, but unfortunately because they themselves use the Julian, they understand the power of this hero. And Akai, I really like that most teams are really respecting this hero because I still have people asking me like, what's the big deal about Akai? He's a big panda that can spin around. But the thing is, you gotta understand that his ult is almost unstoppable now. Even if you knock him up, he'll still spin. He'll still keep spinning. The only way that you can stop him is if you suppress him, and doing that is so difficult because you know once he spins around, you can't really get close. And speaking of suppression, Franco has been picked up for RRQ.
This is a huge pickup for the side of RRQ. I don't know if people are aware, but this is one of the most power pick that, of course, Vin can use. His hooks have like 80-90% accuracy, and it always is a huge game changer. But what I'm curious about is that the link has been opened up, and I'm wondering if Omega might take that away, or even RRQ will have the opportunity to once again show their supremacy with that link in this next game.
I feel that Link should be ignored as of yet, just because of how they can actually deal with it as well. That's the thing about the current situation, right? There's no point winning this game convincingly, right? It's all about testing the boundaries. And in this case, letting Albert play his Link and then figure out on how to deal with it is going to be the go-to strategy because learning is way much more important rather than being stagnant. So growing is a part of the process of being better in this game. So we have to think of the bigger picture, right? When it comes to getting into the playoffs, sometimes you got to take necessary risks to learn from it. Even if you lose, it's a learning process.
Well, this is a best of 2, but again, for the side of Omega, they really need this win. But either way, for the side of RRQ, right now they already have their roamer. And as we talked about, the jungler position is still open. Ling is still there up for grabs, but that is if Albert really wants it. If he doesn't want to, there is a lot of heroes potentially still open for the side of Omega. With the Tamos pickup, it could go to the jungler, but it could also go to the EXP lane. So for the side of Omega, honestly, they have a lot of flexibility here. They can really just look at what RQ is using and try to react accordingly. And right now, yes, the Ling has been picked up, and the Esmeralda, I would say RQ's pick and ban is overall very safe.
Very safe, but very scary as well, because we saw what R7 could do on this Esmeralda, and we don't even need to talk about Albert's lane, right? That's already like really common knowledge.
Established.
But what if I want to hear about it?
Maybe look at replays, LaFell. That's an option that we can take. Okay. But back to the game here, Omega Esports already has secured a really strong high ground in that Eve, and that really limits the heroes that, of course, the Clay can use in that mid side. So with the last pick here, this is going to be very important. Are they going to secure a groundbreaking hero for Chaknu before it may be banned away from the side of RQ in the second phase?
Yeah, I definitely agree. But as of yet, I feel like it all comes down to decisions coming from Omega, right? Do they want to pick a jungle Tamos, or do they want to pick a side lane Tamos? Because it all comes down to decision, because they're still debating whether or not should they pick heroes like Hilda, heroes like Jawhead as well, even though it's very, very unpopular, as a way to try and invade on towards the link. Oftentimes as well, we did see mirror matchups in the sense where they were forced to pick Tigreal. This was like 2 patches ago, to mirror matchup when it comes to resetting the purple buff to deal with annoying junglers in regards as well, especially against the Link. So I feel like it all comes down to decision. Can Tamos do the same or not? If yes, let's go for it. So I like how there's going to be some sort of adaptation, but Omega doubling down on the Atlas means they are looking for the team fight potential and then figure out later on what they should be picking in case RRQ decides to pick something else.
If you don't mind giving me the steering wheel, because I want to move this conversation towards E2 Max Eve as of right now, because the Eve is super good. Like the way that he uses the Eve, I was so surprised. Like my socks were knocked off. It was so insane. But the thing is, looking at the side of RRQ, there's a lot of answers for that problem. Like when he uses the real manipulation, he could get hooked. When he is staying when he's using his real manipulation, the lane can come in. The same thing can be said for Esmeralda. So for the side of Omega, I do want to see whether they're gonna handle this based on the draft or just hope that E2max can just handle this 3-player possible answer thingy for his real manipulation.
But that's the thing, right? If the real world manipulation gets popped off before the Fatal Links gets popped off, then that's going to be an issue for RRQ, because even if they want to go and dive into the back line to try and cancel that, they can actually be punished. So it all comes back down to the accuracy of how well that they can maneuver around these skills, as now it is going to be Omega Esports picking up that Dairoth. A really interesting pick here. This is starting to look like the Stamos might fall into that jungle position.
Yeah, definitely going to be in that situation as well. It all comes down to whether or not can they establish that, can they win against this matchup against Esmeralda? Because if you think about jungling heroes coming from, or the bans coming from RRQ, they force Magic Arena, they force ban Malmon. These are really, really good lane clearers in terms of tanky potential. So right now, Omega's in a situation where I can't force an assassin jungler just to deal with the lane. You won't be able to outmatch it. We did see a couple of games in yesterday's games where a potential tank Lancelot on jungle was the solution, but it wasn't exactly ideal as well against the link. So I feel like this is a safe option coming from Omega, but the final pick on the marksman is got to be something to deal with this Beatrix. And so far, we've seen a couple of Irritel games. Maybe that's going to be the go-to strategy, or maybe even a carry as well. But considering that RQ doesn't have a lot of tanky composition, I think they are going to stray away from the carry, and it looks like they are going to prioritize on the Clint instead.
I rarely say this, but looking at both the drafts, I'm actually looking forward towards the laning phase, because I feel like every one of the lanes, like the EXP lane, we have the Esmeralda as well as the Dairoth, right? So I feel like every single lane, everyone has kill pressure. Now, we saw how RRQ plays. They will get the kill only if it's truly necessary. If it's not, they're not really going to go for it. We can't say the same for the side of Omega, so I really want to see, because all of the lanes have kill pressure, I do want to see whether this match will actually pick up the pace, or no matter what Omega does, RQ will still control how they want to move around the map.
I don't know, but for some reason, looking at both compositions that both teams have opted to bring, I do feel like Omega has a higher edge in this next upcoming game.
Yep, I definitely agree, but without further ado, this is going to be the match coming in, Game 1 between both RRQ as well as Omega up on screen, as we are going to be looking through how they are going to be tackling the situation, because as of yet, Albert is going to be playing on the lane from the blue side, whereas from the red side as well, Omega, they are going to be going for that textbook common standard drafts coming in. Is it going to be enough to deal with Albert's oppressive nature? Because as of yet, we do see Vin trying to go and harass Dairoth, but it seems like it's not going to be the Tamos jungle coming from Omega, whereas it is going to be the Dairoth jungle instead.
Yeah, that's very, very interesting. But again, we saw how Dairoth is super strong in the early to mid stages of the game. No matter which lane he goes to, he will apply the armor reduction, making it easier for you to get a kill. But speaking of kills, a lot of aggression coming on in mid, and I feel like Omega, they have to be careful of Vin right now.
Yeah, I think a lot of things are depending on like the way that they do it and like the timing that they do it, because from the composition that Arki Hoshi brought to the table, I don't know if they can win in a full team fight, which I signal as a way that they have to really just snowball from the early game. But the fact that if Dairoth is in that jungle position and can kind of like equalize on that aggression in that early, now that's going to be a problem for Arki Hoshi.
Yep, seems like Albert is going to be going for the invades as well. The hook does not get the reset, so Omega is going to be able to secure their buff as of yet. But I feel like in this situation, Omega is in a situation where they want to try and test out the theories with how Orange dealt with EVOS SG with the Dairoth when they won Game 1 against EVOS SG earlier today. So I feel like this is a great testing grounds for them to see whether or not the Dairoth matchup, is it decent and viable enough against a strong pro player such as Albert, who's playing Link as of yet.
For me, I feel like the best way, well, my opinion, Omega, if they want to win this match, like what they're doing right now, put pressure onto R7, because if you give him space to actually farm up, especially now because he has a Purify, so he can stay in the backline for such a long time. If you kill him off earlier in the game, making sure that he doesn't get to that tanky point, then Omega will have a better time in the team fights.
Yep, seems like the fight is going to break down as well. The Real Nation already set up, anticipating the engagement, and that's going to be Win getting completely shut down. Our Albert is going to be able to get a couple of trades here as well. It's going to be 1-for-1, and RRQ not going to be forcing the trade, but that is a big setup coming from Omega, which didn't exactly pay off considering that they lose out Ryzen in the process.
See, but that was like a little bit of a trailer to come, right? The fact is that Chaknu wasn't level 4 yet, so he couldn't really like help E2 Max in that situation with the Fatal Links. But imagine if he already had it and they actually went for an engage like that. That would have been so detrimental to what Arki Hoshi is trying to do.
Yeah, I feel like in this kind of situation, the game is slowing down a little bit, and it's almost like both these teams are trying to test each other's intuition, like based on the movement from the side of Ryzen as well as Albert. They're almost like trying to figure out how are they actually maneuvering around the map, trying to anticipate what's going to happen next.
Yep, this time Changnu, he does have the Fatal Links. He is going to try and scare him off. You can see RQ, they're resetting the turtle, and that's going to be the reset coming in from Omega. Meanwhile, Clay on the sides is going to get caught out, but the hook coming from Win from the sides pulls Renzi to the turret. He will take him out, but they will lose Clay in the process. That's going to be two times now, different trades coming in across the map. But as of yet, RQ is still forcing the turtle on the screen as well. Will Albert get it? Yes, he will. That's going to be the hook again coming from Win, catching off Changnu as Omega. They're getting chipped apart time and time again.
To be honest, I think that would have worked really well if Clay wasn't on the Lilia, right? Because like they're going for like this pick-off team fight type of strategy. Sure, Lilia has good clear, but it isn't as easy for her to burst down enemies unless they go into that mid-game. Whereas if they chose someone like the Kogura perhaps, I think that's a little bit more dynamic and it synergizes better to the composition.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from, where even if he does get a hook, unless there's a lot of people there, they're not really going to burst things out there fast. But right now, looking at top lane, 3 members of Omega, is something going to happen here?
Yep, here comes the suppression as well. Changnu completely shut down. 3 snipes to the face, and Skylar will get the kill just like that. And RKOshi, they are going to super pump Skylar's farm as much as they can. Meanwhile, on the bottom side as well, we do see Renzio doing pretty well against R7 as of yet. And this Thanos pickup is just completely shredding his armor just because of the new buffs coming in.
Looking at this game right now, for the side of Araki Hoshi, I'm actually looking towards what is their go button, because I feel like everyone already has their first initial items. I'm just looking at what are they looking for, because in terms of win condition, I do know that they want to wait at least 2 items on Albert, and then they can go crazy. Same thing with Skylar. But for the side of Omega, I don't want them to play super responsive. I kind of feel like with having a Dire of jungler, if they go slightly a bit more aggressive, they could get a lot on the map.
Yeah, but it all comes down to psychology as well, because Ryzen has died multiple once now, and they pretty much lost a lot of fights. Even though, if you talk about composition when it comes to mage role, right, E2 Max do outrange Clay by a lot, and they understand that they can't abuse it, but considering that Ryzen has lost his earlier lead against Albert, they're a little bit hesitant to try and force the kind of plays, even though it's very, very much necessary. So this is actually working in favor of RRQ's composition, just because of how the Lilia is going to be able to pop off into the mid to late stage game. Likewise coming from R7. Now, turtle contest coming in this fight as well. You can see Omega, they're trying to force reactions coming from RRQ, but Vin is waiting for the right moment. The suppress comes in. Vin is going to get caught, Renzo is going to get caught out, but looks like they're not going to prioritize on going for the kills. It is going to be Turtle instead, and it seems like Clay will steal it for the team, and now Omega, they will retaliate. They are stuck. They're taking a little bit too much damage, and RRQ will run him over. Renzo survives with 1 HP on this Thanos, and Vin is not trying to let him off the hook. Can he get the final hook? No, he does not. Maybe he will on the bottom side. And yes, he will get the hook. And that's going to be Win getting the kill on Ranzio.
That is like an RRQ trade all over the board. I mean, now they are with a 2,500 gold lead. And Omega, they're kind of on behind here. What can they actually do as of this stage, understanding that they are just squeezing Omega from all the last things that they can even do? I mean, you saw Vin just steal that gold from the side of Omega Esports.
Personally, for me, I feel like that was almost a wasted opportunity for a side of Omega, because they saw Vin already popping off the Bloody Hunt. So Atlas could go in, and then the rest could, you know, possibly initiate some kind of team fight, and they could have won it. But because the positioning was all over the place, they couldn't really capitalize the use ultimate from Vin.
Yeah. Now with the turret also going to be falling as well, Renzo is popping the ultimate trying to ego challenge this fight. He does have the sustains to walk through, but the rest of his teammates is a little bit too far off top, so he is going to retreat this and not fight this. Meanwhile, Vin still waiting for the right moment. He goes for the blind hook. He knows he's there. He gets the suppression. Skylar is a little bit too late to actually re-engage this, so Chaknu will be A-OK as of yet. Meanwhile, RQ, They are going to be heading in towards the top side as well. 35 seconds left before the next objective. They are going to try and push up and set up map control up top instead against Omega.
Even though RQ Hoshi is leading with a 3,000 gold lead, I feel like it only takes one moment for the side of Omega to be able to get it out. I do understand that there are some purifies on the board from the side of RQ Hoshi, but we'll see how this pans out.
Yep, it seems like there is going to be concealed play coming in. They do catch on towards Vin, completely shut him out, but R7 is not looking to back out yet. He re-engages for the team, but they do get a 1-for-1 trade, tank for tank, and that is going to be the full disengage coming from both sides. So nothing super major yet. It's still a tank for tank, but map control is still in RRQ's favor. Look at this, Skylar in perfect position to completely going for the one-shot. Ryzen getting scared off a little bit more as well, and they're still deciding whether or not should they force the issue. Turtle being pulled back as of yet, but from the sides, R7 going for the catch. Kara a little bit into trouble as well. Real Magician comes in, but they're taking a little bit too much damage. Albert re-engaging, cleaning them all out. Double kill for Albert, and that is going to be RRQ from the sides. But Ryzen waiting for the right moment from the side. He almost got it, but Vin, he held on his ultimate, caught him by surprise, and Omega, they get completely shut down. And the snipes from Skylar to clean it out, and Omega, they lose them all, and just like that, RRQ will come up on top.
I can already see what Omega actually has to do. They need some kind of map control, because looking at Arkiyoshi, Skylar, the way that he's positioning, it's almost like the map is not dark at all. Like the map has no bushes. He knows exactly where everyone is. So whenever someone is trying to gank him, he knows how to retaliate. And for the side of Omega, looking at their positioning, it's not optimal for a team fight. Right now, it looks like they're trying for something, but is it going to actually pan out the way that they wanted it to?
Yep, seems like the fight's coming in. Omega getting a little bit smart, very aware of what Vin is about to do as well. And you've seen multiple times Vin's hooks has been detrimental in towards Omega's side. You can see the fear factor is starting to come in from the side of Omega on how they take this engagement so far.
Looking at the itemization right now, they really do not have enough damage. The Clint already has 2 items over here, but not really enough space to do anything, just because R7 as well as Albert could go towards him. And I feel like Omega, they need at least one more item on Ryzen or Renzio to really deal out the damage against Arkiyoshi.
Yep, definitely agree, but the Lord will be taken down very easily coming in from side of Omega, but 6.7k lead as of yet coming in from RRQ Hoshi means they are very, very oppressive. You can see the fear coming in from Omega as they have to play this as safe as they can to go in towards the power spikes. And in this stage of the game, what is the power spike coming from Omega into this later game? Where should they drag this out in order to come back against RRQ?
Looking at the player gold right now, everything is looking fine. But for the side of Omega, in terms of where the power spike is, because looking at the Thamos, his first item is the War Axe. He has enough penetration, but that is really good against squishy targets. I feel like going up against Arki Hoshi, he needs, I don't know, maybe a Demon Hunter Sword just to make sure that when he faces against R7, he can do a little bit more than that.
Yep.
I gotta say, I mean, Omega, they just need like the proper setup, right? Because last time around when we saw the Fatal Links get popped off, it actually hit onto the 2 core members from the side of Arki Hoshi, but the problem is there was no follow-up. The way that Arki Hoshi is trying to engage on the team fight, understanding that they can't go full 5v5, they try to split it up, and when they split it up, that's when Omega falls short. So somehow, somewhere, Omega Esports just needs to be able to group them up. But at this stage, how is this going to be achieved?
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult to do so as well, because in terms of wombo combo strategy against the Fatal Links, the real elimination doesn't do a lot of damage now, considering that Arkiyoshi, they do have the Radiant Armors up available, so it's going to be very, very risky to do so. They need the perfect 5-man Fatal Links as well as the Abyssum Strike to allow Kelra to try and shred through all the armors coming from Hoshi, but it's going to be very, very difficult considering how far ahead in terms of levels that Arkiyoshi is. So Omega, their only way of making a comeback is only and only if RQ makes one small mistake, which is also very difficult to do so because Vin is the one going to be starting the fight time and time again with his hooks coming in.
We need to see some Chak Mamba supremacy here because their life depends on it at this stage, right? It's so difficult to catch them off guard, and I have to agree with you. It doesn't seem like Arki Hoshi has been making mistakes. It's so very difficult to find a loophole, but maybe, just maybe, there is a way to maybe take them down one by one and try to look for some pickoffs, because we see whenever they go into this, we see that R7 goes in, checks map, or and so forth. So maybe that's something that they can capitalize on before they go in for that full 5v5.
In a way, I would say giving space towards Kelra is a mistake, because there will come a point where Clint has 4 items where when Albert comes in, if he if he just like goes off just for a little bit, the clean could possibly two-shot him dead. So Omega, they're kind of okay just stalling out a little bit, because there will come to a point where Kelra could immediately just take a 22-minute team fight, making sure that they get like just picking off on Albert and Clay, and then they could potentially end the game. So for the side of Arkihoshi, as long as they can control Kelra, whether Skyler could outrange him or anything, that'd be great. For the side of Omega, it's almost in the situation where, okay, since we do not have map pressure, since they have 10,000 gold lead, don't even try to engage. Just wait for them to engage, because in a way, that is the way that they want to play. So just wait, and then eventually things will work out. Being patient is important, Athena.
That's true, that's true. Omega, smart Omega, they are known to be very momentum-based, really relying on Chakdu, but also they are very Kelra-centric. So one of the things that we need to look out for, like Lafel mentioned earlier, is to wait for the proper setting, the proper setup for Kelra to be able to dish out most of that damage, and of course that combo wobble that comes in with the real-world manipulation. But as you can see on screen here, that ward is just going to be shrunken down so quick as the damage is inevitable here from the side of Omega.
Yep, Skylar will finish off the inhibitor up top with those long-range snipes, but you can see the discipline play is coming in from Omega just to make sure to try and drag it out as long as they can, and they understand that they cannot do anything about it. And based on the itemizations up on screen, as you can see, they're slowly trying to drag it out to the 6 max item slot power spike in order to try and trade 50-50 with Hoshi. But that's going to be a very drawn-out game so far, and I feel like Hoshi, I don't think they want to let this happen at all.
I feel looking at the itemization from Clint over here, the damage is actually going to be pretty good. Already having the Endless Battle, the Berserker Fury, as well as the Malefic Roar, he can definitely dish out the damage. It's just that for the side of Omega, what are they worried about? Are they really worried about Albert, or are they worried about Skylar? Because as of right now, every single time Arkihoshi shows their face, Omega is actually retreating. So it does look like they want Arkihoshi to overextend and fight in their own base. But looking at how RRQ play, I really doubt that will happen. Right now, at 11,000 gold lead, RRQ really does not have any reason to do any kind of crazy flashy plays. They could just wait it out. Eventually, even the minions could end the game.
But even despite that, it does seem like Clay actually bought that Necklace of Durance. So they are 100% respecting the potential that, of course, Omega can have. And interestingly enough, E2 Max actually has the glowing wand. So they're looking for a little bit more damage here, a little bit more DOT. And maybe that's exactly what they need, right?
Yeah, I definitely agree. It all comes down to execution and also stalling for time. And right now, Arkihoshi, they can play super safe and still win the game, but not too long, just because of how oppressive Vin can be, right? Omega, the reason why they're playing safe is because they don't want to be caught out of position because of the Iron Hook, and they've lost so many fights because of Vin's setup, and they cannot afford to lose as of yet, because slowly but surely, the timers are going to kick in, but it seems like they are going to force the issue, and this is the big hook coming in. Renzio popping the Vengeance, and they're forced to fight the fight as well. R7 going to be re-engaging from the sides, as you can see. They're all chunked up, and Omega, they don't really want to fight in this choke spot, but no, the snipe from afar from Skylar is going to beam him out, and that's going to be Changdu and Renzio taken out of the equation, and this is exactly why Omega didn't want to force the fight, and that's the beauty of what the Franco brings to the table.
Man, that was huge. A 2-0 trade here for the side of Arkihoshi, and now Skylar, with that double kill, is sitting at a 4-0-2 stat, as compared to Keller, who is still sitting at a 1-1-2. And the fact is, Keller has actually opted to use this killing spree, and so far, they haven't been able to capitalize on that.
Arkihoshi, they are countering Chuck. They're countering the Alice, but look at that hook, managing to get Ryzen off there. And right now, Arkihoshi, they are a 5-man strong. But the side of Omega, 2 members are still down. Renzio just awakened, but still, Arkihoshi looking super strong, making a lot of hooks happen with Vin here.
Yeah, this is just so good coming from Arkihoshi. Like, you can't actually blame Omega for not being able to do anything, because one right hook, and like we say this about time and time again, you miss 10,000 hooks, as long as that one hits, it is going to turn the tide. But in Vin's case, he's hitting almost every single hook. So that's going to be very difficult to play to. But as you can see up on screen as well, the items are slowly heading into the 5th item progression. But with the Lord coming in, is it going to be able to be stalled coming from Omega? As you can see, Renzio is trying his best to clear on towards the Lord pit, as RRQ trying to get a little bit more on the side. The hook doesn't seem to connect, but Omega, they're clumped up onto the crystal. They're trying to force the fight. Here comes the Atlas coming from the backline as well. R7 still being very oppressive, but the damage coming from RQ Hoshi is just a little bit too much to handle. And Omega, they're falling like flies, but the overextension coming from RQ is going to allow Kara to dish out damage. He's taking a little bit more damage, but this is going to be the first blunder that RQ has made. R7 is still going to keep it alive. They do take out Kara and also take down the crystal, so RQ Hoshi is going to be able to secure game number 1 despite almost losing a little bit too much on team fights.
100% RQ now leading the series 1-0, and this gives one more opportunity for Omega to finally show what they're made of. But one of the things that I'd like to highlight is that I do believe that Smart Omega, they weren't as smart as I thought in terms of that drafting, right? I think they let too many power heroes let open for the side of RQ. I mean, allowing Skylar on that Beatrix, giving Vin that Franco, as well as giving Albert that Ling, I think it's just too much. I think they need to start respecting this, because whenever I see RQ Hoshi go down, usually these heroes are taken away from them.
You know what, Athena? Because of that, I will blunder you one nasi lemak. You know what?
Thank you.
I'm going to give you a nasi lemak. It's going to be on me. But looking at the game, honestly, in terms of everything that happened in the game, I would say there's only one real team fight. In that one team fight kind of shows how Omega really couldn't do anything, because the way that RQ played, they're not countering the Atlas because of, well, they can counter because of spells and everything like that, but they counter based on how they're playing the team fight. Because as we saw, even when Vin hits the hook, they don't march in for a team fight. They actually kite away from their team fight. So whenever they play, they try to play maximum range, and that is very impressive, because having that level of focus in all stages of the game, the early game, mid game, late game, that's crazy.
Yep, and before that as well, we would like to shout out to our official media partners up on screen, EGG Network, our Southeast Asia's 24/7 esports channel under the Astro Malaysia Group. You can also catch MSC 2022 at EGG Network channel 800 at your home. Do check out on their social media platforms as well. They have it on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, as well as Twitter. So be sure to check out our media partners, EGG Network, for your viewing experience of MMC 2022. But now, talking towards the game as well, I want to talk a little bit more on how the RQ Hoshi played as well. And I definitely agree with Lafel in particular when it comes to the composition. Play maximum range, and they played to the strength of how precise Skylar can be on his Beatrix, and that's what makes it so special when it comes to all this kind of poking long range strategy that RQ tends to execute as well. It's a very interesting pickup potential, but it can only be done because you have this Franco that just completely pulls you off the other side of the world, where none of your teammates can actually help you.
Yeah, another thing other than that I'd like to point out is not just the drafting coming in from RQ, but also the drafting coming in from the side of Omega, okay? We understood that there were a lot of respect bans that were open, but I also wanted to see more power picks from the side of Smart Omega. I do like the Atlas pick. I think it gives them a lot of opportunity to find momentum, but going against the composition that RQ brought, I think it was a little bit lacking. I would have preferred Chaknu on his most famous hero. I would have preferred it on the Kufra for sure, especially understanding that it has a little bit more power against the Ling that I felt was just so free to move around that map.
Yeah, and right now looking at, honestly, the thing that I want everyone to pay attention to is the gold difference. 60,000 gold for RQ Hoshi and 44,000 gold for Omega. Based on this game, it almost looks like RQ Hoshi, they got 1,000 gold lead every minute that passed by, because at the end of the game, they got like, what, 14,500 gold lead, gold difference. And the thing is, in terms of the kills, it's not really that much. It's only in the later stages of the game that they actually rack up on in terms of those kills. And looking at how they itemize Clay on the Lilia just by having that Ice Queen 1, making it so difficult for Omega to really do anything, because Chano, when he goes in, he's going to be slowed down so much.
Yeah, I want to talk about how important this match is coming from both RQ Hoshi and Omega, right? If you compare it with every single match we've seen so far in MSC, there's two things you can learn from this matchup is that Franco, 1, is still relevant, even though kind of ignored for a couple of games so far here in MSC. 2, the Dirov matchup coming in from Omega hasn't been able to do too much against the Ling. And I feel like Omega, they still want to push this theory before they head into his playoffs, but it was very difficult to do so because the Franco was just so oppressive, does not give any opportunities from Omega to learn from this draft.
Yeah, looking at the damage coming in from both sides of the team, it's actually not super polarizing from any members of the team, but you were talking about the Dyrov and 13,000 damage. I'm not so sure whether it's because of the draft or because he himself is a little bit uncomfortable in this kind of situation to use the Dyrov, but I feel like, yes, at the end of the day, we got to go back to basics. It's probably a draft situation where Omega really has to look back at the draft. Either it's not good against Araki Hoshi, or they themselves are not too comfortable with these heroes, because as we can see, it almost looked like they were not so sure when is their power spike, because at a moment of time you're like, okay, this is the go button, but it's almost like they never saw the button, you know. It's almost like, hey, where my ass? Where my ass? My ass.
Yeah, I definitely agree. This is just a learning process coming from them as well. It's good that they are trying to test it out. We've seen, I think, what Orange Esports do against EVOS SG. The composition kind of works, but it differs between different teams, and it may be something that Omega may need to fix in towards the next game when they head towards this next matchup. And so far, Araki Hoshi is in a very, very comfortable position, but game 1 in this matchup, the MVP is going to be none other than Skylar on his Beatrix. His snipes has been really, really on point, and he's got multiple kills on it. Without a doubt, he is going to be the MVP.
100%. I think time and time again, he's just been such a consistent player, especially given his power hero like this Beatrix. If Calvera is known in the Philippines to be the Filipino sniper, it's a similar thing with Skylar in Indonesia, right? So coming into this next upcoming draft, I'd like to see some more bans towards these, like really shut RRQ down from the get-go, as now we're going to take a look at the match highlights to see what actually happened between Omega as well as RRQ.
The thing that I want everyone to pay attention to is actually the positioning coming in from the side of RRQ as well as Omega. Look at Omega, they're very distant with each other, which is not how they should be playing. And looking at how RRQ positioned, we can see how Vin is always close by with Skylar, especially because it looks like they know every position from everyone from the side of Omega. So whenever someone actually tries to look for Skylar, he's going to kite away. And this is the situation. RRQ, they started the teamfight, but they themselves, they are actually moving into a position that they have to force Omega to start something. They force the real manipulation out, making it easy for Vin to catch him off guard. So it is a situation, even if they start a team fight, they're like, actually, no, we're just kidding. We want you guys to do something first. So there's a lot of patience coming for the side of RQ, which does come to... I kind of want to hang out with them for a bit, you know? I want to give them, you know, like, some snacks, some drinks, and then I just want to say, like, what has your coach done to you? Why are you guys so disciplined, you know? Like, this, like,
it's
does
scary.
it hurt?
It's really, really scary on how textbook they are playing this game as well. And one important factor I want to actually bring up...
Androids, you know? Just
yeah,
like
they're like robots. I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. But at the same time,
the world.
when it comes to the drafts itself, I feel like one thing that's really, really smart, when if you guys still remember the draft from game number 1, based on the banning phase as well, Omega, they had this idea that they want to abuse the range of Yi, which is a real foundation, you know, outranging most of the majors. We're talking about Xavier, we're talking about Farsa, we're talking about heroes like, what's it called again? The Sicilian as well. These 3 are the core factors that was pretty much taken out. So in the matchup earlier games as well, we don't see the Lilia kind of lose out in terms of range, but they compensated it by final picking the Beatrix to kind of mirror that composition. So that's what makes RRQ so smart in their drafts. But before that, as of now, we have the Transformers bonus event for you guys up on screen as well. Be sure to log into this game from June 11 to June 13, and you can complete tasks to claim yourself the Transformer passes and use these passes to draw amazing prizes, including brand new skins, recall effect, and battle emotes. And be sure to not miss out on this right now. Be sure to log into the game, claim it June 11 to 13. There's only 3 days. Claim it right now and get yourself some brand new Transformer skins potentially.
Because I gotta say that the Starscream skin is super worth it. Have you seen it?
Yeah, I've had
You
it.
have it? Shh. The Chase Fate with the...
Yeah,
oh
yeah. I do have it.
I'm so jealous.
Honestly, looking at how RRQ plays, they might be Transformers themselves, you know, because again, like super structures, like, you know.
Yeah, that's why they're robots. You know, we talked about it. See, it was a long segue all the way.
Let me try that one more time. You know,
I think you need to practice at home before you bring it up here for the viewers.
Anyways, back into the game as well. Now, implementing... Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah,
wow.
I can do a deep
that's on
voice,
point.
but I can't do the, you know, it's like, yeah, it's like, hello.
Wow.
Yeah.
You're pretty spot on. But yeah, going into the game, you know, coming into game number 2, 20 seconds left. Now, adaptations. What do you guys think? Is RRQ going to completely walk over Omega in 2-0, or will Omega kind of retaliate and try to figure out what's the next strategy? Because as of yet, Beatrix still very highly contested here in MSC. Almost nearly 100% picked or banned in almost every single match thus far here at MSC Group Stages.
That's exactly the thing that we need to talk about, right? Omega is known to have nerves of steels, and they're really good at reading enemy patterns. So what RRQ Hoshi pulled off in that first game, it may not happen twice. They may not get the opportunity to do that because they adapt so fast, and that's the reason why they are such a strong contender to be able to win MSC 2022. But when we're talking about Beatrix, now that's also very interesting because what I know is that Beatrix got nerfed, but she's still sometimes really the game changer in a lot of scenarios.
Do you know the guy that designed Beatrix got a pay raise just because even though Beatrix got nerfed for how many times already, it's still appearing in all competitive matches.
That's the beauty about Beatrix, right? He's got 4 weapons. You can use him in almost every single scenario, right? The recent nerf was because he was just a little bit too strong when it comes to bursty potential in the early stage of the game. But guess what? When he goes to the later stage of the game, the snipes coming in is not exactly nerfed. So technically, they kind of remove the early aggression aspect of the Beatrix, but when it comes to late game potential, it's still a very, very scary marksman coming into his MLBB.
Yeah, and right now, looking at the draft, you know what I want from the side of Omega? Because of how RRQ plays so textbook perfect, right? It's like a dictionary. I want them to draft in a way that's super chaotic, right? Making it so that they don't know which page to turn to. Push the aggression. Draft something like rock, paper, scissors kind of situation, you know? Be the scissors. Even if RQ picks a rock, you pick the scissors. Try to force the cut onto rock.
No, you know what? Instead of getting the normal scissors, get a bigger scissors, bigger than the rock, and just completely cut it in half.
Exactly.
That's how you.
Scissors are amazing.
That's how you win a rock game, paper scissors game, right? Yo, you've got a rock, I've got scissors. It's okay. My scissors is just bigger. I will still win.
Yes, but the thing is, if you are using the scissors, here is a rule of thumb. You need a very strong base. You need to have a strong standing position to use the scissors well, because as we know, if you run with scissors, it's gonna hurt. Now, it's not a good idea. Disclaimer to everyone watching here, do not run with scissors. That is bad. And what I'm trying to point out here is for the side of Omega, if they really want a super aggressive kind of playstyle, is super big scissors. They just need one person that they can rely as a plan B. That's what I'm trying to say.
You know what, LaFell? I'm gonna help out Athena. She's so done right now, but at the same time, I want to talk about the drafts as of yet. Franco being respected back in game number 1 in the first phase as well, coming from Omega, knowing that how it completely disrupted their game 1's composition. So this time, respecting it means what is let off? The 1-1 coming from Omega. What else?
Now that's not good either, right? I mean, now Omega is starting off with a really solid gold laner in that 1-1. And this is interesting. How will RRQ Hoshi actually respond to this? Are they going to kind of try and replicate the same thing that they did in game number 1? Maybe prioritizing that Esmeralda for a really strong side lane, as well as that Link perhaps before it may get taken up by Omega to prevent that from being let go for the side of RQ? Or are they going for a different route?
Yep, as of yet, when it comes to the route as well, I feel like they still want to play and prioritize on the Eve. Omega does have the tendency to lean on towards the Eve a little bit more, but RRQ, they understand this, and they will still pick up the Link for Albert, but instead take up the Sicilian for RRQ instead, and just give him the Eve coming from next matchup, and that is going to be the Eve pickup coming from Omega.
RRQ is drafting very, very safe right now, because again, if they have a 1-1-1-1, it's going to be a problem in the later stages of the game. But we've seen multiple times where actually, in terms of scaling, the Sicilian will be able to potentially 1 or 2 shot the 1-1. And the only reason why it's just so good is the range matchup. The Sicilian will always outrange the 1-1. But right now, Omega getting that Karina. And if you look at Karina, she has scissors. This is what we want.
Technically, it's daggers and swords or scythe, right?
Eve is the paper.
Okay.
Eve is the paper.
All right.
Karina has the scissors.
Okay, who's got the rock? Grok.
Yes, they need a Grok. Right now with the 1-1, basically have chopsticks, have needles.
Okay.
This is the composition we're looking for.
I get it.
What, you want to say no?
No, I want to talk about this Karina pick. I mean, ICBB, we mentioned, we had a little bit of a discussion about this Karina being placed in that jungle position. Now, we can talk about that a little bit more right now. So do you think that the Karina is still a viable pick to be placed in that jungle position, understanding that RQ Hoshi has already picked up that link?
That's the thing about the Karina. It's very, very situational because it is still, it's mostly played as an assassin style tank jungler. So I feel like based on this tanking composition, to be able to win with Karina to make the matchup, they need to be able to actually scale and snowball rather early rather than be very, very disruptive. Because if you think about it, Karina is more of a finisher kind of jungler compared to heroes like Link, where Tempest Blade has a very, very good iframe to actually set up for knockbacks. You even have Akai, who's in the current meta as well, which the heavy spin kind of just disrupts the tempo itself. So I feel like Karina is in an awkward situation where it's not touched, but it's not exactly super strong because there's just so many other junglers that just bring up so much value when it comes to disruption coming from the jungle role.
Right now, I'm looking for crowd control for both these teams because for the side of Omega as well as RQ, they have kill potential on the 1-1 as well as the Ling, and both these heroes are very good, are very mobile. You have to stop them, and as of right now, RQ as well as Omega, they do not have any stopping power in this side of crowd control. However, RQ, just because they have the Masha, there is a possibility of using the Thunderclap onto 1-1 and just making sure that she dies before she can really do anything. But here's the thing about a 1-1. Even if you have basically just 1 HP, as long as the crossbow of Tang is there,
yes, you get it. You got it. It's on the wrong sides, man.
Rock, paper, scissors, rock, beat scissors, but if your scissors is bigger, it's alright.
Yeah, but from RQ side, I'm going to take a bigger boulder and just completely crush the paper and the scissors. That's why they picked the Grok.
Now this is huge, right, from the side of Omega?
Yeah,
because
it is.
As you can see in their bans, they actually have been like really respecting the potential that Vin can have in that roamer position. So they banned out the Angela, they banned out the Matilda, they banned out potentially the Akai as well as that Franco. But in response, they did not see that the Grok was actually being left open. This could be something that they had considered and thought that the Angela was a bigger threat than the Grok. But now this gives Vin the exact potential, or even this could actually be flexed to R7. So we'll see actually how this pans out, as now Chaknu, yes, he got the Kufra. Ladies and gentlemen, Chak Mamba is back.
Yeah, I was setting up for you, but you were talking. But yeah, Chaknu finally using the Kufra is, now we can see, was that the big difference maker? Because on this Kufra, what you're trying to do is trying to stop the Link. If they can do that, that'd be great. But looking at how Albert plays, very, very safe. Probably not going to give a lot of opportunities to Chaknu as well. So I feel like it's going to be kind of a roam matchup situation where the Grok and the Kufra will be meeting each other a lot. So they're going to try to bait out the abilities. So I feel like Albert will still be fine. That's just my preliminary thinking before we go into the game.
Yep, I'm looking forward to see how this draft works as well, considering that there is going to be heavy emphasis on Chakmu to actually deal with the Albert Ling in this regard. So catching a flying object is going to be very, very difficult, especially up on this Kufra. But if you do get the big catch, it is going to be very, very huge. But as of yet, the draft has been pretty much set. RQ taking first game. Will they pummel through with a 2-0 as of yet? Or will Omega come back in towards game number 2? So far, adaptations has been made. And guess what? No Franco this time means there is going to be more opportunities for Omega to make a statement. But as of yet, this is going to be game number 2 between Omega as well as RRQ Hoshi.
Now, with the compositions that they have set in stone here for both teams, they do have a lot of layers to it, right? Because we have RRQ Hoshi on one hand with really extreme crowd control, but on the other hand, they have Kufra as well. So in terms of composition, Rafael, who do you prefer more?
Looking at the composition, I would say, again, RRQ, honestly, just because the way that they have to play this game is a little bit easier compared to Omega, because they have to do a lot of mechanical outplays to get anything happen in the game, because like Kufra has to make sure that he gets on the correct target, and the same thing can be said about Ryzen. He has to go in, he has to survive, and he has to give enough space for Ethermax to deal out the damage. And right now, in a fight earlier stages of the game, but so far, yeah, I feel like RRQ Hoshi, they have a more sturdier draft.
I definitely agree. But R7 now, he is going to be going on a matchup against Paquito. Do you think this is a good matchup? Because I feel like Masha is going to completely dominate this lane unless Renzio is going to be able to do so much. I feel like the Paquito force coming in from Omega was just intentionally just targeted on towards Albert. And we talked about how his Link is just a force to begin with. And I feel like Omega, they're just focusing on Albert a little bit too much on the drafts, but hopefully it is going to work out. But now, Chaknu with the engagements onto his win, is there going to be any sort of follow-up coming from Omega? Seems like they are not going to continue as Albert just hit his 4 just right in their faces. They do not want to overcommit to this stage.
I mean, in the early game, I feel like in that mid side, Araki Hoshi is a bit on the behind. Just saying, because that's a Cillian, he needs a little bit more items. He needs a little bit more scaling potential to be able to deal out the damage that is required of him. Meanwhile, Eve can just slow and use her utility from the get-go, especially when she hits level 4. So with that in mind, hopefully Omega can actually use that to their advantage and capitalize over this fact. But for the moment, it is going to be that turtle already being placed into the Land of Dawn, and we'll see who gets there first.
Yep, the first turtle is going to be up for grabs. You can see there has been set up coming from RRQ Hoshi as well. Vin a little bit afraid to do so as well. Ryzen does have the kill potential during punish, but it seems like there is going to be a split fight on towards the purple buff as well. Albert still trying to secure his purple buff, but looks like he is going to lose out on the Retribution War, and Ryzen will come on top. Now, opportunity has been presented itself as well. Albert popping the Tempest Blade. He does not have the immunity, and this is Omega's time to shine as they finally pop the Revolution, catches off Clay, and now R7 is in a very, very awkward situation. Renzo is trying to ego challenge his fight, eventually waits for Ryzen to save the day as Ryzen completely snowballs them all out. So this is the opportunity that Omega has been looking forward to.
Double kill for the side of Omega, now leading with a 1,000 gold lead, and that is it. That's exactly what we need to see, right? Give Chaknu a hero that he can use to find those types of momentums in the game, and they will definitely deliver. So now, from the side of Araki Hoshi, how are they going to maneuver around this? Understanding that the Ling is going to have a difficult time and may be able to be inhibited by the movements from Chakmamba himself.
Well, again, looking at the draft, they have multiple win conditions, not just on the Ling, but Clay as well as Skylar. They can dish out a lot of damage, and they can dish it out from a long range. So as long as the Grok Vin over here can make sure that he can control Omega's rotation, giving enough information for Clay and Skylar to actually do their farm in an optimal way, they can eventually scale up and be a problem for the side of Omega because they want to go in 1, 2, 3. 3 members of the side of Omega will dash straight into Araki Hoshi, probably trying to catch Clay off guard. But as long as Clay survives, they should be good.
I definitely agree, but as of yet, RRQ Hoshi, they have to play this a little bit safe. They cannot give too much of a lead towards Ryzen, and I've talked about this earlier as well. The Karina excels at being snowbally, and somehow playing safe right now does not help Omega as well. It's pretty counterproductive, especially that Ryzen has been given a 2-kill lead as of yet.
Looking at this game, Ryzen, the way that he's playing, I feel like it's fine. I feel like it is okay. I think that they're just trying to see what Araki Hoshi, like the way that they want to respond, because Omega, they started off being very aggressive. But how aggressive is aggressive? I want them to pick it up a little bit as well, but I want them to focus on one lane, get 2 turrets, and then they can properly set up a map control situation, making sure that Clay and Skylar will have a difficult time to actually position themselves.
Agreed. Smart plays coming from RRQ as well, not contesting the second turtle, knowing that this does not worth it. They have to play a little bit more on their next level spike, which is probably by the third turtle phase, which is about 100 seconds before the RRQ decides to force the issue. Albert now has been safe farming very, very safely throughout this entire fight, but when he comes out for the third turtle fight, I'm pretty sure things are going to be in his favor. But Omega looks like they are going to try and greed things out to try and take an objective up top before heading down bottom.
We'll see what happens here. It does seem like Omega wants to push for this, and there doesn't seem to be any answers coming in from RRQ Hoshi. I do understand that they need to be a little bit more patient because they're waiting for those power spikes to show, especially that they do have the Sicilian, but how patient do they have to be? Because they're basically conceding all these objectives on the board just so easily onto Omega, right? 1 turtle, 2 turtles have actually already been taken by the side of Omega, 1 turret to their name as well. And what can RQ Hoshi do? Because sure, give them the objective in those neutral objectives like the turtle, but look for some compensations on the board. If Omega wants to rotate, look for some mirror movements. I think that's something that they need to do. They want to avoid fights, but they're losing a little bit too much in the process.
Pay attention to the mini-map right now. As you can see, Changno is so far back. He's trying to find a setup to go in for the engagements as well in case RQ Hoshi decides to back off. And seems like Omega, they want to try and force a fight right now before it happens. But Changno, look at this. He's going for that rage. He does catch onto his clay. And here comes the setup. Albert was too busy with the purple buff. Cannot do anything at all. And that's going to be Omega going for the perfect catch. Changno, what an amazing game sense coming in.
6 minutes in, already 3-0. So once again, Omega really showing their dominance here in game number 2. This is a huge difference to game number 1. And why has this happened here, Lafel?
Yeah, this is why I say for the side of Omega, what they're trying to do is actually get 2 turrets first, making sure that they have the map control and try to get onto Clay. And that is what is happening right now, especially since Clay is using the Spirit, not a Purify. So once Kufra gets on top of him, there's not really anything that he can do. For the side of RQ Hoshi, I kind of feel like they should try to take an opportunity to outplay mechanically wise, because again, these players are super talented. I feel like if they force a fight, they could potentially do something with it. I don't know, that's just me.
I definitely agree. But RQ Hoshi, they've tried to wait for the moment before the third turtle coming. They needed Albert on that purple buff before reading the setup for the setup as well. And Omega was able to actually catch them off guard. And that was so smart, especially coming from Changnu from the back lines, because I wouldn't expect a flying Kufra from all the way back, and they are pretty much in the blind spot as well, because if you play a mobile phone on the screen, there is no way in heck that Clay is going to be able to spot that out because of that blind spot, which is on the bottom left on the screen.
And right now the real inflation has been set up, and R7 is going straight on to E2max. E2max taking a lot of damage. Finn is being chunked down as well, and look at Kelra. Kelra going straight for Skylar. So far, no kills have been had. Only E2max has been taken down, but for the side of RQ Hoshi, they're still healthy, but they're not really trying to get any more out of this fight. They still just want to farm.
Omega is playing it so disciplined as well. They're not giving any cracks for RQ Hoshi to actually capitalize on. They're being very objective, they're being very disciplined. As now we're going to take a little peek into the players' gold, we see that 3 members from the side of Omega Esports are going to be dominating in that area, with Ryzen now at the top of that leaderboard. So this Karina, like you mentioned before, ICBaby has actually snowballed from that early game. But what I'm surprised is Renzio is actually top on that damage dealt.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I feel like this snowball coming from Omega is good, but I feel like it's not hot enough yet. And RQ, they are still mirror matching up, because if you compare the levels between both Albert as well as Raisin, Raisin is level 12. Albert is also level 11. It's not that far behind, so it's still a very doable situation. It's all about buying for that time. But as of yet, RQ, they're going to make an attempt here down bottom. Renz is all by himself, but this is an annoying Paquito. Meanwhile, mid-late, however, Skylar is going to take a little bit too much damage, but it seems like Omega will not press the issue. So that is going to be a failed attempt coming from Omega to get a little bit more out of this situation.
But look at those minions really pushing it in that top side. And another turret has been secured for the side of Omega. So more space, more objectives on the board, and more of that gold lead, as now they are turning their focus into this next
Oh no,
war.
Albert! Whoa. Albert, what are you thinking? He's going for a Tempest Blade. He's down to 1 HP. He tried to go for the steal. Unfortunately, doesn't have enough to take. Look at him. He's going to make a run for it as well. But seems like the rest of the team coming from Omega will just completely say, Albert is not here. Let's just kill whoever is in front of us. And they will take R7 with them. Omega continue to snowball with this lead as of yet.
I feel like RQ Hoshi, this is a rare thing to say, but maybe they're playing it a little bit too slow, because looking at what happened just now, 2 members for the side of RQ Hoshi, including Albert, went and tried to fight against Renzio, and Renzio had no issues at all. He only has 2 defensive items over here, and it looks like Albert does not have enough damage, probably because he's focusing on a crit build. So once he has full crit rate, then he can really dish out a lot of damage. But again, RQ Hoshi, based on the itemization that they have, they're really slowing down the game. But I do want to see Clay. I hope in this, even in installing the game out, he's getting a lot of stacks, because we really need Clay to step up right now to make sure that Omega does not end the game.
Oh, Renzo, he's gonna get caught off. This is gonna make the opportunity that RQ Oshi has been eyeing for, but the Lord is still knocking on the top side. Real Moonlight comes in. Kara does have the crossbow tanks. R7 is gonna be able to back out. Vin looking to re-engage. The post coming from Clay is gonna be able to clean out the minions here. Chaknu losing a little bit too much damage. Albert finally shows himself, but he just doesn't have enough damage to do anything. They're just so very tanky coming from Omega.
Yeah, and RQ Oshi, they're so far behind. I mean, now with that previous 4,000 gold lead is actually reached and crept up to that extra 2,000. So they only got one in that sense. Renzio was taken down and Omega, of course, was forced to back off. But Chaknu here seems like he's waiting for that right opportunity once again here, as maybe this might be one of the last moments here from the side of RQ Hoshi.
Yep, it's going to be very difficult to do so, but you can see RQ is still playing it very safe. Finally, they are going to be making a play as well. As you can see, Albert is trying his best to stall the game as long as they can to try and go in for the split push. But in terms of objective, pay attention to Omega's towers. None of the turrets on their side are still even chipped up as well. It's relatively healthy, especially for tier 1. So there's just so much map control coming from Omega. And who could blame RQ that they're being oppressed right now? And I feel I really like that they're still trying to make some sort of play. And it's going to be a lot of emphasis on Albert, whether or not can he capitalize on the economy across the maps.
And right now, actually, you know, just a small fun fact thingy, right? Chaknu and E2 Max both have a 100% kill participation as of right now, because all 4 kills they are involved in. And looking at the gold difference, we see it reflected on the items over here, especially on the 1-1. Already have the Demon Under Sword, Corrosion Scythe, even the Wind of Nature. So even if Albert tries to aim for the 1-1, it's not going to be fruitful. So whenever they do decide to go for a team fight, they have to have this mental note that Kelra has a Wind of Nature. So don't try to kill him off first. Perhaps try to go for the E2 Max, but with how E2 Max is positioning himself, it looks like he will get them before they can actually go towards Kelra or E2 Max.
Oh, this might be the go-to plan as well. Albert's about to hit the 15. With the Trunking up on Clay means they can try and prolong this fight. However, Kelra, he will be able to park the crossbow tanks. R7 is forced to run for his life. Here comes the crossbow tanks, and R7 might actually fall right here, and that is going to be it. RQ Hoshi a little bit afraid to do so, but Kelra is going to be so far away from the rest of the teams as he gets bound up, and that is going to be a well worth it trade. A marksman for an XP laner, but can they get a little bit more? However, Omega, they've reset the Lord. They could not get those objectives, so this is a small window of an opportunity for RRQ to come back because of that play.
Yeah, huge play there coming in, and a little bit too overcommitted from the side of Kelra. Sure, you get a pick on the board, but losing yourself in the process was not a good trade. And now it does seem like Omega, they still want to continue with the process of oppression, but unfortunately, with the way that RRQ Hoshi now starting to reach their power spikes, I'm actually quite interested to see how far of itemization Clay has actually gone into as Albert goes in very aggressively here.
No, it looks like they are going to force the play as well. Kelra just got back from the base. He needs to run all the way back here to back up Omega. RRQ, they are thinking about going for the fights as well. The Maul Bearers do isolate the fight, but they are a little bit afraid because of how low Albert's HP is, and he doesn't even have the purple buff. Seems like it's playing it safe once again coming from RRQ Hoshi and Omega. They understand this. They are going to try and force the Lord here. Vin trying to reset the Lord. Unfortunately, not going to happen with the Guardian's Barrier as of yet, but the Lord down towards 10% threshold. Where is Albert? They need him on the sides, but no, he got stopped at the track on the sides as well, and he almost pays the price as Omega was ready to stop him in his track for his cheeky play. Albert going for the recall. Renzio a little bit too close, but RQ, they will lose Vin, but also the Lord trade.
Right now, looking at how RQ is proceeding, I feel like part of the problem is Omega right now knows how Albert moves around the map, and that is why we can see some of his rotations are actually getting disturbed. Now, I feel like RQ Hoshi, they have more or less an idea, and the way that they want to play this team fight is actually to capitalize on how Omega thinks, especially looking at what Kelra did just now. If they can force overextensions coming from the side of Omega, because again, I did state it out, they have 3 members that want to go in, 3 melee heroes that want to get close, up and personal with RQ Hoshi, but Kelra, if he keeps playing on like that, then they can eventually capitalize on those mistakes. But right now, 7,000 gold lead, and the Lord is marching up. Omega, this is their game to lose.
Uh-oh, R7, he almost got the proc with the crossbow tanks. Omega can't seem to abuse it as well, but RRQ Hoshi, they're holding on with the inhibitor, trying to chip away at the Lord and try and stall this as much as they can. And that was a very quick clear down on towards the Lord as of yet. But Arkeoshi, they're still trying their best. Chunk to conceal from the sides. He wants to go in for the catch, but it is still two very, very tanky heroes. So playing it safe. Omega, they don't want to force more as well. Renzio trying to bait out wall charge. Vin is going to be able to do that, but they are still focusing on the inhibitors coming from Omega, chipping away very, very slowly at all the objectives as of yet. As RQ doesn't want to force the fight yet, just because Skylar has not hit 15 yet.
The problem is now only one member from the side of Arkihoshi has used that ultimate, so they might want to be able to wait for that because all those resources were actually baited, and now Omega looks like they're going in.
Yep, this is it. Skylar will be forcing a flicker as well. Vin is going to be first to fall. R7 trying to make a little bit more as well. Kelra forcing crossbow attacks. They need to back out. They have nothing as well. And this is going to be RQ trying to force the fight. But R7 taking a little bit too much damage. Albert shows me the Temples of Blade. Can they get the kill? No, they cannot. Ryzen with the Winter Trunk and Clutch is going to completely negate all this damage. And RQ Oshi, they will lose 4. And it's only up to Clay. And Omega will come up on top just like that. As they will close out game number 2. Potentially as Clay, the last man standing, not going to be able to do too much as Omega bounce back and tie the series against RRQ Hoshi.
The defending champions take it to a 1-2-1, really putting RRQ Hoshi in their place here in game number 2. And now Omega as well as RRQ will be balanced out here. So, LaFell, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling good because I just want to go on record. I was the one that said, you need a bigger scissor to beat a rock. I called the draft before the draft happened. I'm just happy. I'm ecstatic. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Okay. So looking at the situation here, looking at the backstage, we can see Omega. They're cheering. They're having fun. But Terrence, you have been stating towards this BO2, it's almost like a learning experience for both these teams.
Yeah.
Do you think they got a lot from these 2 games?
Honestly, I feel like both teams played really, really well. This is an amazing game to actually learn from, even though there wasn't a lot of action coming in.
Yeah.
But if you played from
like Magic Chess.
Pro play, yeah, correct.
This is like Magic Chess.
Yeah, it definitely agree because it's a lot of analytics as well as timings as well. If you think about it, the reason why they're not forcing fights is because everyone is playing from power spikes, everyone is playing from timings, and everything they do has a an objective to actually hit to, which is, oh, before we do this fight, we need blue buffs. Okay, play this safe. If you don't have blue buffs, that's not for the fight. And the macro aspect and decision making coming from 2 teams is very, very precise and disciplined. But I feel like they're saving up a little bit more before they actually made it to playoffs.
I signaled for you to talk, but I'm guessing you didn't get the signal.
You did like kissy face.
Yeah, but that's the signal. I don't want to use my hand, but either way,
dude,
look,
she's stunned with your handsomeness. You are
appreciating Terrence.
Why? You're a good-looking guy, but you're not my type, you know?
Whoa.
Looking at the game just now, we can see that both these teams, they can play around in a very more methodical way, because looking at the goal difference for Game 1 and Game 2 is not that different, but it is very polarizing, like over 10,000 goal difference. So we can definitely know that both these teams, they have shown a side of themselves that is very calculative. Now, I want to see in the playoffs if they do the same thing. Potentially, like if you play a textbook style, here's the thing about books: you can read them.
Yeah, I definitely agree. There is a formula as well, because if you were to compare between chess as well, usually tentatively white start first based on the Sicilian cross as well, and you will tentatively win from the get-go if you do not make the mistakes. It's all about following the steps, right? So it was pretty much the same coming from Game 1 and Game 2, but I feel like there could be more coming from both the teams. And the question here is this: are they playing it seriously or not? And I feel like they are playing it seriously from a different objective. And in this case, it is a learning process when it comes to the mind games. You want to try and understand what your opponents are thinking. And I feel like this is a great representation from Game 1 and Game 2 for both teams to kind of pick into the minds of your enemies.
Over here, looking at Vin's itemization, I would kind of hope he actually makes at least one damaging item, because again, having more damage has more physical defense, you know, have more armor, even though he has been nerfed a bit. But the thing is, I feel like for the side of Arkihoshi, they don't have that gold button, because again, they don't really have any reliable crowd control. They have crowd control in the sense of Vin going to the front, maybe potentially flickering in front, and then using the wild charge, and then based on that, they can all go in. Same thing we can say about R7. So I feel like for the side of Arkihoshi, it's just a situation where they don't have a way to initiate anything. They kind of have to wait for Omega to start something themselves.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And as of yet, we do see a little bit of contest coming up as well. You can see Omega has adapted on how to deal with Albert's Ling. Is it the best way? Is it not? I don't exactly know yet, because it all comes down to when the match matters. And that is going to be the playoffs, especially coming for both RQ as well as Omega. I'm looking forward to see how well they're going to do, because both of these teams are pretty much guaranteed into playoffs.
Yeah, 100% now. With the way that they went 1-1. But either way, if it even went 2-0, 2-0, both of them still would have made it to the playoffs.
Yeah.
Is my math correct?
Yeah, we just gotta
Please
look.
help me.
We just gotta look at the good and bad, right? The good thing is, yes, both these teams did proceed to the playoffs. The bad thing is, one of the casters still have black hair.
Oh yeah, technically, yeah, she still does have black hair.
What did
Say? If Omega wins 2-0, you've got to dye her.
RQ.
Oh, RQ wins 2-0, yeah,
But
you got to dye her.
But
It's 1-1, so
you
you're
don't
gonna have
have
black
to.
hair. You got
Small
highlighted area.
victories.
Yeah, small victories.
I thought you were gonna say you were sad because now IDNS
Oh yeah, that
has
too.
no chance to go to the playoffs, guys.
No, that was Terrence's script. Look at his script. It's
Yeah, it's
Is it
true. It's a little bit sad. I kind of messed up my script, but yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate, but that is it pretty much for IDNS's journey here at MSC for the playoffs. But I'm looking forward to see how the post stats is coming up on screen, because for that match, I'm looking forward to see how well Omega is going to be doing in the situation. And as you can see up on screen, there's nothing much, I'm sorry. Oh yeah,
No.
yeah, I bamboozled
Be
you guys.
patient. I told you gotta be patient in this life, man.
Agreed.
What are we talking about? Oh yeah. Now looking at the damage numbers coming in from both sides of the team, 1-1 is still a monster. 95,000 damage being pushed out. And look at RQ Hoshi. Unfortunately, overall only 118,000 damage that they were able to push out. Quick maths. Thank you very much. The thing that I wish for a little bit more was from Skylar. I feel like if he pushed a little bit more, they could have gotten more. But right now, let's celebrate our MVP.
Yep, the MVP for game number 2 is going to be none other than Ryzen himself on that Karina 6-0 and 3 KDA. And I talked about snowballing composition coming from Karina and Jungle. Well, he pulled it off with an early 2-0 lead and continued to oppress every single objective against RQ Hoshi. Undeniably the MVP.
And that's insane to pull off, because Albert is known to have one of the most reliable retributions.
Yep.
But Ryzen was able to actually win that retribution battle, and that shows how much skill, how much mechanical prowess he has in that jungle position. And to be honest, I'm really excited to see his future endeavors in that position.
I definitely agree. I'm looking forward to see how well they are going to be performing in playoff, especially when it happens as well, because both Game 1 as well as Game 2, it led to a very, very similar playstyle, which was pretty much the first turtle winning objective and transitioning into its victory moment. But in case you missed out on Game number 2, this is going to be the highlights for you guys on this matchup.
Yeah, based on what happened in the game, it's more about Shanu getting those angles, getting the hit, especially focusing on to Clay, because Clay is the real problem in the game. If Clay is out, there's not much for side of RQ that they can do. And the way that they control the map as well, yes, you get the kills, but if you don't translate it to turrets, if you don't translate it to map control, it's not really going to give you anything. So overall, a very clean gameplay coming from the side of Omega. There's not much that I could complain.
That's what I love about Smart Omega, man. Like, they're so good at adapting, and the way and the difference that they did in game number 1 to game number 2 is just so evident. I mean, this was, I gotta say, a one-sided game by Smart Omega.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It was very similar to RQ for game number 1 as well. Game 2, it is definitely one-sided, and it all comes down to objective gaming. Usually, the first hurdle kind of translates to the following objective as well, and usually, when you win the first hurdle, tentatively, you will lose out a second unless you mess up your usual laning phase, and that was exactly textbook plays coming from Omega. They won the first one, they were able to make the next play, and the next play was catching I think the Sicilian off guard with Changnu's blind spot Tyrant's Revenge from the side. That was the second nail onto his RQ, and from then on point, RQ has been trying to recover all the way through, which was so difficult to do so. And that one play is the one most important one that Smart Omega did. Is this viable to deal with Albert before the next turtle comes, Evan? Shut him down while he's down. When he doesn't have purple buff, when does he have purple buff? The moment we figure out those timings, we capitalize on that. That was huge.
Yes, that was huge. And after this, we'll be looking at Impunity going up against EVOS. We're going to go for a short break, giving time for the players to get ready. So make sure you guys don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this with Impunity against EVOS SG.
Saya lahir di Palembang dan besar di Manado. Tidak seramai seperti Jakarta, tetapi saya cinta kota Manado. Serasa di rumah itu yang membuatnya istimewa.
Ang probinsya ko ay Naik, Cavite. Maliit lang na baryo na bandang dagat. Sobrang ganda. Natutunan ko ang halaga ng buhay. Atin to.
Untuk saya berasa tenang apabila saya berdoa dan tetap fokus pada kepercayaan saya.
Hindi naging madali ang buhay ko. Sobrang daming paghihirap at sagabal. Kaya gusto kong nasa taas, sa ibabaw, at natutunan ko na laging tumungo pataas.
Itu adalah bagian dari budaya bangsa kita. Tidak pernah berhenti untuk bekerja keras tanpa melewati batas. Tetap selalu berpijak dan melangkah.
Kahit maging sino ako.
Tak kira bila.
Akan selalu kuingat.
At tatandaan ko ang pinanggalingan ko.
Budaya bangsa kita.
Our values.
Kepercayaan kita.
Our hope.
Gagawin ko ang lahat para ipagtanggol.
Apapun untuk membuat negaraku bangga.
Galing sa pinanggalingan ko ang lakas ko.
Motivasiku.
Dan selamat datang.
It is time for us to talk about the MSC, the origin, and what it has become. Let's roll back to the very beginning. The Mobile Legends Bang Bang Southeast Asia Cup, or MSC, was established in 2017, regarded as one of the first official MLBB major tournaments hosted by Moontone. The first MSC was held in Jakarta, Indonesia, featuring a total of 8 teams. IDNS of Thailand took home the first ever MSC trophy. The MSC 2018 was refreshed with a brand new format and the participation of 2 more countries, Myanmar and Vietnam. Now featuring 10 teams, the crown was once again snatched away from the home country, Indonesia. Aether Main ended up sweeping the countrymen Digital Devils Pro 3-0. In the following year, MSC 2019 has shifted its host country to the Philippines. There are a total of 12 teams from 9 countries in Southeast Asia. And it was Onyx Esports that defeated fellow Indonesian representatives Lure Esports to claim the championship. Nonetheless, MSC continued on in the following year. Though it was fully online, the tournament achieved a record-high concurrent viewer count for MSC. MSC 2021 saw another all-Filipino grand final between Blacklist International and Execration. And it was Execration that ascended to be the new king of the sea. With MSC 2022 returning to a live tournament setting in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, there are a lot of wonderful stories waiting to be written. For instance, can Smart Omega, who inherited the MSC 2021 champion roster, defend their title this year? While Onyx Esports and IDNS could increase their MSC trophy tally to 2. Will the home country curse continue in MSC 2022? Can the Philippines representatives claim the MSC title for the 3rd time? Or will there be a new victor, the next king of the sea? Let the new legends unfold. See you at MSC 2022 for the supremacy!
Slay the enemies, bury the monsters, rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Race is run, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. it all out. Our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry. But before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it puts the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood. Fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it puts the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no Slay the enemies, bury the monsters. Rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger.
Welcome back to MSC 2022 Group Stages, and we are finally at the ending of the group stages as of yet with the final series for today. And it is going to be between a very, very two important team, and that is going to be both between EVOS as well as Impunity to try and claw their way in towards the next matchup. Before that, my name is ICBaby12. Joined with me is Eterna as well as Lafel, as we are going to be your casters for the final series of today. And before that, shout out to our amazing people as well. MSC 22, which is powered by Moonton. Also a big thank you to our official content partner, TikTok, Partner Esports, Secret Lab, Esports Chart, and also our media partners, EGG Network, as well as BWatch, for making all this happen. And so far, we've seen exciting games so far in the group stages. A little bit of taste of what the playoffs are going to be looking like.
100%. So many things have actually happened today. But what I would like to highlight about this next matchup between Impunity as well as EVOS Singapore is that this is going to be a little bit of a revenge story. Because last time they met, it was in MSC 2021. And when that happened, it actually was EVOS Singapore being sent home by Impunity with a 2-0.
Yeah, but right now, actually looking at what Impunity KH has done, they recorded 71 kills in the last 2 games. That's impressive. That's bloodthirsty. That's the kind of game that we want to watch. Isn't that right, Terrence?
Yeah, that's pretty insane coming from Impunity Cambodia as well, especially when they are the fairly new region to be integrated with MPL. So I'm looking forward to see what they can bring to the table. We've seen... I'm really a big fan of Impunity KH as well, especially when they were playing their MPL as well. OP has been a very standout player for me. He's played multiple roles so far personally for me, and I'm really looking forward to see how it all goes down for this next upcoming matchup. Because as of yet, before we talk about OP, let's talk about Deja for now. Previously, the mid-tank player, which is currently switched to the gold laner to feed the needs of the current composition, and so far, has that been going well for them? What do you think, Lafel?
Yeah, I feel like for the side of Impunity KH, part of their training is actually going for aerobic classes because everyone is so flexible. They can basically do whatever is needed in the game. The level of responsibility that they have, I like that the fact that even though they change the roles technically, but the way that they play is still super aggressive. And I like the ingenuity in terms of the draft as well, because if I'm not mistaken, they were the one that won the second game against Orange with the Johnson pick. I love that. Absolutely love it.
Absolutely perfect.
Absolutely perfect.
Yep, you nailed it for sure. But at the same time as well, I want to talk about how well Impunity KH is as well, because based on their drafts during MPL, right, almost every single Cambodian team there show respect towards their Johnson as well as their potential Fanny as well. So this is something that a lot of teams kind of don't really know about this, but except for the Cambodian teams. And I feel like when they brought out the Johnson Kadida, it was something that was a big surprise. We did see elements of this coming from MPL Malaysia before, but not super flashy like how they did it in previous game against Orange Esports.
And on that note, I would like to highlight some of the similarities that we have between Impunity as well as EVOS Singapore. You guys were touching about how flexible they are in their roles, and that's true because both OP as well as Gear from the side lanes are filling in that jungle position, and even without this flexibility as a point of one of their like common ground, we also have a little similarities in terms of playstyle because both teams can bring up those pocket strats.
Wow, we finally hit the 1 million viewers milestone as of now for MSC. Thank you guys so much for watching the entire MSC 2022, and we're looking to hit for more and make a groundbreaking record by the end of all of MSC. So be sure to keep tuning and tell your friends because MSC is happening right here in Malaysia, and our record to be achieving is going to be 2.5 million PCU, and so far we're one step closer to that end game goal and potentially even more.
And if I'm not mistaken, if we actually reach these goals, we're going to give a lot of giveaways as well, right? So giving a lot of those viewers at home there, all of you who are watching right now at home and even maybe perhaps in the stage right now, just a really huge thank you and how much we would like to appreciate you and show you about this. But oh, it seems like we have a redeem code here, Icy Baby.
Yeah, be sure to redeem the code up on screen as of now before it's gone because we're giving away exclusive rewards for you guys to achieve those milestones. So tell your friends, tell your family, copy this right now, take a screenshot and redeem it before it's gone because we are going to be giving even more. If you guys want more, call them right here, right now. Watch MSC 2022.
Yeah, see the effect when everyone collectively as a unit watch MSC over here and making sure that everyone is getting their just rewards. But either way, right now there's a second redemption code for you guys. And wait, you want to try and say the code? Go ahead, Terrence.
I don't want to say the code. You guys got to copy this as well.
I'll do it. NUQ3ZY78K9G. Oh yeah, thanks producer. I really appreciate it. But either ways, thank you everyone for tuning in.
Yeah, definitely as well. Thank you guys so much for helping us achieve it for you guys. And oh, wait, what? Wow, magic. No wonder
you get a code. You get a code. Everyone gets a code.
You know what? In case you missed out on the first 2 codes, here's the third one for you guys. If you guys want some exclusive rewards, it's going to be a little bit of lucky draw here and there. What is going to be the rewards? Be sure to redeem it and possibly post it down and let us know and tag us on our social medias if you know what you're getting. But as of yet, what I want to talk about here right now is that united we stand, divided we fall is the Transformer Johnson going to be appearing up on screen later on for the Impunity Gauge?
I want to see more Transformer skins, honestly. We've seen Opal and Koopa skin, but yeah, I haven't seen Starscream. I want to see it on the stage, you know?
So awesome. But that
So
would require
awesome.
an Aldous pick.
Hey, Aldo's not that bad, what?
We've seen a couple.
okay.
We've seen a couple of those play so far. If I don't recall, I think Todak did play before. But at the same time, I don't think we will be seeing it today. Maybe during the playoffs potentially, because that is where all things get very, very spicy and very, very heated for all the teams. Because there is going to be a lot of bragging rights to come true. But as of yet, up on screen, it all comes down to who wins the series. Because that final contestant coming in from the final group here is going to be between both Impunity as well as EVOS, because whoever wins the series is going to be, well, making it to the playoffs.
And I want to look at the draft, because we have talked about how EVOS, their draft is complicated, but they are able to execute it well. Now, going up against Impunity KH, I want to see like whether the draft is going to be the same against them or they're going to switch it up, because, again, looking at how Impunity plays, it's hard to predict. In my opinion, Impunity is a little bit more difficult to predict compared to most of the other teams here. So for the side of EVOS, whatever they choose, they need to make sure that they can actually control the map, because if you give an unpredictable team areas where they can hide themselves, is gonna be not good. It's gonna be pretty not great.
Yep. And as of now, we are going to be jumping straight into the draft of game number 1 between Impunity Cambodia versus EVOS SG. And that is going to be, who's going to be on the blue side? That is going to be Impunity on the blue side and EVOS SG on the red side. And as of yet, let's take a look at the bans as well. Pretty standard coming in from both Impunity as well as EVOS. Ling, Fanny, as well as the Archive being banned off. And so far, let's talk a little bit more on the priority picks coming from the drafts. If you compare both Impunity and EVOS throughout all the games so far here in the group stages, I feel like EVOS is pretty much the only team has leaned a little bit too heavily on the B-tricks rather than keeping it open for something else.
Ooh, I love this. From the side of EVO Singapore,
All
they've actually
respect.
opted to go for that
come
Johnson
on,
ban. So respecting the possibility that Impunity could actually pick it up for themselves. And I gotta say, like, this Johnson is huge, right? Because it
It's pretty
allows
big,
them
yeah.
so much potential in that early stage to get those ganks, to get those pickoffs, and eventually snowball into that mid towards that late game. So that definitely is a really good ban coming in from EVOS, as the Akai now has been banned from the side of Impunity. Now, the way that both of these teams can actually play, how flexible they are, and the fact that they do have a lot of pocket strats in their pocket. One of the examples from the side of Impunity is actually an X-Borg jungle, and I'm wondering if we get to see that anytime soon.
Now, the thing that I do want to say, because they actually ban out Johnson on the second pick side, they're opening quite a lot of heroes. Julian has been banned, but right now, EVOS SG, they have to choose whether they don't want to see the 1-1, they don't want to see, what was that other hero?
Esmeralda?
Valentina,
yeah.
or just open both of them. As of right now, a lot more teams are more okay with letting go of the 1-1, especially since you brought it up that EVOS, they prioritize the Beatrix over everything else. I'm just curious whether they want to open both of them or they opt to ban out the Valentina or 1-1.
You know, this is really sad for me, because I'm a very, very big fan of both Impunity KH as well as EVOS, just because of how they've developed over the years as a team as well when it comes to competition, right? The reason why I say this is because when I was watching Impunity back during their MPL stages as well, was that they're very, very good at copying as well as adapting to situations, right? Like the first week, they played, I think OP at once upon a time, he played a Cho on the first week, and I was like, oh, his Cho is so bad. And that it's, I don't know, I feel like he doesn't know how to play Cho. 1 week later, he pulls out one of the top tier Cho highlights I've seen. Like those kind of TikTok moments where we do kind of see like the Way of the Dragon into a flicker catch, which completely catches people off surprise. And this is like something that I really like about Impunity KH. Like, they tend to lean on trying things out. If it doesn't work, they will learn and adapt very, very quick on the fly. And hopefully, it's going to be enough time to be their strength to overcome against EVOS SG's first, their composition right now. But now, first pick, what's it going to be? Is it going to be the 1-1 or is it going to be something else? Because
Xavier,
EVOS,
perhaps.
yeah, Xavier's pretty good as well if you think about it. And it seems like it is going to be the case here. Athena, women, always right.
Interesting.
Good segue.
Interesting, yes, but it is going to be the Xavier first pick here for the side of Impunity. Understanding it is a huge staple pick for them, and of course a power pick for Senpai. So now, as a response, how will EVOS actually do this? When we see the Xavier, sometimes we get to see the Yve being one of the priorities, but you're right, the 1-1 is still on the table, and maybe that is the safest way to go about this.
I want to see the 1-1 getting picked up because it will be kind of a weird situation if they let it go. Franco is a very good pick. I like this so far, and now they're going to take the 1-1. I was kind of hesitating because I was worried in case Adamir is still favoring the Beatrix, which again is still very strong, but 1-1 has proven time and time again, once she jumps up, she's not going to come down for quite a while.
Yeah, this is something that Adamir does understands as well, even though it's a comfort pick coming from him. And at the same time, the 1-1 is definitely something that he is very forced to play just because it's in the current meta, right? So I understand the situation, and I like how Adrena pointed out the fact as well. The Yve is something that they could have picked, but considering that they've shown their hands on the Xavier, they can still save it up for the third ban, unless Impunity decides to counterban this by picking both the Yve and as well as the Xavier, which is very, very counterproductive of their drops.
I mean, it still could be interesting. I kind of don't want that to happen, but either way, right now, they're choosing the Helka as well as the Selena. Yo, this is a very scary... This is very scary. It's super... Okay, it's super aggressive, especially the early stages of the game, especially having that Selena as well as the Helka. I'm looking forward to this. I like this. I like where the composition has a little bit too much assassins.
They have so much vision pressure.
Right?
Okay, at the same time, they're switching the lights off for the side of EVOS, but they're also turning the lights on with the ability for these traps to be able to open vision in all the very important areas.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think this is going to be something I quote off Starfire as well. The Popo and Koopa would be really, really nice for EVOS SG to kind of get a little bit more map control. But considering that they've shown their 1-1, the Popo Koopa is pretty much out of the equation. And for them to force a double marksman composition, especially in the current meta, a Yishun Sin jungle isn't too bad, but it's going to be forcing it out if they try to decide against this vision game against Impunity.
Yeah, like, again, Yishun Sin is pretty cool and all, but it's going to be very difficult going up against a Selena, a Helkert, and once, because again, we're talking about vision, once Xavier hits level 4, they could just randomly check, like, are they at orange buff? Let's check.
Boom.
No, they're not. But now we know. So right now, looking at what, like, listen, what were we talking about before the game actually started? EVOS, they need to draft in a way that they can control the vision because they need map control. Fighting against a team that is unpredictable, fighting against them when they have map control is going to be very difficult. And right now, just the first 3 picks, it's kind of just saying they have map control by default. So this is very scary because it's in the hands of Impunity KH.
Before we continue in the drafts here, I want to do a little bit of a math check, right? If I do recall, EVOS has lost to Orange 2-0, correct? Impunity has 1-1 against Orange. So technically, EVOS cannot afford to lose both games against Impunity to actually make it towards MMC. Am I correct or am I wrong?
You are correct.
So basically,
you're right.
Basically, based on this strong opening thing coming from Impunity, is that this is going to be a big, big obstacle for EVOS to overcome if they want to qualify to the MSC.
If game number 1, Impunity wins, that's basically over. Yeah, this is actually very scary. I'm feeling scared right now. Like, I'm taking off my shoes.
I want to have like a confirmation from the producer if that's actually correct, but as we see on screen here, the Esmeralda has been banned as well as the Popple and Koopa from the side of EVOS as well as from the side of Impunity. We have a Masha ban here coming into play. Now the next question is, who will be the ban for the side of Impunity? Who will they opt for?
Yep, and speaking of the drafts here, I feel like based on the bans, I'm surprised that EVOS decided to ban the Popple and Koopa because of the marksman potential. And yeah, they're playing it safe. They don't want to give away a little bit too much vision towards Impunity. But like I said as well, there's just so many other marksmen to work with. We've seen the Irritail being played. We've seen the Beatrix being played as well. And I feel like EVOS SG, if they try to deny the Beatrix away and kind of play it as a mid-lane Beatrix, which is not really the most ideal
they already
situation
have the
as well.
Kagura,
Exactly.
So I really don't think that's the situation. But right now, for the side of EVOS, it's almost put into a situation where they kind of have to play overly safe. They need
Yeah.
they need a very reliable late game scaling composition. Right now they have the 1-1 as well as the Kagura, so the damage is there. They just need space.
You know, we've talked about the drafts coming from EVOS SG, right? Remember how Orange they were drafting against EVOS SG? They constantly ban off the Diggy, which is something
Your
that
team
JPL
is
can bring to the
picking.
table, but it's so difficult. Like, I feel like the time journey is going to be a great factor to deal with the Hellcurt silence, with the stunts, etc. But because they first picked the Franco, they are in a very awkward situation where they can't even pull off their pocket strategy at all.
Now, this is the thing that we have to think about as well from the side of EVOS, right? Because with so many pick-off potential coming in from Impunity, they have to think about this perfectly. The Thamos pick I do like because it is a more like sustainable hero. It is way more tanky in a sense, and therefore might be able to evade the burst threat coming in through from the side of Impunity. I am questioning, will this Thamos be in that EXP lane, or will it be used as a jungle? Because we need someone similar like Thamos to be placed in that jungle if they want to have a position or have some potential to be able to compete with so much aggression coming in from Impunity. And now, to round it all up, it is going to be the Phobius pick coming through, as well as that Clint.
This is so risky coming from Impunity, but I like it. I like the idea as well.
There's no Esmeralda to counter
Exactly.
this Phobius, so oof.
I feel like this Phobius pickup is something that is really, really smart. Ever since he was introduced to the game, it was a great way to deal with mobility heroes, right? But eventually, over time, teams like EVOS, teams like Toda, teams who are veterans in the MPL community, they do have the experience to deal with a Phobius. So this is not exactly an end-of-the-world kind of drafts coming from EVOS SG to deal with it, but it does put a threat on towards their composition as of yet. And EVOS, they are sticking with the Barats, so this is potentially going to be the jungle Barats, or am I wrong?
Yeah, jungle on gear.
Either ways, I'm just gonna put it out there. I like Impunity's draft because the Phobius, it counters the 1-1. Whenever she does her basic attack, she's gonna move around. So he will trigger his passive as well as his ultimate. Same thing with Thamos. Thamos is gonna do a lot of mini dashes with his first skill and etc. So either way, I like Impunity's draft. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I definitely like a little bit more as well, and hopefully experience is gonna help EVOS SG in this regards, because this is gonna be a very, very difficult feat for EVOS SG to overcome. Can they make it? Because both of these teams are representing the country, and only one of them will make it, representing from Cambodia as well as Singapore. Who's gonna come on top? And it seems like the game will be paused to find out. We gotta keep it suspense for you guys. We gotta keep it in the low light, because this is a very, very important moment for both Cambodia and Singapore. There will only be one that makes up after this series.
You know what? I was super pumped up, but then I was like,
it's stressful. I get it. It's stressful. You can
okay.
see. It's really, really
it's
stressful.
a good thing that I'm a very patient man.
No, it's a good thing we're casters.
Yeah, I'm patient. I'm humble. Oh, and looks like JPL is probably having a problem over there with his device.
What's JPL's relation got to do with you being humble and also being patient?
I prefer you not telling everyone that, because part of being humble is not to talk about it. So could you not? Let's focus on JPL.
All right, you know, seems like JPL is going to be having a little bit issues with the phone as well, and seems
audio
like
issues.
Potentially, but we've seen this.
Let's just guess.
As well. What
let's look at this.
Okay.
Let's imagine this is charades.
So we're playing charades.
Okay, look at
It's
her
frozen.
head. Not the movie?
The phone is frozen.
Oh, the phone is. I thought.
Oh, movie. Yeah. All right.
Let it go.
Let it go. Yeah, we gotta let it all go. But as of now, I'm looking forward to see the game itself. But before that, here's gonna be a little bit of a trivia for you guys, because as of now, up on screen we have TY's Elite Initiator stats, which an average assist of 10.3 as well as kill participation of 71.9% here at MSC. TY coming in from Impunity has proved to be a very, very strong roamer coming from the team. What do you guys think about this?
This is such a huge show to how he likes to play, because he has such a high KP of 71.9%, which is fairly sometimes uncommon depending on the playstyle, of course, of that roamer. But we do understand that he is like the main factor, I would say, when it comes down to it.
The amount of impact on the game, because if the game goes for a long period of time, a short period of time, the fact that you have a lot of kill participation over there, it does show that your team does rely on you. Because looking at how a roamer plays, there's two basic ways of how you play it. Number one is either you initiate, or number two, you peel. And based on these numbers, TY, he likes to start something. I'm pretty confident that he can protect his carries, but looking at how Impunity plays, he's like, I will tell you guys when it's the right moment to go in. And having someone like that on your team just give a big confidence boost, because no matter what situation, as long as you have him, you will never be in a situation where you feel lost. You will never be in a situation where you're like, guys, what's our plan, A, B, or C? He's just super confident. Let's go for A. Boom. Let's go.
Yeah, I definitely agree, and I'm looking forward to see how it all goes down, especially coming from their journey as well from MPL Cambodia. Before that, I believe some of the players were from CU Soon before that. CU Soon was one of the strongest team in the first season, and ever since they jumped over, things were a little bit different in their overall performance, and eventually won their season later on. So it's something that I'm looking forward to see on how quickly they were able to adapt to the current region. Because if you think about it, they were one of the slower regions to develop compared to any other regions. And what was really surprising for me was that they have so much reference points from so many regions to actually compete in the highest level. And hopefully that is going to be able to excel, because as of yet, this is going to be OP, the guy that I really, really like as well. This time he's going to be a gold laner coming from Impunity KH, and back then he was playing XP and tanks as well. It's something that I'm really looking forward to see. Can he carry his team as a gold laner right now?
Yeah, OP, gold per minute, over 800. I would say in general, anything above 700 is good, so having 800 is amazing. With that being said, we're going back into the game, and hopefully everything will go as planned.
Yeah, but it turns out here OP is actually the jungle, so that's a huge stat to have, right? I mean, you have that high amount of GPM on that jungle position. This also is a huge signal to the fact that he is very reliable in terms of, you know, scaling and jungling, I suppose. But now you can see here already so much happening on the board as JPL was able to take that away, but it was actually stolen back by OP.
Oh, that was so close as well. It was the final take. JPL almost stole it away, but the Stinger's timing coming from OP, understanding that he does not have enough damage to clear it. So that was great precision timing coming from OP to actually come up on top. So it's not an end of the world, but EVOS SG, they have to play the experience in terms of laning. And as of yet, the Franco thing did not work out against Impunity as of now.
Legit, I thought he used his retribution, but he actually didn't.
Almost looked like, right?
Yeah, I thought he was definitely going to use it, but it's a good thing he did it, because right now, EVOS SG, they're starting up the turtle, and just because he has the retribution, they can fight it. However, it looks like, initiation coming in from the side of OP, but a little bit too late.
Yeah, unfortunately, he was a little bit too late to that party there. They did try and force that Dawning Light, but unfortunately, nothing's too fancy just yet from both teams. But what I wanted to highlight was usually when we see a two assassin type of heroes being placed in the drafting, we always assume that they need to take it into that early game. But when I think about it, they still have Senpai on the Xavier, they still have Phobius on Boom. So do they also scale as well as EVO Singapore into the late game? And if that is the case, how and what are the winning conditions for EVO Singapore?
That's the thing about EVO Singapore's composition, right? They've got 2-3 very, very tanky compositions, which Impunity KH can't exactly do too much. If they were to pick a carry instead of Clint, it's something that's very, very doable against this tanky, beefy composition. But when they final picked the Barats, their intent was not because they want the force fights. It's to run over Impunity KH and soak up all the damage they deal with them and get away with it. And that's the thing about Impunity's composition, right? If they don't get any early pickoffs or any kind of punishes from early get-go, eventually EVOS SG is going to hit their timings where they're too tanky and Impunity just doesn't have enough damage to chunk them out.
Oh, look at that. First blood is going over the side of EVOS SG. A very good hook from the side of JPL. And I'm just going to get onto that question as well. I feel like the way that EVOS SG will win against Impunity KH is to actually outlast the team fight, because in the longer stage of the team fight, because again, Impunity KH, they do have two assassins. They want to end the match as quickly as possible. They want to end every team fight as bursty as possible. So as long as they can avoid all of these just huge amount of damage in a short amount of time and give a lot of space to Sayla as well as Adamir, eventually they will win the team fight.
Exactly.
They just have a lot more DPS.
Exactly. You can see that the confidence coming from EVOs, right? They're just invading jungles time and time again against Impunity KH, knowing that they cannot do anything about it. Considering that the only tanky hero that can soak up some damage as well as face check is pretty much the Phobius. Selena can't exactly do it. They're looking for setups of mistakes coming from EVOS SG, but knowing EVOs, they've got so many years of experience fighting against Selena from so many seasons. So I feel like it's not that much of a threat for them. All they gotta do is just play safe, drag it out, and eventually Impunity will not have enough damage to do so. And on top of it all, they've got a JPL Franco as a safety net to start off fights.
It's interesting, right? Because when we think about it, it has to be Impunity going in for these neutral objectives. But the way that EVO Singapore is playing, like you mentioned earlier, they're denying all this. What initially we thought would be really huge map pressure, as well as map vision, has actually been taken away. I mean, the way that JPL is going in all these bushes, just soaking up that damage from the traps, is denying that potential away from Impunity.
Yeah, I guess we do have to touch on Gear on this Barat as well. His pathing is so good. Like, he's not wasting any time taking unnecessary farm, because the way that he's moving around the map is honestly great, especially because as a Barat, you kind of don't have to worry about face checking any bush. Even though, yeah, there's 2 assassins, but they kind of have to engage from afar.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And look at this, EVOs. They're not afraid. They know that Gear is just so strong and they don't exactly have a lot of damage, especially when he has those stacks. Look at him. He's just running him over. He's very, very confident. He's forcing Impunity in a spot where they cannot contest the 1-1. And because of that, Endermere is just left unchecked and Deja was forced to make a decision. It seems like he is going to try and farm his way through and try and threaten Adamir a little bit more while EVOs just continue to oppress them now. Boom. Forcing a big battle spell as well, and that is going to be the Purify taken out for the next equation, and Gear is going to be able to get the Daytona's welcome very, very soon, but it's all about those timings, and Evo's playing it safe for now. JPL looking for the hook. Seems like he's not going to get it as the traps will reveal his position.
I mean, they are playing it so methodical right now from the side of EVO Singapore, right? They're baiting away all these important spells, these important skills. They're trying to deny the rotations, especially for OP, and that is going to be a huge factor, especially understanding that there are still only 20 seconds left on the board for that next turtle to spawn, and already 2 resources have been wasted in that side.
See, this is exactly what I mean, right? Every single time an arrow EVOs SG, they will know where it's coming, and they are very aware about it, because as soon as the arrow hits, yeah, we gotta just sidestep it. Even if it hits, what can they do? And it's gonna be a very, very difficult situation, but on the top side, we do see a force fight as well. Sayla, not sure what he was thinking all by himself. He tried to go in for the burst, and Impunity was waiting in the bush, and that's gonna be Sayla literally taken out, and this is a big chance for Impunity. Meanwhile, EVOs looks like they are gonna try and force a retribution fight as well, and it seems like Gear is going to come on top. JPL with the hook. Not going to be transitioning for anything yet as EVOs lost their burst potential, which is going to be Sayla.
Luckily enough, even though they did make a huge mistake in that top side, they were still able to get that objective on the board, because initially with those type of pickoffs, you'd want Impunity KH to be able to have like an upper edge in that neutral objective, but unfortunately that not be the case as a concealed play goes through.
OP getting hooked blind as well. JPL, what an absolute monster when it comes to game sense, but here comes the Daytona's welcome. Is not over yet. Gear trying to set up with a chain stun as well, but it seems like it's not going to be happening as well, but looks like boom, it's starting to pop off. Adamir baited him out, forced him to use the ultimate, and as soon as that happens, he was out of position and they all 4 swarm on towards Boom, coming from EVO's SG.
2 members taken down here from the side of Impunity, and once again, EVO Singapore, he comes out on top, now sitting with a 2,000 gold lead, and they're not stopping there. Look at Adamir really just munching away on that turret in the bottom side as Adamir just so easily steps out of that dawning light.
Oh, JPL, what a cheeky angle to go in for the hook. Seems like it's not going to happen, but Impunity KH, they're just struggling to find this composition, and look at this, Sayla, he gets a very nice buzz onto his Boom, and that's going to be the tankiest hero coming from Impunity, and they're going to lose the equation. Downless Ball comes in, Sayla isolates the fight. They will lose JPL from that over-aggression, but it's not the end of the war because Gear is coming in. He wants to force a fight, and can they get it out? And now, Senpai, Dawning Light, starting to build out a little bit more traction coming from Impunity KH, and that might be the so-called win condition that they need, which is to wait for Senpai to get his items before he pops off.
Right now, we gotta give props to EVOS SG, man, because the way that they're playing the map, the macro plays are amazing, because we wanted them to control the map with the draft coming from the side of Impunity KH. I mean, like, I can take this L. I thought that with this draft, they can really control the map, making it very, very difficult for the side of EVOS SG. But Gear, with this Barat, is really denying any kind of control from the side of Impunity. So, yeah, we gotta give props. The way that they're playing this map is levels ahead of what we saw previously.
That's why Youngin is such an amazing coach coming from EVOS SG. They understand their timing so well when it comes to drafts, and I feel like Selena kind of falls out in the later stage of the game. Now, with the Darkness Falls, looks like they are going to try and force the issue. Nick does have the Vengeance as well as the Ultimate as well. Look at him, he's soaking so much damage, but the rest of EVOS, they're going to be focusing on the fight. Hellkurt gets like a little bit of a trade-off on the side, but it's not going to matter because the rest of EVOS are just chipping away at his teammates, and the rest of Impunity KH, they just completely shut out and run over over. And look at this. Despite the scuffle, EVOS is just so tanky in all these skirmishes.
4 members taken down just like that, and I thought it was a little bit of a mistake from the side of EVO Singapore. JPL used his Iron Hook as well as that flicker a little too early, but it turns out they don't need it. The moment that Adamir was able to get that crossbow of Tang, and they just initially were melted off the board. It does seem like Impunity had a little bit of something in that top side. They were able to get a turret in that top, but we'll see as EVO Singapore once again melting it down. And the instant replay here by TikTok. Lefel, take it away.
Yeah, right now looking at this instant replay, we have to look at the position coming in for the side of EVOS SG, because the way that they're doing is they're actually giving a lot of space for Adamir to get his stacks, because they're really positioning in a way that they're creating a lot of space between all of the melee frontliners. And this is why 1-1 is usually banned. It's not fun to play against, because you think you're dishing out damage, and you are, but you're giving a lot of opportunities for her to get her crossbow Tang.
Yep, I definitely agree. But with the Lord coming in onto the top side as well, the inhibitor will be threatened as of yet. Impunity, they are going to try and play it a little bit safe, but what can they do? What's the timing that they need? And currently Senpai is only level 10. It's going to be very, very difficult before this Savior comes up online. And EVOS actually, they've just got so much room to work with just like that. And I feel like in this kind of scenarios, Impunity they have to find a way to shut down Adamir. And once he's taken out of Fusion, they have to figure out on making a way for Deja to chunk out on all this beefy composition coming from EVOS SG.
To be honest, the way that they're playing this, maybe they need to look for a little bit more angles, in the sense that OP needs to come in from the backside. Maybe go in for a little bit similar play like R7 does, or what we saw earlier in that previous game. Because if they go for just front to back, it's not possible because of Gear being able to just chunk in so much damage, and JPL always there to be able to do the Bloody Hunt as well. So they need to think about the positioning in terms for Impunity KH.
I want to talk about the nature of an assassin, right? Once an assassin starts to fall off, but oh look, they're initiating onto the Franco, managing to get a kill. I was about to say, I was worried that they do not have enough damage, but I guess if 5 people focus on one person, it is going to be enough.
Yep, it definitely is as well. It took them 5 to take down 1, but guess what? They are going to lose an inhibitor to the minions up top. So great lane controls coming from EVOS SG. But once again, this is going to be a very, very difficult task, because right now, let's take a look at the itemizations coming from EVOS SG. We've got Athena's as well as Curse Helmet up available on the tanks from EVOS SG. This is going to hurt, considering that the amount of magic that Impunity KH has.
Yeah, again, Impunity KH right now, they still have opportunities to win, because like you said, the amount of damage coming in from Senpai is going to be a little bit difficult for them to handle. But the way that EVOS SG has been playing, it doesn't look like they're giving a lot of space for Senpai. So I feel like they're still in a very good spot. Once they have a Lord, they can brute force their way in just by having that Barat. So I'm looking at a maximum of 3 more Lords for EVOS SG to potentially close this out.
Yeah, maybe. It's just maybe as well. But as of yet, objective-wise, they're doing fantastically well. And even if the Darkness Force comes in, they're going to be able to tank it all. As long as Sayla doesn't get caught out, Adamir doesn't get caught out, they're going to be good. So it's going to be a lot of emphasis for OP to try and make this kind of plays for Impunity KH if they want to force the fight. But as of yet, the Lord is going to be down towards the final 2 bars. Impunity KH, OP, looking for the setup. He's only got 1 Stingers in the charge, but looks like he's going to pop the Darkness Force, preemptive the Evos, completely let go of the Lord, and focus on the team fight as well. It seems like it's down towards the final percentage as well. Boom, with the Storm, it's going to get killed off with the Lord setup, and EVOS is going to get it as well. A big dawning light coming from Impunity KH will scare him off, but the Lord will be secure from EVOS SG.
2-for-0 trade for the side of EVOS SG, winning it out in that particular area. But what I would like to highlight from that team fight is that we mentioned one of the winning conditions is for OP to be able to get into that backline and, of course, take down either Sayla or Adamir. And that was exactly what he tried to do. He went all face first into Adamir, unknowingly that JPL was already waiting for him. And therefore, it was OP the one to get caught out. So EVOS Singapore, they understand the winning conditions of themselves as well as the winning conditions for Impunity, and just is so good at that macro read and just really was able to get on top of that.
This is the unfortunate reality of using an assassin. If you don't do well in the early stages of the game, you're not going to deal enough damage, because look at the itemization for Helke over here. He has the Demon Hunter Sword as well as the Malefic Roar, but then he's focusing on defense, and with that, I don't think he can take down any carries from the side of EVOS SG.
I definitely agree. It's all up to Senpai to make the play. Darkness Falls comes in to try and preemptively defend against this. You can see Impunity, they're focusing on the Lord. They will focusing it down, but the inhibitors will fall. EVOS SG looking for the hook as well. JPL going for the hook. He gets it, and that is going to be the suppress coming in. Boom, gets taken now, but the damage coming from Senpai is starting to hurt a little bit more. They get the trade-off onto JPL, but Ademir is still alive, and he's still running around Roses against Impunity KH. Sayla takes a little bit run off the Dawning Light, but the next inhibitor, the final one, will fall as Ademir continues to lane control the entirety of the map. But seems like EVOS SG, they do not want to risk this fight at all, as they want to save out the immortalities, and Nick is going to back off this fight.
9,000 gold lead now for the side of EVO Singapore, as once again they were able to make the most out of that siege. I mean, 3 turrets just taken down, inhibitor turrets, mind you, from the side of Impunity, and it's just insane to see. It's so difficult. How can they maneuver around this now from the side of Impunity?
Yeah, it's just very, very difficult to do so. But I feel like from Impunity, they just gotta stall it as long as they can. Now, you asked about a very, very interesting one as well. They have to stall for Senpai. Look at the damage now. He's got 51,000, and he's the core winning factor. And every single time EVOS SG, if they decide to clump away, and when the Darkness Falls comes in, and EVOS SG decides to say buddy up and say, hey, we group up together, and then we will know what's going on. When that happens, that's the perfect moment to drop a big Dawning Light.
Here's the problem, right? Yes, Senpai can deal out the damage, but look at the heroes from the side of EVOS. Just having that Barats, having that Tamus, he will not have enough damage, or at least not in one combo, right? You have to have a prolonged fight. You will eventually knock them out, but I don't know. Impunity KH, not only are they waiting for items, but they have to wait for a good position to actually take the team fight.
Oh, I was about to bring up the Divine Glaive as well, because Senpai now, he's got the Divine Glaive. This is where he hits the most, and look at this. Boom! That's going to be down one coming in from EVOS SG. Nick, he needs to make a run for it, and Impunity, they're trying to force the fight, but Ademir, he's going to try and scare him off. You look at the positions of Senpai right now. He's playing it extremely safe, and now Ademir will pop off, shut them all down. OP needs to make a run for it. He gets a 3-man silence, but Senpai doesn't seem to have the cooldowns to follow up, and that is gonna be the retreat coming from EVOS SG. But as of yet, they are still hanging on, but EVOS will try to close out the game as they focus on the Lord.
2-0 trade. EVO Singapore still in the lead, and now they have an enhanced Lord that I'm sure is not going to be contested, especially that OP was the one to be taken down as a result of the aggression coming in from EVO Singapore. And I have to agree, sure, the Dawning Light does a lot of damage, but unfortunately, when you prolong the fight, the DPS coming in from that crossbow of Tang is just going to overrule that initial burst coming in from Impunity KH.
Oh, that's why it's just so much more precise. They gotta set it up. JPL going for a very, very cheeky concealed
That was very
play.
fast. I was like, yo, I've never seen someone this big walk that fast. Wobble, 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 wobble.
Yeah, that's a penguin reference, aren't you?
Yeah. I like penguins.
I get it. But at the same time as well, that was a pretty cheeky play coming from JPL. But hopefully it's going to be enough, because as of yet, the Lord is going to be coming down middle, and Impunity Cambodia is going to have a little bit of a struggle to defend against this. Ademir already going for the set as well. Darkness Falls comes in, but here comes Boom, getting caught out. He's going to get it for the set as well. Dawning Light comes in, but it's not enough damage. But Sayla from the backlines completely shuts down the backlines of Impunity, and they get completely wiped out. It's only up to Boom to hang on. He couldn't even do anything. Triple kill for Ademir, and the EVOS SG's ticket to MSC playoff still lives as they take the first game against Impunity KH.
Huge play coming in from Sayla. Big brain play. As soon as I saw them going in for that team fight, I was watching Sayla and what he was doing. As they were all quite busy, we could see the Selena really just focusing on that Lord. I just saw Sayla just walk around that, going to that top lane, and then he just went in with that yin yang overturn and bursted everyone down. That was a huge play by the Singaporean representatives in EVO Singapore, as we do have another game. But what did you think about that?
I really love it because, again, we were talking about the things that they have to do, and looking at draft, we were having doubts. I'm so happy to be proven wrong, because again, it's the way that they played it. That was the big difference maker, right? Now, not to say that Impunity, it was quite a risk, because again, assassins, they do fall off, but I feel like it doesn't show that much impact, but I feel like gear was a big reason of why EVOS SG won.
Yeah, I feel like based on the overall draft coming from EVOS SG, the final pick for Rods from here was just brilliant as well. And I want to bring up a point that Scarby Cheeks brought up yesterday as well.
Oh.
She did mention as well, EVOS actually, they do have the tendency to draft with intent. And everything they've done so far makes so much sense that completely shuts them off. The final pick of the Barats, we were a little bit questionable, but you can see how tanky they've become in terms of scaling the tempo. It doesn't matter if we do not have map vision. If they catch us, what can they do? And they just completely meat shield their way through and just bulldoze it away like a tank and just take out game number 1. So well done coming from EVOS SG.
Yeah, that was a point that I wanted to bring up. I think that if Impunity really wanted to go for that type of strategy, they could have opted for choosing that in the last phase. I think it was too early because when you do that, it's so easy for your opponents to respond draft against that. And that's exactly what they did. Because like we all know on paper, what beats assassins? Fighters. What beats fighters? Yeah, what so and so forth. Marksmen, and marksmen gets beaten by the assassins.
Yes.
So that was just huge. I loved it, and it was a risky play coming in from Impunity, but that's what they're known for. They go in for these crazy experimental picks. Sometimes it pays off, sometimes it doesn't. It's all just a learning curve for everybody involved.
Right now, I do want to pose the question. 1-1 was available for the first pick, but they picked up the Xavier. Was that a mistake where they over-prioritized the Xavier, or does it show some weakness that perhaps they do not favor the 1-1 at all? I mean, say they can't play it that well.
I think Xavier is still viable and strong to a certain degree, but I feel like what people kind of forgotten was that the Franco is something that people kind of strayed away, especially in day number 1 in MSC. But if you think about it, Franco was one of the biggest factors from every single region in the previous seasons, and that was what, without a nerf. Even this current patch, it's not really nerf. It's just like why they strayed away, because there are just more S tiers leaked out into his hero pool because of Julian. So it's something that I think only day number 2 here today, we did see a little bit more Franco compared to yesterday's games, which is something that I feel like it's a very, very important factor. And it all comes down to rock, paper, scissors, right? Who wins? Who comes down? It's all a mind game. And the opening segment of the drafts kind of dictate the tempo. And locking down the Selena as well as the Saber kind of just limit their options, especially when it comes to frontliners coming from Infinity KH.
Looking at this game, because we are talking about every single game, there's a lot of pressure on the shoulders of the player. I feel like in this next one series, it's going to be the heaviest pressure I feel like any team has to go through, because again, if EVOS win, they are going to the playoff. Again, we could be wrong, we're still waiting for the producer to just double confirm, but if EVOS actually wins, they're going to the playoffs. Same thing can be said for the side of Impunity KH. So it's basically just a best of 1 right now.
Yeah, I feel like that's going to be the case, right? Technically, you know, Impunity, they won, tied with Orange. EVOS lost 2-0. So if EVOS wins 2-0 against Impunity, technically they should be able to advance. But they've got to have the fastest game ended, if I'm not mistaken, based on tiebreakers. So EVOS SG, they had a pretty fast game number 1, but is it fast enough? So I'm looking forward to see how it all goes down. But before that, let's give a little bit more highlights on how the itemization went down in game number 1, Phil.
Yeah, right now, look at the defensive items coming in from the side of EVOS SG, because Nick over here, the fact that he has the Demon Hunter Sword is very good, because again, Tamus it's a small revamp. He just adjusted the way that his passive works as well as his ultimate, but meaning to say, more basic attacks coming out, the more damage as well as sustainability that he can have. So having that Demon Hunter Sword is very, very good against for the side of Impunity KH, because Boom is going to be frontlining for the side of EVOS. So as long as they just focus on him, there's really not much trouble that Nick has to face. And then the fact that he has the Athena Shield as well as the Dominance Ice, Impunity KH, they just run out of options. There's no one really to deal a lot of damage. Sure, Deja could deal the damage, but it's so hard for him to actually do anything against this super tanky Barats.
Yeah, I'm a little curious about the post-game data here that we are going to see super soon here on screen, and it does seem like, yeah, I was expecting like huge amount of damage coming in from Sayla, but it turns out the Xavier actually did a little bit more damage.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Look at the damage taken. This is something I want to talk about as well. 359,000 overall damage taken coming from EVOS SG, whereas damage dealt, obviously, Impunity KH, they are going to scale a little bit more, but this is clear indications that EVOS SG, despite all the bursts, they don't really care. Just soak it all up, and it's all good. Look at Tamus' position, 100k soaked up in all these fights, especially coming from EVOS SG. you've seen multiple instances where he was the first one to be caught out from side Impunity Gauge, but because of the vengeance, because of the newly revoked out from Thamos, he was able to sustain through all of the bursts and try and prolong the fight and make enough space to bait out utilities from Impunity Gauge and just turn the tides around.
The damage taken shows a lot, right? Because for the side of Impunity Gauge, they can deal a lot because EVOS SG, they can take a lot because they do a lot of damage, but still not a lot of deaths. Either way, right now, let's look at the MVP of the game.
Yep, the MVP for that game is going to be none other than Adamir on his 1-1 with a 10-0-3, flawless marksman decision-making and crossbow tank pressure throughout the entirety of the map. He is going to be undeniably the MVP for that matchup itself.
And this is huge. I mean, this is the captain of EVOS as well, so definitely a huge shot call as well, perhaps from the side of Adamir. But what I would like to highlight, going against such a heavy assassin composition, with the Selena, with the Hellcurt being in the hands of Impunity, he managed to not get a single death on the board with a 10-0-3 KDA, so perfect. And now we're gonna take a look at the highlights here for game number 1 between Impunity as well as EVOS.
Yeah, looking at this game, I'm really looking for any opportunities that perhaps Impunity Gauge could hit. But here's the thing, like Terrence have said, they've gone up against the Selena so many times, and I feel like that is the problem because the way that they should win the game is to be very, very aggressive. And how do you be very aggressive? You gotta catch your opponent offside. But look at this. This is 30 minutes in the game, and it's not that OP doesn't want to go in, but there's realistically no way for him to go in. I feel like if he goes in and he can get a kill, it will be totally worth it. But even he understands that it's not going to be enough because he has Wind of Nature at that point.
I definitely agree. I feel like 2 times now OP has been slow in terms of, a little bit too early in terms of his tempo control on popping a Downers Fall to try and jeopardize that the objectives, right, for the Turtle and Lord. But at the same time, he tried his best, but eventually, based on this fight as well, you can see that there was just so many instances where Impunity, they was just struggling to hit them all off.
Yeah, it was hard. It was hard. There were so many opportunities, especially for the side of JPL, to kind of read what OP was trying to do anyway. So even if OP wanted to go in for that backline, like we mentioned in game, it wasn't possible, as we saw in that match highlights. And it just gave them so much wasted of time from the side of Impunity. And then they had to like think about another plan B, but by that time, it was already too late.
Yeah, so let's do a small recap on the priority heroes that we see. Number 1 is definitely the 1-1 as well as the Franco. As you said, the Franco has been a little bit up in the air, not because he's not strong, it's just because there are a lot more priority picks. So moving towards this next stage of the draft, right, will we see more emphasis on the Franco? Because it was kind of a problem. Franco is one of those heroes, even if he doesn't do anything, he's a problem. Just seeing Franco gives you enough fear for you to really think about all the mistakes that you've done in your life ever since you were a kid, ever since you were born, up until today, you know?
Yeah, I definitely agree. I feel like first picking Franco is not that bad on an option, but it all comes down to rock, paper, scissors, right? First pick decides the tempo of how the progression as well. We've seen a lot, I think previous seasons as well, where a lot of teams did try the first pick Franco, but it is also very easily countered if you go for a Purify composition or maybe even a DE composition to try and negate that initial Iron Hook engagement. So it's something that is very, very doable, but it all comes down to how well you adapt to each other's playstyle. So I feel like this Franco pickup for today, especially in day 2, kind of shifted the playstyles a little bit more, which we did see a lot leaning on towards the Sprint City composition, which we did see Sprint being a favorable battle spell now in the current patch compared to like Flicker, compared to Purify, compared to Flame Shots, etc.
On the topic of all these heroes, I feel like there's like this ongoing Xavier curse happening.
Oh yeah,
because
right?
most of the time, other than that game from IDNS, every time a team takes on that Xavier, it seems like they lose the game. Now, is it Xavier itself, or are we talking about that slot, that priority that they lack in if they do prioritize that Xavier?
I don't know. I kind of believe in curses, you know? There's always that one hero. Every major tournament, there's that one hero that no matter the stats, somehow he doesn't do too well.
I guess I can say it away that vicinity as well. But let's take a look at the drafting phase for the second game so far. As we can see, this time EVOS is going to be on the blue side. They will ban off the Ling, and Impunity will ban off the Fanny. But now, coming back to the question of Xavier, right? Xavier is known for his late game potential. It's something that a lot of teams need to try and drag it out to his later stage before he pops off. But for you to utilize a Xavier in the early compositions, it needs to be a perfect setup. In what I mean is like, let's say a Xavier sets up for an Iron Hook, or a Xavier set up for a Grok Wall, or a big stab. It's going to help out a little more. So playing a buddy-buddy composition draft is going to be very, very risky to do because it requires a lot of communication, especially for mid-lane control. But by playing this in early stage means there is going to be a lot of space being negated from the gold lane for the enemy to try to abuse in that in that sense.
I agree, and in that note, from that previous game, we saw that actually the Kagura was a bigger, what do you call it? Threaten. Threaten.
Yeah, threat.
Why did I say threaten?
Oh, my English.
A biggest threat for that particular game, and that definitely is going to be the respect ban choice coming in from Impunity, as Julian is going to follow. But guys, if this is the way that they are going to ban, that means there are so many priority heroes on the board.
This is why, like, looking at the first two bans, I'm already like, wow. It looks like for both these teams, they really want to challenge each other and be like, let's see the best heroes that we have. It still does not want to let go of that Valentina. So, but again, 1-1 is here up for grabs.
Yeah, again, I feel like EVOS they've got to pretty much bring it out as well. And we've talked about it earlier as well. Phoveus it was good when it was first introduced to deal with heroes like the 1-1, etc. But eventually people know when to stop moving. And when a 1-1 goes up with Phoveus, it's not gonna be able to do too much. But EVOS, they will get a fine, I would say a good priority coming in, and that's gonna be the Archive jungle coming in from EVOS SG. And I'm looking forward to see it coming in. And so far, Archive is pretty much near 100% picked or banned here in MSC Group Stages.
If they want, they can now go for a 1-1 and Xavier for the side of Impunity. That's definitely on the board. I think Akai is huge because it can be flexed as well. There are elements of pickup as well as CC and even disengage. So how will Impunity actually respond to this?
I feel like part of the reason why they chose the Akai, because previously Impunity, they did not pick up the 1-1 for themselves. So this is almost like testing the waters. They want to see what is really being prioritized. They are taking 1-1, but they're also taking the Natalia. So whatever hero EVOS has to take after this, they have to be careful, especially for Sayla.
I really like this pickup coming from Impunity as well. Like adapting with the Natalia, trying to deny it away from EVOS SG is very, very smart. But at the same time, here comes the experience factor again, right? Impunity, they did bring out the Natalia during their MPL Cambodian journey before. It was very, very nice because it's not a lot of teams knows how to deal with it. But if you think about it, EVOS SG has so much experience throughout the years that dealing when the I think M1, 10-second gaming from Japan kind of brought it out. It was something that, shocked us all. And they also adapted to this playstyle, to this integration. So it all comes down to their playstyles. And seems like the bans here.
Yeah, while you were on that topic about Natalia, I was thinking, sure, Natalia is great and all, but the fact is it can easily be countered with that Franco pick that has been left open once again. So even if Natalia goes in for a pick, if JPL is in the vicinity, understanding that JPL's power hero is this Franco, now that's going to be a huge problem. And this is quite similar to what I saw in game number 1, where once again, I feel like these picks are too early.
Yeah, and it's not just Franco, but Akai as well, popping on that heavy spin. Either way, there's a lot of ways to actually deal with the Natalia. And the thing about Natalia is either we will look super good, or potentially it could just be a 4-hero situation because you do need to snowball or at least get some kills earlier in the game. If not, you'll lose your kill potential, and then you'll just be a walking vision hero thing, right? So
a walking observer.
Yeah, sure, why not, right? A walking observer. Thanks for saving me, even though it's a little bit too late. Having the Sicilian is okay because at least they have something to fall back to. Like, all right, late game we can do well. But overall, EVOS, I would say they're getting a lot of very, very comfortable picks for themselves.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It feels like EVOS, they are getting a little bit too much on that regards. But at the same time, I like how EVOS is just banning off all their combo heroes. You can see the faces of Impunity Gage. Oh, no, Helker's banned. Oh, what do I do? They're just smiling. Okay, that's a little bit of respect, but I think I'm not going to be playing this game. I feel like that's going to be the scenario coming from Impunity because OP was struggling so much in game 1 on his Helker. His timing was a little bit off. He tried his best, but knowing that, seeing this right now from EVOS SG, right? They've got 2 very, very beefy heroes. Why would I pick a Helker again, knowing that EVOS can just pick the third tanky hero and just snowball them in game number 2. I think that's going to be going through their minds of Impunity Cage, I guess.
Ooh, Louis. This kind of shows that Impunity KH, they really want to group up because that's how you that's basically how you counter a team fight composition where a Louis can group people up, so there's a lot of crowd control as well as a lot of damage. So them banning out this Louis, I'm pretty sure it will make EVOS a little bit confused, but it does kind of show that whatever their next pick for, I don't know, either the jungler or anything, they want to group up. But what other hero? Because this Natalia is possibly a robe, right?
I feel like based on mage role department as well, Yves is just completely ignored for both teams, even though based on statistics, especially for today and yesterday, Yves was one of the highest contested mages followed. I would say not highest, at least top 6 in the leaderboard. So I'm really surprised that they did not go for it, but well, it all comes down to options, I guess. Seems like will Impunity go for the Eve? That's going to be my question as of yet, but nah, I don't think so. He's got the Sicilian, so very, very difficult to do so. So I feel like EVOS, they can just mirror it up if they decide to for Sailor, or just go for a Kagura comfort pick again if they decide to go for it.
Now the issue is for the side of Impunity, I feel like these are very vulnerable heroes, and this is what I was expecting. I thought they might be able to pick up the Karina for themselves, but unfortunately EVOS Singapore, they got a huge read onto that and would be able to ban that out before they entered the second phase of the draft ban and picks. But now with the Hylos pick coming through, now this gives a little bit of another shade, right? Another level for the side of Impunity's current composition. The Hylos will be able to, you know, take in most of the damage per se, and that's going to be huge because for sure the Sicilian needs that space as well as the 1-1 needs that space. But now it is going to be EVOS in the hot seat. Who are they going to use in that mid lane?
Yeah, I'm going to retract my statement about Kagura right now because it's pretty much bad. But I feel like right now, Lilia isn't too bad for Sayla if they decide to go for it. But let's see what they're going to do. It seems like, okay,
Here we go.
Let's go.
Okay, we are going to see a Cyclops coming from EVOS SG and the Dirok on top of it all. Is this going to be Adamir playing a jungle Cyclops, or is this going to be a mid Cyclops? Or is XP Cyclops?
I think is going to be in the mid side because we've seen EVOS Singapore pull out this pocket strat once before in the finals, but unfortunately it did not work out. So this is going to be interesting.
I still love it. I still love it. Like we're talking about them getting their comfort picks, and I would say Cyclops right now is a Singapore special because they're the only region that really brings these heroes to the international stage. So right now, for the side of Impunity, I'm pretty sure they did not expect that Cyclops pick. But before we go into the game, let's just talk about why this hero is interesting. We rarely see it being picked up because it does kind of want to scale a little bit. Once have enough cooldown, once have at least like a concentrated energy, it can dish out a lot of damage per second just because you keep spamming your skills, so kind of tanky, a lot of damage, but again, you need a few items like the Enchanted Talisman as well as the concentrated energy to really be viable in the game.
I'm looking forward to see how it all goes down because final pick 1-1 coming in is going to be a little bit of an interesting matchup coming from Impunity Cage. Hopefully they will be able to redeem themselves, but EVOS SG pulling out the pocket strats coming in. Are they going to be able to shut them down? I'm looking forward to see how it goes, but as of yet, this is going to be the final decider match for both EVOS SG and Impunity Cage because whoever wins this final game is going to be advancing into the playoffs, and that is going to be a very, very scary performance coming in. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the final match of today in the group stage for MSC 2022.
EVOS Singapore going head-to-head once again with Impunity, the Cambodian representatives, as well as the Singaporean representatives, which on that note, I'd like to talk about this a little bit, right? Because with the Cyclops being picked up, sure, pre-level 4, I do think Natalia has an edge over that. But once they hit level 4, it seems like Natalia might be caught out with the CC that can be available to them. But we'll see how this goes. As you can see here, T already getting very aggressive in that mid side.
Especially considering Cyclops with his second skill, it can track wherever T is wanting to go. So they have a lot of answers for this Natalia. Still, it can be very, very dangerous if she gets the kill early on. But as long as EVOS SG, making sure that everyone stays close proximity to each other, early stages of the game, maybe up until the second turtle, eventually the Natalia will lose a little bit of the value in terms of damage.
Now, here comes my question. Once upon a time, we've seen Paquito go up against assassin junglers. how is this matchup is going to fare against an Akai? Is it the best? But before that, JPL going for the hook. TY taking a little bit too much damage as the walking observer for Impunity Cage. But seems like JPL knows what TY is thinking as well, tries to threaten him as well. And that's going to be a little bit more time bought from the side of EVOS SG.
One of the things that I also noticed from the side of their drafting and composition and so on and so forth is that Impunity KH, they don't have much of CC to work with. They do have that point and click stun for sure from the side of Hylos, but other than that, what do they have?
Well, I would say Senpai using the Sanguine Claw can potentially catch a lot of people off, like OP as well with the knockup strike, but just to answer Terrence's question about gear up against OP over here, with the Akai against the Paquito, I would say the Akai would win just because when Paquito wants to engage, but over here JPL managing to catch someone off, but he's alone, no damage to back him up.
Oh, look at the damage. You said no damage. He's going to try and auto-attack his way through, but JPL will eventually fall. First blood in the hands of Senpai on the sides to back him all out. And seems like you've underestimated the power of Paquito right now.
He caught the...
Okay.
He caught, but no one is helping JPL. That's what I meant.
But Adamir now is going to be threatened as well because the rest of Impunity is coming in. OP taking a bit too much damage. The preemptive measure from Adamir will completely shut him down. Impunity thought they caught Adamir, but guess what? Joke's on you, and that is going to be Impunity paying the price. Adamir, he knows where TY is. He's going to try and threaten his issue. He goes for the bomb as well, but it seems like he's going to be A-okay. GPL waiting for the right moment. He wants to try and kill TY, but does he go for the preemptive hook? He's thinking, nope. He wants to play it safe.
He shouldn't, because the last time he did that, he died. Because when he goes in for the hook, sure, that's great, but also keep in mind where all your friends are, because you need that follow-up damage to help secure that, or not, you'll be the one taken down, and you're going to be the one giving more opportunities for the side of Impunity KH to kind of capitalize on. So we'll see what happens right now in that type of field.
Oh, TY is going to get caught out. JPL instantly gets caught out as well. Syla with the ultimate, and instantly the walking observer falls as TY gets picked off. Great patience coming from JPL, just sitting here making sure that Adamir does not lose his gold lane.
And right now, this is looking very good for the side of EVOS SG because, again, the fact that they're getting kills is great, but the fact that they're just not dying to TY, that's amazing. And right now, they're putting a lot of pressure all over the map, whether it's in the laning phase as well as the river side. And right now, TY, he is running out of time. He has to make something happen. Focus on either Adamir or Sayla. Focus anyone. Just make something happen. If not, it's going to be very difficult for him to use his advantages.
I mean, every time he goes for it, look at this. He's looking for something, some incentive onto Adamir, but every time he goes in, look at JPL already waiting.
Yeah, I definitely agree, but as of yet, looks like the hook comes in. TY is going to get caught out as well. Adamir gets a very, very easy kill. 1-for-1 trade-off as of yet. Now Sayla tries to go for the ultimate available, but OP not going to be able to take his way through.
Right now, looking at the situation, because again, EVOS actually is the way that they're playing it. Not only do they have the heroes to actually fight against the Natalia, but the fact that the way that they're playing, like I said, they're playing in close proximities, making it very, very difficult for TY to do anything. And
yeah, and it seems like that's going to be a threatened down bottom as well because Nick, as of yet, is going to get caught out as Impunity. We'll get a couple of trade-offs here and there, but still, taking on XP laner, not the end of the road, but objective-wise, EVOS SG is still winning in terms of map control. So I'm not exactly sure what's going to go on, but Adamir is going to get threatened again, but he's very, very quick on his fingers to actually do something about it.
Yeah, really huge outplay potential coming in from Adamir, of course. Every time they go in for a gank, it doesn't seem like it ever works out with the way that he's playing. JPL is always there, quick to respond, as well as Gear being able to just support the situation from happening. And now it seems like the situation has been reversed, where EVO Singapore are going very heavily into that top lane.
Yep, and at the same time as well, TY is going to get harassed as well. JPL with the hook, knew he was going to run through that line as well. Walks up perfectly, and that's going to be GPU getting the kill for EVOS SG. Impunity now going to be losing out a little bit more map control as EVOS SG slowly but surely winning out all these rotations, even though it's a small goal lead margin, but it feels like they're just one step ahead compared to Impunity KH.
Yeah, right now, for the side of Impunity KH, let's look at what they have to do, right? They have the scaling potential on Senpai as well as Deja, but it doesn't look like they have the opportunity because I'm looking at this 1-1. I kind of want him to play a little bit more aggressively, but looking at how Impunity KH is rotating right now, because the way that they're moving around the map, it does dictate that they don't have a idea of what they want to initiate on. So it's kind of a situation where, oh, never mind. Looks like they want to focus on Nick.
Yep, seems like they are going to try and make a play as well. Nick is going to be caught out. There's nothing he can do considering the immobility coming from Impunity KH. And seems like EVOS SG, they will lose out a little bit of the rotation-wise as they are kind of split off throughout the entirety of the fight. But as of yet, Impunity KH, they finally realized that what is the issue coming from USG. They're tanky, but in terms of burst potential, it is mostly coming in from Adamir as well as Sayla. But aside from that, if they are not in this vicinity, they are going to be most likely winning their team fights unless they get a hook. Oh, JPL not going to be able to connect because the top side turtle, you can see Gear trying to threaten Impunity as of now. He does have the heavy spin available. Seems like he is going to try and play this a little bit safe to try and bait out some sort of reaction. JPL going for the hook, doesn't seem to connect, and that is going to be the play coming in. Impunity, they are going to force the issue. The Glorious Pathway has been expended. That's not going to do too much, but Gear will secure the turtle for the team.
EVO Singapore, they're playing it so methodically in the sense that they are focusing 100% on objectives. Meanwhile, from the side of Impunity, it seems like their sights are set aside in terms more on those kills, like we saw in that turtle fight earlier. Is it worth it for Impunity? Right now, not so much. But when we take a look at the bigger picture, this is the most equal we've seen EVO Singapore as well as Impunity KH. I mean, they're practically equal in terms of economy. They're good in terms of control on the board, as well as those kills. 4-4 now in the 7th minute, but it seems like,
oh, the hook. It was a bait. He's going to get baited as well. That's going to be boom, completely shut down. Sayla was pretty much the best bait from the side of Impunity KH, and you can see a little bit of hesitancy coming from Boom, whether or not was it really a bait. And while he's distracted, he got picked off. Very nicely done coming from EVOS SG.
Right now, I'm actually looking at both the drafts, and I'm really trying to figure out in the later stage of the game who is really going to win a team fight. But it looks like Adamir just got caught out by Opie. Opie, a very good catch. And looks like they want to go for a little bit more, but Sayla having 50% HP, it looks like they don't want to go for it. And what I was talking about is like, who's really going to be good in the later stage of the game? Because on the side of Impunity, Senpai and Deja going up against Adamir and Sayla. Both of these carries, who's really going to outscale each other?
I honestly think it's going to be 50-50 as well, because if you think about the composition, right, main damage output is going to be EVOS SG, is going to be coming from Adamir as well as Nick. Sayla, he's going to fall off a little bit into the stage gate unless they go for this kind of pickup potential, which is very, very intended, right? So EVOS SG, they're more focused on one kill at a time rather than forcing a 5v5 fight. Even though if that happens, as long as Adamir is giving the safety net that he needs, he's going to pop off. So it's going to be like situational in that regard. So I would say it's still a 50-50 for both these teams.
10 seconds left on that next lure. It seems like both teams are moving in towards that point, but the fact is, it does seem like Impunity KH is better in terms of wave manipulation here, as it is going to be that bottom side. But wait a minute, that hook connects onto a member from the side of Impunity KH, and boom, goes down.
Yep, this is exactly what I'm talking about as well. They don't want to force a 5v5 fight because eventually Impunity does have the damage, and you can see OP starting to scale. As soon as they get one pick up, they immediately disengage, and that's the beauty about their composition. EVOS is just so smart in understanding what needs to be done. But at the same time, as time goes by, Impunity is going to understand that if they try and force more fights, they will have damage trying to outscale EVOS SG.
But man, it's the 9th, almost 10th minute, and Senpai is already doing so much damage. I saw previously in that item that he was already, what, Winter Truncheon, Clock of Destiny, and on the way to his 3rd item, if I'm not mistaken?
Yeah, Senpai just finished his Lightning Truncheon, and we can definitely see the power spike with that item just by itself, because, again, half HP gone for Adamir, equally a lot of damage going on to JPL as well as Gears. So right now, EVOS SG, they're on the clock right now because, like you said, it's just 10 minutes. Imagine what would happen if that's 5 more minutes, but look at this engagement going on to the side of EVOS SG. Infinity Cage really trying to get a lot here, but Gear pushing everyone away. Damage from Adamir is enough to get kills, but right now for the side of Infinity Cage, they have more HP. They have the advantage, but looks like they're not really going to push it unless TY,
he's thinking about it. They know he's up there as well. Looks like he's a little bit isolated. Unfortunately, not going to go for a little bit more. Impunity, they want to try and force the tier 2 down mid, but Senpai eventually hits a little bit too hard. And this is brilliant coming from EVOS SG when it comes to disengagement, because if the initial hook doesn't work, they still have the Hurricane Dance to actually isolate and catch out one target at a time. And this composition coming from EVOS SG is more focused on single target kills. And so far, we did see a little bit of glimpse early on where Sayla was almost nearly able to one-shot Deja from the side of Impunity Cage. And I feel like when that actually happened, Deja was pretty much out of the fight, because if he was there in that fight with a pretty healthy chunk, I'm pretty sure EVOS SG was going to lose out a lot more than just that kill.
Yeah, but again, looking at how the game is being played out right now, because we were talking about Franco as well as the Akai, it kind of looks like Gear is not really looking to catch anyone. Like, he's not going to initiate. He's going to be the one that's going to peel. So as of right now, they do show how they're going to play the team fight. They're not going to start until Franco gets someone with the Iron Hook. And whenever the side of Infinity KH wants to do anything, it's Gear's responsibility to actually push everyone away, giving space for both Sayla as well as Adamir. But the thing is, even though you can push away the Paquito, you can't really push away Senpai's Sicilian. So either way, if Senpai is being left alone, I just feel like eventually Infinity KH, they will win the team fight. So right now for the side of EVOS, they've been doing well, but they have to identify what is their priority, and their priority should be Senpai.
Yep, I definitely agree as of yet. Now, playing it safe in Infinity KH, they do have the Natalia, who's going to be a very, very big threat, especially towards Sayla as well as Adamir. Adamir has died one time because of this oppression coming from TY. So as of yet, it all comes down to playing the positions a little bit well. Meanwhile, here's a big catch. Boom is going to get caught out. JPL will shut him down with Adamir securing that kill. So that is going to be a little bit of a small win for EVOS SG, but they're still playing a little bit safe, not knowing where Senpai may or may not be as of yet, as they try to bait out the Lord fight. TY looking for the opportunity, but Adamir plays it a little bit safe. He's hiding for the bushes as well. The hook comes in, not gonna happen, but TY, look at this. Adamir flickering forward away towards another side of jungle, and they are gonna force the fight. TY gets caught out. Here comes a heavy spin as well. Impunity forced that issue, and that's gonna pay the price. Here comes a crossbow tanks from Deja. He's almost gonna catch Adamir, but no, he won't live to tell the tale, as Impunity will be able to back off as well.
Yeah, 2-for-2 trade for both teams there, but it was interesting, right? Because of course it was great to have a pickoff on the board for the side of EVO Singapore, but I think it was a little bit too much resources wasted for just Boom.
Yeah, it was just so unfortunate in that scenario there, Lafel.
Yeah, right now looking at the items, looking at the 1-1 already has the Courage Side for the Dinosaur as well as the Windtalker, and for the side of Sicilian, have the Clock of Destiny as well as the Lightning Truncheon. And based on that previous team fight, I think I have the answer to my question, and that is Infinity KH. They will scale a lot better compared to EVOS, because as of right now, I still do not see the Cyclops damage. I feel like it's there. I feel like it's there. It's just that not being able to hit the targets that you want, that's going to be quite an issue. And then 2 minutes until we see that play again from JPL.
Yeah, I definitely agree. 2 minutes on the sides as well for his battle spell. But at the same time, what I want to really talk about is that in that earlier skirmish, I don't think we're going to get a highlight right now, but bottom side, Impurity, they are going to force a fight. OP is going to try and break the turret as well. They are going to try and force an issue, but EVOS SG, they only get one kill, but they will lose an inhibitor. This is a costly mistake, and not knowing where this Natalia is going to mess them up. EVOS SG made a very costly mistake right there.
Earlier before we mentioned this, right? The wave clear coming in from EVO Singapore, their wave management has been a bit lacking, and in that sense, Impunity KH found a hole, and I think that may be something that they can actually use to their advantage. But oh my god, T goes down there.
Yep, killing spree has been made as well. JP is going to get caught off 1-1 with the crossbow tank. Is going to completely bully EVOS out of the lane, and that is going to be it for them as they back off. Lore is going to be up for grabs, but EVOS SG has been losing out a lot of these trades, and it's going to be heavy emphasis on towards Adamir to go up against this 1-1. And we've seen time and time again, the crossbow tank seems to be a big threat, but it seems like they are going to try to go for the 50-50 flip. Nick is going to be the vicinity. Do they want to force the issue? Hurricane Nuts still holding it on for Gear, but he gets chain on stun. Now he pops it out. Can he get the retribution? Yes, he will. EVOS actually will get the win for that, but Nick now is going to try and bully out the rest of the members of Immunity as this Zeroff completely shreds out the backline. Deja being the first one to fall. No marksman, no problem. He's going to look for the triple. TY is there. Can he get it? No, he cannot. TY saves the day for Immunity KH for now.
For now, 2-4-2 trade for the moment, but it was interesting. As that was progressing, the team fight in that turtle area, it was actually Paquito there in that bottom side trying to push once again, but unfortunately, EVO Singapore were very quick to read this and actually follow through that.
Oh, here comes the hook. OP is going to get caught out, but the damage coming from Sayla looks good, but he's just a little bit too tanky. TY comes to get a trade as well. Gear finally shows himself, but this is a jungle tank Akai. He doesn't have the damage to actually go for the setup. Sayla slowly but surely getting kited pretty hard on his magic damage.
Impunity KH right now, they're forcing EVOS SG not to play towards their win condition because again, what do they want to do? They want to play together, but with this side lane push, with this side lane pressure, Impunity KH is forcing EVOS SG not to stick together. And the moment they do stick together, Impunity KH is going to take more off the map. So right now, EVOS SG, this is a very tricky situation where you have a clear win condition, but your opponent is not letting you do that. And look at TY.
Look at this, TY. He saw that an opportunity, but there's just a little bit too many members. He's going to try and open up the map a little bit more for the team to try and abuse later on. But it seems like TY is going to rotate another wave as well to try and potentially rat their way towards victory. And EVOS SG, once again, going to be trying to force objectives all the way through. So this is going to be a very important moment coming from both teams to actually clutch it out. But before that, let's take a look at the itemizations coming in. We do see the Divine Glaive up on Senpai. That means he is going to start trying to hit a little bit hard. Concealed plays has been made from EVOS SG. Not going to be able to scout anyone, but they do have a rough general idea on where Impunity is. And that's going to be on the bottom side of the map.
Looking at the items here, Cyclops is actually looking pretty healthy right now because he has the Enchanted Talisman, the Genius Wand, as well as the Enchanted, you guys know what the item is. But basically,
concentrated energy.
Thank you very much, concentrated energy. But basically, right now in longer team fights, he should do well. But the problem is he can't really take the damage from the side of Senpai. So I kind of feel like he needs at least one Athena shield.
Interesting. Already with the brute force, and you think another Athena shield is needed in
really
this situation.
Look at the damage from Senpai. It's a little bit too much.
Yeah, I feel like Sayla is in a situation where he does a lot of sustained damage rather than burst potential. But as soon as I say it, he just got his Divine Glaive. So that's a big power spike for Sayla to actually start to show a little bit more kill potential coming from his Cyclops, which we did not see a little bit too much early on, especially with the initial catch onto his OP. And seeing as of now, right, Impunity KH, they do have map control coming in from the Lord, and they are going to try and force a fight before it happens. Evo is playing a little bit safe, but the lanes has been pushed out from bottom side for Adamir, so they are in a prime position to try and contest this before Impunity backs out. But seems like Impunity, they are going to play with the lanes instead. Wait out the lanes to be pushed out down bottom before forcing a fight. So it's all about waiting games coming in from both of the teams.
I love this point of the game. Like, you know you're in 17 minutes, you know those death timers are imperative to understand, and the way that they're doing it is they're just dancing around this Lord. So I want to see who will be able to get that first moment first, because whoever gets this Lord, I do feel can close out the game pretty easily, especially if it falls into the hands of Impunity KH. But if it falls into the hands of EVOS Singapore, they do have a little bit of an edge, but now it does seem Nick is caught.
TY, they know it's happening as well. That's going to be a big catch coming in from EVOS SG. They needed to get rid of that annoying Natalia. 40 seconds on the sidelines. However, Impunity, they are going to try and force the issue with the Lord down towards the 2 bars as well. Gear is looking for the fight as well. Glorious pathway, going to zone him up. Heavy speed comes in, but the Lord comes in down. Does he get the retribution? Yes, he does. Well done to Gear and Impunity. They're going to lose out of the fight. JPL is going to get caught up, but it's only a tank. But Impunity, good call to disengage, but they do lose out a lot trade-off. Meanwhile, down towards the middle lane as well, OP trying to get a little bit more cheeky with his plays, but EVOS SG has learned their lesson well as they back off.
EVO Singapore won on all trades there. For sure, he went down, but it was only an Immortal. So still 5-man strong for the side of EVO Singapore, whereas from the side of Impunity KH, they were forced to lose a member on the board. Now the Enhanced Lord is marching in that bottom side, and this might be the final push from EVO Singapore if Impunity KH doesn't find an answer real quick.
Yeah, but looking at how EVOS SG is playing this, they're not really syncing up their minions. They're really focusing all on bottom side. So again, this could be a, just focusing hard on the bottom lane. So I feel like EVOS SG, as long as they can catch out Senpai, they should be able to end this game right now.
I definitely agree, but with the Lord knocking onto the bottom inhibitor, this is going to give EVOS SG a little bit more room to work with. The stun comes in from the side of Sayla, but it is going to just harass Impunity as EVOS SG has the bigger picture because they are just focusing on objectives. Meanwhile, on the top side as well, we do see OP getting cheesy with his plays. He do see it well, but he's going to try and force the crystal as well. Gear comes back. Good call. He does have the heavy spin, but Impunity has been trading 50 50-50s across the map. This is a very, very ratty strategy, but it is paying off for Impunity because with that slight play, that kind of disrupt EVOS SG's game plan to actually close up the game. So well done from Impunity KH to respond to this.
It's working,
This
guys.
is stressful.
It's working.
Stressful.
I agree. You know, it's the last ticket to make it in MSC. You've got to go all out, and you can see the mind games are coming in from both these teams, and it's just amazing to watch these games, man.
Yeah, it's amazing to watch, but imagine me in the shoes of EVOS SG as well as Impunity KH.
Tough.
Any one small mistake could really be the end of the game because EVOS SG, they had opportunity to end, but with OP doing things like that, dude, you can't. Like, either way, they cannot put their foot off the gas. There's no chance in this game that you could get distracted because, again, just one mistake. That's all they're looking for.
Yep, this is what I'm talking about. OP is literally OP, and that's why I'm a big fan of him, and that's why it's really, really sad to see both of these teams, one of it going to be eliminated by playoffs, considering how well they have been doing. But like I said, this final game, they're both pouring out their souls right now to actually make it towards the MSC playoffs, and this is going to be a very difficult one as well because it is going to be down towards the 20-minute mark where the penalty threshold of the death timers are going to be a huge, huge factor for both these teams. Immortality is going to be a very, very crucial one as well. But as of yet, TY, Walking Observer, does have a rough idea where EVOS SG is. But as you can see, Immortality's up on gear. But the Lord is on the bottom side, and Impunity, they do have the space as of yet. But it looks like here is going to be forced out. Impunity looks like they're going to force the issue. OP taking a little bit too much damage. He gets changed up. He does have Immortality, but EVOS, they have to back out. They're not in position to fight this. But Impunity, they're not letting go off the hook. Heavy speed has been expanded, but Adamir completely shuts down Natalia. The overextension is going to pay him with a price, and now they're going to lose a little bit more. Boom survives, backs out, but the death timers are kicking in. But Adamir will kill off another one. Double kill for Sailor as EVOS SG manages to punish this overextension from Impunity KH.
4 members from the side of Impunity KH gets taken down, and this means only 1 member is left. Will OP be able to defend this 1 versus 5, or will this be the end of the journey coming in from Impunity KH?
Oh my goodness, this is going to be tough as well. OP is back online. His last man standing immediately gets chunked out. 20 seconds left on the sideline. This might be it. He goes for the Winter Truck to survive and buy him one more time, but they do have the Venus. EVOS SG, they muscle their way through. They get the 2-0 against Impunity KH, and they are walking in towards MSC playoffs, whereas Impunity KH will be eliminated from the group stages. What a game, what a game. The sighs of reliefs coming from EVOS SG's faces. Woo-wee!
Huge, huge win for the Singaporeans right now, understanding that this is going to be their representative walking up into the playoffs. And I gotta say, that was a great game for Impunity as well. I mean, the way that they were looking for Plan A, Plan B, Plan C, unfortunately, it didn't and was not enough to secure that game. But man, what a journey that Impunity had this time around.
Yeah, look at Matthew as well. He's so happy. He's so glad that they won. But again, this game, it was intense. Arguably the most intense match of the entire day because that was so close, so close.
Yeah, and there was, you know, it's just the beauty of what I enjoy as well. It all comes down to experience when it comes to competition. I'm not gonna lie, Impunity, they played the best of they can. They're really, really good and talented as well. It all comes down to more games and more experience. In this case, EVOS SG just have the one-up in terms of experience.
100%. But man, it only took them 1 distraction for the side. I'm sorry, I'm just still stuck in that game. I'm so baffled because they were so close to that Lord spawning, and that could have been the really great distraction for Impunity to do that backdoor strat again.
You know, actually thinking back about the game, right? Yeah, remember when they were fighting Lord up top and then at the bottom side, you know, OP. Okay, so we have the Paquito as well as the Natalia.
Yeah.
I wonder if they think, what if they just stayed in push? What if they just stayed and tried to end the game earlier stages of the game, right? So I don't know. I feel like looking back at a game, there will be a lot of what ifs. Like, what if I did this?
100%.
What if I did that? Like, that's. Oh.
I definitely agree. I feel like based on that play, especially when the downplay of OP taking out the inhibitor, that was a great comeback mechanic from KH, right? But because of that one play, EVOS SG has experience. right? Back in the days as well, during MPO days, they have met a lot of annoying teams that do this exact play. But after they've seen it once, they've learned from their mistake, they adapted, and they immediately responded every single time. And they are very aware in OP's positioning as well as the Natalia. So I really like how EVOS actually played that. It was a very, very tough one, but still, both teams poured their heart and soul. And you have to give props to these two countries as well. Both Singapore as well as Cambodia, they played their hearts out in that game. I really, really enjoyed that one. But unfortunately, say there will be a winner and there will be a loser. In this case, the winner will be Singapore because they are making it to its MSC playoffs.
And let's just face it, they deserve it. They 100% deserve it. In fact, all the teams that made it to the playoffs, they completely deserve it. But we're going to talk about that a little bit later. Focusing back in this game, we're going to talk about a lot of the what-ifs. Because looking back at the game, you know, hindsight 2020, you'd be like, all right, if we did this, that, things could change. Now, looking at the game, let's actually talk about the Cyclops for a little bit. Was it really that impactful, or is it like, you know, it's there?
I feel like it's good if you're going for a single target kill potential, which we did see a lot of times. But the itemizations from the Cyclops as well as Sicilian was a little bit different in terms of aspect, right? We did see Sicilian, we had Divine Glaze, we had Enchanted Desmond, yada yada yada. But for Ceylon, he went for a more sustainable composition. He had Concentrated Energy, he had Brute Force Breastplate to try and play that out. And that's the reason why there were a lot of times they couldn't kill off OP. But ever since Ceylon got his final item, which is the Divine Glaive, which is 6 item power spike, that is where he started to shine a little bit more. But still, like I said as well, I feel like the biggest truly winning factor is gotta be Adamir. And his marksman is one of the big reasons that he's the biggest damage output. And I feel like they played it really smart. And EVOS, they understood, nope, if we do not win the early stage of the game, late game, it's all up to Adamir, and they pulled it off.
I just, like, again, just thinking about the game, because all of the split pushes, like, imagine just being a little bit slow, because one of the times that basically EVOS actually won everything was that JPL managing to catch out the Natalia, as well as Nick on the Dyrov. Imagine if they didn't catch that, right?
Yep.
Because looking back at the game, this is just to demonstrate how close it was, because any small mistakes from everywhere, because I feel like even they will be discussing, was it really the right move to take the fight around that orange buff situation, right? Because it's like, looking at that situation, imagine you're the player with the vision that you have, because it's different from the vision that we have as casters, right? To be like, this is a tight spot. As a Paquito, there's no way for them to really avoid my damage, and to be fair, he did dish out a lot of the damage, but again, being able to kite out the fact that Gear was there, managing to kill, they will look back at that and it's like, was that the best decision?
That's why I mentioned that Lord spawning in like under 10 seconds, because I feel like they shouldn't have taken that fight.
Yeah.
And that was what lost them that game, to be honest.
I definitely agree. And I feel like when it comes to experience as well, there were a lot of multiple instances. Like, the things that Impunity KH will play was at a level where not any normal team is going to be able to respond. Because if you think about it, right, we do have the tendency to pay attention to the minimap, and then if there's nothing on the minimap, you are going to be kind of like, oh, reactive, like, oh, there's nobody going to be there. But EVOS actually, they played it as if that they can see everything, as if like they had perfect vision of everything, because Natalia is constantly not off the map. They had to predict the lines and decisions of the Natalia time and time again to be able to abuse it. And because of that, they paid off, because all they needed was that one catch. And knowing that after OP has done it with the Natalia once, they're always face checking every single corners of the bottom side of, especially for their lane. So that was very, very smart coming from EVOS SG. And it's not easy to do, because those kind of plays requires experience and understanding on how they actually play the game when it comes to dealing with split pushes.
Okay, I agree with you. I think there were a lot of cases where EVOS Singapore won that dub. I think they were really smart in terms of that, and so on and so forth. But what I do want to highlight is what they were lacking in that game.
Oh, yeah.
Wave manipulation, that wave is just so important. If you want to go for objectives, make sure those are cleared out first, because that was the one detrimental mistake that EVOS Singapore had, and that was the exact loophole that Impunity KH would have capitalized over.
Tunnel vision, right? Because again, what is their draft about? Catching people out, killing them all very, very fast. But for you to do that, you need someone to set it up. So that's one person. You need people to do the damage. Potentially, one other person or two other person. That's already 3 people, right? And because of that, they have difficulty in terms of actually prioritizing who should go where.
Yeah.
And because of that, I feel like most of the times they just opt for, all right, let's just go with something easy and everyone move together because, again, we're stronger in the team fight. However, like you say, just because of that, they're like, oh, there's 3 lanes. Small issue that we forgot there's 2 other lanes that we have to focus on.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It all comes down to execution. So well done coming from Impunity KH, but unfortunately it's just not a little bit enough. But I'm looking forward to see more games to come because the playoffs are going to be coming in very, very soon. And of course, unfortunately say that is it for Impunity KH. And of course, the playoff formats coming in towards the playoffs, which is going to be happening in 2 days' time, is going to be 8 teams will be put into a random draw to decide the upper bracket. So this is going to be a little bit different as well because the playoffs will be a double elimination format and the draw will be happening right after this shortly and it won't be broadcasted, which is a little bit unfortunate. So it's going to be a little bit of lottery coming in for all the teams, who is going to be seated on an upper bracket and who's going to be on a lower bracket.
But don't worry, all of the managers will be there. So, you know, it's going to be fair. Everyone will see what's going on. So, you know, just... It's everything that's happening for MSC right now, we're going to give the highest priority in terms of fairness. We want to make sure that all the teams understand every procedure, and we will be showing it to you guys as well. But since we're going to talk about the playoffs, how about we do a mini recap, right, about this previous 2 days? I gotta say, there is a lot of surprises because every single time international tournament comes up, a lot of people have this initial idea that
100%.
especially like MPL regions, especially I would say Indonesia, Philippines, Singapore, Malaysia is gonna do so well. But then looking at all the other regions, yo, everyone is stepping up big.
Yep, I definitely agree because there's a lot on the line, and especially now with the group stages over, let's talk about the final game of today's days. And up on screen, we have the stats for you guys with EVOS SG as well as Impunity KH. Let's give you guys a little bit of a recap on how the itemization is as well. We did talk about Sailor's Cyclops on his itemization. Concentrated Energy, Genius 1, Enchanted Talisman, as well as Brute Force Blast Blade for those sustains, and he only got his Divine Glaive on the final item, which was probably around 18-minute mark before he got it, and that is where he started to pop off a little bit more.
The crazy thing about Sayla as well as Gear is the fact that their KDA Gear did not die at all. And Sayla only died once, and now I'm going to the portion where I really want to see the damage numbers. So from the side of EVOS SG, looking at the damage, I look at that. Sayla, 99,000 damage. So yeah, again, even though it's kind of like a sustain-ish build, but Cyclops late game, if you can consistently dish out your skills, his skills is basically his basic attack. So it's kind of like a marksman in that sense.
Yeah,
I mean, you remember when the Cyclops was meta, right?
Yeah.
The fact that they were able to utilize this. And you asked, was Cyclops a huge factor? The stats show yes, 99,000, and that's way above the Sicilian. Now we're going to take a look at the MVP. It is going to be none other than the pocket strat that we witness here from EVO Singapore's Sayla on the Cyclops with a 619 KDA. And I gotta say, that damage dealt is huge.
Yeah, the damage dealt is definitely huge as well. Even though he's not super flashy, he was doing his right job. And time game, he was able to do so much for the team. And I'm looking forward to see more of a potential Cyclops later on. But, whew, Sayla, what a play.
Yeah, right now we're gonna look at the highlights and I will show you how it's really done. Okay, looking at what happened in the game. In the earliest stages, I would say it's a little bit quiet, but moving towards the later stages of the game is crazy. For the side of Impunity, they're having difficulty handling any kind of team fight. The only way that they want to really dish it out is for Senpai as well as Deja to dish out a lot of damage and then hoping that they can capitalize on making sure that either Sayla or Adamir miss positions. And this is probably the last mistake that Impunity KH has done, where they tried to take a fight at the orange buff area, and it did not turn out well. It's
double kill for Sayla. I gotta say, that point and click ultimate is just so huge, being able to take down, and you can choose, like, okay, I want the core member, I'm gonna take out the Sicilian, and from then and there on, it was just so easy for them to just glide through the defenses, understanding that they were actually still a lot of turrets on the board. It was so beautiful to watch, and so huge of a congratulations to EVOS, because honestly, there were so many questions about EVOS Singapore coming into this, because they knew that they were losing a really core member in Potato, but it turns out even without Potato, EVOS Singapore is still a very strong contender to be able to win MSC 2022.
Yep, I'm looking forward to see how EVOS SG is going to be playing later on the playoffs as well. But oh my goodness, it has been a great day coming in here. There has been big surprises and also upsets here in day number 2. But before that, let's take a look at the standings very shortly as we give you guys a little bit of updraft on who made it and who did not very shortly. And like I said, on screen right now, Group C as well as Group D for today's games, RQ and Omega is going to be the ones to come up on top from Group number C.
Yeah, as well as Group D, Orange Esports, as well as EVOS SG, as we saw just now with 4 points for Orange Esports, as well as EVOS SG with the 3 points. And I was able to see their winning victory. I hope the phone of Gear is okay, because he slammed that. I was like, yo!
Yeah, definitely.
I'm glad that's not my phone. I'm glad that's not mine. It's Moonton, so you know it's their problem now.
Super excited, and it makes a lot of sense. There was a very difficult game for both EVOS as well as Impunity, because eventually they don't exactly know who was going to win the 50-50 coin flip of making it through. However, it's sad to say IDNS as well as Impunity is going to be out of the playoffs, and that is going to be the end of the journey here in MSC 2022. And I'm looking forward to see maybe in the near future we will see them back again. But that is pretty much it as well. But based on the standings so far, biggest upsets and losses here in MSC Group Stages. What do you guys?
This group?
All 4 groups.
Onyx, bro.
Oh
Still,
yeah, I have
man.
to agree. Yeah, I would say that's the biggest upset. Did not see that one coming. Yeah.
Yeah, I totally did not expect that as well. Falcon Esports was just popping off in
number
Group
1
A.
of the group.
That was
number
insane. And that was really insane. That was the biggest dark horse here in the group stages. But so far, besides that, anything else that really stood out for you guys in particular?
I would.
There were so many that I
Yeah,
can't really think of like
alright.
one in particular. It's huge, right?
It's huge, right? That's
like
just shows you.
RRQ being dominant and then being overtaken again by Omega. There's so much back and forth going on. The way that IDNS was actually able to secure a point as well against one of the most toughest contenders in this season is also quite huge. There's so many. I don't know where to begin.
You know,
even the heroes, we have so many unique hero picks now. Like even Leslie was brought on stage.
We saw Leslie, we saw Yisun Shin, we saw Cyclops.
Cyclops.
Who else did we see? So many
We
weird
saw
heroes.
Baraz as well, you
Yeah.
know, even though Baraz was kind of falling off. So I'm looking forward to see more as well. That just shows you how intense things can get at MSC, right? The creativity of all the regions mashing together give you guys the best MLBB experience here, especially now with 4 teams out, 8 more to go. And who's going to be the one up top? It is going to be the playoffs coming up very soon. But of course, I'm looking forward to see more games to go. And unfortunately for today, it's not going to happen. We are going to have the next playoffs, which is going to be happening in 2 days' time. So if you're a Malaysian fan, or you've already looking forward to actually see the games live itself, we are going to be selling tickets on this group as well. So you can actually come down to the venue and witness some of your favorite games if you're in Malaysia.
Yeah, just
Live audience.
Yeah, just Waze Meetback and then you're there.
That's you're not wrong.
You're not wrong.
I am not
That's
wrong.
true.
I am not wrong. Like again, you know, tickets are for sale. Make sure you guys grab that. But even if you guys don't get the tickets, I think you guys should just come either ways, because you know.
There's a viewing party. I've heard
Yeah,
of it.
yeah, there's a viewing
literally
party. So just come.
party.
Just
So even if you don't have tickets, there is a viewing party outside, so you can actually
100%.
sit for actually watch the games. And who knows, you might be a little bit lucky when the players walk out, you get to catch a glimpse with them and potentially take pictures with them.
And not just that, you get a chance to meet LaFell, our best caster here on the analyst desk. He's just so amazing, always on point with those predictions. You're so perfect.
I kind of feel like people will.
Can I take a picture with you after this?
Yes. I feel like people will look forward to meet Mirko more, right?
Yeah, I definitely agree with Mirko, but something is up with you guys.
No, because
LaFell,
he's
man.
cute, man.
LaFell is the cutest.
No, thanks. I appreciate it. Clip that. Thank you very much. I'm putting that on my TikTok.
That's LaFell 1 and then IC Baby 0. I feel sad now.
How are we going to make it to a score that IC Baby 1-2? We need to do that. We need to make sure you win twice. Then we can do it 1-2.
It's because his name is Icy Baby 1-2, and that's where you get that reference.
But one also sounds like won, as in like win, the past tense of win, won, which is actually there. Who won the RQ versus Omega? Both or neither, because it's a 1-1.
That's the thing about RQ and Omega, right? I feel like it's a tie. Anything can happen because they were both experimenting as well. They weren't going all out. I feel like they have the biggest potential to take it all the way, and I'm looking forward to see how the matchup is going to be the playoffs, because it is going to be happening very, very soon. But as of yet, that is pretty much it in the group stages as well, because MSC 2022 is powered by Moonton, and also a big thank you to our official content partner, TikTok partner in esports, Secret Lab, esports Shots, and media partner EGG Network and NeedWatch. We are going to be closing out the series for today. Bye-bye.
Slay the enemies, bury the monsters, rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Races run, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it puts their eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood. Fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle, win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We monsters rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Races run, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it puts the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood. Fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle, win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it fills the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no apologies. Supremacy. We are supremacy. We are supremacy. Slay the enemies, bury the monsters, rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Races run, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it puts the eyes. monsters rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Race is run, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let